Introduction. After the college entrance examination, Xu Zhi became the unexpected dark horse of Rui Jun High School. Yet unbeknownst to her, this would lead to the loss of a romantic relationship. That summer, she encountered Chen Luzhou, a brash and arrogant young man. Xu Zhi found Chen Luzhou to be quite amiable, much to her friend's astonishment, as he was undeniably a self-important figure. Chen Luzhou assumed Xu Zhi was pursuing him, which left her friends equally surprised, given that she had a boyfriend. Xu Zhi mused, "I believe he might be my long-lost brother." Chen Luzhou retorted, "How would I know? It's quite bothersome, considering I already have a girlfriend." 1. College Entrance Examination Dark Horse. The college entrance examination concluded in 2016 amidst torrential rains, yet Qingyi City remained enveloped in sweltering heat. The atmosphere around the senior building of Rui Jun High School was unprecedentedly boisterous. Students recklessly tossed papers at the underclassmen below, while others brazenly whistled at the beautiful teachers. A group of oblivious students gathered around a battered stone pillar in the corridor, engrossed in their childish games. "How old are they to still be playing this?" Chu Yihua remarked disdainfully as she passed by, unperturbed, grabbing a boy from her class and striding towards Class 8. Upon reaching the classroom door, she patted his back and instructed, "Go call Xu Zhi out for me." Chu Yihua was the homeroom teacher of Class 8, resembling a robust warrior with the demeanor of a caring mother. The classroom buzzed with noise. The girls, exhausted from estimating their scores, had decided to abandon logic in favor of superstition, though the atmosphere was already chaotic. "What about my future partner?" one girl inquired. "Let me see Mars represents your ideal partner." "Wow. According to the stars, he should be quite the man." "And what about me? What about my boyfriend?" "Your boyfriend might be an older gentleman, wealthy and powerful, yet rather rational about love, seemingly devoid of passion." Xu Zhi stood out among the girls with her fair complexion, remaining focused as she diligently assisted others with their yearbooks, particularly emphasizing the phrase "brilliant future." Her neck, elegantly elongated, exuded an unexplainable resilience. "What do you mean by lacking passion?" someone asked. "It means your boyfriend might not be very capable in that regard," a boy chimed in cheekily. Seizing the opportunity before the girls could react, he turned to Xu Zhi and said, "Class monitor, Mr. Chu is looking for you." "Just wait until I get my hands on you," the girls exclaimed in unison, brandishing their books and chasing after him until he fled in surrender, pleading for mercy. "Hey ladies, spare me. It's hard to maintain a smooth scalp, especially in the rain." As Xu Zhi stepped out, Mr. Chu leaned casually against the corridor wall, clutching a stainless steel thermos he never parted with. His hair was slicked back, presenting an image of a well-groomed gentleman. He initiated the conversation with the usual inquiry, "How did you do?" Xu Zhi, burdened with 2 books and a stack of materials, was about to respond when she caught sight of a familiar figure in the bustling corridor. "Is your goal still Qing University?" Chu Yihua continued to probe, but Xu Zhi stood absently at the edge of the corridor, watching the solitary figure, which seemed so out of place, disappear at the end of the hallway. "Well, Qingda should be fine," Xu Zhi hastily remarked, gesturing to the materials in her hand. Teacher Chu, I have to." Chu Yihua glanced at the name on the document. "Is it Tan Su's?" "Yes, he lent me his review materials." Tan Su. Chu Yihua mentioned that he transferred from the first high school in the city for the purpose of poverty alleviation. It was said that his competition awards were only sufficient to paper the walls. The first high school was a prestigious institution, ranking at the top among the 13 key high schools in the province, with 80% of the top 100 students coming from there. Rui Jun High School, on the other hand, is a regular school. Since Tan Su transferred, he had not achieved any scores other than first place. Thus, during their senior year, with Tan Su's assistance, Xu Zhi's grade soared, and she became a dark horse, swiftly entering the top 10 in the city's 3rd mock exam, while Tan Su, in contrast, faced a series of setbacks, even falling out of the top 10 in the same exam. "Just leave in my office," Chu Yihua said. "Tan Su will most likely need to repeat the year." Xu Zhi was taken aback. "But the scores haven't been released yet?" Tan Su didn't attempt the last few questions in math. This isn't merely a mistake, he was entirely out of sorts during the exam. "His parents have already called me, demanding that the school grant Tan Su another opportunity to repeat the year for free." Chu Yihua refrained from telling Xu Zhi that Tan Su's parents had spoken very harshly, even mentioning Xu Zhi in a derogatory manner, insinuating that she had seduced Tan Su, suggesting that their supposed relationship had adversely affected his performance, and insisted that Xu Zhi explain the situation to the school, admitting it was her fault. "You and Tan Su." Chu Yihua hesitated. "We're not in a relationship, and we won't be in the future." Xu Zhi was grateful to Tan Su. There was indeed a time when she mistakenly believed that her gratitude and admiration constituted affection. However, after enduring his repeated emotional coldness and unreasonable outbursts, she came to realize that a 17 or 18-year-old boy could be utterly tedious. Once she sorted through her emotions, she gradually understood that her feelings for him were mostly rooted in gratitude. She had initially intended to have a heartfelt conversation with Tan Su after the exams, but he had been avoiding her. Chu Iwa suddenly chuckled awkwardly. "All right, never mind. I was just asking. Think carefully about your aspirations. We genuinely believe you should consider Beijing or Shanghai. Your scores certainly allow for that possibility." Xu Zhi maintained a calm demeanor. "Qingdao's scores are not low either. I remember they were around 670 or 80 last year." Chu Ihua always believed that excessive calmness was merely a facade of tranquility. "You're nearing 700 without even selecting additional modules. Don't tell me you didn't take the exam for those either. What do you mean by also? Is there someone who didn't take the exam?" "Indeed," old Chu replied, taking his thermos from under his arm, unscrewing it, and blowing away the floating tea leaves before reluctantly taking a sip. "The first high school has produced such a prodigy." He truly was a prodigy, given that the first high school was notoriously competitive. If Tan Su's competition certificates were merely sufficient to cover the walls, then this individual was likely capable of papering the entire city wall. In this particular year, province as coincidentally marked the final year of educational reform. The elective modules were supplementary subjects added within the province, yet they only carried a weight of 60 points, serving solely to augment the scores of first-tier university candidates. Even without the results from the elective modules, as long as the raw scores from the other subjects met the threshold for first-tier universities, one could still apply for such institutions. It was rumored that the student from Municipal First High School had already estimated her score to exceed 700, even without the elective module. Chu Ihua refrained from elaborating further and simply secured the lid back in place. "Thus, I must earnestly discuss the matter of your choices with you. Submitting parallel applications is indeed a nuanced art," she stated. "Teacher Chu, I understand," Xu Zhi replied, somewhat exasperated. She had heard this circular reasoning no fewer than 10 times. "Do not dismiss my insistence. Sometimes a single choice can dictate the path ahead and the individuals you will encounter. I know I have aspired since childhood to be a person of value to society." Xu Zhi possessed a unique talent for articulating the most perfunctory sentiments in the most sincere tone. She was a master of superficial compliance, and those who knew her were well aware. Yet this tactic proved particularly effective with Chu Ihua. Old Chu, indeed gratified, departed with her thermos in hand. The gentle drizzle and slanting wind gradually seeped into the corridor, the sultry breeze brushing against her face with a hint of moisture. The dark clouds loomed ominously on the horizon, seemingly brewing a tempest, and Xu Zhi mused that old Zus arthritis was likely to flare up again. With a vague sigh, she pondered the usefulness of being a person of value to society. How useful, and to what extent, remained a mystery. As long as it was deemed useful, that sufficed. As the sky darkened and the winds howled, the trees rustled vigorously, and suddenly, a torrential downpour commenced. Xu Zhi awaited Kai Yingying by the roadside, having just witnessed the girl in their classroom babbling about her romantic interest. The two had been childhood friends, classmates from elementary to high school, residing in the same neighborhood and seldom apart. Were it not for Xu Zhi's remarkable academic ascent in the final year, they would likely still be inseparable. Upon spotting her, Kai Yingying, with her backpack swinging, rushed over and enveloped Xu Zhi in a warm embrace. "Ah, my dear, I knew you would bring an umbrella." Xu Zhi opened the umbrella. "If you could discern that the class monitor's partner is a muscular guy, this should pose no challenge for you. By the way, what did Teacher Chu want with you? Was it about your choices?" Kai Yingying inquired as she nestled under the umbrella. "She wants me to apply to H University." Kai Yingying was aware that Xu Zhi's heart was set on attending the local Qing University. That one's a notorious heartbreaker. Does an ordinary person even get to say they're going? Kai Yingying had a sage adage regarding the college entrance examination. For those who struggle academically, it was akin to a heartbreaker, neither confirming nor denying your capabilities. Nonetheless, with earnest effort, perhaps the outcome could align with your desires. Moreover, the scores haven't been released, yet why the rush? What if you exceed expectations and score first in the province? Then H University would be out of the question, and you could aim for a university instead. Xu Zhi sighed. "Your thoughts are truly as simplistic as a watermelon." "Indeed, I am nearing my wits' end with Zhai Xiao." Kai Yingying pouted, pulling out her phone to show Xu Zhi their chat history, eagerly venting her frustrations. While I may not be fond of those silly fools who sacrifice the last two questions for love, Zhai Zhao's incessant boasting about his exam results is truly unparalleled. Does he not realize that my score might not even surpass my father's blood pressure? Zhai Xiao is Kai Yingying's prospective boyfriend from the first high school of the city. Their relationship has flourished through a clandestine connection established during a basketball game, teetering on the brink of formal acknowledgement. Xu Zhi, caught off guard, glanced at their chat and was inundated with terms of endearment baby, miss you, kisses, which was indeed a rather glaring sight. Xu Zhi wasted no time in puncturing the bubble. Is the barrier between you two merely a window pane? More like tempered glass, I dare say. Whatever it is, we are not officially dating, Kai Yingying adamantly denied. By the way, what about Tan Su? Passing by a pharmacy, Xu Zhi ducked inside to purchase 2 boxes of medicated plaster for her father, navigating the aisles with ease. He flunked his exam. No wonder he hasn't been in touch lately. It seems he's projected his frustrations onto you again, Kai Yingying remarked, somewhat belatedly. Why does he always do this? Last time, after the physics competition, he gave you the silent treatment and inexplicably lashed out at you. I suspect he's engaging in some emotional manipulation. Well, I suppose I should have a candid conversation with him when the time is right, Xu Zhi replied, her gaze fixed on the differences between the ingredients of Yunnan Baiyao and musk bone plaster, seemingly unfazed. By the way, which plaster does Director Kai usually use? He wouldn't use this. He's overly concerned about his image. As you know, Kai Yingying shrugged. And what about his arthritis? He could just warm a hot water bag. Old Kai certainly has his principles. Xu Zhi couldn't help but compliment. He's merely a penny pincher, Kai Yingying quipped. Neither of them has a mother, however. Their experiences differ. Kai Yingying lost her mother at a young age. In her formative years, her father was preoccupied with work, neglecting discipline, and when he finally sought to intervene, she was unfortunately in her rebellious phase, leading to a tumultuous relationship. Xu Zhi's mother passed away a few years ago, leaving her and her father, Old Su, to rely on one another. Given that Old Su suffers from severe social anxiety, Xu Zhi has been exceptionally considerate, sparing him unnecessary worries, even ensuring he never attended parent-teacher meetings. When Xu Zhi's mother was still alive, she was, in fact, a more spoiled princess than Kai Yingying, prone to tears in her childhood. Old Su would jest that while other girls were made of water, his daughter was akin to a faucet, weeping incessantly. Now, although Xu Zhi has become much more cheerful and outgoing, even talkative, she shed her propensity for tears and anger. When wronged, she simply apologizes, adopting an air of indifference towards disputes, even in the face of Tan Su's treatment. Father, I estimated my scores this morning as I returned to school. Su Guangji, busy in the kitchen, had a pair of glasses perched atop his shiny head, the clatter of pots and pans echoing around him. He barely heard her, turning with a spatula in hand, bewildered. What did you say? Son Wukong is crying? Yes. Tang Sung has been captured by Zhu Beiji. The elderly lady nearby, engrossed in a game of landlord, erupted in anger. Estimating scores. Your ears are even more deaf than mine. Su Guangji, upon hearing this, turned back with a smile and inquired, how did the exam go? It's fine, Xu Zhi replied, while accompanying her grandmother in a game of Dodi Zhu on her phone. Su Guangji responded with a casual, oh, and what about Xiao Kai? How much did she estimate? The elderly lady discarded a pair of twos, and Xu Zhi, pondering whether to play a bomb, took a moment before replying. You seem quite concerned about Xiao Kai. While flipping a potato pancake, Su Guangji did not turn his head and replied, I am primarily concerned about Director Kai's hypertension. Unlike me, he is not in good health and cannot handle stimulation. At this, Xu Zhi looked up from her phone to observe her father's busy figure in the kitchen and smiled. Dad, I used to dislike it when people asked me what my father did for a living, as it felt rather difficult to articulate. However, I now think you are quite admirable, healthy, and spending time with me. Xiao Kai mentioned that she had no idea what her father looked like when she was a child, although it might also be due to her lifelong face blindness. Noticing Su Guangji was about to react, Xu Zhi quickly raised her hand in loyalty, declaring, I swear, I absolutely respect all professions in this world, especially urologists. In that case, do extend that respect to my razor and refrain from using it for your leg hair. Su Guangji quipped playfully, glancing back at her. What are your plans after the exam? I want to work. Xu Zhi tilted her head. I heard your department is looking for someone to handle bed linens. Su Guangji could hardly be bothered to respond, pouring the freshly made watermelon juice with indifference. If you find yourself with nothing to do, gather a few friends for a trip, be it to Kashgar or Mo, anywhere will do. The world is vast, do not trouble your old father every day. After Xu Zhi's mother passed away, Both Su Guangji's life and career plummeted at one point. He nearly lost his job. Yet, he persisted in maintaining a facade of affluence, telling Xu Zhi that he was wealthy enough for her to travel the globe. Xu Zhi found no reason to expose his pretense. After lunch, Su Guangji reminded Xu Zhi not to forget to bathe her grandmother before hastily departing for work, leaving Xu Zhi and the elderly lady in a silent standoff at the dining table. "I want bathe." As Xu Zhi cleared the dishes, she firmly stated, "This is not up to you." The grandmother, known for her fiery temper, was a veritable powder keg when it came to bathing. "I have said I will not wash if you dare to bathe me. I shall call the police and claim you are attempting to drown me." Without turning around, Xu Zhi replied, "If you have the energy for that, you might as well obediently remove your clothes now." In the end, the grandmother did not call the police. Instead, she cranked the bathroom heater to maximum, transforming it into a sauna-like chamber, where she spent the afternoon hurling profanities at Xu Zhi. "The whole family is cursed. Cursed. Your father is useless. You are useless. You resemble nothing of your mother." Since the passing of Madame Lin Xiujie, the elderly lady had ceased to maintain even the most basic dignity. When angry, she would curse, and when displeased, she would strike. Nonetheless, Su Guangji could not bear to leave her alone in her hometown, deciding to bring her to live with them. Xu Zhi had grown accustomed to this dynamic, calmly adjusting the water temperature while warning the elderly lady with a bland expression, "You may curse me as you wish, but do not speak ill of my father." The elderly woman exclaimed, "Your father, your father. You heartless little one. You have no idea that when your mother first became pregnant with you, your father didn't want you at all." With a resounding bang, Xu Zhi closed the door without uttering a word, her chest heaving violently. She endeavored to calm her breathing, as if the river had overflowed its banks, the accumulated rainwater in her chest nearly drowning her. The only respite from suffocation came in the form of the fleeting breaths of a rainstorm. On that afternoon, Su Guangji found himself at the cafeteria, confronted with a rather uninspiring selection of dishes, some remnants of previous meals still lingering. By chance, he encountered Kai Yingying's father. Old Kai, once the head of neurosurgery, had recently been promoted to vice president, radiating an air of triumph as he settled beside Su Guangji with his Hello Kitty lunchbox. "Old Su, you haven't gone home?" Su Guangji, engrossed in his meal, noticed a shadow looming over him and instinctively glanced at the marinated chicken drumsticks he had prepared the day before, drawing his plate closer to himself. "You seem to be looking down on people who doesn't have their share of troubles." Kai, with an air of authority, unveiled his lunchbox. Su Guangji silently glanced over, and indeed, there was nothing noteworthy. Kai, undeterred, picked up his chopsticks and diverted the conversation. "I heard from Yingying that Xu Zhi performed quite well this time, scoring over 700. Kai Yingying had a penchant for embellishing stories, more so than the cafeteria's stir-fry chef. Su Guangji responded while eating, "It's not that high." He was aware that in recent years, he had adopted a low profile, almost striving to make himself forgettable. The painful lessons of earlier years compelled him to heed the wisdom of the elderly, who often said that when one is too fortunate and ostentatious, the heavens grow envious, leading to unwarranted troubles. "I know your grandmother is superstitious, but you are a person of formal education," Kai remarked, scraping the edge of his lunchbox with his chopsticks. "Celebrations must be had nonetheless." "I never said we shouldn't celebrate," Su Guangji replied, adjusting his glasses. "Let's wait until the official scores are released. How is her daughter Kai doing?" "Don't even mention it." Kai sighed, lowering his head to continue eating, his demeanor more stable than his blood pressure. "They won't give her any extra points. If she doesn't want to repeat the year, she might just end up at a vocational school." Feeling a pang of sympathy, Su Guangji offered his chicken drumstick. "Please have some." Old Kai returned the gesture, and Su Guangji, assuming he was being polite, almost protested that he shouldn't hesitate. "Your Kai is truly difficult to manage." Kai dipped his drumstick into the sauce on his plate, savoring it without reservation. "Thank you. This sauce is delightful. Next time, I'll have Kai come over to scoop some more." Su Guangji could only respond with a non-committal silence. However, a sudden thought struck Kai, and as he relished his chicken leg, he added, "I must remind you, is your Xu Zhi dating someone?" Su Guangji abruptly set down his chopsticks. "Who told you that?" "Calm down," Kai urged, momentarily abandoning his meal. "After the third mock exam, there was a parents' meeting you didn't attend. I happened to encounter a boy in the teacher's office, wearing a necklace that belonged to Xu Zhi, which Xu Zhi has. I noticed Xu Zhi's grades were consistently stable, and, fearing that you might become overly excited and affect her performance, I refrained from mentioning it. Su Guangji fixed Kai with an intense gaze, remaining silent. Don't look at me like that, Kai continued. Now that the exams are over, there is no need for such agitation. It would be wise to have a proper conversation with her. It is indeed a bit early for romance. In this regard, our dear Ying provides a sense of reassurance. While she may not possess the beauty of Xu Zhi from your family, and her academic performance leaves much to be desired, one cannot fathom why anyone would wish to pursue a romantic relationship with her. Old Kai, confidently sealing his lunchbox, declared, I shall be the first to take him to our hospital for eye treatment. A torrential downpour had thoroughly drenched the city, yet the sky appeared even brighter post-rain. The lush green leaves, glistening with a deep olive hue from the rain's embrace, complemented the cicadas that chirped joyously, heralding yet another summer. Xu Zhi went to negotiate the rental of Su's apartment, but the occupant was absent. The door was shut tighter than Laozi's alchemical furnace, and a neighboring student mentioned that he had returned to his hometown and would not return until evening. Xu Zhi ambled slowly down the stairs, taking the opportunity to observe the cylindrical building, almost exclusively inhabited by third-year students due to its proximity to the city's first high school. This building was a hub for those vying for academic excellence. The competition at the first high school was fierce, attracting top students from various counties and even neighboring provinces, thus resulting in a significant influx of out-of-town students. Typically, third-year students preferred to rent their own accommodations, as dormitory lights were extinguished promptly at 10. It was said that during the months leading up to exams, this building remained illuminated even at 4 or 5 in the morning. In such a cutthroat environment, it was little wonder that Su's temperament fluctuated unpredictably. Qingyi City, perpetually beset by wind and rain, had damp walls in the stairwell, exuding a musty scent of mildew. Upon reaching the first floor, Xu Zhi faintly heard a few low murmurs from within a room. The grades are not yet out. After discussing with your father, we still hope to send you abroad. There is no need to repeat a year. Oh, whatever, came the cool, resonant reply. Instinctively, Xu Zhi glanced up. The security door was ajar, and a slender, elegant shadow slipped through the crack onto the corridor floor. The dilapidated building, with its crumbling walls and unsightly stains, somehow accentuated the allure of that clean, elongated silhouette. In the corner lay several sticky mosquito traps and various brands of electric mosquito repellents, some evidently unused, indicating that the owner had a discerning nature and was not easily satisfied. The woman spoke again. You must clarify things with that girl. It is best to do so sooner rather than later. Well, I said, whatever you wish. Do not claim she is not my girlfriend. If she truly were, it would be of no consequence. If you say to break up, then break up. This response exhibited a complete lack of survival instinct. The door was slightly ajar, and through the narrow gap, Xu Zhi glimpsed a middle-aged woman of graceful demeanor seated on the living room sofa, her face obscured. Her voice reminded Xu Zhi of her mother, Ms. Lin Xiudia, with a tone that was both gentle and incisive, unhurried, even in anger. The pale yellow floral dress she wore triggered a memory in Xu Zhi's mind. It seemed Ms. Lin Xiudia had a similar one. Are you still trying to deny it? The woman's voice was laced with fury as she slammed her teacup onto the table. If she is not your girlfriend, why did you bring her home? Had I not come, what were you two planning to do? And look at what you are wearing. It is not that I disallow you from dating, but do not make matters so difficult to untangle. That girl's father is not someone to be trifled with. He seemed to sneer slightly. Well then, you need not go to such lengths to find an excuse to send me abroad. What is this attitude of yours? Do you find our concern excessive? If you harbor any dissatisfaction towards us, do voice it instead of resorting to sarcasm. The master of shadows stood with his back turned, positioned at the entrance. Tall and slender, he wore a casual ensemble that appeared hastily thrown together, as if he had merely grabbed a few items in a hurry. His upper body was clad in an oversized jersey, while below he sported school trousers emblazoned with the logo of a prestigious institution. Despite this seemingly disheveled attire, his broad shoulders and straight posture lent him an air of proportionate elegance. He was lean, yet not frail, with sharp, flowing lines that typified a model figure. Xu Zhi recalled that Kai Yingying had indeed mentioned how fiercely competitive the male students at the first high school were, even in terms of looks. Xu Zhi's gaze settled on his logo-emblazoned trousers, which, in stark contrast to the playful uniforms of Rui Jun, were consistently formal and disciplined. Yet this young man did not seem to embody such decorum. He leaned against the shoe cabinet at the door, one hand casually in his pocket, his school jacket hanging loosely from his shoulder, while one foot rested lazily on a basketball covered in signatures, a large DJI drone carelessly discarded at his feet. Amidst this chaotic scene, he remained unperturbed, ordering takeout for himself. "What are you ordering now?" The lady seemed to know him all too well. "Is that all you think about food? Is eating even permissible?" He added fuel to the fire, suggesting that perhaps he should ask the hospital if they had forgotten to inform him at birth that he was made of iron. "Must you speak so harshly?" He sighed. "You knew on the first day we met that I am rather prickly, didn't you? Was I born with a knife?" The lady, perhaps realizing her own folly, fell silent for a moment before changing the subject. "So, you spent the entire night at the police station with your grandfather? What else could I do?" The other party refused to settle. Of course, that was a professional scam. Only your grandfather would fall for it. The lady paused, observing his reluctance to comment on his elder, and the conversation circled back. "That girl you brought home, was she a first-time visitor, or have you both already? I told you she isn't. You wish she were, don't you? I can't be bothered to explain." Her impatience was palpable. The corridor was serene, with cicadas outside singing loudly, attempting to drown out any discordant sounds. Gradually, her tone softened. "I want to meddle in your affairs. You're leaving for abroad soon. Please sort out these chaotic matters. Also, when you called me from the police station last night, I was in a meeting that lasted until 3 in the morning. I only learned about your call from the police this morning. It was not intentional negligence." "Understood." At this moment, he surprisingly appeared agreeable, not inclined to delve deeper into the matter, nor did he care to inquire what transpired after 3. Scratching his head like a sloth, he lazily rose from the shoe cabinet. "I'll lie down for a bit." The lady called after him. "Wait a moment, change your clothes first. Accompany me to Professor Zhang's house." He chuckled in disbelief, arching his back in silent exasperation before leaning back again. "Why not just send me to the national team to register for the Ironman triathlon while you're at it?" As Chen Luzhou spoke, he unexpectedly turned his gaze towards the corridor, his eyes meeting Xu Zhi's outside the door. However, he paid no heed to this encounter and soon returned to his previous position, eyes closed, leaning back with an expression of utter indifference, shamelessly continuing to resist his mother-esque demands. "Mom, I haven't slept a wink all day. If I'm to accompany you, it should at least be in shifts." "Chen Luzhou, can you not be serious for once?" Xu Zhi, known for her mischievous nature since childhood, had a knack for speaking her mind. Mrs. Lin Xiujie, too, was fond of the phrase, "Can you not be serious for once?" With a sigh, he replied, "Oh, Mom, please don't be angry. I haven't even told you the most outrageous thing yet. But have I ever gone against your wishes? In the words of Zhu Yanqi, I'm somewhat a mama-esque boy. Whether it's studying abroad or retaking a year, whatever pleases you is fine by me. And I promise that any future girlfriend will be approved by you. Is that acceptable? Can I go to sleep now?" Truly ungrateful. The middle-aged woman's voice cut off abruptly, as a stranger's face suddenly intruded upon her line of sight. Xu Zhi, perhaps longing for the spirited exchanges with her mother, found this banter quite entertaining, her emotions a whirlwind. Like a rabbit with ears perked up, she leisurely descended the stairs, clearly observing the scene. Chen Luzhou, utterly exhausted, let out a long sigh, feeling utterly speechless and resigned. "Mom, I'm really tired." Before he could finish, he noticed his mother-esque gaze had drifted from their verbal skirmish, prompting him to frown in annoyance and turn back. The sky was ablaze with fiery clouds, the sunset resembling an artist's brushstroke, painting the narrow corridor in vibrant hues. Their eyes clashed once more, both pairs devoid of emotion, strikingly indifferent, akin to 2 frothy glasses of beer colliding in summer, neither yielding to the other. This man, with his exceptionally smooth features and an air of aloofness, had thin eyelids and lips that, when not smiling, conveyed an unmistakable chill. Xu Zhi, with her round face and delicate features, appeared quite innocent, but her eyes, sharp and composed, always held an air of detachment, making her scrutiny seem somewhat unkind. When aloofness meets an unkind gaze, it becomes an uncomfortable standoff. The first to speak would surely lose. Yet, Xu Zhi hesitated within herself, contemplating whether to utter an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Hearing your mother's voice reminded me of my deceased mother." This sentiment felt inappropriate. However, as she studied his eyes, she recalled old Sue's words. A person with genuine intent would not be foolish. Whether this man was sincere or not remained uncertain. But his discerning gaze suggested he was not easily deceived, intelligence clearly etched in his eyes. Xu Zhi pondered whether to sincerely acknowledge her misstep and offer an apology. But before she could voice it, he spoke first, effectively silencing her. "How about we exchange WeChat? Next time you wish to hear someone berated, just buy a ticket in advance, and I shall reserve a spot for you at the entrance." Chen Luzhou removed his school uniform jacket from his shoulders and tied it around his waist, unsure of what he was attempting to conceal. He leaned out slightly, wearing an expression of earnest concern, as if to say, standing here to listen to someone being scolded is rather exhausting. "My apologies." Before Xu Zhi could finish her sentence, a sudden loud bang reverberated as he slammed the door, shaking the very ground with inexplicable fury, the gust carrying an unfamiliar scent that struck her face with a chilling sharpness. The summer foliage was suffused with a scarlet glow, shadows dancing upon the ground, while the faint echoes from within mingled with the relentless chorus of cicadas, resonating in the sweltering brightness of June. "What nonsense are you rambling on about? Just like Lady Lin showed you possess a sharp tongue, unwilling to let him off the hook. Is this truly how one engages a girl? Are you proud of your romantic entanglements? Will speaking politely result in sores on your tongue? I can't say more, it is what it is," came his indifferent reply as he shuffled back inside, nonchalantly adding, "In your eyes, even speaking to a dog constitutes flirting. Go on, keep up your charade. You excel at beguiling hearts. I can't be bothered with you. And if you're going to wear that jacket, wear it properly instead of slinging it carelessly around your waist." With the force you just slammed the door. "Do you think I had time to find my underwear? Did you not notice how she was staring at me? Xu Zhi, do I look like I'm going to perish from embarrassment?" As dusk deepened, the world blurred into a singular hue. The nascent darkness intertwined with the ethereal glow of neon lights, obscuring the contours of the city. After successfully distracting Ms. Lian Hui, Chen Luzhou was called back to the gym by friends for a game of basketball. However, within moments, he was unceremoniously dismissed with a rude gesture. "Were you out stealing last night? If you're not in a mood to play, just go mess around elsewhere. Even a dolphin would be more spirited than you." He thought to himself, "Weren't you the one who begged me to come?" Yet, he had little desire to seek their approval. With a languid shrug, he bumped shoulders with the boy who had gestured rudely, indicating he wasn't interested in playing anymore, and bent down to retrieve his ball before leaving. "Seriously, you're actually leaving?" Chen Luzhou didn't look back, merely waved a hand. The boy dribbled the ball and turned to his companions. "What is his deal?" Today, Guyan had gone to visit him at the house he rented, only to be caught in the act by his mother. How thrilling. They wouldn't be caught in a compromising situation, would they? I just asked him, but he refused to say anything, only inquiring where Zhu Yangqi is at this moment. After all, Guyan is a big star destined for the entertainment industry. Zhu, at this moment, found himself in the studio, leaning against the window while engaging in casual conversation with the little sisters, boasting extravagantly. "Last year, I acquired 6 certificates. Ever since the provincial joint examination, I have been continuously taking tests. By the time I received the last certificate, it was already nearing late March. I had only studied cultural subjects for about 2 months, which was rather unsatisfactory. However, I ranked 81st in the province for sketching." As he spoke, his phone unexpectedly erupted into a flurry of notifications, the persistent sound of WeChat messages ringing out. Zhu glanced at the screen, noting that they were from Lucy. Of course, that was his contact name for her. Chen Luzhou's WeChat handle was quite straightforward. CR, downstairs. CR, barbecue stall. CR, waiting for you for 2 minutes. I'm very hungry. When Zhu descended the stairs, he found Chen Luzhou, as anticipated, reclining on a chair at the barbecue stall. engrossed in a movie with earphones securely in place. Given his extensive film-watching experience, one could easily imagine him as a film critic, indulging in every conceivable genre without restraint. His father, to be precise, his adoptive father, had once owned a video rental shop, but due to government crackdowns on pornography, he was forced to close it down. Subsequently, his adoptive father ventured into various businesses, including rickshaw driving and a partnership in a cigarette factory, ultimately striking it rich in Guangdong and returning in triumph. Now owning several cinemas in the area, albeit as just one of his many enterprises. While other domineering CEOs might collect fine cigars and wines, Chen Luzhou's father had a penchant for gathering rare videotapes, some of which featured films with astonishingly audacious content. Thus, the first film Chen Luzhou ever watched was, in fact, an adult film. The barbecue stall was bustling with people, and before him sat a half-drunk iced latte. His long legs found little space under the table, and he had no choice but to stretch them out awkwardly, leaning them to the sides. One earphone dangled around his neck as a nearby young man struck up a conversation, inquiring if the shoes he wore were last year's limited edition Champions release and whether the signature was authentic. He lifted his gaze from his phone to glance at the guy, retorting, "Whose signature do you think it looks like? Curry? Green?" Chen Luzhou then rewound the movie a few minutes, reclining back in his chair, chuckling, "What a thought, brother. Do you really think Curry or Green would sign in Chinese? At least it's evident that it's 3 characters, right?" Xu recalled that it was indeed Chen Luzhou who had used that very basketball to trick his arrogant, non-biological younger brother into affectionately calling him brother for an entire day. After learning the truth, the little brat had ignored him for a month, feeling rather innocent about the whole situation. He leaned against the door, unapologetically knocking a few times, saying, "I never claimed it was Curry, Green, or Yao Ming, the Jillian signature." The little brat had been so furious that he cried out loud. Who would write their name a dozen times on their own basketball? Narcissist. Clearly, the young man regretted his decision to initiate conversation, bewildered by the absurdity of someone signing their own name on a limited edition championship basketball. As Xu approached, Chen Luzhou didn't even lift his head, his ears as keen as a dog's. "Finished with your painting?" Xu raised his head, disregarding his teasing, and cast a mournful glance around the bustling barbecue stall, where every seat was occupied, even the one opposite Chen Luzhou. He briefly scanned the face of a girl occupying that spot, whose complexion was as pale as a freshly picked lettuce from Guangdong, completely unfamiliar to him. "Where am I supposed to sit?" This was the renowned single-serving barbecue of Yifeng Lane, where one could readily share tables. The girl noticed Xu's expression, which resembled that of a dignified queen, and contemplated whether to stand up. Chen Luzhou, reclining in a carefree manner, remained engrossed in the film, his eyelids not even fluttering. "I never said I was inviting you to dinner," he remarked. Xu countered, "Yet you incessantly messaged me as if I were on the brink of starvation." Chen Luzhou, despite having a modest appetite, could not tolerate hunger. When deprived, he became unhinged, capable of anything. Xu, feeling guilty, dared not let him wait on an empty stomach after work. Palm Lane, a remnant of Jiangnan's old architecture, twisted and turned, lined with a series of intricately carved low buildings. Kai Yingying set up her tripod and camera, donning an oversized black blazer that she had borrowed from an unknown source, then solemnly drew the curtains, plunging the once bright room into an eerie darkness, enveloped in an unsettling silence. Outside, the air conditioning unit dripped water rhythmically onto the awning below. Xu Zhi sat cross-legged on the carpet, idly scrolling through her phone, glancing up to say, "It's merely a hair-dyeing tutorial." "Why do you make it seem like you're recording a last will?" "One must be cautious," Kai Yingying replied, nervously adjusting the camera. "Well, my dad returns tonight. This might just be the last video of the beautiful Kai Yingying in her lifetime." Xu Zhi stared at her, exasperated. "Can't you choose a color that allows you to survive?" Once the camera was set, Kai Yingying retreated to the sofa, resolutely donned gloves, and cradled a small bowl, pouring both the dye and the developer into it, declaring, "Zhai Xiao said this is the trendiest color at their school this year." "Did Zhai Xiao also suggest you fix the air conditioning?" Xu Zhi, aware of her obsession with Zhai Xiao, casually flipped through her color swatch book. Otherwise, You won't need to wait for your dad to intervene. You'll be the first to succumb. Xu Zhi. Kai Yingying shot her a mock glare. Zhai Xiao has never even visited my home. Xu Zhi raised an eyebrow dramatically. Wow, you're truly impressive. Ignoring her, Kai Yingying continued. Zhai Xiao told me that several top students from the first high school are struggling, packing up immediately after the exam to prepare for a repeat year. Even she conspiratorially whispered to Xu Zhi, so-and-so missed an exam. So-and-so was their exclusive nickname for a certain individual from the first high school. And Xu Zhi was unaware of their identity. Perhaps even Kai Yingying didn't know the name, as Zhai Xiao never mentioned it or shared any photos, merely describing him as a handsome rogue who consistently ranked at the top of the experimental class, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The top scorer in this year's Gaokao in Qingyi City would either be him or another academic prodigy. However, Zhai Xiao harbored complex feelings towards him, viewing him as an idol, yet grappling with a sense of dissatisfaction. After all, the first high school was home to an elite few, and that fellow rarely engaged in human affairs. His eloquence was such that even the most indifferent of souls could be persuaded to take a few steps at his behest. At this moment, Xu Zhi reclined on the sofa, perusing the historical score lines of Qing University, responding with an uninterested "Oh, do you know how handsome that guy is?" Kai Yingying remarked while donning a disposable cape. Moreover, it is incredibly romantic. During their school's centennial celebration, he used a drone to film a short video on behalf of our class. His cinematography was truly remarkable, and it has since become the school's promotional video, even trending online. Impressive, Xu Zhi replied dismissively, but have you actually seen him? Not really. To this day, I have no idea who that guy is. Zhai Xiao only posted a blurry photo of a figure from behind. It was quite intriguing. Xu Zhi remained skeptical, as Kai Yingying was known to be a better cook than even the cafeteria staff. All right, stop embellishing. The younger students will soon run out of food. If you don't believe me, that's fine, Kai Yingying said, parting her hair into sections. By the way, you mentioned encountering a woman whose voice was strikingly similar to your mother's? Xu Zhi finally set her phone aside. Do you think it's possible for someone to have such a similar voice? Moreover, her habits and catchphrases were exactly like Lin Xiudia's. Where did you meet her? Strangely enough, Xu Zhi thought, recalling that cool, teasing voice, it's exhausting to stand there and be scolded. Did you not notice how she was staring at me? Xu Zhi absently replied while scrolling through her phone. It was downstairs at Tan Su's apartment. You want to see him? Kai Yingying exclaimed, frustrated at Xu Zhi's lack of ambition. You say you don't like him, yet it seems you've fallen under his influence. I only went to retrieve my mother's necklace. The last time you invited us to watch the meteor shower, he was more interested in my necklace, claiming that the four-leaf clover was very lucky, and took it with him to the exam. The more Xu Zhi pondered, the more she felt that her relationship with Tan Su could only remain platonic. Despite never defining their relationship, Tan Su seemed to believe that she must follow him. Kai Yingying had heard a bit about Lin Xiudia's story since childhood. In various demonized versions, Lady Lin Xiudia appeared to symbolize misfortune. It was best to avoid anything related to her and to keep a distance from Xu Zhi's family, lest old Su suffer from severe social anxiety for years. At the end of Yifeng Lane, there was a small convenience store reminiscent of the 80s and 90s, housing a dusty billiard table that saw little use. Those revising for their senior year had neither the time nor inclination to play billiards, let alone the students who merely stopped by for a bottle of water. The two of them dawdled through a few games, while Chen Luzhou remained silent, not taking it too seriously. Most of the time, he leaned against the billiard table, alternating between winning and losing, endlessly bantering with Zhu Yangqi in an indifferent manner that seemed to say, "You have nothing to say to me." He was all too adept at tormenting others. With a resounding thud, Zhu Yangqi struck the cue ball into the pocket once more, while Chen Luzhou leaned apathetically against the table, lifting his chin in a dismissive gesture, unwilling to engage in conversation. Zhu Yangqi retrieved the ball, offering a sycophantic smile as he positioned it for an easy shot, deciding to confess. Guyan has been blocking me. She claims that everyone online is exposing her and is seeking your assistance. Otherwise, she fears she may never act again. However, you've consistently refused to add her on WeChat. Hearing this sent me into a panic, so I disclosed your address to her. Chun, the young master, showed no gratitude. Returning to the break line, bending down to aim without a hint of emotion as he muttered, Did you ever consider that I might be unable to find a girlfriend for a lifetime because of her? Is it really that serious? Zhu Yangqi was taken aback, slowly realizing the implications, thus confirming that the online account being scrutinized truly belonged to her. Had all those love diaries been fabricated? Or had you genuinely expressed a preference for women who are voluptuous yet dim-witted? Chen Luzhou shot Zhu Yangqi a sidelong glance, scoffing as he reached for the cue. Did you ever observe me conversing with her during my visits to your class? Zhu Yangqi had lost interest in the game, pulling out his phone to browse, only to discover that all posts regarding love diaries had been entirely deleted. Gu Yan's alternate account had also been deactivated, and searching for Chen Luzhou on social media yielded no results. Just a short while ago, he had come across a particularly infuriating post linking Gu Yan's boyfriend to Chen Luzhou, stating that Gu Yan was quite promiscuous. So she lied about dating you? Zhu Yangqi pondered, feeling his idol's image shatter before him. Gu Yan, who typically exuded an aura of cold beauty, was now revealed in a different light. Stammering, he asked, What did she say to you? What else could she have said? Had Gu Yan not been so brazen in her approach, Chen Luzhou would have remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Halfway through a shower, he had heard a knock on the door, assuming it was his coffee delivery. Without even donning his underwear, he hastily threw on a pair of trousers to answer the door, only to find Gu Yan standing there. Gu Yan had made several appearances on trending lists, being the most recognized amongst the art examination candidates, garnering more attention than some celebrities of lesser renown. It would be too disingenuous for Chen Luzhou to claim he did not recognize her, especially since she was a classmate of Zhu Yangqi. However, having just emerged from a shower, his mind was still sluggish, and before he could utter a word, Gu Yan had already begun to cry, her tears flowing like a weeping willow, full of grievance. This compelled Chen Luzhou to retrieve his phone and check the gossip. After doing so, he tossed his phone onto the coffee table and inquired what Gu Yan desired. Through her tears, Gu Yan asked if he would consider being her boyfriend, to which Chen Luzhou bluntly replied that he would not. Clearly taken aback by his rejection, she stubbornly followed up with a question. Why? Is there someone you like? Chen Luzhou, exasperated, with his hair still damp and a black towel draped around his neck, slouched into the sofa, casually switching on the television to a sports channel without even glancing at her, and plainly stated, I have no feelings for you. His straightforwardness was strikingly brutal. Gu Yan appeared momentarily stunned by the rejection, her words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. She lamented how she had risen at 5 in the morning to practice, all for the sake of becoming an actress. She recounted her numerous injuries, asserting that not a single joint on her body was unscathed. A dreamer at heart, she believed that her teachers held high hopes for her, considering her a potential award winner for the nation. Chen Luzhou, being an astute individual, gleaned her underlying plea amid her rambling. Could you please remain silent and refrain from berating me online? The basketball match being broadcast on the television was intensely heated, and most of Chen Luzhou's attention had drifted away. He hardly registered what Gu Yan said afterward, lazily responding with a casual, depends on my mood. He was mostly disinterested in the matter, yet feeling unjustly vilified certainly left him irked. What's it to you? Since you've sold me out, spare me your insincere sympathy. Zhu Yangqi gritted his teeth, aware that Chen Luzhou had likely spent the night at the police station and was now being harassed by Gu Yan, which probably left him sleep-deprived and fuming. Thus, he bent down and asked, Are you still playing? If not, I'll wrap this up. Let's see if I can score first. Chen Luzhou replied. With a loud crack, the cue ball shot straight out with almost no force. It was a corner shot. Instead of taking the straightforward middle pocket shot, he opted for a rather tricky angle. Chen Luzhou generously applauded him. Zhu Yangqi, not one to fall for his antics, likely felt a tinge of embarrassment and retorted, Get lost. Stop trying to show off. You're the best at playing dumb. Do you know that people are saying you dropped out for Gu Yan, claiming you're love-struck? As Chen Luzhou went to settle the bill, he cast a disinterested glance at Zhu Yangqi and asked, So you're still selling me out? Zhu Yangqi, trailing behind like a lost puppy, feigned innocence. When I first heard about this, I thought you two were genuinely dating and just having a spat. I even praised your secrecy, thinking you were keeping things from me. Chen Luzhou opened the fridge, retrieved 2 bottles of cola, tossed one to Xu Yangqi, and chuckled at the absurdity. I wrote love letters in elementary school. Do you really think if I were in a relationship, I would hide it? Just as Xu Yangqi was caught off guard, Chen Luzhou approached the cashier, a look of mock despair on his face as he scanned the QR code while inputting his password, sighing dramatically. Xu Yangqi, I'm quite disappointed in you. Xu Yangqi clumsily accepted the cola, pressing it to his chest, and slowly pieced together the situation. So, it was indeed because your precious little brother accidentally mixed 2 sleeping pills into your milk the previous night that caused you to oversleep? Indeed, this was indeed a tricky situation to explain, as his brother was their biological child, while Chen Luzhou was essentially a foundling. His mother would undoubtedly forbid him from divulging such details. Xu Yangqi felt that Chen Luzhou had been particularly unfortunate lately, as if misfortune had not only attached itself to him, but had also taken up residence in a grand villa. Missing the optional exam could be seen as a consequence of his brother's incessant bullying, but this incident with Gu Yin was truly an undeserved calamity. However, given the nature of your relationship with your dear little brother, are you certain it was an accident? Xu Yangqi expressed his skepticism. Your perspective is quite audacious. Chen Luzhou lounged against the ice cabinet of the small convenience store, sipping on a cola in a languid manner. However, one cannot unjustly accuse him. He was aware of my ongoing struggles with sleep. Out of genuine concern, he offered me 2 of those damned sleeping pills, thinking it would allow me to enjoy a proper slumber after the exhausting days of exam preparation. He was completely oblivious to the fact that we still had an elective module exam on the 3rd morning, mistakenly believing that the ordeal concluded after 2 days. The lad remains somewhat naive, still considering you a brother. Xu Yangqi reflected. Chen Luzhou chuckled, exhibiting a sense of self-awareness, remarking that while he might regard you as a brother, he certainly wouldn't extend that sentiment towards me. This quaint convenience store exudes a sense of nostalgia, adorned with a yellowed poster of Maggie Chung at the entrance. It not only features a billiard hall, but also a claw machine, and the snacks and beverages on offer include Wang Laoji spicy strips and various local delicacies. Even the cola is served in glass bottles, a rarity these days. Xu Yangqi playfully bit open a bottle and said, on a serious note, if I were a girl, I would be inclined to pursue a romantic relationship with you. At that moment, Chen Luzhou was leaning against the claw machine, engaging in light banter with the elderly gentleman next door, who was trying to persuade him to buy a resilient turtle to take home. Chen Luzhou quipped in response, what is so resilient about it? Is this the turtle from the fabled race against the hare? The old man playfully swatted him with a fan, prompting Chen Luzhou to evade with a smile. In the midst of this, he caught Xu Yangqi's words and turned to glance at him, bewildered. Chen Luzhou, what? Xu Yangqi. You see, you are both romantic and affluent. He smiled. We are not entirely incapable of romance. Xu Yangqi, get lost. Yifeng Alley was enveloped in a hushed twilight, with leaves piled upon one another, lending an air of antiquity to the entire stretch. Posters from the 1980s and 1990s were plastered everywhere, and the street was lined with an array of charming little shops, reputedly one of the distinctive architectural features of Qingyi City, often frequented by social media influencers. The 2 of them, carrying a turtle, made their way deeper into the alley amidst Xu Yangqi's animated exclamations. This place is a mosquito haven. How does someone like you, raised in privilege, endure living here? Xu Yangqi exclaimed. Wait, what did I just see? Something just darted by. Was that the legendary Jerry? He had never encountered a live mouse in his life. Chen Luzhou chuckled, wrapping an arm around Xu Yangqi's neck and pulling him closer, gesturing toward the half-open roll-up door nearby. Call out a little louder. That deaf old lady over there is looking at you. What does she want? Perhaps she thinks you are addressing her as honey. Xu Yangqi muttered curses under his breath. As they arrived at the entrance of the senior year review building, beneath the stark glow of the streetlight, 3 figures stood against the backdrop, resembling an ink wash painting. 1 man and 2 women, one of whom sported an audaciously green hairstyle. Xu Yangqi squinted, utterly bewildered, and exclaimed, what on earth is that? Has a parrot turned sentient? Chen Luzhou also caught wind of a familiar voice that had been resonating throughout the day, halting his cola consumption to glance carelessly in that direction. There is no necessity to dwell on negativity before the results are released. Is it merely because I managed to solve the last two challenging problems in mathematics and physics? I concede that may indeed be my fault. It is evident that the girl who uttered those words genuinely wished to offer comfort, yet she perhaps lacks the empathetic capacity to even convince herself. Zhu Yangqi playfully nudged Chen Luzhou, expressing a tone of regret for not having met sooner. This sister's comforting skills are quite comparable to yours. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, fireflies flitted about recklessly, tirelessly circling in endless loops. The trio seemed engrossed in conversation for an indeterminate time, while the boy maintained an impassive expression, standing stiffly like a wooden post. Once again, a voice as pure as a mountain spring broke the silence. Many from the experimental class at City No. 1 High School did not perform well on this exam. Even a prospective top scorer missed one subject. Of course, I do not wish ill upon him. With your demeanor, if he doesn't leap from a building, wouldn't that be quite unjust to your self-destructive tendencies? The parrot whispered, indeed, it was you who sought out Xu Zhi first. Zhu Yangqi was taken aback to find the gossip hitting close to home, and with a gleeful tone, he turned to Chen Luzhou. Are they referring to you? The prospective top scorer? Why haven't you jumped off a building yet? Chen Luzhou cast him a sidelong glance. Zhu Yangqi wore an expression of amused anticipation. But don't they realize that you missed an elective module? And still, they seek to console your boyfriend? Although Zhu Yangqi was not entirely knowledgeable, he recalled his homeroom teacher stating that, even without the elective module, Chen Luzhou should have no issues gaining admission to all but 2 top schools in the country. Moreover, he seemed to possess some advantage regarding lowered scores from competitions. Yet his oblivious mother insisted on sending him abroad. Chen Luzhou casually rested one hand in his pocket while holding a half-finished bottle of cola in the other. His slender, pale arm revealed clear veins under the murky streetlight. With a hint of mischief, he suggested, why not tell her? What? Zhu Yangqi inquired. Our prospective top scorer may have missed a subject, yet his mental fortitude remains unshaken, Chen Luzhou remarked, allowing the hand holding the cola bottle to rest languidly on Zhu Yangqi's shoulder. Not only did he not falter, but he also does not require his girlfriend's consolation. Your boyfriend seems rather inept. Zhu Yangqi clicked his tongue. Oh, how rare it is for you to avoid self-pity. Aren't you the master of lamenting? Well, have I ever wallowed in self-pity? Your WeChat name is a testament to that. Selling tragedy, isn't it? CR, Zhu Yangqi replied. Even though I have only studied cultural subjects for 2 months, I understand what it signifies. CR, derived from. Chen Luzhou began. He had been abandoned by his biological parents at a young age, unaware of his origins, thus lacking a suffix. Zhu Yangqi interpreted it this way. Such a vivid imagination. Perhaps you should rename yourself Stephen Copper, Chen Luzhou remarked, looking down at him with an expression of amusement. CR stands for a racing team in kart racing, meaning the unbeaten legend of madness. Fool, you ought to read more. Zhu Yangqi retorted. Chen Luzhou is a complex individual, difficult to define. Having grown up alongside him, Zhu Yangqi still finds him elusive. The sun shines brightly, and narcissism is merely a reflection of one's own self-obsession. As for the scoundrel, he is undoubtedly a wretch, adept at piercing the most vulnerable parts of others with precision. Yet at times, he excels in the art of superficial charm, leading one to conclude that it is prudent to avoid inciting his ire, for he is a man of boundless transgressions. The Chen family took him in, perhaps lured by his auspicious fate. This is a fact. Zhu Yangqi, on the other hand, has a less fortunate destiny, having encountered the supernatural in his childhood. Ever since he became acquainted with Chen Luzhou, he has not encountered any peculiar phenomena, including Chen Luzhou's precious younger brother. After a night of incessant crying upon his birth, ceased to wail once Chen Luzhou moved in. Chen Luzhou, disinterested in hearing how to console a boyfriend, planned to finish the remaining soda and find a movie to watch. Suddenly, Zhu Yangqi's sarcastic voice pierced the air. Isn't that Tan Su? Chen Luzhou cast a languid glance in his direction. What? Do you know him? Zhu Yangqi squinted, scrutinizing Tan Su. You remember Feng Jin, right? That friend from my middle school who was forced to transfer by his mother. Forced by his mother? Yes, indeed, Zhu Yangqi replied earnestly. A few years ago, the first high school was quite a mixed bag, as the direct admission program from the affiliated middle school had not yet been abolished. Each year, students of dubious merit managed to buy their way in. Subsequently, to enhance their admission rates, the first high school was divided into 3 campuses: Zhongshan, the main campus, and Yulin. The Zhongshan campus, where Chen Luzhou and his cohort attended, housed the CRME de la CRME of academic talent, winners of numerous prestigious competitions. The main campus, populated by average academic achievers like Tan Su and Feng Jin, had the largest number of students, while Yulin was predominantly filled with art students, such as Zhu Yangqi and Gu Yin, most of whom were direct admissions from the affiliated middle school. Chen Luzhou was not a product of the direct admission program, and his schedule differed from Zhu Yangqi's. The Zhongshan campus held classes from Monday to Saturday, with a half-day on Sunday, followed by evening study sessions. Even during winter and summer vacations, Chen Luzhou was often occupied with competition training, whereas Yulin students enjoyed a more relaxed regimen. Consequently, over the 3 years of high school, there remained a significant information gap between the two. Otherwise, Zhu Yangqi would not have genuinely believed that he and Gu Yin were in a romantic relationship. Thus, Chen Luzhou was somewhat unaware of Feng Jin's circumstances. However, upon hearing Zhu Yangqi's account, he recalled a basketball match against Tan Su, during which Tan Su exhibited considerable difficulty in controlling his emotions. That match was part of the sophomore basketball league, pitting the first high school against Leking High School. Both were key provincial institutions, evenly matched in skill. However, that year, the first high school had garnered numerous competition accolades, prompting Leching's players to seek to diminish their rivals' morale on the court. Known for their aggressive and rough style, and buoyed by a referee who favored them, Leching's players engaged in repeated malicious fouls. Chen Luzhou and his team endured half the game in silence, trailing significantly, with several players sustaining injuries, while the cheerleaders outside lamented and urged them to cease playing. Amidst the turmoil outside, the players on the court remained surprisingly composed, disregarding the taunts and provocations from their opponents. During halftime, they focused intently on strategizing and formulating their game plan. The allure of the first high school students lay in their ability to navigate personal conflicts with grace, even amidst their fierce rivalries. However, the collective sense of honor was particularly strong. When faced with such a critical moment, they no longer vied for the spotlight, fully trusting one another. Their tactics resonated harmoniously, ensuring that wherever the ball went, there was someone ready to support. Although Tan Su was sent off by the referee after just half a game, Chen Luzhou and the team captain sustained varying degrees of foot injuries. As Tan Su left the field, they managed to rotate for a mere 10 minutes of rest, fiercely igniting the atmosphere and ultimately turning the tide. In a breathtaking finale, Chen Luzhou clinched the league championship with a last-second three-pointer. It was a narrow victory, leaving the entire crowd in ecstatic tears. However, what followed remains unclear. Tan Su suddenly charged forward and, without a word, knocked the opposing captain to the ground. Chen Luzhou and a few other teammates, just beginning to catch their breath, were unable to intervene as the venue erupted with the thunderous roars of boys and the frantic screams of girls. That year, their results were annulled. Chen Luzhou and several teammates suffered debilitating foot injuries and wore casts for a month. Ultimately, due to Tan Su's impulsiveness, they ended up without any ranking at all. Now, it is difficult to ascertain whether his actions were intentional. Feng Jin remarked that Tan Su had a penchant for seeking attention. After being sent off, he likely felt overshadowed by Chen Luzhou and the captain. Knowing that fighting would lead to disqualification, his impulsive charge could only be seen as either foolishness or malice. Moreover, had he not recklessly pursued rebounds, would Chen Luzhou have sustained an injury? As Zhu Yangqi made this comment, they had already entered the room. Exiting the restroom, he searched for a lighter while resolutely asserting to Chen Luzhou that, as a party to the incident, Chen, having endured a month in a cast, was not as indignant as he was. He single-handedly lifted a chair into the middle of the living room, preparing to replace the lamp he had purchased just days prior. However, upon standing on one foot to take a look, he abandoned the task. The lampshade was teeming with dead insects, a testament to the previous tenant's apparent smoking habit, with blackened residue coating the metal screws. The living room light was dim, flickering as if attempting to exhaust its last glimmers of brightness, on the verge of failing completely. Chen Luzhou reclined despondently against the sofa, staring at the ceiling and reflecting on the truth of an ancient adage. It is indeed difficult to be a hero, especially if one harbors obsessive cleanliness. With such severe cleanliness issues, perhaps you should just move back, Zhu Yanqi mocked, distancing himself from the situation. Don't look at me. I can't manage it either. My cleanliness obsession is even worse than yours. Yet you smoke? Chen Luzhou retorted. Art requires inspiration, you know. Besides, I'm only particular about others. With genuine curiosity, he inquired whether Xu shared similar cleanliness obsessions. Get lost, came the curt reply. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm, Chen Luzhou earnestly advised, embodying a sage-like demeanor. You can stoop to the heights of Mount Tai or bow for the sake of mere grains. You ought to yield a little. If you had been born 100 years earlier, I suspect you were a traitor, the kind that only knows how to manipulate others. Why would I bow to him? Manipulate? Chen Luzhou languidly reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at him. Zhu Yanqi elaborated. He and Feng Jin initially had a good relationship, but when Feng Jin discovered his manipulative tendencies towards girls, they fell out. Regardless of where he is, he always presents himself as a child with autism, effortlessly evoking sympathy and a protective instinct in certain girls. This tactic has proven to be consistently effective. Do you understand? It's not merely a matter of emulating Yang Gua's severed arm to secure marriage, he thoughtlessly declared with brazen confidence. Zhu Yanqi ignored him, asking, Do you not find that girl at the door looks exceptionally innocent and easily deceived? Chen Luzhou found this amusing. Whether she was easily deceived was uncertain, and her innocence seemed merely superficial. Zhu Yanqi clicked his tongue, wearing an expression that suggested, Look at you now. This is retaliation. You're feeling uncomfortable because someone is comforting your boyfriend, aren't you? Why not just pursue her instead? He grabbed the remote control beside him, intending to find a film to watch, casting a glance at Chen Luzhou. Am I that idle? Weren't you rather idle in the months before you left for abroad? That doesn't mean I'm dating. You're not suffering from PTSD over Guyan, are you? Not at all, he replied, switching to the movie channel where The Shawshank Redemption was currently airing. He had watched this film no less than 10 times, and it expressed the themes of freedom and hope to perfection. Nonchalantly, he added, My mother is quite strict. I promised her that any girlfriend must receive her approval. Besides, I am about to go abroad. What is the point of chasing after someone? I'd rather play video calls every day. Long-distance relationships aren't impossible, but I am presently quite broke. Once my mother unfreezes my card, I might consider it, but otherwise, if she wants to meet, I wouldn't even be able to afford a plane ticket. I merely mentioned it in passing. Why think so far ahead? You've truly calculated this out. Haven't you? Something seems off. You must have considered this matter just now, or your thoughts wouldn't be so clear. Zhu Yanqi knew him too well. This rascal undoubtedly harbored some ill intentions. He absurdly nodded, openly admitting, Am I not allowed to think about it? To be honest, she feels more genuine than Guyan. About half an hour later, the doorbell rang insistently. Zhu Yanqi thought it was his food delivery and excitedly jumped up from the sofa, dashing to open the door. When the girl's face appeared at the entrance, he sensed that things might be heading in an uncontrollable direction. Xu Zhi, get straight to the point. Brother, help me out and call your friend. Zhu Yanqi stared intently at Xu Zhi, turning back only to scream all of Chen Luzhou's names with increasing irritation. Lucy, Chen Luzhou, herbal grass, scoundrel, good for nothing. The sister has come to your door. Are you an idiot? Chen Luzhou, holding a bowl of freshly prepared instant noodles, walked over while cursing. He had a fork in his mouth, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze cold as he looked at the person at the door, articulating clearly, What is the matter? Could I borrow that baseball bat outside your yard? My necklace is stuck in the large tree at your door, Xu Zhi stated directly. Chen Luzhou assessed her with a glance, his eyes indicating the towering tree outside. You think borrowing the bat will help you reach it? Xu Zhi turned her head for a brief moment before calmly redirecting her gaze. She first glanced at the slightly shorter individual, quickly dismissing him, and then turned her attention to him, ultimately lowering her eyes to the instant noodles in his hands, along with the spoon he held in his mouth. Do you have some free time? I can wait for you to finish, she inquired. Chen Luzhou. Zhu raised his eyebrows. At the entrance stood an ancient sycamore tree, its branches dense and intertwined, the leaves layered upon one another, making it difficult to find even during the day, let alone at night. Chen Luzhou accompanied her outside for a look. He rested one hand on the rough tree stump, gazing up silently for a moment before turning to her with a troubled expression. How about this? I'll buy you another one. Xu Zhi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, that would be quite inappropriate. Chen Luzhou regarded her without a smile. His gaze, perhaps inherently captivating, remained cold. He lazily tilted his chin upwards. Why don't you perform for me again, to show how you managed to get up there? Xu Zhi. The moon hung in the sky, solitary and high, much like the slender and handsome youth before her, seemingly formidable, yet filled with promise. Young Master Chen had always been the center of attention, able to command respect without restrictions, leaving no one capable of gaining favor under his influence. This necklace is quite expensive, she attempted to persuade him. Is it? He nodded empathetically, offering her a suggestion. Why not make a wish and see if it's worth it? Xu Zhi. This was left to me by my mother, she finally admitted, looking directly at him. Today, Ms. Lin Xiujie had been exceptionally present in her thoughts. Xu Zhi seldom considered her, but perhaps it was the woman earlier that afternoon, who shared the same eloquence, that instilled in her a peculiar sense of familiarity towards this boy before her, whose name she did not even know. Or perhaps the necklace itself was a reminder of something significant. Under the pale moonlight, their gazes met openly in the air. Chen Luzhou felt an inexplicable difference from the icy encounter that afternoon. Her eyes appeared softer, imbued with a certain pleading charm. To be frank, having a boyfriend while flirting with another man tends to diminish one's appeal. Chen Luzhou prided himself on being seasoned in matters of the heart, despite never having engaged in a serious relationship. However, he had developed an understanding of how to maintain distance from girls long before Zhu raised her interest in any particular one. After being caught writing love letters by his mother as a child, she always assumed he had numerous girlfriends. Nevertheless, Chen Luzhou never perceived himself as having any issues in romantic affairs. Tonight, he suddenly felt as though he might be overstepping boundaries. Leaning against the tree, he averted his gaze elsewhere, his tone growing colder. Then I suppose I have no choice. Would you be so kind as to call the fire department? You seem to have a drone. You could send it up to take a look, right? Unaware of the flirtation, Xu Zhi carefully directed a glance toward him, recalling the drone she had seen earlier at his doorstep. Do you think this is kite flying? Chen Luzhou nearly rolled his eyes. My mother also has a plane. Would you be interested? Xu Zhi. On the side, Kai Yingying watched the back-and-forth exchange between the two, her eyes nearly bleeding from the intensity. She found the incredibly handsome man to be quite captivating. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, the cicadas buzzing dully and fervently, as if they had sprouted from the very ground. Chen Luzhou intended to check on his instant noodles, but as he straightened up, he saw a figure emerging from the stairwell, holding a long pole horizontally. Chen Luzhou, with a blank expression, asked, Zhu Yangqi, what are you doing? Zhu Yangqi, glistening with sweat and brimming with enthusiasm, extended his makeshift contraption from the doorway, exclaiming, I'm helping the young lady find her necklace. The pole, cobbled together to a length of 3 or 4 meters, was bound with an assortment of items, nearly every elongated tool from Chen Luzhou's home, including but not limited to a baseball bat, a tripod, a clothes-drying rod, a broom, and a wooden stick whose origin was a mystery. Most distressing to Chen Luzhou was the fact that, at the very top, a cooking ladle was tied on. How about that? Am I clever or what? Zhu Yangqi beamed up at him, unabashedly seeking praise. Finally, as Chen Luzhou discerned the material of the wooden stick, his face darkened instantly. Did you dismantle my model? Zhu Yangqi, sensing the impending storm, slipped past him like an eel and frantically rummaged around the towering tree, causing the leaves to rustle as if stirred by a tempest, startling the birds into a flurry of wings as they fled into the boundless night. Well, did you find anything? Indeed, I did. In the thickening twilight, a glimmering gold chain fell abruptly at Chen Luzhou's feet. As he held his phone, He questioned her taste while simultaneously affirming her determination. Unexpectedly, Xu Zhi casually glanced over and, unfazed, remarked, "That's not the one." Zhu Yangqi, Chen Luzhou. At last, just as the ancient tree was about to be stripped bare, Xu Zhi's four-leaf clover necklace was found. She calmly and politely said, "Thank you, this is it." However, the wealthy young Master Chen, ever the opportunist, placed his hands on his hips, leaning against a nearby utility pole, and commanded Zhu Yangqi with an air of authority. "Come on, don't stop. Shake it some more. See if there are any gold bars or something." Xu Zhi, Gai Xingying. Zhu Yangqi. After handing over the gold chain to the community office, Xu Zhi suggested treating them to a late-night snack as a gesture of gratitude. Kai Yingying immediately chimed in, yes, I know a place nearby that stays open late. It's not only delicious, but also clean, boasting a 5-star rating on public reviews. We are truly grateful to you. This necklace means a lot to my best friend. Zhu Yangqi. Sounds good. Chen Luzhou. I'll just go home and eat instant noodles. Kai Yingying's expression instantly fell. Indeed, it seemed that handsome men were not easily swayed. Attempting to cover up the slight, she said, "Really? Are you being so dismissive? What is wrong with having a late-night snack? Are you afraid we might have designs on you? Both of us have boyfriends, you know." "Ah, we both have boyfriends." Now even Zhu Yangqi, who was busy dismantling the pole, lost interest in going. Xu Zhi instinctively glanced at Kai Yingying, who continued to speak with a righteous tone. "You have done us such a tremendous favor, and yet you dismantled his model. We do not wish to owe you any favors. It is purely to express our gratitude, so there is no need to overthink it." After saying this, Kai Yingying leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Someone like him, so handsome, is bound to be aloof and arrogant. We must take the opposite approach. Otherwise, we might find ourselves entangled with him in the future." Xu Zhi, perplexed, responded, "Wait, what are you thinking? What about Zhai Xiao?" Kai Yingying, with an air of righteousness, replied, "What does that have to do with me? Did you not say you would treat them to a meal? I'm merely tagging along for a meal with a handsome guy." She gestured towards him. "It's unlikely we'll encounter another such gem this year. So what is the harm in having a meal? Besides, Zhai Xiao and I have yet to formally establish our relationship, and you haven't even started anything with Tan Su. It's bound to fall apart soon anyway, so what is there to be concerned about?" Xu Zhi wasn't particularly bothered by this and refrained from saying much more, merely sighing. Just don't scare him off. She had her own calculations in mind, yet she wasn't adept at conversing with others, especially boys. Zhu Yangqi was about to suggest that since they both had boyfriends, he might as well return to eat instant noodles. However, Chen Luzhou, who was crouched down tying his shoelaces, spoke without looking up. "Sure, were we eating?" Crouched, he could only see a fluffy, soft head and a broad, straight back, resembling the ridge of a mountain at dawn, evoking a desire to climb. Xu Zhi suddenly felt that he might not be so difficult to handle after all, and she focused on the top of his head, saying just at the entrance. Chen Luzhou leisurely finished tying his shoelaces, pulled them tight, and stood up. They stood beside a tree, but Xu Zhi felt that his presence was more substantial than the tree itself, enveloping her securely. A faint scent of sage shower gel wafted into her nostrils, and as the night descended like a vast net, Xu Zhi felt an inexplicable sense of safety behind him. "You go ahead. I'll just lock the door," he said, turning to head inside, while the one beside him, like a shadow, immediately followed suit. "We'll wait for you at the entrance." Xu Zhi and Kai Yingying stood under the streetlight at the bottom of the staircase, waiting. Fireflies continued to flutter aimlessly, and under the soft, warm glow, their figures elongated and remained still, resembling two statues waiting for their husbands. Xu Zhi reminded her, "Kai Yingying, wipe your drool." "That's not drool," Kai Yingying retorted, "it's tears of envy." "Envying what?" Xu Zhi asked. "Envying his future girlfriend." "Xu Zhi Yinguit, how do you know he doesn't have a girlfriend?" Kai Yingying, her gaze fixed firmly on the entrance of the building, replied with unwavering certainty. "He clearly looks like a single dog, and besides, this handsome guy is definitely hard to pursue." No sooner had she finished speaking than a soft sound of a door closing echoed from within, followed by two tall, youthful figures emerging from the entrance. One after the other, the shadow, evidently tidied up, had a string of trinkets hanging around his neck, walking like an antiquated music box, clinking and clattering. He merely changed into a simple, clean black t-shirt, and perhaps fearing the evening chill, draped a sports jacket over his shoulder. His fair skin accentuated the fluid and powerful lines of his arms, with prominent veins visible. He sauntered languidly behind his companion, his head bowed as he plugged his phone into a power bank. His companion, with a playful grin, uttered something unclear, to which he responded with a half-hearted chuckle. A moment later, his gaze drifted towards Xu Zhi, seemingly uncertain of how to address her, before he nonchalantly withdrew his attention, remaining stationary. Xu Zhi, sensing a hint of covert intent in his gaze, felt a strange unease. Without hesitation, Kai Yingying tugged Xu Zhi forward, and the four of them strolled towards the alley's exit. In the meantime, Chen Luzhou had found a film to watch, prompting Kai Yingying to express her discontent. Really? Is it that boring to hang out with us that you resort to watching movies? You needn't worry about him. He behaves the same way when he out with his girlfriend. You may not know, but Zhu Yangqi is notoriously candid, almost revealing everything about his family. Chen Luzhou shot him a dispassionate glance, and Zhu Yangqi swiftly changed the subject, asserting that he had seen every film released at Bohui Cinema. Kai Yingying, thinking she had misjudged, quietly inquired of her companion, "Oh, does he have a girlfriend?" Zhu Yangqi clicked his tongue. "Didn't you say it was just dinner? What? Are you trying to pursue my brother?" "Please, I have a boyfriend," Kai Yingying retorted, rolling her eyes defiantly. "But I must say, the tickets at Bohui Cinema are exorbitantly priced, and they never offer discounts." "Nonsense. It is the largest cinema in the city, after all." Xu Zhi lagged behind, glancing over to see him engrossed in the movie, clearly uninterested in conversing with her. And it was an old disaster film at that. "Why is he watching this now?" "I remember it came out when I was a freshman." Xu Zhi feigned casualness, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Is that so? Perhaps I was too busy before to notice." "The second installment is set to release this summer," she added. He replied, his tone even more subdued than before. "Have you seen any films at Bohui recently? I can treat you," Xu Zhi offered. Finally, Chen Luzhou lifted his gaze, casting her a perplexed look, seemingly bewildered by her implication, as if to ask, "Is a meal not enough gratitude?" Xu Zhi could hardly muster the audacity to suggest, "I'll treat you to a movie if you let me meet your mother." How could she approach his mother more naturally? "It's nothing," Xu Zhi concluded, feeling her attempts lacked authenticity. The alley lay shrouded in silence, the walls mottled with moss, and the tall heights adorned with layers of leaves. Moonlight cascaded over the walls, where nostalgia lingered like an unyielding presence. The path sloped downward, the wind whispering clearly in her ears, while the tinkling of bicycle bells echoed from behind. A group of exuberant young boys raced past them, heedless of their speed, illuminated by the moonlight. Xu Zhi, lost in her thoughts on how to converse more naturally, nearly collided with them, unfazed and forcefully shifted the subject. "When is your birthday?" After posing a question, I felt a sense of unease. The timing seemed off, and it was improbable for him to have a son of such an age. My inquiry about his birthday? Chen Luzhou glanced at the group of unruly children, then discreetly moved to the side, perhaps amused, with a rare, indifferent smirk gracing his lips. "You might as well inquire about my name first. Don't you know the basic etiquette of striking up a conversation?" "Oh." There was no further reply. "Chen Luzhou, shouldn't you inform your boyfriend?" As they reached the mouth of the alley, Chen Luzhou locked his phone, idly spinning it between his fingers. Uncertain whether it was a casual remark or a deliberate provocation, he stood at the bustling street corner, observing the imminent change of the traffic lights, and suddenly posed a question. Xu Zhi perceived his inquiry as somewhat unfriendly, quickly followed by the thought that being his girlfriend must feel quite constraining. Is dining with someone of the opposite sex prohibited when one has a boyfriend? Her gaze was so sincere that it caused Chen Luzhou, who had been carelessly twirling his phone, to momentarily pause. Good question. Yifeng Lane, famous for its barbecues, attracts many visitors, not only from Qingyi City, but also from neighboring cities. At this hour, the streets were teeming with people, and luxury cars were wedged into every available space. Xu Zhi, unwilling to stand in line, searched for a restaurant on Meituan with the least wait time, ultimately settling on a local specialty, seafood and bone barbecue. As soon as they sat down, Chen Luzhou's phone buzzed. While perusing the menu, he casually glanced at the screen and promptly dismissed the call, which displayed Queen Mother. Xu Zhi exchanged glances with Kai Yingying. Zhu Yangqi knew it was his disheartening mother. Oh, has he grown some wings? He dares to ignore the call from the Queen Mother? Shouldn't he be reminded? Chen Luzhou sighed, somewhat humbled, and tossed the menu to the two girls. You order. Zhu Yangqi excitedly tapped the table. Hurry up. No need to spare his wallet. Let us have the boss bring out 10 servings of lobster sashimi first. Kai Yingying snatched the order pad. We're treating, all right? Zhu Yangqi reassured her. Don't worry. He never lets girls pay. Chen Luzhou stepped into the restroom to return Mrs. Lian Hui's call. He held the phone to his ear while washing his hands. Mom? Mrs. Lian's voice was as dignified and gentle as ever. Now that the exams are over, aren't you planning to move back? He chuckled nonchalantly, turning off the tap and drying his hands with a paper towel. In any case, I'll be going abroad in less than 2 months, so moving back seems unnecessary. What is the matter? Do you miss me? We've nearly prepared your study abroad materials. If all goes well, you'll have a video interview next week. Yes, understood. Chen Luzhou tossed the paper into the trash, leaning against the sink with a languid demeanor. Aren't you curious about which university it is? Whichever it may be, I'm confident I'll be accepted. Aren't I? Chen Luzhou rolled his eyes, resting his hand on his nose bridge. Mom, I understand your concerns. Regardless of the so-called diploma mill they find for me, I will dutifully attend. When Chen Luzhou returned, the dishes had just been served, and a heap of skewers lay discarded in the trash. Zhu Yangqi, with his mouth smeared with greasy cumin, looked up as Chen Luzhou pulled out a chair and, with a hint of disdain, handed him a napkin. Wipe your mouth. It looks rather unappetizing. Chen Luzhou glanced at Xu Zhi, who had a clean plate before her. Having barely touched her food, her phone resting beside her, with her power bank connected to it. Casting a brief look, he said nothing. Not hungry. Thankfully, Xu Zhi proactively explained, feigning an attempt to unplug her phone. It just ran out of battery. No need. Keep charging it, Zhu Yangqi replied. Taking a sip of the meatball soup. Zhu Yangqi, you actually don't eat coriander? Kai Yingying exclaimed in distress. Clearly, during his absence, Zhu Yangqi had already introduced them. Taking the initiative to provide a brief introduction. This beauty is Kai Yingying, the Kai of crystal clear brightness. This fairy is Xu Zhi, the Xu of the osmanthus flower. You are Chen Luzhou. I have already informed them about you. Kai Yingying remarked. I heard your English name is Lucy? Zhu Yangqi nodded. It's because my brother has always been exceptionally handsome. His English tutor thought he was a girl when he was little. Kai Yingying, half convinced, replied. He certainly doesn't look like a girl now. He is quite handsome. Right? Xu Zhi? Xu Zhi found Chen Luzhou to be a commendably attractive young man, his features impeccably defined, leaving no room for dispute regarding his looks. His straight and well-groomed brows, sharp yet delicate eyes, and bright, cool pupils gave him a distant and unapproachable demeanor. Most of the time, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, the only part of him that appeared gentle. For some reason, Xu Zhi sensed an audacious fearlessness emanating from him. When Kai Yingying made her comment, he seemed unashamed, allowing Xu Zhi to scrutinize him, his gaze returning her observation without reservation. Conversely, Xu Zhi found herself unable to maintain eye contact with him. Isn't that so? Chen Luzhou chuckled, leaning back in his chair, the zipper of his athletic jacket casually undone, as he poured himself a small dish of vinegar. I'm still quite curious. How did your necklace come to be hung up there? Kai Yingying explained, well, she performed better than her boyfriend on the college entrance examination, and he probably felt a bit insecure, subjecting Xu Zhi to various forms of silent treatment. This wasn't an isolated incident. He would inexplicably lose his temper whenever he performed poorly, expecting Xu Zhi to console him. Just now, when Xu Zhi wanted her necklace back, he suddenly went mad and threw it off the balcony, and it got stuck in your tree. Zhu Yangqi remarked. Is he insane? Sister, why don't you break up with him? Xu Zhi calmly responded, please don't call me sister. We aren't sure who is older. Besides, I intend to clarify things with him. Kai Yingying interjected, but that guy can be quite nice at times. He comes from a family with little money, and during his senior year, to save on expenses, he would eat only 1 meal a day. Once, when Xu Zhi couldn't eat dinner, he gave her his only meal. He is a rather complicated person. Xu raised his head and took a bite of the mushroom skewer. His brow furrowed as he exclaimed without restraint, "Sister, didn't your mother teach you not to pick up boyfriends from the trash? How fortunate for you. You went straight to the recycling station to rummage around." Xu Zhi, however, was not angered. Instead, it was Kai Yingying who, upon hearing this, seethed with rage and wanted to chastise Xu for his lack of decorum in questioning someone else's mother. Before she could speak, Chen Luzhou, who had been observing with a dispassionate demeanor, casually picked up a golden bun from the table and stuffed it into Xu's mouth, signaling him to refrain from speaking. Have you ever been discarded, or have you ever rummaged through the trash? Does dating someone affect your ability to scavenge? Is your year-end KPI suffering because of her? Xu's jest did indeed lack a sense of propriety, and upon reflection, he realized it was rather inappropriate. After all, how could he speak so of a girl they had only just met? Thus, following Chen Luzhou's lead, he mumbled a half-hearted attempt to amend his words. Well, indeed. Competition is fierce nowadays. Kai Yingying's anger subsided somewhat, but she was not inclined to converse with Xu any further, redirecting the conversation to Chen Luzhou. I heard you have a nickname, Fairy Grass. Xu Zhi regarded Chen Luzhou, feeling an inexplicable warmth toward him, perhaps due to the striking resemblance his voice bore to that of her mother. Yet, he presented himself as aloof and unapproachable. Chen Luzhou wore an expression that seemed to say, "Don't ask me. If you want to know who calls me that, inquire with them." Xu Zhi and Kai Yingying simultaneously turned their gazes toward Xu. Xu, regaining his bravado, chewed on a bone while elaborating, "Haven't you heard? The handsome boys at our city's #1 high school are in fierce competition, akin to celestial beings clashing. He is the one who triumphed, the fairy grass among the immortals." Chen Luzhou, scrolling through his phone, thought to himself, when did I ever participate in such a thing? Forget it. Showing off invites disaster. Kai Yingying, finally catching on, glanced at the duo. You both are for #1 high school too? Xu turned his head to look at Chen Luzhou, who remained oblivious, showing no concern for the school's reputation. He lounged carelessly, legs sprawled, while his WeChat notifications buzzed incessantly, as if someone had penned a lengthy message to him. He seemed genuinely engrossed, reading every word with keen interest, embodying the archetype of a notorious playboy from #1 high school, occupied with various affairs. Xu inched away subtly, deciding to maintain his distance, sitting up straight to address Kai Yingying. What's the matter? Do we not resemble each other? Kai Yingying glanced between Chen Luzhou and Xu, uncertain who resembled whom, but concluding that they indeed differed somewhat. Xu mused silently, with such long hair and limited insight. Do you have any idea how remarkable this person is? Yet, he deemed it best not to engage with Chen Luzhou for the moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of that lengthy message, realizing it was not what he had imagined. Indeed, Chen Luzhou was extraordinary. The lengthy text was filled with unsolicited greetings, likely from Gu Yan's devoted admirer, who had somehow added Chen Luzhou on WeChat, and the words were quite unsightly. How can you tolerate this? The television in the barbecue restaurant was screening a French film. Chen Luzhou leaned back in his chair, stretching his neck to catch a glimpse of the film's title. He then lowered his chair's legs and remarked to Xu Yangqi, "Look at how earnestly he inquires. I thought he knew where my ancestors' graves were. Isn't that curious?" Yet, by the end, he left me without an address. Kai Yingying, completely oblivious to their conversation, redirected the topic. "Since you both are from the first high school, do you know Zhai Xiao?" Chen Luzhou shook his head. Xu Yangqi rummaged through his memory. "I think so. We played ball together some time ago." "Which one?" Chen Luzhou asked, tilting his head. "Have I seen him?" Xu Yangqi replied, "Of course. We played several times, but you usually play with Jiang Cheng and his crew, so you probably don't remember him." Kai Yingying's eyes sparkled. "He must be an academic overachiever at your school, right?" "Not exactly, but he does study hard. He is quite diligent," came the response. "He can't compare to this one next to him." Kai Yingying, feeling challenged, retorted, "So, it sounds like you're quite the scholar? What did you estimate your college entrance exam score to be?" "About 400 points, just shy of 500, he admitted. "Then how can you be so boastful?" Kai Yingying gulped. "I'm an art student. That score is sufficient for admission to one of the top 8 art academies," Xu Yangqi replied. Kai Yingying exchanged glances with Xu Zhi and they ceased their inquiries, naturally categorizing Chen Luzhou and Zhu Yangqi into the art student realm. As more guests trickled into the barbecue restaurant, Chen Luzhou repeatedly confirmed whether Xu Zhi was full. He then picked up his phone and stood, seemingly intending to settle the bill, to which Xu Zhi quickly followed suit. Only Zhu Yangqi and Kai Yingying remained at the table, gnawing on the last bits of meat. Kai Yingying couldn't resist asking, "Are there many girls who interact with Zhai Xiao?" "Girls? I haven't noticed." Zhu Yangqi initially shook his head, then suddenly brightened. "I think he has a girlfriend from another school." Kai Yingying smiled mysteriously. Oblivious, Zhu Yangqi was savoring the marrow from the bones, mumbling, "I think her name is Jingjing." Kai Yingying rolled her eyes. "Jingjing? Yingying? Can't you tell them apart?" Patiently, she prompted him, "Think about it. Isn't her name quite similar to mine?" Zhu Yangqi's face lit up with realization, "Right? Her name is Chai Jingjing, from the 8th High School." Kai Yingying's smile faltered. "Xu Zhi, Zelentets," pursued Chen Luzhou to the front desk, ready to snatch the bill from him. She even had the QR code ready. However, Chen Luzhou merely picked up a pack of tissues at the front desk. Upon turning around and noticing her following, he cast a meaningful glance in her direction. Amidst the bustling crowd at the front desk, his gaze fixated solely on her. His eyes, pure and bright, resembled a hidden moon behind sparse trellis, evoking an exhilarating sense of wonder. They held an expansive depth, as if he could weather any stormy sea or conceal youthful sentiments within a tranquil pool. Casually, Chen Luzhou picked a piece of fruit candy from the front desk candy box and handed it to her with a cheerful smile. "What are you following me for? Did you think I was going to pay the bill?" In that moment, Xu Zhi learned from him what it meant to be natural. The barbecue restaurant was bustling with life, the air filled with the clinking of beer bottles, intermingled with the boastful banter of friends and family, as well as the obsequious flattery of subordinates who spoke in one manner in the city and another in the suburbs. Chen Luzhou stood there, incongruous beside the others, his smile reminiscent of dewy pine needles glistening in the morning forest, fresh and imbued with a radiant vigor. Xu Zhi recalled a line, "Cowardice imprisons the soul. May hope grant you freedom." While his sharpness was undeniable, he was undeniably a beacon of hope. Yet, he was not easily deceived. Xu Zhi discreetly tucked away her phone, accepting a piece of candy while deliberately avoiding the part he had touched. "You art students really go through a lot of paper." "That whole pack was consumed by the two of you," she remarked. Chen Luzhou chuckled, not denying it, and gestured towards the front desk. "Are you still eating?" Xu Zhi unwrapped the candy and shook her head. He then pointedly indicated the front desk. "Then you should pay the bill." Although it was agreed that Xu Zhi would treat, the cashier, unaware of the context, couldn't help but roll her eyes at his brazen tone, as if he were shamelessly living off her. After finishing his statement, Chen Luzhou turned to leave. Xu Zhi watched him casually toss the pack of paper onto the table, muttering something indistinct. She only vaguely caught his teasing remark directed at Zhu Yangqi. "Save some, bro. If it doesn't work out, let your dad switch to planting trees." He then retrieved his coat, which had been draped over a chair, and exited. It was rumored that Zhu Yangqi had repeated a year in school, making him older than the rest. Thus, his address of bro was indeed appropriate, yet it sounded rather sardonic. Zhu Yangqi bristled. "Hey, just look at what's in front of you. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were up to no good here." Xu Zhi settled the bill and stepped outside, just as a message from her father popped up on her phone. "Guangji is a good doctor. Your grandmother says to bring home a roasted gopher tonight." Xu Zhi deeply then followed up with, "Do you also think it's hard to catch one?" "Guangji is a good doctor." "Oh, I meant roasted sweet potatoes. Have you had dinner? When will you be back?" Xu Zhi responded, Kai is still having a late-night snack. I'm not sure what time." "Guangji is a good doctor." "Never mind. I'll just lock the door. You can stay at Kai's tonight. I'll have the sweet potatoes sent over to your grandmother." Xu Zhi "No, Dad. It's still uncertain if Kai can come home tonight. She sent a photo of Kai's hair dyeing from that afternoon." After a moment, her father replied, "That is going to raise her blood pressure." Xu Zhi was well acquainted with her father's frequent typos due to his reliance on the Wubi input method. "Right. Kai will manage. One T she. Guangji is a good doctor. I mean, Director Kai's blood pressure will be high." Xu Zhi zet Kai says she supports you becoming the director. Qingyi City, a bustling port metropolis, has undergone substantial transformations in recent years. The urban landscape has evolved remarkably, with towering skyscrapers dominating the skyline and commercial districts that rival the Olympic rings in their density. Yifeng Alley, nestled in the heart of the city, was once the epicenter of a fierce rivalry between the eastern and western ports, a contention that escalated to the point of violence, even resulting in fatalities. Ultimately, neither side emerged victorious, and Yifeng Alley has retained its original character, preserving the authentic charm reminiscent of the 1980s and 1990s. Amidst the thriving commercial streets, it stands as a solitary gem, having transformed into a popular social media hotspot, which has consequently boosted the business of nearby barbecue establishments. In contrast to previous quieter times, the atmosphere is now vibrant and bustling. Outside the barbecue shop, a long queue snakes around, reminiscent of a line of dominoes waiting to topple. As Xu Zhi steps out, she spots Chen Luzhou idly leaning against the carousel's waiting bench, playfully teasing a child. He towers over the little one, who barely reaches his thigh, and taunts. "Let's play rock, paper, scissors. If you win, I shall relinquish my spot." The child stubbornly refuses to budge, insisting, "No, I just lost to you 5 times. You cheated." He chuckles. "Can't you handle losing? When you lose, you blame others for cheating." The child retorts, "But you seem to win every time." "It's because you're not clever enough," he quips. The child's expression shifts to one of despair, and Xu Zhi, fearing the next utterance might be a threat involving Ultraman, finds herself at a loss for words. Each time the child invokes Ultraman, she is tempted to assert that such a hero does not exist, yet old Xu advises her to cherish the child's innocence. Ultraman, a mythical figure, is deemed a powerful ally, even more effective than the police. Sure enough, the child inquires, "Brother, are you afraid of Ultraman?" Terrified, Chen Luzhou replies, "Then do you believe I can summon Ultraman to deal with you?" Dream Beat, the favorite of the Ultraman realm. "Is that so? Aren't favorites usually the weakest?" The child is on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "How shameless! How old are you, still stealing our seats?" "I may be older, but standing is exhausting," Chen Luzhou retorts. "If you don't mind, I could call you brother too." The child, incensed, finally storms off in frustration. Xu Zhi approaches to remind him that the child seems to be fetching a parent. Leaning against the carousel seat, Chen Luzhou gazes at her for a couple of seconds, his expression neutral. Yet Xu Zhi perceives an invisible fuse within his eyes, harboring a latent and formidable energy. He slowly replies, "Oh." Xu Zhi retrieves her phone and activates the recording function. Chen Luzhou watches her intently as she fiddles with her device. "What are you doing?" he inquires. "Recording," she replies. "In case we encounter an unreasonable parent, I'll assist you in reporting to the police." Chen Luzhou chuckles softly, remaining still, and lazily turns his head, his gaze drawn to the lively music fountain in the distance, hands casually tucked into his pockets. "It's only our first meeting. Why are you so eager to assist me? Your intentions seem rather insincere." Xu Zhi gazed at him in confusion, thinking they had already exchanged names, believing they were friends. Chen Luzhou remarked, "You must have quite a few friends." Xu Zhi pondered seriously, "Not really." Just as her words faded, a hurried and grateful voice interrupted, "Thank you. I don't know why this place is so crowded today. My father has difficulty walking, and he is reluctant to go to the restroom. Could you please help us save a seat?" Chen Luzhou then slowly straightened up from his chair and calmly replied to the father and daughter, "It's no trouble at all." In that moment of astonishment, Xu Zhi turned to see the parent leading the child, who was preparing to confront them. Observing the situation, the parent swiftly reprimanded their child. "That uncle is in such condition, and you still want to take his seat? Have some decency. Why are you even eating? Go back and do your homework." As dusk deepened, neon lights and advertisements hung limply between the buildings. The streets were congested with traffic, and the cacophony of honking horns filled the air, while behind them, the sounds of revelry from the barbecue restaurant grew increasingly lively. They waited at the entrance for Kai Yingying and Zhu Yangqi to finish up. Why haven't they finished eating yet? Xu Zhi wondered, holding her phone and feeling inexplicably nervous, clapping her palms together absent-mindedly. Chen Luzhou looked up as if searching for stars, his prominent Adam's apple resembling a sharp, cold angle. And after a moment, He lowered his gaze and smiled, asking, "What's wrong? Afraid of being checked on?" Xu Zhi felt as though the stars had unexpectedly invaded his eyes, shining brilliantly. She was initially taken aback by the term checked on, mistakenly thinking it referred to her family urging her to return home. She replied, "My grandmother wants to eat roasted sweet potatoes, but I don't know where to find any at this hour." Chen Luzhou illuminated his phone screen to check the time. Indeed, it was quite late. In recent years, Qingyi City had been striving for the title of a civilized city, and under the relentless supervision of the city management, street vendors had noticeably dwindled. Although this was the peak hour for late-night snacks, businesses like roasted sweet potatoes were hardly viable in a rapidly developing city like Qingyi, where many had become affluent through demolition projects. "Your grandmother stays up quite late," he teased, half in disbelief. "Well, if she can't have it, she'll get upset." "I'm not joking." "So fierce," Chen Luzhou drawled, leaning against the telephone pole, his gaze contemplative as he looked at her. "I might have a solution." When Zhu Yangqi received the call, he was savoring the last morsel of marrow from a bone. "What? Where are you two going?" "To catch what?" "Those are hard to catch." After a brief pause, he added, "Oh, all right. I'll finish eating and bring it back to her before coming to find you." Gai Xingying, just regaining her senses, asked in a daze, "Where did they go?" Zhu Yangqi hung up, muttering, "They said something about catching something, but I didn't quite catch it. Anyway, my task is to finish the remaining bones and then take you back." Kai Yingying squinted her eyes, gazing intently at Zhu Yangqi, and bluntly inquired, "Is your friend interested in pursuing my friend?" Zhu Yangqi, who had just inserted a straw into his drink, was momentarily taken aback. "What are you talking about? You mean Chen Luzhou?" "Indeed, otherwise, why would they go alone to play whack-a-mole?" "It's rather suggestive, isn't it?" "What is suggestive about whack-a-mole?" "It's not like they went to the movies," Zhu Yangqi replied, his straightforward demeanor reflecting his confusion. Gai Xingying, with an unwavering conviction and a look that suggested she was all too familiar with the ways of men, asserted, "It's undeniably suggestive. Your friend wants to pursue my friend. Don't even try to claim she initiated it. She would never make the first move. Clearly, your friend is the more proactive one." Zhu Yangqi retorted with a dismissive chuckle. "I think you're overthinking this. My friend wouldn't engage in such unprincipled behavior." Upon reflection, he realized that Chen Luzhou had indeed committed quite a few questionable acts. Zhu Yangqi paused, feeling an inexplicable surge of indignation rise within him. Whether it stemmed from being underestimated in terms of character and moral integrity or from some other source, he could not tell. He solemnly removed his gloves and tossed them onto the table, gazing at Kai Yingying with intensity as he declared, "In any case, he certainly wouldn't do that. If you're suggesting he would engage a one-night stand or act as a gigolo, I can't vouch for that, but he would never steal someone else's partner." Gai Xingying. In truth, Chen Luzhou had moved in only recently, and the kitchen remained eerily quiet, having yet to be used. He vaguely recalled that a few days prior, the cleaning lady, in gratitude for his assistance with her son's math homework, had gifted him a bag of sweet potatoes, though he was uncertain about their whereabouts. Xu Zhi observed him meticulously searching, even lifting the toilet seat, and suddenly hesitated. If she were to find the sweet potatoes, should she still offer them to her grandmother? Upon exiting the restroom, Chen Luzhou noticed Xu Zhi closely following him. He stepped aside to create some distance, then subtly maneuvered past her, casting a bemused glance in her direction. "What are you following me for? Do you think I might sneak a snack in the restroom?" After speaking, he gestured towards the sofa, instructing her to sit there, as he had something for her. Xu Zhi responded with an "oh," obediently turning towards the living room. She marveled internally at the peculiar fate that had brought them together, intentionally choosing a seat usually occupied by ladies in the afternoon, and curiously surveyed her surroundings. The house was impeccably tidy, not at all typical of a senior high school student, with not a single book in sight. In one corner, several drones engraved with names were neatly displayed alongside basketballs adorned with flamboyant signatures, as well as an unfinished canvas that exhibited little artistic talent. There were also what he referred to as models. He possessed many of them, and Zhu Yangqi had likely dismantled a small structure featuring mortise and tenon joints. Nearby stood a figurine that resembled the David commonly used in art studios, though the face seemed somewhat familiar. After staring for a considerable time, Xu Zhi finally recognized it, It was a sculpture of himself. He truly was rather narcissistic, crafting a statue of himself and inscribing his name everywhere, even on his iPad. As I surveyed the surroundings, it was evident that an ant regularly assisted in maintaining cleanliness. Apart from the pile of dismantled rods, recently disassembled by Xu Zhi, the rest of the space was immaculate. Within a few minutes, Chen Luzhou indeed found her and inquired, "Can you bake? Do you have a microwave? Would you like to bake at my place? Is that not acceptable?" She was genuinely earnest, her bright, honest eyes fixed upon him. "My home lacks a microwave." It was true. Her household was devoid of one, as old Xu disdained using it, opting instead for a steamer. Naturally, Chen Luzhou could hardly comprehend how, in this day and age, anyone could live without a microwave. Unable to persuade her, he could only counsel himself, "Chen Luzhou, do not be more beastly than she. She has a boyfriend." Xu Yanqi was correct. Her innocence was indeed an advantage. Even a phrase as innocuous as her desire to bake a couple of sweet potatoes, uttered from her lips, seemed to carry no ulterior motive. Xu Zhi meticulously washed the sweet potatoes, placed them into the microwave, set a timer for 15 minutes, and pressed the start button. The microwave hummed to life, resonating through the tranquil night. Typically, this three-story building was far from quiet, filled with quarrels with parents, disputes with roommates, and the cries of children. Whenever Chen Luzhou sought a moment of solitude to study, the cacophony of human joys and sorrows was particularly overwhelming. Yet paradoxically, tonight was enveloped in an eerie silence, rendering those seemingly endless 15 minutes particularly awkward. The apartment, a modest two-bedroom unit, featured a narrow kitchen corridor barely wide enough for one person, barren and desolate. The countertop was devoid of pots and pans, though numerous clean instant noodle boxes lay scattered, leftovers from his offerings to the cardboard-collecting gentleman at the door. The two leaned against the kitchen doorframe, resembling sentinels, gazing at the red glow emanating from the microwave, an odd tableau, as if awaiting a miraculous elixir. Chen Luzhou believed it prudent to distance himself, yet he feared the kitchen might explode in her hands. Thus he ventured cautiously, "Do you usually cook?" "Occasionally, though not often," Xu Zhi replied, adhering to the norms of polite conversation. "What about you?" "I'm not trying to flirt," she added. "Yet," he responded, leaning against the doorframe with a relaxed demeanor. "I only tend to cook instant noodles while watching movies." Xu Zhi asked, "What kind of movies do you enjoy?" She truly struggled with small talk. Their exchange was already sufficiently lackluster, and Chen Luzhou wished to retreat from the conversation. However, the situation grew even more awkward when, mere minutes after placing the sweet potatoes inside, the dimming overhead light in the living room finally succumbed to its fate, rendering the kitchen, which had no light since he had neglected to repair it after a previous mishap, completely dark. Instantly, the room was engulfed in utter darkness. Xu Zhi instinctively turned to the microwave, whose persistent hum indicated it was still operational, the orange-red glow within softly illuminating the space, confirming it was not a power outage. The kitchen relied on that faint, hazy glow as the microwave continued its relentless work. The ethereal light cast a soft illumination upon the two of them, creating an atmosphere akin to a candlelit dinner, suffused with a silent yet awkward romance. Chen Luzhou found himself at a loss, unsure whether to boast about having watched every film imaginable or to extend an apology to the oblivious microwave for inadvertently creating a somewhat romantic ambience. "May I add you on WeChat?" Xu Zhi suddenly inquired, her voice piercing through the dim light. "Look at that, Chen Luzhou, you've stirred up trouble." He cast his gaze downward, his expression growing icy, contemplating whether it was appropriate to remind her that she had a boyfriend. Yet, he feared she might retort with, "Can't one add someone of the opposite sex, just because they're in a relationship?" "My phone is dead," he finally blurted out, believing he had found the perfect excuse. However, in the next moment, he forgot about the WeChat activity notifications. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and the bright screen illuminated Xu Zhi's bewildered face in the dark room. Xu Zhi responded with a slow "oh" and added, "Did you not say to add me on WeChat? Could you perhaps move a chair for me? I'm quite tired standing." Chen Luzhou remained speechless. As for Xu Yanqi, she confidently asserted, "A master, absolutely a master. If she isn't a female sea king." Then I shall change my name to Sheik Zhu. The name Zhu Yangqi was bestowed upon him by his father, who, during a particularly fortunate game of mahjong, found himself in a position of great success, laughing heartily and declaring, "What a splendid name." Little did the 5 or 6-year-old Zhu Yangqi know that his father was referring to the game, believing instead that his father was praising the nickname given to him by his classmates, which caused him to weep inconsolably. Thus began his profound understanding of life's disappointments, where one can only confide in a select few, especially regarding nicknames, which Zhu Yangqi despised with fervor. At this moment, Chen Luzhou was in the shower, the water cascading gently over his slender physique, his abdomen resembling a series of well-placed river stones, full and robust. An unsuspecting turtle had crawled out of its box and was now drinking from the floor, which prompted Chen Luzhou to disdainfully relocate it, only for it to persistently return. With a sigh, he resolved to take it home the next day to give to the foolish Chen Xingqi. Oh, wait, tomorrow is Sunday. His father would likely be home. Perhaps he would let the little creature find its own way out. When Chen Luzhou emerged from the shower, a towel draped around him, he found Zhu Yangqi sitting on the sofa, cigarette in mouth, having consumed his last 2 packets of instant noodles before heading out to sketch. With no lights available, he had rummaged up 2 candles, creating a genuine candlelit dinner, the flickering flames igniting a cascade of thoughts. How does this compare to the microwave? Zhu Yangqi teased him. Chen Luzhou casually wiped his hair with a towel, donned his slippers, and ambled over. Bending down, he extinguished all the lights, then lazily reclined on the sofa, continuing to dry his hair in the dimness. I could tolerate her presence. The awkwardness was bearable between us, yet I feared her intentions towards me. Zhu raised an eyebrow, astonished, and exclaimed, "What are you doing? It's fine if she has feelings for you. Chandasha, she has a boyfriend." Zhu had previously only been engaging in idle chatter, but Chen Luzhou's audacity left him somewhat unsettled. In the murky light, their silhouettes were indistinct, yet the luminous moonlight filtering through the window allowed them to discern each other's expressions. Chen Luzhou paused, his hand faltering as he pondered. "What do you want me to do? She hasn't uttered anything inappropriate." Zhu could even perceive the corners of his mouth, lifting in a smirk. "You secretly wish for her to be more brazen, don't you? You can't possibly have feelings for her," Zhu declared, his demeanor reflecting a certainty born from experience. "Let me inform you, you are utterly naive. Xu Zhi is undoubtedly a femme fatale, and her friends are no better." Chen Luzhou was rendered speechless, chuckling heartily as he tossed the towel aside. Sitting up, he opened a cup of instant noodles, too disinterested to continue the conversation, and with a fork, he stirred the noodles, conceding, all right, brother, spare me. Next time I see her, I shall take a detour." Only then did Zhu, satisfied, set his cigarette aside and opened his own cup of noodles, slurping as he inquired, "But are you really planning to heed your mother's advice and stay abroad?" "Yes. Why don't you resist? There are so many good schools in Beijing and Shanghai, and the scores haven't been released yet. This year's math exam was quite challenging, and you were close to a perfect score. Just in that subject alone, you could significantly boost your overall score. I believe you still have a chance to get into a university. Why must you comply with your mother's wishes to go abroad? Are you so afraid of her?" Zhu scoffed. "Perhaps, as I am adopted." Chen Luzhou paused, his fork suspended mid-air, "and this is my only home." Zhu understood this reasoning, but was well aware of Chen Luzhou's character. In frustration, Zhu adopted a mocking tone. "Don't feed me that nonsense. You are simply lazy. You feel it would be a waste of emotion. You have no one to miss, right? You are indifferent towards me and the brothers. And even the girl who has liked you for years means nothing to you. You are apathetic towards everyone." With a sigh, he continued, "You know what my parents are like. Do you think I have ever successfully resisted them? Did it ever yield a different outcome? Speaking of brothers, we weren't even at the same school during our 3 years of middle school, and we rarely kept in touch. Yet you mingled seamlessly with Zhang and Li, not showing the least bit of the distress you exhibit now." "That was out of necessity," Zhu stubbornly denied. Chen Luzhou sat on the sofa, his tall figure slightly hunched as he methodically arranged slices of beef onto the cover of instant noodles, preparing to feed the little turtle later. He spoke with an air of inevitability. "Once I leave, Zhao Xiao will be right there." He then lowered his head and slurped some noodles. He was acutely aware that, to anyone, he had never been the singular, irreplaceable one. Beneath the wall, the leaves, freshly washed by the rain during the day, glimmered under the warm glow of the streetlights like fragments of gold. The cicadas sang loudly in the alley, while the weathered wall exuded a timeless, briny scent. Xu mentioned that he and Chai Jingjing had agreed to apply to the same university, yet he had never confided in me about such aspirations. Since we met in our second year of high school, we had been chatting almost daily. Kai Yingying, crouched at the base of the wall, sobbed heavily, having just asked me 5 minutes earlier if I wanted to eat some honey snow ice. How does he have so much time? She lamented, Kai Yingying, Chai Jingjing. Woo-woo. It was as if he fancied himself collecting stars. After the previous conversation, Xu Zhi hesitated to speak, fearing any remark might have an adverse effect. Unconsciously, she thought of Chen Luzhou, wishing she possessed a mouth like his. Regardless of the quality of his words, at least the atmosphere would not be so stifling. Perhaps we should find someone to give him a beating, Xu Zhi thought, her mind leaning towards this rather direct approach. Uncle Fu, a close friend of both their fathers, had long since retired from the underworld and now spent his days quietly grinding stones in the mountains. Every summer, Lao Su and Lao Kai would take the two of them to the mountains to escape the heat. Kai Yingying's sobs abruptly ceased as she pondered while gazing at Xu Zhi, but Uncle Fu's strength would surely kill Zhai Xiao. No, no. She shook her head amid her tears. You mustn't tell Uncle Fu about this. Whether to break up or to confront him, I will decide on my own. You mustn't interfere. She was fierce in her resolve. Xu Zhi sighed, all right then, fearing that Xu Zhi would fixate on Zhai Xiao. Kai Yingying quickly wiped her tears and took her hand, leading her home while changing the subject. So, how did you end up going to catch moles with that handsome guy? It was sweet potatoes. Grandma wanted some, and there was nowhere to buy them. Chen Luzhou said he had some at home. Xu Zhi shook her hands, revealing 2 steaming, freshly baked sweet potatoes. What about Zhu's pig ears? They could be steamed if they're no good, she added, recalling Zhu's earlier comment about them going mole catching. I told him, how could 2 perfectly fine people suddenly go mole catching? Kai Yingying remarked, but I must admit, Chen Luzhou seems quite kind-hearted. Xu Zhi nodded in agreement. Don't you think he is rather approachable? Kai Yingying chuckled. He is clearly a show-off. Do you remember the woman I told you about? His mother? Xu Zhi asked. Kai Yingying paused. You mean the one whose voice and catchphrases are exactly like your mom's? Xu Zhi nodded slowly, pausing for a moment as if lost in thought. After a brief silence, she spoke. Have you ever seen a film titled The River Woman? It is an Indian film that tells the tale of a remarkably gifted woman, a brilliant architectural designer. However, due to her past as a temple courtesan, her history is marred with blemishes, rendering her ineligible for awards despite her exquisite creations. The public's perception of her is often derogatory, though some do acknowledge her talent. In her quest for dignity, she abandons her child and husband, aligning herself with a capitalist who covets her abilities. They orchestrate a grand fire, allowing her to fake her death and undergo surgery to assume a new identity. Soon after, her work receives international acclaim. Yet, as the years pass, she becomes ensnared in a life of excess, unable to produce works that evoke emotion. Ultimately discarded by the capitalist who exploits her voice and exposes her true identity. Kai Yingying seemed to catch a hint of understanding. No wonder you rushed to knock on his door without hesitation after seeing the necklace fall from the tree. Do you believe your mother? I simply want to understand why they resemble each other so closely, regardless of whether it's true or not. I am aware that the chances are slim, yet I must seek confirmation to find peace. I need to comprehend, Xu Zhi replied. I cannot just confront Chen Luzhou and demand to know if his mother is mine. He would surely think I am insane. It was said that Lin Qiujie passed away in her hometown. During her burial, Xu Zhi was at summer camp and could not return for the funeral. The elderly lady did not wait for her, as the heat was unbearable, causing unrest among the villagers regarding the body being kept in the village. Moreover, the elderly lady believed in feng shui, and with only a few auspicious days for the funeral, missing the opportunity meant waiting for over half a year. Storing the ashes at the funeral home also incurred significant expenses. Su Guangji insisted on waiting for Xu Zhi to return, and for the first time, who was usually gentle-natured, erupted in anger at the elderly lady, but she remained obstinate. Xu Zhi pondered that had she witnessed Lin Qiudia's body being cremated, perhaps the present circumstances would not have unfolded. Cai Yingying thought deeply but found the timeline inconsistent. But that doesn't make sense. Your aunt only passed away a few years ago. It is improbable for him to have such an old son. The ages do not align. Don't get too caught up in the details. It's becoming increasingly convoluted. He must have been adopted, Xu Zhi suggested. The alley was tranquil, and this cobblestone path was one they traversed nearly every day. Yet, Cai Yingying had never felt it as chilling as at this moment. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became, eventually stopping at their customary parting point. Cai Yingying was taken aback, unable to articulate her shock. Did he tell you that? Xu Zhi shook her head and recounted the conversation she had overheard that afternoon at the door. Must you speak so pointedly? Have you not realized from the very first day we met that I am a thorny person? If this dialogue were between biological relatives, wouldn't it seem rather peculiar? Xu Zhi eloquently articulated the culmination of her contemplations from the previous night. Despite her exhaustion, her mind refused to relent. Initially, I speculated it was about the stepmother, but then we shared a meal together. It appeared someone had berated him on WeChat, and Zhu Yanqi inquired how he could endure such treatment. He responded to Zhu Yanqi with a particular remark. Observing the sincerity in his greetings, I wondered if he was aware of where my ancestors' graves lay. Isn't it curious? Ultimately, he left me without an address. Leaning against the wall, she remarked, "This indicates she is not a stepmother, for he is not even his biological father. He likely does not know who his real parents are, which suggests he must have been adopted. There is another piece of information that might serve as evidence." Cai Yingying expressed her astonishment. "What?" "I noticed a signed basketball at his home. Initially, I thought it bore the signatures of all-stars, but upon closer inspection, I realized each signature was identical, his own name. Even his drone and iPad bore his name, perhaps indicative of narcissism. Or perhaps it was merely a habit formed from living in a large collective. He likely has obsessive-compulsive tendencies, which would explain why he labels all his belongings. For instance, in orphanages, Cai Yingying was left speechless, thoroughly convinced by her account. Xu Zhi sighed, gazing at the tall wall, with a pure moonlight illuminated clusters of vibrant red oleanders, suddenly reminiscent of the colorful candy jar she adored as a child. Which child does not love sweets? Lin Qiudia, fearing for her dental health, always placed the candy jar on the highest shelf at home. Her pleas fell on deaf ears, and in the end, only old Sue, feeling pity, would occasionally sneak her a couple of candies. Xu Zhi pondered. If Chen Luzhou had grown up in an orphanage, would there have been no adult to help him steal candies? Xu Zhi mused. Thus, his childhood must have been rather unhappy. The following day, as Chen Luzhou leisurely strolled into the arcade with a small turtle in tow, it seemed their destinies were at odds. The once harmonious atmosphere of the arcade suddenly erupted, as if Chen Xingqi had engaged in a quarrel, likely due to someone stepping on his foot without an apology. This young man, Chen Xingqi, insisted on confronting the individual for a loud apology. Generally, Chen Luzhou would be disinterested in such scenes, yet at this age, one still possesses the audacity to confront injustice. Chen Xingqi, your brother has arrived, a companion alerted. Chen Xingqi, flushed with anger, turned to the direction indicated, and indeed, a familiar figure languidly leaned against a claw machine, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Not only did he neglect to intervene, but he also recorded the incident on his phone with reckless abandon. Chen Luzhou instinctively raised his hand to shield the lens. What are you hiding for? It's already recorded. I'll send it to your classmate. What is her name? Cece? Chen Luzhou shoved his phone back into his pocket. As he approached, he ruffled Chen Xingqi's hair, who still leaned against the claw machine. Oh, haven't seen you in days. You've grown taller. Did your mother take you for more growth hormones? Isn't it just your mother? Chen Xingqi ignored him. You must not send this to Lu Tongqian. Also, her name is Lu Tongqian, not Qianqian. Chen Luzhou cast a cool glance at him. There are tens of thousands of people named Qianqian in China. You cannot dictate which Qianqian I choose to address. Chen Luzhou. Fine from now on. I shall call your girlfriend by nickname too. I will call her little darling. Chen Xingqi exemplified the principle of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth since childhood. All right, I will find you one. You can call her whatever you like. Chen Luzhou, uninterested in continuing the conversation, handed over the turtle. Take it home and care for it. Don't let it die on my watch. Its lifespan is tied to your brother's. I'll fry it up tomorrow. Chen Xingqi retorted with a challenging expression. Chen Luzhou casually tugged at the familiar and flamboyant collar of his t-shirt, his tone slightly teasing. Could you refrain from stealing my clothes? This one is globally discontinued. My dear Chigo, you can barely fit into it anymore. Did you shrink it in the wash? Chen Xingqi boldly snatched the collar back. After a moment's contemplation, he couldn't help but ask, are you really not planning to move back? Dad asked about you the other day. He genuinely didn't mean to hit you. Chen Luzhou's expression remained unchanged, still exuding an innocent demeanor as he leaned against the claw machine. Straightening up, he replied, enough of your concern. I'm simply too lazy to move back and forth. Then it will be quite troublesome for me to find you. He crossed his arms, chuckling lightly, and reached out to smooth down the damp hair on Chen Xingqi's forehead, which had stuck together with sweat. What do you need me for? I've been very busy lately. Go wander off on your own. He effortlessly styled Chen Xingqi's bangs into a neat arrangement on his forehead. Chen Xingqi, irritated, swatted his hand away. You finish your exams. What else do you have to do? Can't you just go back and apologize to Dad? He has been waiting for you. The first thing he asked when you walked in was about your mother, whether you came back today. Chen Luzhou squinted, seemingly grasping some nuances. Have you gotten into trouble at school again? Of course not. How could that be? He intended to leave, straightening up from the claw machine. Well, if it's about dying, don't seek me out. Then can I seek you out when I'm close to death? Chen Luzhou playfully pushed his bald forehead. Is your brain malfunctioning? Why would you come to me when you're dying? To ask me to cover you with a shroud? So, don't come to me at all. Chen Xingqi hesitated, finally confessing, all right, brother, I will be frank. I plan to go to the mountains with some classmates to escape the heat. But Mom won't let us go. She insists. Chen Luzhou, understanding, looked at him knowingly. So you want me to accompany you, right? To serve you and your group of young masters? That can be arranged, but it will cost you 800 a day, including meals, drinks, and entertainment. Deal. Chen Xingqi, send him an address. It's at the Fu Yushan Villa. The college entrance examination certainly leaves its aftermath. Xu Zhi still subconsciously opens her phone's media player every morning upon waking, playing a few segments of English listening exercises while having breakfast. Old Su switched off the player, and Xu Zhi, momentarily bewildered, lifted her gaze to find old Su sitting across from her, his expression earnest as he polished his glasses. Now that exams are over, aren't you considering a little outing? Xu Zhi reclined in her chair, trying to regain her composure. With a lackluster expression, she rubbed her face, pondering where to go. There was nowhere nearby to have fun, and in just half a month, the results would be out. It wouldn't be wise to venture too far. Perhaps tomorrow, I could accompany Kai Kai to Uncle Fu's. However, Su Guangji was hardly attentive to her words. His eyes were fixated on her neck. The necklace was still there. Surely, old Kai must have misjudged. How could Xu Zhi possibly be in a relationship? She hadn't even begun to awaken to such matters. Su Guangji absent-mindedly murmured his agreement. Whatever you decide is fine. Don't worry about the expenses. Your father can afford it. Others owe him quite a bit of money. His habitual refrain echoed. Others still owe your father 5 million. So feel free to spend without restraint. Xu Zhi replied, but what about that lottery ticket of yours? Has it won yet? Su Guangji dismissed her question, grabbing his briefcase. My dear child, let me impart a piece of wisdom, he said earnestly while putting on his shoes by the door in life. One must learn to see through yet remain silent, much like a magician. Even when you know their essay trick, you still have to applaud, don't you? Once old Su closed the door, Xu Zhi leaned back in her chair, finally grasping the meaning behind his words. Truly, he could ramble on. Just as she contemplated drifting into a daze, her phone unexpectedly lit up with a message from Kai Yingying. Little dish. Zhi, do you know why that big gold chain was hanging from the tree yesterday? It turns out it was hidden by an old man upstairs as his secret stash. I laughed so hard. He said his wife is very strict, and it's hard to hide money, so he exchanged it for a big gold chain, wearing it out and hiding it in a bird's nest in that tree when he returned home. Zhi flower. How did you find out? Little dish. Zhu Yanqi told me this morning. Xu Zhi flower. You have his WeChat? Little dish. Yes, I added him yesterday. And the funniest part is, when the old man's wife took him to claim it, Chen Luzhou asked for the receipt for the chain. The old man pulled out 2 receipts, and one of them was confiscated right away. Now, every time the old man passes Chen Luzhou's door, he feels like spitting. Zhu Yanqi said Chen Luzhou is always out there cleaning the ground. Ha 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 ha. It's so hilarious. Xu Zhi replied with a few ellipses, her first thought being, indeed, he must be a neat freak. She set her phone down, distractedly tossing her bowl into the sink. With her grandmother at the temple fasting, she was alone at home, leaning against the glass counter in the kitchen. She seized the opportunity while waiting for the water to run and began earnestly searching on social media for ways to successfully add a handsome guy. She paused, thoughtfully tilting her head, then quickly deleted the words handsome guy. How to successfully add a narcissist WeChat. Soon enough, she received a private message from a netizen. Netizen Pai Pai remarked, if he is an ordinary man, then so be it. However, if he is an attractive gentleman, to capture his attention, one must first disregard him, then triumph over him in his familiar domain, or perhaps undermine him. Ultimately, it is essential to ascertain his interests and hobbies. Hobbies? Basketball and drones are certainly beyond her capabilities. Does that painting, lacking in artistic merit, count? Xu Zhi lifted her bowl, enveloped in contemplation. Before leaving, Chen Luzhou affixed a white note at the door, expressing a plea for decorum. The homeowner is currently away. Please refrain from spitting. If unable to suppress the urge, kindly utilize the nearby bin. A conspicuous red arrow illustrated the directive, ensuring a proper disposal method was provided. Zhu, laughing heartily, remarked, what on earth is going on between you and your father? You would rather endure this indignity than return home. Having finished packing, Chen Luzhou prepared to depart. His black satchel slung loosely across his shoulder. He grabbed a roll of tape and with his slender fingers affixed the white paper to the door, inquiring, what do you think of my father? Despite his stern appearance, he has always treated you well, albeit with a somewhat superstitious and feudal mindset. Chen Jishan is indeed superstitious, often accompanied by a feng shui master who has guided him throughout his life. When Chen Xingqi was a child, he frequently cried at night and endured intermittent fevers for over a month. Experts found no issues, but after hearing from elders about seeking alternative remedies, they consulted the master. He claimed that Chen Xingqi's destiny was fraught with misfortune until the age of 14. His advice was to recognize a maternal figure with a stronger destiny to shield him from calamities. Ms. Lianhui vehemently opposed the notion of him adopting a mother, leading the master to propose an alternative, recognizing an older brother would suffice. Thus, they acknowledged the unparented Chen Luzhou, who met the requisite astrological conditions. Yet, Chen Jishan and his wife, feeling a sense of obligation, voluntarily offered to adopt Chen Luzhou. At that time, Chen Luzhou was somewhat bewildered, entirely unaware of the reasons behind his adoption by this family. Nevertheless, they treated him with utmost care, not merely to uphold the fade of exemplary entrepreneurs, but out of genuine affection. Throughout his upbringing, Chen Xingqi faced his fair share of discipline, while Chen Luzhou was spared even a light reprimand. In a household of 2 boys, it is typically the younger sibling who stirs up trouble. However, unlike most parents who turn a blind eye, Chen Jishan would directly admonish Chen Xingqi, warning him to refrain from provoking his brother. Consequently, Chen Xingqi harbored a complex mix of love and resentment towards his elder brother. Chen Jishan showered him with nearly unconditional affection, while Ms. Lianhui maintained a firmer stance, setting certain expectations for him. As for Chen Luzhou, although he possessed a sharp tongue, he was discerning from an early age, aware of the boundaries of humor. In the early days, before Chen Jishan's business prospered, he often found himself the target of jesting from opportunistic adults at dinner tables, suggesting, with your good looks, why not abandon your studies and become a son-in-law to the wealthiest daughter in our city? Your father could save decades of toil. Upon hearing such remarks once or twice, he could have brushed it off, but as the jest became more frequent, Chen Luzhou grew increasingly annoyed. Chen Jishan, in a fit of anger, was ready to overturn the table and sever ties with those who teased him. However, at that time, Chen Luzhou had just joined the Entrepreneurs Association, where maintaining connections was paramount. Chen Luzhou, fearing his friend's potential to offend others, tactfully intervened, aware that the tycoon held little regard for their family. He humorously deflected the comment while shelling crabs for Chen Xingqi, saying, "Well then, do kindly relay a message to your father-in-law. I shall await his proposal." Though this statement appeared flippant, it was delivered with a courteous demeanor, effectively silencing the conversation. After all, no one dared to broach the topic further, as Chen Luzhou's career was just beginning, and the tycoon would hardly be interested in their family. Subsequently, Chen Luzhou displayed an affectionate regard for him. In many respects, Chen Luzhou's childhood lacked nothing in terms of love. Before the age of 6, the director of the orphanage and the caregivers showed him considerable fondness. After he joined the Chen family, the couple lavished him with care, enveloping him in a cocoon of affection. It was as if he were a child nurtured in a honey pot, flourishing under the warmth of love. Only recently, while renting an apartment near school for convenience in his studies, he returned to the villa one evening before the college entrance examination to retrieve a change of clothes. It was then that he overheard a loud argument between Chen Luzhou and Ms. Lian Hui in the bedroom, leading him to realize the underlying reason for his adoption. Nevertheless, Chen Luzhou felt no resentment, for they had treated him well over the years, and he was willing to forgive the possibly unkind motives behind his initial adoption. He had always been easy to placate. Compared to the ambiguous words of others, he preferred to trust his own feelings, believing that the love and protection he received over the years were sincere. At that moment, Chen Xingqi stood cautiously behind him, gently calling out "brother," fearful that Chen Luzhou might take offense. Unexpectedly, Chen Luzhou leaned against the corridor wall, playfully ruffling Chen Xingqi's hair in the darkness, and softly remarked, "Next month. You'll turn 14? It's all right. It will soon pass. Brother wishes you a smooth journey ahead." Chen Xingqi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and faintly, the voices from within continued. Chen Luzhou's voice asserting, "Wasn't this what you promised me when you adopted him? After his college entrance examination, he would be sent abroad. I know Luzhou has always been sensible, but don't you think he is shining a bit too brightly now? If he stays in the country to complete his university studies, I fear he might compete with Xingqi for the family fortune." Indeed, Chen Luzhou had overlooked one aspect. Chen Luzhou remained a rather conservative and traditional father. In his earlier years, when his business was not so prosperous, he had not contemplated such matters. Now, as his enterprise flourished, the deeply ingrained conservative beliefs began to surface, akin to a dental decay festering beneath the gums, eventually emitting a foul odor. "Did he hit you?" Zhu exclaimed, finding it hard to believe that Chen Luzhou, with his gentle temperament, would resort to violence. "Yes," Chen Luzhou replied without lifting his head, tearing off a piece of tape with his teeth. His tone was detached, his eyelids languidly drooping without emotion. "I told him I would write a guarantee letter. If he truly doubted me, I would sign a contract. He insisted that was not his intent. I assured him, rest assured, after all these years of care, I will continue to provide for you in your old age." He thought I was cursing him. Old Chen's perspective remains rather limited, yet I find myself empathetic towards him. After laboring so hard to achieve success, it is only natural that he wishes to bequeath everything to his biological son. Truth be told, I do not harbor any resentment towards him. Rather, I am frustrated with myself for being 19 and still unable to earn my own living. "So, are you now siphoning money from your foolish younger brother? How can you speak in such a manner?" Chen Luzhou cast a glance at him, advising me to be more courteous to my boss. Zhu raised his head, about to speak, when WeChat chimed again. Chen Luzhou was aware it was Kai Ying. He bit off a piece of tape, preparing to affix it to the last corner, his tone growing colder. "This is excessive. You forbid me from conversing with Xu Zhi. Yet you two seem to be quite chummy." Zhu replied, "I was merely updating her on the progress of our gold chain. Otherwise, she might think we absconded with it." "Hey, your tone seems rather sarcastic, doesn't it?" At this moment, as Chen Luzhou was about to close the door, a heavy slam echoed from upstairs, followed by hurried footsteps descending. He sensed that men possess a sixth sense at times. Instinctively, he felt it might be Tan Su, and indeed, The slender figure appeared at the staircase's turn. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, even if Tan Su had greeted him, he might not have recognized him as someone he once played basketball with. However, now Chen Luzhou felt something was amiss within him. As Tan Su descended the stairs, about to make eye contact, he instinctively turned his head away and retreated into the house. When he emerged again, he had donned a black backpack slung over one shoulder. Even Zhu noticed his odd behavior. Once Tan Su's silhouette had completely vanished from the hallway, he inquired, "Why are you avoiding him? What did you ever act so cowardly? In high school, you walked with a swagger, mostly known by others while remaining aloof yourself. What is happening now? Why hide from Tan Su?" Chen Luzhou ignored him until they boarded the bus heading uphill. Zhu was relentless, pressing him. "What do you truly mean? To be frank, if you have genuine feelings for Xu Zhi and wish to pursue her, I would not stand idly by. I would search the world for a way to assist you. What was that cowardly display just now? I merely feel that his girlfriend seems to have some interest in me, so I prefer to avoid direct contact out of respect. Is that acceptable?" Chen Luzhou reflected that his instinctive reaction indeed aligned with this reasoning. Zhu retorted, "What you just displayed was clearly the reaction of a mistress encountering the legitimate partner." Chen Luzhou, at a loss for words, donned his headphones, muttering, "You must be out of your mind." The Fu Yushan Villa is nestled on the hillside of Mingling Mountain, originally a private estate. Uncle Fu was reluctant to open it to the public. However, under the persuasion of Old Su and Old Kai over the past few years, it gradually began to welcome guests. Nevertheless, numerous rules remain in place, yet certain dignitaries particularly relish this exclusivity, often booking stays for 10 days to a fortnight. In particular, urban men and women often find amusement in this place, drawn by the youthful crowd and the abundance of romantic encounters. The resort boasts comprehensive facilities, catering to nearly every conceivable desire for dining, entertainment, and leisure. Upon arriving, Xu Zhi swiftly deposited her luggage in her room before eagerly rushing downstairs to seek out Fu Yuqing. Ifu. At that moment, Fu Yuqing leaned against the reception desk, cradling a dog in his arms and holding a cup of coffee, his demeanor tinged with a hint of exasperation. Clad in a vibrant floral shirt that hung half-tucked into his belt, he appeared quite well-maintained and cultured, save for the incongruous small felt hat perched atop his head, a remnant from his recent excursion to gather stones. Upon spotting Xu Zhi, his face lit up with delight. "Zhi, you arrived just in time. I'm nearly overwhelmed by these little rascals. They are incredibly demanding." It was only then that Xu Zhi noticed a group of children, around 13 or 14 years old, encircling the front desk, their bravado quite audacious. Just as she was about to inquire about the commotion, one of the boys, enraged by Fu Yuqing's remark, retorted, "Who are you calling difficult? It's your water that's tainted. You don't allow us to voice our opinions?" Fu Yuqing replied, "This is tap water. Whose fault is it that you drank it without boiling? I've told you countless times that the water here is sourced from mountain springs and must be boiled before consumption. If you want bottled water, go buy it from the base of the mountain. I don't understand. The tap water at my home is perfectly drinkable straight from the faucet. Why can't yours be the same?" Xu Zhi hesitated, pondering how to explain to these young gentlemen that their home likely had potable water, unlike the tap water here. Fu Yuqing, growing impatient, set down his coffee and, while petting the dog, asked, "Is there anyone here who can communicate normally?" The boy erupted again. "Who are you calling abnormal?" "Young man, please calm down," Xu Zhi interjected. "What this uncle means is, do you have any adults around? My brother and his friends are on their way. They just parked and will arrive in about 5 minutes." Chen Xingqi, upon noticing that the adult had been replaced by a young lady, nonchalantly initiated a video call, perhaps driven by the instinct to seek adult support or a misplaced trust in his brother's charm. Throughout his life, he found that as long as the other party was female, they were particularly accommodating, and his brother's handsome face held a power in his perception that rivaled that of money. However, the call went unanswered, abruptly terminated without mercy. A few seconds later, the tranquility of the resort hall was disrupted by the cold, mechanical greeting of a robotic voice. "Welcome to Fu Yu Mountain Resort." All eyes turned towards the entrance, where two tall figures strode confidently through the revolving door. Before Xu Zhi could examine them closely, A familiar and impatient voice rang out. Chen Luzhou. What else do you do beside video calls? I've told you not to bother me with those. In an instant, Xu Zhi's face brightened, and she smiled. Oh, someone has come knocking at our door. Chen Luzhou, brimming with pride, surveyed his companions with a triumphant glint in his eye, exuding confidence as he declared, "What do you think? My brother is quite impressive. Isn't Fu Yuqing. The ninth game against an adversary. How many times has it been?" Xu raised his gaze, tempted to lay down his armor and switch sides, turning to Chen Luzhou to suggest, "Forget it. You may as well surrender to her. What is this so-called unique fate? It seems one can encounter it anywhere. Truly, you two are a match made in heaven." However, Chen Luzhou did not perceive this as a particularly extraordinary connection. Qingyi was indeed quite young. The mountains and seas were neighboring, and the local summer pastimes consisted of either boat rides or mountain climbing, making it inevitable to bump into one or two acquaintances one would rather avoid. Chen Luzhou instinctively categorized Xu Zhi among those he did not wish to encounter by chance. Why? Because she was too perilous. How should he greet her? Hello? No, that felt awkward. What a coincidence. No, that sounded like flirting. What a coincidence. Xu Zhi initiated the conversation. See, she is attempting to flirt with me. Perhaps she has been tracking my whereabouts? Upon lifting his gaze, he realized that Xu Zhi was not even looking at him. Her eyes had passed right over him and landed on Zhu Yangqi behind him. What a surprise to see you here, Zhu Yangqi. Zhu Yangqi responded with a puzzled expression. Chen Luzhou was not particularly pleased, and Zhu Yangqi, having been approached, was also not in high spirits. It was only then that Xu Zhi realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. I apologize, it's Zhu Yangqi, not Zhu Qizi. Zhu Yangqi pondered for a moment, attributing the misunderstanding to himself, as he had introduced himself that day by saying, "Hello, my name is Zhu Yangqi," just like the characters for reclining and rising. Chen Luzhou cast a glance at him. Zhu Yangqi immediately raised an eyebrow. Don't fall for it. She is merely trying to catch your attention. It's a common tactic of a seductress. He then theatrically cleared his throat and pointed to the mischievous child beside him. Indeed, how fortuitous, this is Lucy's brother. What seems to be the matter? Fu Yuqing had already removed his small felt hat and placed it on the table, nonchalantly stating, "I am the proprietor of this lodge. You see, your brother believes there is an issue with our water, but unfortunately, we do not supply bottled water here. If you cannot drink the water from our lodge, you will have to descend the mountain to purchase some. There are not many buses running daily, making it quite inconvenient. I suggest you consider changing hotels." Zhu Yangqi inquired, "Is there no delivery service?" Fu Yuqing replied, "Deliveries are made every 2 hours. Who would deliver it up the mountain? The spring water here is quite clean, and all our guests consume it this way. If you cannot accept it, perhaps you should check out." Upon hearing this, Xu Zhi realized that Uncle Fu was indeed uninterested in their business. "Oh, the duck that was almost in hand is about to fly away. I can drive down a mountain to fetch it for them," she offered. "Shut your mouth. Do you even have a driver's license?" Fu Yuqing shot her a disapproving glance. "Are you looking to end up in jail? You've always had a reckless spirit. Haven't you learned your lesson from the last time? Have you forgotten what the police told you?" Xu Zhi quickly admitted her fault. "All right, I am sorry. I should not have tested the boundaries of the law." Zhu raised his head. Chen Luzhou, Chen Xingqi, and a group of companions. Without even glancing at Xu Zhi, Chen Luzhou directly engaged with Fu Yuqing. "Could you kindly point me in the general direction of where to buy water? Or do you have a vehicle that I could borrow? I am willing to pay, whether it be a bicycle or a car." His demeanor was remarkably calm and courteous. Xu Zhi regarded Chen Luzhou with admiration. Fu Yuqing's temperament was not something everyone could endure. Though he appeared to be a gentle, refined gentleman, he possessed a temperament that could provoke even the most docile of creatures, which was likely why he remained single. No one could withstand his disposition. Zhu had previously heard that the owner of Fu Yushan Villa was notoriously difficult to please. While others opened their doors for profit, he seemed to do so merely to find like-minded companions, requiring compatibility with his own temperament. It was said he would not hesitate to offer free lodging, let alone a few bottles of mineral water. Should he encounter a fastidious young master like Chen Xingqi, he would undoubtedly advise them against staying. Furthermore, it was unclear what background Fu possessed, as he continued to thrive in business despite having offended numerous individuals. Fu Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Do you have a driver's license? Chen Luzhou nodded. Yes, I obtained it last summer. While Fu Yuqing did not possess a bicycle, he did have a car that he occasionally used for transporting goods down the mountain. However, due to the aggravating behavior of the young lad, he was reluctant to lend it out, stating bluntly, "No, figure out yourself." He then instructed the front desk attendant to process their check-in and leisurely picked up his beloved dog, casting a curious glance at Xu Zhi and saying, "Come, let me show you the stones I have recently polished." Xu Zhi promptly replied, "I am not going." Fu Yuqing. Zhu. Chen Luzhou. Fu Yuqing, with a dark expression, retorted, "Go if you wish." Observing Fu's obstinacy, Chen Xingqi sulked, his lips pouting as if he were about to report to his father. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, his brother snatched it away and carelessly tossed it onto the front desk, the silence conveying a clear reprimand. "Do you have any sense?" Chen Xingqi stubbornly defended himself. I didn't know. The tap water at home is perfectly drinkable, and the hotels my parents and I stay at offer the same." Chen Luzhou, with a pointed glance, reminded him, "You drink the milk from our home directly. When we visited the farm, you were quite rational and did not rush to hug the cows." Chen Xingqi countered, "I don't care. I pay you 800 a day, and this is the extent of your capabilities." Chen Luzhou, exasperated, ruffled his hair forcefully. "Had I known you would be such a troublesome brat, I wouldn't have come even for 8,000 a day." Chen Xingqi felt that his brother was truly irritating him. With a sense of grievance and simmering anger, he hastily grabbed a room card from the reception desk and made his way upstairs, only to be obstructed by someone. Beside him lay a heap of luggage, and upon realizing it was Xu Zhi, his irritation intensified. For reasons unknown, he vented his frustration towards her instead, shouting, "You're blocking my way, move aside." Xu Zhi leisurely acknowledged him, but did not step aside. Chen Xingqi, now thoroughly infuriated, retorted, "Are you deaf? Are you blind?" Xu Zhi calmly pointed to the room card in his hand and said, "You have my room card." She had just come down to find Uncle Fu and had casually placed her card on the reception desk, not expecting this young rascal to snatch it without a glance. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Xingqi quickly acknowledged his mistake, possibly intimidated by her earlier remark about testing the boundaries of the law. He promptly returned the card, saying, "All right, my apologies." The check-in process took nearly an hour. As both were minors and without their parents present, there were issues with the identification information of the two children, necessitating a fax receipt from the police station to proceed with check-in. Uncle Fu was strict with them, leaving Chen Luzhou with no alternative but to have Zhu Yangqi take the two children to his room to rest while he waited downstairs for the check-in to be completed. At this moment, the entire Fu Yushan resort was enveloped in a languid atmosphere. The afternoon sun bathed the ground in a soft, lingering warmth, while the surroundings were eerily quiet, as if everyone was taking a nap. The sound of the receptionist's keyboard echoed sharply in the stillness. Xu Zhi remained, leaving Chen Luzhou feeling a tad awkward, as it seemed they were the only two living souls in the world. It felt inappropriate to say anything, yet equally awkward to remain silent. Chen Luzhou asked, "Aren't you going to see what Mr. Fu is polishing?" "No," Xu Zhi replied. "If he invites you, you should decline. It's quite dull." Chen Luzhou slouched on the sofa, his elbows resting on his knees, his eyelids drooping lazily. He had unknowingly picked up a piece of advertisement paper, absently folding it into shapes. "He probably won't invite me," he mused. Xu Zhi considered this and agreed. "Oh, that's true." Chen Luzhou cast a glance at her, one that seemed to convey, "If you can't chat, then don't." In the center of the lobby stood a rectangular aquarium housing several vividly colored tropical fish, gliding gracefully like ribbons through the sparse seaweed. Xu Zhi leaned against it, looking down at Chen Luzhou. She noticed that he seemed to be more handsome than before. Perhaps he had tidied up before heading out. His hair was not as disheveled as it had been that night, and his sharp features made him appear somewhat aloof. Under the sunlight, he resembled a snow-covered cedar tree, upright and lush, eternally vibrant yet perpetually exuding an air of brilliance. "Xu Zhi Inquit, you still haven't told me what movies you like to watch. Why do you ask that? Is there a cinema here?" Chen Luzhou replied, keeping his head down, his hands continuing to fold the paper. Xu Zhi nodded and said, Yes, there's a small cinema behind the parking lot, in collaboration with Global Cinemas. They have recently released several films, though the showtimes are limited. If you have something specific in mind, I can help you book tickets in advance. Chen Luzhou, devoid of any emotion, lowered his eyes and focused on folding paper, pondering to himself why she was being so kind, especially after pretending not to know him earlier. Well, we can discuss it later, he replied. Are you quite familiar with Boss Fu? Xu Zhi responded. He's a good friend of my father's. I used to call him Godfather when I was young. Chen Luzhou inquired. Oh, does he have a wife? Xu Zhi replied. He has always been single. Chen Luzhou continued. What about a girlfriend? Xu Zhi thought for a moment and said, I have never seen him with anyone. He has always been on his own. Are you curious about how he addresses his physical needs? Chen Luzhou remained silent. By the time everything was settled at the front desk, it was 2:30. The abundant sunlight streamed through the glass doors, illuminating the entire lobby. The potted green plants shone with a vibrant emerald hue, resembling a watercolor painting with its haphazard yet vivid strokes. The Fuyushan villa was constructed entirely with mortise and tenon joints, without a single nail used throughout the building. From entrance signage to every room and public entertainment facility, the design was intricately crafted from raw wood, embodying a simple, clean, and modern rational aesthetic. Chen Luzhou had no intention of lingering any longer. He tossed the finished origami onto the low table and prepared to ascend stairs. As he passed the fish tank, he glanced down at her slowly. I merely wish to inquire why he possesses such a foul temper. With that, he departed. Xu Zhi uttered a soft "oh," turned to watch his retreating figure, and hurriedly asked, pointing at the items on the low table, Aren't you taking your paper airplane? Without looking back, Chen Luzhou replied lazily, Are you a girl? That is a paper rose. The next morning, Xu Zhi and Fu Yuqing were enjoying coffee in the CAF adjacent to the lobby. She showed him the paper rose that Chen Luzhou had folded. Do you think he enjoys crafting, or does he not? Fu Yuqing, with his eyes closed and comfortably cracking walnuts, asked, Why are you so curious about him? Xu Zhi rested her chin on her hand, fiddling with the paper rose on the table, and replied, just out of curiosity. Fu Yuqing remarked, Did that rascal Chen Luzhou give you this? Zhu Yanqi, having been tormented by several children all night, came down to buy 2 cups of coffee. Half awake, he heard Chen Luzhou's name and thought it was a figment of his imagination. Yawning and looking around, he was momentarily stunned upon spotting 2 familiar figures. Xu Zhi was lost in contemplation about whether he liked crafting, completely oblivious to Fu Yuqing's question, and absent-mindedly asked back, Can you even tell that this is a paper rose? Fu Yuqing finally opened his eyes and glanced over, feeling inexplicably disdainful towards the boy's creations. Isn't this a dinosaur? Look at that long tail. Xu Zhi replied, See? I told you it looks like a hybrid. Ying insisted it was a paper rose. Zhu Yanqi, having bought his coffee, returned to find Chen Luzhou awake, bare-shouldered and clad only in loose-fitting sweatpants, lazily propped against the headboard with one leg bent, fully engrossed in watching a CBA game. The room was a standard double, with 2 beds separated by a square wooden nightstand. Zhu raised his chin and walked over, placing the coffee on the nightstand. Chen Luzhou merely glanced with peripheral vision and muttered a thank you before promptly returning his focus to the match. Zhu rubbed his hands on his thighs, staring intently at him, and after a pause, he forced a smile, albeit lacking genuine warmth, and remarked, Finally made a move. Huh? Leaning back, Chen Luzhou picked up the coffee and replied, Indeed, I was about to burst. Zhu, momentarily a loss for words, due to his nonchalant demeanor, pondered whether the next move would be a home run or merely a fleeting endeavor. Chen Luzhou set the coffee down and chuckled softly. What home run? At most, Yi Jianlian might sink a few more 3-pointers. Zhu's expression went blank. I said Xu Zhi. Who asked you about Yi Jianlian? Chen Luzhou furrowed his brow, perplexed, and pointed at the television. I meant the game. Yi Jianlian only took his shots in the second half, scoring 18 points. Then, he paused and silently turned down the volume of the remote control. What are you talking about? Zhu replied. She mentioned to Kai Ying and Boss Fu that you gave her a paper rose. How ridiculous. Has she broken up with her boyfriend? You're meddling in all this. Chen Luzhou sighed, wearing a look of deep concern and glancing at him with the remote in hand, remarked, Who was it on the bus that said they would help me steal a girlfriend? Then could you at least give me a heads up? Zhu exclaimed, tossing a pillow at him in response. Chen Luzhou did not dodge. The pillow struck his chest without causing any discomfort. He picked it up and casually tossed it back. Enough already. It wasn't a paper rose, it was a paper airplane. I was bored waiting for the materials yesterday, and she was standing right there, so I found something to occupy myself with. Otherwise, it would have been too awkward. And you know how clumsy I am. Aside from playing basketball, I'm useless. Folding a paper airplane is already a challenge, let alone a paper rose. What a fanciful thought. I was just teasing her, he continued, getting off the bed and putting on a t-shirt, slowly pulling it down to cover his firm abdomen, resembling small hills. By the way, was Kai Ying there too? Zhi replied, it seems so. Then could you ask Kai Ying if Xu Zhi is free? Are you really going to take the initiative to ask her out? Chen Luzhou, preparing to shower, rummaged through his suitcase only to find he had likely forgotten to pack underwear. Upon hearing Zhu's question, he felt irritated and threw a pillow at him. His tone cold and exasperated. If I don't ask her out, who will fetch you all water from down the mountain? Chen Luzhou was indifferent about the water. Any kind would suffice. In his childhood at the orphanage, conditions were even less favorable, and he used to drink water straight from the source. His obsession with cleanliness was cultivated over time. Unlike Zhu and Chen Xingqi, whose cleanliness was pathological, they both harbored a particular aversion to water. He calculated that they would likely be staying in the mountains for over half a month. Chen Xingqi insisted on sketching here, claiming that the scenery was exquisite and the environment serene. He was willing to tolerate the owner's foul temper, refusing to leave no matter what, insisting that his parents bring him water. Chen Luzhou was exasperated by Chen Xingqi's tendency to call his parents whenever he encountered difficulties. Moreover, his mother was currently preoccupied. As the Cultural and Natural Heritage Day was approaching, marking the second most significant day for their station, given its cultural programming. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Chen Luzhou to accompany her, merely to keep Chen Xingqi from bothering her. Yesterday, Chen Luzhou searched the vicinity and found that there were indeed no food deliveries available, which explained the owner's irritable demeanor as he monopolized the market. He resolved to trek down the mountain himself to purchase water, making the journey once a week, totaling just 2 trips. However, he needed someone to guide him and also to borrow a vehicle from the owner. Chen Luzhou surmised that the owner must possess a car, but was reluctant to lend it to him. If Xu Zhi did not intervene, it was likely he would be unable to borrow a vehicle. Kai Ying replied to Zhu Yanqi that Xu Zhi had agreed to meet in the lobby downstairs shortly. Zhu Yanqi gazed at the simple response on his phone, feeling a wave of nostalgia, reflecting on how accommodating this sister was. Was she truly so idle that she could simply come out upon request? The Sea Kings I once knew were perpetually busy. It was inconceivable for them to appear on the same day, as they deemed it an affront to their status. Chen Luzhou believed Xu Zhi was not a Sea King. Hence he paid no mind to him, only casually inquiring of Zhu Yanqi while putting on his shoes, why did Tan Su transfer schools? Zhu Yanqi opened his laptop, preparing to play a game, and as the screen slowly illuminated, he lit a cigarette and replied, wasn't it because he got into a fight with the Lego people? That match was so frustrating for everyone. It left a sour taste in our mouths. Although our results were annulled, many girls still regarded Tan Su's actions as quite commendable. However, during that time, he was constantly being confronted by the Lego crowd. Feng Laogo, my middle school buddy, who is actually your little fan, helped him settle matter. Feng Jin and Chen Luzhou had hardly crossed paths, but Feng Jin, like Chen Luzhou, had likely heard Zhu Yanqi mention the other S name countless times. Particularly for Feng Jin, during his time at the first high school, Chen Luzhou's name was almost legendary, as he was the only student in their cohort who bypassed the entrance exam and was directly admitted to the first high school, a privilege reportedly arranged by the vice principal who had recruited him from another province. During those years, Chen Jishan's business expanded into other provinces and even misses. Lian was concerned about him engaging in indiscretions, prompting her to send Chen Luzhou along for supervision. It was also a matter of affection, as Chen Jishan was reluctant to part with his child. Moreover, the educational resources in that province were indeed superior to those in Qingyi, making it a prominent educational hub. Thus, Chen Luzhou was transferred there. However, later on, the college entrance examination policies in that province changed, disallowing students without local residency from taking the exam or imposing restrictions. Chen Luzhou had no choice but to return. The vice principal of the first high school, who had a personal connection with Mrs. Lian, was aware of her eldest son's exceptional abilities from a young age. Upon learning of his return, he immediately reviewed Chen Luzhou's report card from his 3 years in middle school and recognized his remarkable achievements. Even amidst the competition in a leading educational province and a distinguished key middle school. Consequently, he promptly approached with a variety of favorable conditions to recommend him. Despite never having met, Feng Jin has always regarded Chen Luzhou as exceptionally impressive. However, Chen Luzhou perceives Feng Jin's admiration as somewhat exaggerated, suspecting that Feng Jin's penchant for boasting is unfounded. What follows? As Chen Luzhou ponders while standing by the bed with his hands on his hips, he contemplates whether to take a bag along. It seems that girls enjoy carrying bags, even those too small to hold a phone. The sun blazes outside. Perhaps he should bring a bag for her umbrella. Tan Su, on the other hand, is ungrateful. Despite being assaulted, he refrains from reporting it and instead blames Feng Jin for meddling. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yangqi, who remains oblivious to his turmoil, he takes a drag from a cigarette and continues, expressing their bewilderment at Tan Su's behavior. It was only later that they discovered his treachery. After several subsequent beatings, he secretly recorded videos and about 2 weeks later presented a fabricated report of depression along with the videos to their teacher, Lego. The videos circulated on the forum, and as public opinion intensified, Lego's principal took the matter seriously, resulting in the expulsion of those students involved. Later, in a moment of inadvertent disclosure, Tan Su revealed to Feng Jin that the psychological report was indeed forged. Feng Jin, being rather straightforward, could have chosen to feign ignorance, but instead reported it to the teacher. Tan Su's mother escalated the matter at school, insisting that Feng Jin was slandering her son and affirming that Tan Su genuinely suffered from depression. Ultimately, Feng Jin was compelled to transfer schools, and not long after, Tan Su mysteriously departed as well. To this day, many girls feel that Tan Su's departure was unjust. While the boys are well aware of Tan Su's tendency to manipulate girls, particularly adept at playing the victim. As Xu Zhi descended the stairs, she spotted Chen Luzhou leaning against the aquarium in the lobby, engaged in a phone call. His broad shoulders contrasted with the small fish swimming around him. She hesitated to approach, waiting for him to finish. Chen Luzhou, seemingly aware of her presence, glanced back at her, still on the call. With a slight nod of his chin towards the exit, he signaled her to move along. Once he ended the call, he noticed Xu Zhi clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, devoid of any adornments save for her mother-esque necklace. Not to mention the absence of a bag or umbrella. If it were up to her, she might have even preferred to forego shoes altogether, as she was still wearing the disposable slippers from the resort. Following Chen Luzhou's gaze, Xu Zhi glanced down at her feet and belatedly realized, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to change. I was just playing cards with Kai Yingying and came down when I heard you calling. Do you mind? If it's not an issue, I can go like this." Chen Luzhou thought to himself that she must be accustomed to manipulation. Why would he mind? As long as her feet were comfortable, he replied softly, "Let us go." Fu Yuqing had just descended from the tea plantation, and Chen Luzhou finally understood how Fu made his fortune. It turned out he was in the tea business. Fu Yuqing owned a tea room resembling an old apothecary's cabinet, with an entire wall meticulously organized with tea canisters. Fu Yuqing, in a rather disrespectful manner, was seated sideways on the tea table, while Chen Luzhou and Xu Zhi sat on the sofa, observing his meticulous arrangement of 5 small cups. His fastidiousness was evident. The spacing had to be consistent, the patterns identical, with the inscriptions facing forward and the floral designs at the back, all arranged in perfect harmony, a clear manifestation of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Chen Luzhou was tempted to inquire how long this affliction had persisted. Perhaps a visit to the hospital was warranted. Xu Zhi discreetly informed him that there was a certain logic behind it. What sort of logic? Xu Zhi explained, "One side bears characters, while the other showcases chrysanthemums. Uncle Fu believes that all things must adhere to the principles of nature, and thus, the chrysanthemums should be positioned at the back." The principles of nature? Human anatomy. Chen Luzhou took a moment to process this, his height surpassing Xu Zhi's by a significant margin as he sat with legs slightly apart, hands relaxed between them. His expression was one of evident disbelief, and he cast a penetrating gaze, silently questioning the company surrounding him. Xu Zhi returned his gaze. His eyes were striking, dark and bright, resembling classic peach blossom eyes, with cleanly upturned corners that exuded a refreshing vitality. Their eyes met without reservation, an indescribable sensation lingering between them, akin to a delicate layer of duckweed gently resting upon the surface of water, naturally and closely entwined, as if a current subtly flowed through the air. In that moment, an unfamiliar thought unexpectedly surfaced in Chen Luzhou's mind. Perhaps you should break up with him. From what standpoint? They were ostensibly friends, though perhaps that was too generous a term. They merely knew each other's names. Fu Yuqing had completed his arrangement and turned to inquire. Do you know how to drink tea? Clearly addressing Chen Luzhou. I suppose I do a little. Chen Jizhen had a penchant for collecting somewhat dubious videotapes and hoarding tea leaves annually. His home boasted a tea room far grander and more opulent than this one. However, judging by the decor of the room, it was evident that Fu Yuqing was well versed in the art of tea, while Chen Jizhen seemed more like a nouveau riche seeking a taste of refined sentiment. Chen Luzhou contemplated expressing that he did not drink tea and had come merely to borrow a car, but if pressed to partake, he would acquiesce. Both sat upright at the tea table, as Fu Yuqing fiddled with a walnut and unexpectedly posed a question that nearly caused Chen Luzhou to splutter his tea. Have you ever done any modeling for advertisements? In truth, he had been asked this question numerous times before, during his summer camp training. He was often approached to the subway entrance. Handsome, have you done any advertisements? Handsome, would you be interested in modeling? Could I have your contact information? Handsome, would you consider being a body model? The compensation is quite generous. Countless such encounters filled his past. Yet, being queried in such a manner by Fu Yuqing, who was significantly his senior, left Chen Luzhou feeling somewhat affronted, leading him to respond decisively, I do not model. Fu Yuqing retorted, why not? You clearly possess the attributes. I could offer you payment and even lend you my car. Chen Luzhou first glanced silently at Xu Zhi, his eyes conveying a sense of unspoken grievance, before coldly replying to Fu Yuqing, I am not at a stage where I need to earn a living through my physique. Fu Yuqing. Xu Zhi. Uncle Fu, he wants you to use your drone to shoot an aerial advertisement for his tea plantation. As they descended the winding mountain road leading to Fu Yushan Villa, the car was flanked by steep cliffs on one side, while rugged mountain walls and crooked pine trees clung precariously to the precipice outside the window. Chen Luzhou remained silent, driving with a quiet intensity. Xu Zhi attempted several times to strike up a conversation, but his indifferent demeanor dissuaded her. Little dish, how can you still have time to play cards with me, handsome? Did you add me on WeChat? Blossom not blooming. He asked, driving and ignoring me. Little dish, you should make a move. What are you thinking? You're sitting next to a top-tier guy like Chen Luzhou, and you're still in the mood to play cards with me. Blossom not blooming. Well, think about it. How can I get him to introduce me to his mother? Little dish, meet the parents, become his girlfriend, and he'll have to take you to see his mom. Blossom not blooming. What if he has a girlfriend? Little dish, then just be his dad's girlfriend, and his mom will surely come looking for you. Blossom not blooming. That is not entirely a bad idea. The car jolted along the rough terrain, leading Chen Luzhou to ponder whether Boss Fu had angered too many people and now hid away in these mountains. After a long stretch, there were no shops in sight. Not even a soul, just overgrown weeds and desolation. Boss Fu, do you have a girlfriend? They spoke simultaneously and then fell silent, their eyes instinctively seeking each other, as if drawn together like opposite poles of a magnet. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the car, until the vehicle hit a slight bump. Seemingly rolling over a pile of stones, Chen Luzhou's gaze shifted back to the road, his fingers tightening on the steering wheel as he carelessly made a turn. No. Xu Zhi responded with a simple, oh, leaving the conversation hanging, her gaze slowly drifting forward, lost in thought. Chen Luzhou found her manner frustrating. She always left things half-said. Was she truly unable to engage in conversation, or was she deliberately teasing him? He felt a strong urge to confront her directly, to either push her to be more explicit or to flirt more overtly. This ambiguous dance was bewildering. Under Xu Zhi's silent guidance, the car successfully navigated 2 junctions and traversed the most rugged stretches of the mountain road. Upon reaching the familiar asphalt, the ride finally steadied. After a prolonged silence, Chen Luzhou shot her a cold glance. Still no words, huh? Xu Zhi, eyes closed and leaning against the passenger seat, was deep in thought when he abruptly interrupted her train of thought. Feeling somewhat irritable, she snapped back, "I'm thinking. Please, let me concentrate." She truly was contemplating whether to be forthright with Chen Luzhou or to continue this back-and-forth, evasive exchange. Although the explanation was somewhat complex, Chen Luzhou did not seem unreasonable. Yet, would he think her peculiar if she were too logical? After all, this matter was not easily articulated through reason alone. However, Chen Luzhou, what are you being fierce about? It was not until the vehicle smoothly navigated the winding mountain road that the base of Mingling Mountain revealed a vast expanse of azure sea, with the pristine white clouds resembling a delicate layer of frothy cream resting on the distant horizon. The view outside the window suddenly broadened, lifting both the scenery and his spirits. In this uplifting mood, Xu Zhi called out to him. He instinctively responded, momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of his reaction. Xu Zhi was similarly astonished, as their familiarity seemed to suggest a long-standing friendship, despite having met no more than 3 times. "Xu Zhi, do you believe in feng shui? What have you seen?" "I do not believe in superstitions," Chen Luzhou replied while feigning an attentive demeanor, picking up his phone, which had just buzzed multiple times in the glove compartment. Without checking the messages, as if to reciprocate her earlier fierceness, he casually tossed the phone toward her. "Please set the navigation for me. I need to return to the city briefly to retrieve something, or you could find a nearby shopping mall." His phone, either freshly plugged into the car charger or overwhelmed with notifications, was unbearably hot to the touch, causing Xu Zhi to flinch as she grasped it. "It's so hot. Why don't you use a case?" "Chen Luzhou, can you think before you speak?" Xu Zhi, oblivious. The password. Chen Luzhou, for once. Xu Zhi thought it was exceedingly simple, entering the password while inquiring, "Don't you have a birthday?" Chen Luzhou, driving with an impassive expression, cast her a sidelong glance. "That is my birthday." Xu Zhi, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize." His phone buzzed with several messages, likely left open from a previous conversation with a girl. As soon as Xu Zhi unlocked it, the messages flooded in eagerly. "Gugu, I must have had a short circuit in my brain last time, because I have indeed always liked you, so whenever I see you, I forget what I wanted to say, rambling on without coherence. I have no other intentions. I know you're not looking for a girlfriend right now, but I still want to remain close to you, regardless of the role. Gugu, I just had another argument with my parents and had a bit to drink, so I might be more straightforward now. I want to ask you, you don't have to be my boyfriend, even just a casual encounter would suffice. I actually asked you at your house before when you were watching a match. You said it depended on your mood. I'd like to know if your mood has improved. Can I come see you? Gugu, I've liked you since freshman year. I watched you play basketball every time. Whenever the others went out to buy snacks during the second period, I stayed behind because I knew you might be looking for ZYQ. Gugu, CLZ, I know there are many girls in our school who like you, but you will never meet anyone who likes you more than I do. I'm truly going crazy." However, the second message was quickly retracted. Xu Zhi hurriedly exited WeChat and opened the navigation app, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, despite her unintentional glance at his chat history. She managed to calmly divert the conversation, complimenting him. "Your WeChat interface looks quite stylish." Chen Luzhou cast a leisurely glance her way, responding, "Yes." It was taken during a basketball game. Upon closer inspection, Xu Zhi realized it was a photograph of himself, captured in a moment brimming with artistic flair. It was a candid shot taken while he was playing, so blurred that one could barely discern his tall, slender figure. Yet, the uniform he wore bore an uncanny resemblance to his current attire, leading Xu Zhi to connect the dots belatedly. "Oh," she murmured, momentarily at a loss, wondering how she consistently found herself effusively praising him. Chen Luzhou noted her sudden silence. She was adept at this back-and-forth teasing. As he signaled to turn, Thoughts of relinquishing caution grew stronger in his mind. He had never truly considered clarifying their relationship or progressing it further. Even if Xu Zhi were to break up with Tan Su, there would likely be no outcome for them. With his imminent departure abroad, and his father's concerns about potential inheritance disputes with Chen Xingqi, he might find himself cast away overseas. Was it truly worth it to engage in a 2-month fling? Chen Luzhou, focus on your basketball and drones, and stop overthinking. After finishing their shopping, it was already noon. Xu Zhi inquired if Chen Luzhou was hungry and suggested they dine together before heading back, mentioning a newly opened spicy frog restaurant nearby. Let us eat. It's the last time, he nodded. As expected, the frog restaurant had a queue. After retrieving their order number, Xu Zhi returned to find Chen Luzhou leaning against a stone pillar in the mall, nonchalantly handling a video call from his younger brother. Chen Xingqi, likely impatient, was throwing a fit on the line, insisting, "I don't care. You need to bring me back some spicy frog." With one hand shoved in his pocket, Chen Luzhou lazily replied, "That's not happening with just 800. It's an 8,000 kind of task." Chen Xingqi began to whine, "I don't care. I don't care. Who are you out with? You've been gone ages." "That sister from the other day," he replied. "The one who tests the boundaries of the law." "Yes, mind your words. She's right next to me." Xu Zhi thought, "Am I a ferocious beast or a tiger?" Chen Luzhou, unaware of why he was so relaxed while on speaker, knew his brother wasn't trustworthy. Sure enough, the next moment, Chen Xingqi playfully shouted through the video, "Pretty sister, do you want to be my sister-in-law? If you do, bring me back a pot of frog." Chen Luzhou swiftly cut the call. At the front of the frog restaurant, the crowd was bustling, mingling with the enthusiastic music from Mall. Xu Zhi couldn't quite make out the words from the phone, but vaguely heard the latter part of the exchange and asked Chen Luzhou, "Did your brother just ask me to bring him frog?" Chen Luzhou tucked his phone back into his pocket, only to be distracted by an entrepreneurial advertisement in the mall. Staring intently as he casually remarked, "Don't mind him. He's just spoiled." Xu Zhi felt it was time to restore her image. It was fine. She could order 2 pots later, one to take home since her younger brother wanted to eat. Why not buy it for him? At that moment, Chen Luzhou contemplated that. Regardless of the circumstances, earning money was paramount. Otherwise, his 4 years at university would be too passive. Even if he were to study abroad, he could not allow others to control his financial lifeline. How embarrassing it would be to pursue a girl without the means to pay for a hotel room. Thus, he gazed with keen interest at the entrepreneurial banners, pondering whether to embark on his own venture or to solidify his work foundation by starting from the ground up. However, upon hearing Xu Zhi readily agree, he thought to himself that she must be quite thoughtful. He glanced down at her and, in a moment of reckless abandon, declared, "Just say it. Are you trying to pursue Xu Zhi?" A flat male voice, dry as if it had not tasted water in a desert for ages, echoed from behind. Both Xu Zhi and Chen Luzhou turned around simultaneously, as Xu Zhi attempted to discern the source of the voice amidst the crowd. Chen Luzhou had already recognized the lean figure as Tan Su. Chen Luzhou tilted his chin towards Tan Su's direction and said, "Your boyfriend." Xu Zhi finally caught sight of the voice's origin. "If an explanation is needed, I can go over. Don't worry about me, Xu Zhi." His voice remained as cool and taut as ever, yet unusually earnest, which inexplicably caused Xu Zhi's heart to flutter, as if she had inadvertently wronged him. Xu Zhi indeed had something to discuss with Tan Su. That evening had ended on a sour note. She had not finished her words before Tan Su, in anger, tossed her necklace away. While she was preoccupied with searching for it, she only remembered upon returning home that she had not clarified things with him. When she later attempted to reach him, Tan Su did not answer his phone nor respond on WeChat. In truth, ever since the 3rd mock exam, Tan Su's demeanor had been somewhat off. He had become taciturn and withdrawn. Chu Yihua suggested he was suffering from anxiety due to overwhelming pressure. To help him relax, Xu Zhi planned a weekend outing, armed with 200 yuan saved from 2 weeks of skipping breakfast, to take him ice skating. Unexpectedly, she discovered that Tan Su had an inherent deficiency in athleticism, struggling with balance. After countless falls, he, in a fit of humiliation and rage, ripped off his ice skates and threw them to the ground. For the first time, his usually pale and lifeless face brimmed with muscle and strength as he shouted at her, "Is this amusing? Don't you ever consider others' feelings? I admit I am inept. Is that satisfactory?" Xu Zhi was taken aback. He was usually one to boast and strive for excellence in everything, even in trivial physical education tests. She had not realized his lack of balance. When she invited him to skate, he had readily agreed, only to turn around and chastise her for the embarrassing situation. At that moment, Xu Zhi felt that 17 or 18-year-old boys could be utterly exasperating. Yet, it must be said that without Tan Su, she would not have achieved her current academic standing. Perhaps she would not have endured that challenging period at all. Tan Su transferred to Rui Jun High School in his second year of high school, around the time when Xu Zhi's mother had just passed away 3 years prior. Su's father, suffering from severe depression and anxiety, was reliant on medication. However, prolonged use of antidepressants and anxiety medication can adversely affect bodily functions. During that period, Su Guangji's health deteriorated significantly, with his hair falling out in clumps, even more so than patients undergoing chemotherapy. Consequently, Xu Zhi, influenced by her father's condition, experienced a dramatic decline in her academic performance. She had once harbored hopes of attending a prestigious school, but ultimately stumbled into a regular high school. After Tan Su arrived and became Xu Zhi's deskmate, she felt a sense of sympathy for him. She learned that he had transferred due to being bullied at another school, which had led to his own struggles with depression. Xu Zhi, moved by his plight, became a bridge between him and the outside world. As they communicated more, it was Tan Su who often offered her guidance. Xu Zhi realized she could no longer drift aimlessly through life. It was perhaps from Tan Su's words, "There is no true despair in the world, only prisoners confined by their own thoughts," that she found clarity. "This is what you told me, and I have always found it enlightening. A person capable of articulating such thoughts must possess a mindset at least broader than mine. The things I cannot comprehend, you should be able to understand. Therefore, I believe that giving you some time would suffice. However, I have noticed that you seem to be stuck in a dead end. Avoidance serves no purpose. Failing an exam is simply failing. Must you drag everyone down with you in your misery to find solace?" Standing at the elevator entrance, as people trickled out from the shopping mall escalator, Tan Su remained oblivious to the fact that he was obstructing others, standing there like a telephone pole. Xu Zhi tugged him aside, yet he instinctively glanced towards Chen Luzhou. He recognized him at first sight. Chen Luzhou was from the Zhongshan campus. Tan Su remembered that Chen Luzhou had been the chemistry teacher at his former school, and how the atmosphere in their classroom during exams was almost unbearable. With every student buried in their books, the silence palpable. Tan Su recalled how he used Chen Luzhou as an example, admonishing his students that their mentality was flawed. They were already working themselves to exhaustion in their first year of high school, and with the college entrance examination still looming, he feared their mental states would falter. There was a student in their class with an excellent mindset who had won a national award in a middle school chemistry competition. He worked diligently, yet during exam periods, he hardly studied, choosing instead to play basketball or watch movies, creating a relatively relaxed atmosphere in their classroom. Tan Su found it hard to believe that there were classes at the prestigious school that maintained a decent atmosphere. He thought every class at that school was akin to a hellish mode. Furthermore, each year, some students could not withstand the pressure and chose to withdraw or transfer. At that moment, he believed the teacher simply couldn't bear to see other classes exerting more effort than theirs, making disparaging remarks in an attempt to undermine them. Tan Su was skeptical of the notion that one person could influence the atmosphere of an entire class. Later on, while he was at the Zhongshan office retrieving competition papers for a teacher, he happened upon Chen Luzhou, who was being reprimanded by the math teacher. Tan Su felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that the chemistry teacher's bravado would soon be proven unfounded. As he took the exam paper, he accidentally knocked over the glass cup belonging to the mathematics teacher. In a moment of quick reflexes, Chen Luzhou managed to steady it. Casting a glance at Tan Su and jesting with the teacher, "Oh look, we nearly shattered another one. Otherwise, we would have to pool our money again for a new one come next Teacher's Day." The mathematics teacher shot him a glare, feigning annoyance, yet her eyes sparkled with delight, indeed quite rare. Tan Su muttered an apology and turned to leave. The teacher immediately called out to him, "Wait a moment, student. Take this answer sheet with you. No peeking. Compare it only after you finish." After searching for quite a while without success, worried that Tan Su might grow impatient, She casually remarked, "Chen Luzhou, lend him your paper." Chen Luzhou pulled a sheet from his hand, examined it, and then hesitated, letting out a sigh. "What are you doing?" "Hurry up," he asked, waiting. "Class is about to start." "I haven't written anything yet," he replied. "You spend all day watching movies." The mathematics teacher chided him. "You should watch fewer films." "What's the matter? Planning to become an actor? You might as well apply to Beijing Film Academy." "I'll ask my mother if she agrees." He chuckled as he returned the paper. At that moment, Tensu felt the atmosphere was indeed different, but he remained unyielding. Chen Luzhou was merely a bit sunnier than the rest of them. Chen Luzhou was rather occupied himself, having just directed someone to the restroom and inadvertently causing a child waiting nearby to burst into tears. He was quite perplexed, wondering why children seemed to gravitate towards him. He suspected he was being pursued by them. Exhausted, he leaned against a pillar in surrender and addressed the child. All right, here is the balloon. Just don't point that gun at your sister. Your bullets really hurt. I'm bruised all over." The people in line around them chuckled, creating an atmosphere vastly different from that surrounding Tensu. Tensu contemplated that the reason Chen Luzhou drew such positive energy wherever he went was simply that people were willing to focus their attention on him. He redirected his gaze, gloomily addressing Xu Zhi. "I'm the one who failed the college entrance exam, not you. Your empathy is lacking. If you can't understand, then don't. Stop telling me that repeating a year isn't a big deal. Do you think it's that simple? I've worked hard for so many years. Is it just to take another shot at it? I've never failed in my life. Do you understand?" Moreover, that phrase wasn't even his. He had seen it in an anthology of perfect essays from his former school, but had overlooked the author's name. And now he couldn't find the book again. Xu Zhi regarded him for a moment and asked, "Have you seen a psychologist?" "Dan Su Deeply? I don't need a psychologist. Is that why you came to see me? To tell me that now that you've performed well, you could just cast me aside?" Xu Zhi retorted, "That's not how it is between us, Xu Zhi. I thought we had an unspoken understanding," Tensu interrupted sarcastically. "Wasn't that just an excuse to appease the teachers? Or have you found someone better and decided to discard me? At present, I find myself devoid of the inclination to engage in romantic pursuits. To speak candidly, during my 3rd year of high school, I resolved that I did not harbor feelings for you. Yet, during my most perplexing moments, you incessantly offered me subtle hints, leading me to mistakenly believe that I was fond of you. If you insist on articulating your thoughts so plainly, I have no qualms about confronting you directly." Tansu's gaze was vigilant as she observed Xu Zhi. Her eyes, pristine and clear, bore an edge that was both sharp and unyielding, seemingly possessing the courage to challenge the very sun and moon. "Tensu, do you dare to admit it? You are merely manipulating me." Inside the Bullfrog restaurant, patrons filled the space, and at the adjacent table sat the young boy who had previously threatened Chen Luzhou with a gun. Now, they were nearly on familiar terms. A young girl, particularly fond of Chen Luzhou, shyly brought over a plate of fruit from the buffet and placed it on his table without daring to meet his gaze. Upon setting it down, she quickly turned and scampered away, leaving Chen Luzhou somewhat amused and helpless, leaning back in his chair with a smile. When the girl returned for the 3rd time with another platter of fruit, Chen Luzhou decided to seize the moment, asking her if she would like to join him for a meal. Thus, Xu Zhi observed as the server brought over a pair of children's chopsticks for them. She felt a strong urge to scold the girl, who, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, hesitantly inquired, "Sister, am I not allowed to eat?" "Absolutely not," Xu Zhi replied bluntly. "Where are your parents? Do they permit you to approach strangers so freely? This brother is not a bad person today. But what if you encounter someone ill-intentioned in the future?" The little girl began to cry, obediently climbing down from her chair, mumbling in a conflicted manner, "Brother, I'm leaving." Chen Luzhou, unable to let her depart in tears, coaxed her gently, giving her the balloon that the staff had just presented to him. The child's face instantly brightened, and she happily returned to her parents' table. Once she was settled back with her family and exchanged a glance with them, Chen Luzhou turned back, leaning against his chair as he adjusted the flame beneath the bullfrog pot. His gaze held an unspoken meaning as he regarded Xu Zhi. "Why were you so harsh with the child? Did you have a quarrel?" Xu Zhi then picked up her chopsticks, focused solely on selecting a piece of bullfrog. "It hardly qualifies as a quarrel," she said, blowing on the steam rising from the dish. I merely intimidated her a little. Coughing slightly as he sipped on his lemon water, Chen Luzhou was caught off guard by her words. His voice faltered as he asked, "What did you threaten her with?" "Nothing of consequence. I simply told her to stop bothering me." Xu Zhi, feeling the heat from the spicy bullfrog, fanned herself and took a sip of water. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Oh, by the way, I'll add you on WeChat later." Chen Luzhou remarked, "Your seamless transition could be termed welding." For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if he wished to extract his very bones to relieve the tension. After taking another sip of lemon water, he glanced away, thinking it all transpired too swiftly. Xu Zhi set her cup down and deliberated before saying, "There is something I need to discuss with you, but it's better suited for WeChat. Speaking in person feels inappropriate." "I understand," he replied, gazing at her intently. Xu Zhi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed. "You know?" Chen Luzhou replied, "To some extent. I know a little." Xu Zhi, quite astonished, raised the dry pot bullfrog she was holding with her chopsticks in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "Oh, let's discuss this when we get back." Chen Luzhou lounged in his chair, his legs sprawled out nonchalantly. A child had just given him a few candies. He unwrapped one and chewed it leisurely, casting a meaningful glance at Xu Zhi as he did so. Perhaps it was the imposing nature of his presence, but his gaze always suggested he was ready to stir up trouble at any moment. In his mind, he pondered, am I now considered a third party? After they finished their meal and returned to the car, Xu Zhi eagerly reached for her phone to scan Chen Luzhou's WeChat. Chen Luzhou, amused by her eagerness, brought up the QR code and tossed it onto the storage compartment. Glancing at the large cinema sign in the underground parking lot, he almost blurted out, "Since we're already here, why not catch a movie first?" As a side note, while Xu Zhi sent him a friend request, she confirmed, "All three characters are the surname, right? That's how Zhu introduced you." Hearing his affirmative response, she instinctively typed Chen Luzhou without much thought, then remarked, "Adding you on WeChat is quite a challenge." Chen Luzhou withdrew his gaze from the window, leaning against the driver's seat with one hand on the steering wheel. With the other, he swiftly retrieved her phone after she scanned the QR code. Inputting Xu Zhi's name with one hand and tossing the phone aside as he started the car, his movements seamless and unbroken. "All right, don't act like you're being taken advantage of," he quipped. Xu Zhi nodded, acknowledging the fortunate turn of events, but added, "You are indeed the most complicated one." Chen Luzhou paused momentarily, glancing at her. "What do you mean by that?" "I went to Africa with my dad for a conference. Honestly, I communicated more smoothly with the locals than I do with you. They wrote down all their social media accounts for me, even their video accounts, urging me to follow and like their posts." "Africa for a conference?" Chen Luzhou finally exited the underground parking lot. "What does your father do?" Xu Zhi pondered for a moment, diverting the topic. "Just an ordinary job. By the way, what does your brother have you doing for the 800 a day?" Chen Luzhou found her thought process rather unconventional, accompanying him for meals, drinks, or even more. Interested? Just then, Xu Zhi's phone buzzed. It was Kai Yinging asking if she was back. As she replied, she added, "If your brother is willing, I wouldn't mind, as long as he pays appropriately." How naive, Chen Luzhou smirked, shaking his head at her audacity. As they turned out of the underground garage, his peripheral vision caught sight of a popular milk tea shop with a long queue outside. He looked down at her and inquired, "Would you like something to drink?" Xu Zhi followed his gaze and saw a long line ahead. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head, expressing her desire to earn some money, yet feeling quite full. With a heavy sigh, she remarked, "I also wish to make a bit of money. Do you have any connections to share?" "I have no connections. But coincidentally, I recently conceived a money-making idea," Chen Luzhou replied as he parked the car by the roadside and retrieved his phone. Xu Zhi assumed he was going to share his lucrative plan with her, only to be surprised when he ordered 2 cups of milk tea instead. "Didn't you eat enough?" Xu Zhi inquired. Chen Luzhou thought to himself, "I'm just full to the brim, and you still put on an act." Leaning nonchalantly against the driver's seat, with one elbow resting on the window ledge, he glanced at her with an impassive expression and said, "I ordered 2 cups. Will you drink?" "Yes," Xu Zhi replied, her curiosity piqued by his money-making idea. She preferred not to dwell on the matter further and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Chen Luzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you interested? You seem to be reaching into my business quite quickly." Of course, Xu Zhi responded promptly. I will soon be heading to university. I cannot always rely on my family. I know a senior who is particularly remarkable. She started her own business right after graduating high school and earned her first pot of gold in just 2 months during the summer vacation. While others were pleading with their parents for extra living expenses, she was already paying salaries to others. That is quite impressive, Chen Luzhou conceded, acknowledging her. Xu Zhi nodded, but then her tone shifted to one of lament. However, it is a pity that later on, because she earned so much money, she found school meaningless and dropped out in her sophomore year. She met her current husband, and now her marriage is in trouble, and her career has plummeted. Men can be quite terrifying, Chen Luzhou remarked, casting her a sidelong glance, his expression reflecting disbelief. It seems inappropriate for you, someone so seamlessly integrated into life, to say such things. You likely cannot participate in my project. Are you suggesting I can't be a part of your business? Xu Zhi asked. Chen Luzhou checked his phone order, noting that there were still 10 people ahead for the milk tea. He locked his phone, tilted his seat back slightly, and leaned back with his head tilted upwards, exuding a clean, reserved demeanor, yet his words were rather crude. It's about chatting. Xu Zhi looked at him in shock. Chatting naked? Then, she slowly scrutinized him from head to toe. Can I at least buy a $5 session to see what it's like? Chen Luzhou turned his head to look at her. Your imagination is wild. Even a frog passing by would need to clarify that it's not a toad. Xu Zhi was genuinely curious. Can this really make money? Will you do it for money? Chen Luzhou asked, aimlessly strolling around while holding his phone, his demeanor indifferent. Chatting is simple. Anyone can talk. As for the naked part, I need to think it over. Is there really anything to consider? Xu Zhi was uncertain whether his tone indicated a necessity to engage or to refrain, as she was quite eager to accompany him in making money. He certainly seemed like someone capable of generating income. After all, he had a multitude of tricks up his sleeve. Xu Zhi resolutely stated, for now, I shall abstain. As the milk tea was delivered, Chen Luzhou lowered his car window to retrieve it, handing a cup to Xu Zhi, noticing that she received it without lifting her gaze. Her eyes fixated on her phone. Engrossed in a game of do di zhu with Kai Yingying, Chen Luzhou leaned back in the driver's seat, casting a cold glance her way, pondering whether she truly needed to communicate via WeChat. Was it impossible to converse in the moment? Thus, the journey remained silent. Chen Luzhou drove at a leisurely pace, passing by the resplendent Qingshan at Kenran Siji, the captivating sea that stirred one's spirit, and the fluffy white clouds that embraced a gentle warmth. He had never perceived these landscapes as particularly vibrant before, yet the picturesque scenery went unnoticed by Xu Zhi, who remained absorbed in strategizing how to retain her Wang Jacquard until the end. Do you truly have nothing to say? Xu Zhi finally lifted her head from her phone, perplexed. What do you mean? Did you not mention you had something to discuss with me? Xu Zhi responded with a nonchalant "oh" as she discarded a 3, casting a suspicious glance at him. Did Zhu Yangqi not inform you? Kai Yingying and I have plans for a late-night snack together. Perhaps we can discuss it then. You certainly have no fear of others knowing. As Chen Luzhou parked in the backyard of Fu Yuqing's residence, he contemplated whether to persuade Fu Yuqing to advise her against such recklessness. Just then, he spotted Fu Yuqing emerging from the tea room, accompanied by his devoted dog, vehemently berating someone on the phone. Then you tell him, I'm merely a guest house owner, not a police officer. His wife and mistress come to book a room, and I'm expected to intervene? As Chen Luzhou ascended the stairs, Zhu Yangqi was engaged in arranging the dining location with Kai Yingying. Although the villa was not vast, it boasted a diverse array of cuisines. It must be said that Fu Yuqing was a connoisseur of life's pleasures. Sichuan, Huaiyang, Hangzhou, and northeastern cuisine were all available, with the restaurant tailoring its offerings daily based on available ingredients. Unfortunately, today featured Sichuan cuisine, which none of the 4 particularly favored for its spiciness. Chen Luzhou was tolerable of it, yet the other 3 nearly recoiled at the sight of chili peppers, prompting Kai Yingying to suggest a change of plans. Shall we instead head to the bar downstairs for some drinks? Zhu Yangqi enthusiastically agreed. Xu Zhi, lazily playing do di zhu on the phone, replied nonchalantly, I'm fine with anything. The trio had unknowingly created a group chat for their meal plans, which also included Chen Luzhou. His phone lay on the bedside, vibrating incessantly, yet he made no effort to check it, too lethargic to even lift his eyelids. Appearing as though he had drifted off to sleep, his upper body unclothed, revealing a broad and elegantly contoured back, sprawled across the bed motionless. However, Zhu Yanqi was aware that he was not truly asleep. In the ongoing voice chat, Zhu Yanqi queried Xu Zhi, "Did you drag him out to work the fields? He looks utterly exhausted, like an old yellow ox." "Be quiet, Zhu Yanqi," came a muffled response from Chen Luzhou, half of his face still buried in the pillow. The game of Do Di Zhu continued to erupt with activity on Xu Zhi's end. As she remarked, "I don't know. All I can say is he seems to be having a splendid time with that little girl." Chen Luzhou lay on the bed, rolling his eyes in silence, thinking to himself how one could still feel jealous. He lazily extended his hand to grasp the phone on the bedside table and tossed it to Zhu Yanqi without uttering a word. "Please charge it for me. The plug is on your side." His voice was laden with fatigue. Zhu Yanqi casually inquired, "Didn't you bring a power bank?" "I lost it ages ago," he replied. Zhu Yanqi exclaimed, "Didn't you lend it to Xu Zhi that day?" He casually called out to the group chat, "Xu Zhi, did you return Chen Luzhou's power bank?" Xu Zhi also appeared puzzled, struggling to recall. "I think I returned it that night, didn't I?" Chen Luzhou remained on the bed with his eyes closed, lazily interjecting, his voice clear, "No." Xu Zhi pondered for a moment. She had accompanied Chen Luzhou to settle the bill and had unplugged the power bank without a second thought. After paying, she hadn't returned and followed Chen Luzhou to his home for sweet potatoes. Ultimately, Kai Yingying and Zhu Yanqi wrapped up the evening, both claiming they hadn't taken it. "It must have been left at the store. I'm sorry. I'll buy another one to return to you," Xu Zhi offered. "No need to buy another. It wouldn't matter how many power banks I have. They always seem to disappear within days." "All right, it's fine. He has the means. Let us just agree on this for tonight. See you later." Zhu Yanqi hastily relayed a few words before exiting the voice chat. After hanging up, he climbed off the bed to use the restroom. As he lifted the toilet seat, he called out to Chen Luzhou, lounging outside. "Isn't this tactic exactly like the one used by that person who pursued you, lending you a power bank under the pretense of forgetting to take it, thus creating a reason to contact you again?" "Chen Luzhou." Zhu Yanqi finished using the toilet, and, seeing Chen Luzhou's indifference, threw a pillow at him. "Stop pretending to be dead. I know you never sleep during the day." Finally, Chen Luzhou showed mercy and turned over. He removed the pillow and sat up lazily, leaning against the headboard, scanning the room. "Do you have any cigarettes?" Zhu Yanqi retrieved a pack of his prized double-flavored cigarettes from the drawer and tossed it to him. Astonished, "Aren't you the one who never smokes?" Chen Luzhou slowly tore open the packaging, extracted a cigarette, placed it between his lips, rummaged through the drawer for a lighter, but found none. He casually picked up a match from the bedside table, struck it, and took a puff, coughing slightly as the smoke irritated his throat. "I've never smoked before. I'm just giving it a try." "You're practically a third wheel. What else can't you do?" Zhu Yanqi scoffed. "She broke up with Tan Su," Chen Luzhou added as he bent down to light his cigarette. Zhu Yanqi was taken aback, rushing to drag a chair closer. "You're not actually trying to steal someone else's partner, are you?" Chen Luzhou glanced at him, annoyance evident, and extinguished the match. "No, but I nearly let it slip. I don't know why, but I find it hard to refuse her." "What do you mean by hard to refuse?" "I can't quite articulate it. Cough, cough." Chen Luzhou, entirely inexperienced with smoking, coughed after a couple of puffs, feeling as if he were choked by cat hair, his chest itchy. "If I had known this would be so bothersome, I wouldn't even care. She clearly has a boyfriend." Zhu Yanqi retorted, "Are you annoyed with her? Or are you annoyed that she has a boyfriend?" Chen Luzhou remained silent, extinguishing his cigarette, vowing never to smoke again, for it was an arduous endeavor. Zhu Yanqi, quick-witted and impulsive, snatched it away, exclaiming, "You wasteful fool. This is my last pack, and I still have 2 paintings to submit." How repulsive. Chen Luzhou was utterly exasperated. Zhu Yanqi, undeterred, continued to smoke, calming himself before saying, "Although Xu Zhi is undeniably beautiful, particularly with her clean and intelligent demeanor, embodying the current trend of pure and innocent beauty. Yes, that's the term that comes to mind. There were indeed girls who pursued you in the past, even more stunning than her. You dismiss Gu Yin so decisively. What sets her apart from the others?" The sole distinction is that she has a boyfriend. Chen Luzhou looked up at him, prompting Zhu Yangqi to sigh, convinced of his own analysis. Thus, what you find irresistible is not her, but the thrill, the taboo, the clandestine allure. Chen Luzhou, you are unwell. This needs remedy. Get lost. The bar at Guqin Fushan Resort was sparsely populated, a venue dedicated to relaxed music, with an array of exquisite spirits on display, yet devoid of a resident singer due to the resort's remoteness. Furthermore, Fu Yuqing's temperament deterred anyone from traveling such a distance for employment. Thus, the bar occasionally saw Fu Yuqing take the stage to sing a couple of songs when in the mood. Fortunately, he had no such inclination today. Xu Zhi and her friends arrived early, the bar only hosting a few languid patrons, with dim, seductive lights flickering in the corners and soft melodies cascading into various glasses, creating an enveloping atmosphere. Prior to her arrival, Cai Yingying had blacklisted Zhai Xiao. Ever since that evening, they had not been in contact, and despite Zhai Xiao's inquiries over the next few days, no response followed. Today, he suddenly posted a photo of Cai Jingjing on his social media, prompting Cai Yingying to initially ponder the reason behind it. After magnifying the photo of Cai Jingjing numerous times, and even consulting a professional to remove the beauty filter, Cai Yingying fell silent. She lacked even the courage to confront him. Though she deemed this reaction superficial, at her age, it was indeed a profound blow. Cai Jingjing was so beautiful and was even attending the same university as him. This struck Cai Yingying hard. I want to repeat my studies, Cai Yingying declared, sipping a mojito, gazing at the floating mint leaves in the glass. I aim to attend the same university as Zhai Xiao and Cai Jingjing. I want to show Zhai Xiao that I am no less than her. Yingying, I wholeheartedly support your desire to study diligently, Xu Zhi replied, fully aware of her impulsive nature, heaving a sigh. However, I believe it would be more satisfying to have someone teach him a lesson. Who should I beat up? Came Zhu Yangqi's voice from behind. A scoundrel, Cai Yingying replied without turning around, downing her mojito. Noticing he was alone, she inquired, Where's Chen Luzhou? With Boss Fu. Discussing the filming of the tea plantation, Zhu Yangqi said, pulling out a chair across from her and smiling. Long time no see, parrot sister. Cai Yingying, already feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears upon hearing this. Xu Zhi was still engrossed in playing Do Di Zhu, having won back all the game tokens lost by the elderly lady. With her head bowed, she resembled an emotionless gaming machine, theatrically warning Zhu Yangqi, Don't provoke her, or I shall summon Uncle Fu to sing a couple of songs. Zhu Yangqi responded with a pause, and Cai Yingying joined in, retorting, Zhu Yangqi, are you secretly in love with me? Otherwise, why don't you greet Xu Zhi? Zhu Yangqi replied, I did greet her. You're a parrot, and she asked my little sister. Cai Yingying shot back, Zhu Yangqi, are you courting death? Zhu Yangqi, growing serious, advised enough of this weeping over a man. Once you get into a good university, you'll come to realize a harsher truth. Those more accomplished than you will look down upon you, and you want to be interested in those beneath you. Thus, you shall remain forever single. The best course of action is to forego university, avoid the world, and thus shield ourselves from its cruelties. Then why don't you burn your art certification first? Zhu Yangqi, wearing a thick-skinned smile, turned to glance at the menu and fortuitously spotted a tall, familiar figure entering through the door. To be honest, Chen Luzhou's appearance, even for Zhu Yangqi, who spent every day by his side and should have grown weary of his looks, still managed to astonish him on occasion. Like today, there was nothing particularly different about him, yet his brows appeared more pronounced, his features clearer and more refined, his contours smooth, and his hair impeccably neat. He looked remarkably presentable. Truth be told, Chen Luzhou had not made an effort to dress up. He had merely gone to assist Chen Xingqi in tidying up his painting supplies and inadvertently soiled his trousers. So he returned home to take a quick shower. He had only washed up, not even blow-drying his hair, which he considered a display of restraint, believing he hadn't overly dressed for the occasion. However, Xu Zhi showed him no courtesy whatsoever. From a moment he sat down, she did not glance in his direction, fully absorbed in her game of Do Di Zhu. Having played all day, her style was rather aggressive. With favorable cards, she would often dominate the game, reducing the joy tokens of the other two players to zero. While with unfavorable cards, she would merely play defensively. It was clear she was merely assisting others in playing for joy tokens, just as he had done for Chen Xingqi before. No one spoke. Xu Zhi was focused on her game. Cai Yingying was lost in her heartbreak. And Chen Luzhou remained silent. Zhu Yanqi pulled out his phone and began typing furiously to Chen Luzhou. Dad, why do I feel that the atmosphere is somewhat off? CR, when did you change your WeChat name? Dad, it's none of your business when I changed it. I'm just curious what she wants to say to you. Is it to confess, I broke up with Tan Su, can I pursue you? Or is it, do you have money? Lend me some. I seriously suspect it's the latter. CR, change the name back, or I'll block you. After Xu Zhi finished playing and sent the account back to the elderly lady, she finally set her phone down, noticing for the first time that a person was seated opposite her. You're here. She casually glanced over, clad in black attire that was both neat and effortless. A black cap perched atop her head, accentuating her smooth contours. With her gaze obscured, her eyes inexplicably deepened, losing their usual coldness. Just leaning there, her chest was flat and broad, exuding a sense of security, undeniably slender and quite handsome. It suddenly became clear why Chen Luzhou sometimes exhibited a hint of narcissism. A boy like him would undoubtedly be quite popular at school, and it was not an exaggeration to say that girls vying for his attention would form long lines. Chen Luzhou tossed his phone onto the table, having sat there for 10 minutes. Xu Zhi responded with an O, asking if he would like something to drink. She had just ordered a Long Island iced tea, which she found rather unpalatable. Chen Luzhou, however, could not be bothered to explain that a Long Island iced tea was not actually tea, but rather a cocktail. Xu Zhi had been contemplating how to explain this in a compelling manner that would convince Chen Luzhou, yet sometimes, no matter how many times a scenario is imagined, the reality of the 101st occurrence often diverges entirely from the previous fantasies. Regardless, her priority was to ensure Chen Luzhou was in a good mood. Only then would the storytelling be effective. What kind of music do you like? Xu Zhi in Gui? Anything, he replied. Then you should drink something without it. I fear you might not enjoy listening, she suggested. Go ahead, speak, he urged. Xu Zhi glanced at Cai Yingying beside her. All right, she began. Chen Luzhou remained impassive, leaning back in his chair while watching Xu Zhi, but Zhu Yanqi's heart raced as if he could almost see Cupid slowly drawing back an arrow, trembling yet uncertain of its destination. He felt more anxious than Chen Luzhou. If that arrow were to strike a heart, he would simply wish them well. However, if it were to land elsewhere, he resolved to give Xu Zhi a good thrashing for putting his friend in such a predicament. Wait a moment, Zhu Yangqi interjected unexpectedly. The three turned to look at him, even Xu Zhi appearing puzzled. Chen Luzhou, leaning back with arms crossed, impatiently tilted his head, wondering what Zhu Yanqi was delaying for. My shoelace is untied. Let me fix it first, Zhu Yanqi declared, adopting a posture as if he were about to witness something significant. Cai Yingying dismissed him, and Zhu Yanqi bent down, but before he could even touch his shoelaces, Cai Yingying bluntly stated, Xu Zhi just wants to meet your mother, by any means necessary. So, she still wishes to be your girlfriend, she added. Chen Luzhou turned his head uncomfortably, slightly tipping his cap, clearing his throat. And perhaps feeling his cough was not conspicuous enough, he coughed heavily again. What do you mean by any means necessary? Well, if you say she must be your girlfriend to meet your mother, Xu Zhi would agree to that, Cai Yingying remarked. Chen Luzhou shot a glance at Xu Zhi and asked, Do you think I have feelings for you? How did you possibly deduce that? Xu Zhi hurriedly said, No. There are some matters I can explain to you later. I merely wish to add you on WeChat to arrange a meeting with Annie. If it is inconvenient for you, that is perfectly fine. However, I assure you, I am not so self-absorbed as to believe you might have any romantic interest in me. As she spoke, Xu Zhi pushed her phone towards him, adding, Look, I added you on WeChat without bothering you, and I truly have no ulterior motives. I haven't even opened your moments. The slow loading and the small circle indicating a lack of interest confirmed her indifference. Yet, Chen Luzhou only noticed the name on the remarks. Chen Luzhou. He tossed the phone back, muttering, Thank you, but I prefer to take another path. Xu Zhi, with a sense of urgency, thought to herself not to collapse, to maintain composure. Chen Luzhou was skeptical of her supposed lack of feelings. He believed it might be a sophisticated strategy he did not quite grasp. Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, The few remaining patrons in the bar began to disperse, leaving only their small group behind, the tension hanging heavily in the air, like a viscous liquid that resisted stirring. Leaning against the bar, Chen Luzhou picked up a peanut, his gaze cast downwards as he casually asked, "Why did you break up with your boyfriend?" He added, "Do not cloak your intentions in grandiloquent reasons. Are you truly saying you have no thoughts about me?" Unaware that Chen Luzhou was attempting to regain control of the situation and oblivious to her own burgeoning reputation as a heartbreaker, Xu Zhi was in the midst of changing her contact name when she looked up in surprise. "Break up?" Zhu, still muddled, interjected eagerly, "Yes." "Why did you suddenly end things with him?" Xu Zhi, puzzled by their apparent understanding of situations she had not fully grasped, replied, "I merely clarified things with him. He wasn't even my boyfriend. That night, Yingning suggested I mention having boyfriends to make you feel more at ease." "Seriously?" Zhu exclaimed, turning to Chen Luzhou. The young master remained silent, raising his head without a hint of seeking retribution, brushing off the peanut shells from his hands. His gaze, cold and detached, fell upon Xu Zhi, the true architect of this predicament being Cai Yingning. But his focus remained solely on Xu Zhi, questioning, "Have you deceived me?" His deep black eyes, reminiscent of the ocean on a clear day, held an unyielding calm beneath which lay a vibrant world of coral reefs. Xu Zhi felt a shiver run through her. It seemed she had truly provoked him. Regrettably, she realized that she had strayed from the main point. "None of this is important. Would you like to hear about my mother?" However, before Xu Zhi could elaborate, Cai Yingning suddenly succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. Having consumed several mojitos in quick succession, her face flushed a deep hue, and even her neck bore a splotchy redness. Out of seemingly nowhere, Cai Yingning produced a microphone. Xu Zhi instinctively glanced at the stage, noting the bare microphone standing there, stark and alone like a solitary commander. She held 2 empty wine glasses in her hands, gently clinking them against the microphone, producing 2 sharp, clear sounds. Following this, Cai Yingning began to speak extravagantly into the microphone. "What have I deceived you about?" The sound was loud and resonant, so clear that Chen Luzhou felt the entire villa could hear her. Suddenly, he understood why Fu Yuqing was reluctant to hire a singer for a residency. It was indeed a disturbance to the peace. Chen Luzhou's emotions were rather complex. The feeling of entanglement had dissipated, yet an unexpected sense of loss replaced it. It was as if a small fish had been swimming at the threshold of his heart, creating ripples of excitement and disrupting his appetite. Just as he was about to open the door, the fish swam away, and the pond that harbored youthful secrets was instantly restored to calmness. "You men are all the same. You fall for anyone you meet." Cai Yingning, clearly intoxicated, was met with a slap from Zhai Xiao. She seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations towards Chen Luzhou, exclaiming, "All the boys from your school are no good. Zhai Xiao is like this. Tensu is like this. Don't think I don't know, Chen Luzhou. You just want to pursue our Xu Zhi. Otherwise, why did you go alone to play whack-a-mole that night?" Xu Zhi immediately snatched the microphone from Cai Yingning, pressing it against her, disregarding her flailing struggles, and explained to Chen Luzhou, "You need to ask Zhu Yanqi about this. His ears seem more like ornaments. I've already explained it to Yingying. She might be a bit drunk right now. Just let me speak." Chen Luzhou interjected, "Talk about your mother." Xu Zhi paused. "Why are you cursing?" With a sigh, Chen Luzhou removed his hat, allowing her to see the sincerity reflected in his expression and eyes. It was not a confession of deep feelings, but an unmistakable honesty. "Aren't you going to tell me about your mother?" After approximately 20 minutes, Xu Zhi elaborated on every detail, recounting Lin Qiudie's past experiences, her speech patterns, and even mentioning the yellow dress. Zhu Yangqi listened, bewildered, while Chen Luzhou grasped her intentions. She wished to meet his mother, but feared alarming her. The Indian film she referenced, which Chen Luzhou had also seen, ended with the protagonist failing to attain the supposed redemption of the soul and instead falling into the clutches of capitalism, a rather ominous implication. "So you just want to confirm if she is your mother?" Chen Luzhou inquired. "Actually, there is no need for confirmation. I know she is most likely not." Xu Zhi, "As you mentioned earlier, my mother passed away a few years ago, and you've known her for over a decade. The possibility is minuscule. If you don't mind, I would love the opportunity to meet her. I am quite curious as to why they resemble each other so closely." Just a brief encounter would suffice. Chen Luzhou was the only one who had not consumed alcohol with a glass of lemon water before him. He leaned forward, resting one elbow lazily on his leg, his shoulders sagging as he lowered his head to finish the water through the straw. He thought, well, this is enough for today. However, as he reached for his hat, he glanced at Xu Zhi and casually asked, "You wouldn't mind being my girlfriend, would you?" "Oh, as long as you don't mind." Xu Zhi pondered the meaning of his expression and emphasized, "So that day we were pretending, right?" Chen Luzhou coughed, averted his gaze, and coldly retorted, "As if I have nothing better to do than to pretend to be in a real relationship with you." Xu Zhi wore an expression that conveyed a profound sense of enlightenment. Having finished her Long Island iced tea, she remarked, "Just right. I too have no desire for romance." Ive grand viri. Upon turning, she noticed Kai Ying was utterly inebriated, her neck flushed and her arms and thighs exhibiting an unusual redness. Sensing something amiss, Xu Zhi hurriedly inquired of Chen Luzhou, "Is she experiencing an allergic reaction to alcohol?" Chen Luzhou pushed back his chair to examine her. The dim lighting of the bar made it challenging to discern her condition. He activated his phone's flashlight to illuminate her face. Although Kai Ying's awareness was quite hazy, she could still grasp the gist of their conversation. In that moment, she felt as though she was nothing more than a lump of meat in Chen Luzhou's eyes, enduring yet another blow to her self-esteem. "Has she never drunk before?" Chen Luzhou asked. "No, this is my first time," Kai Ying replied. Chen Luzhou suggested, "Ask her if she feels any itching. If so, and her breathing becomes difficult, we must take her to the hospital. If it's merely redness, it should subside shortly." Kai Ying assured them that she did not feel itchy, only discomfort in her chest. When Chen Luzhou probed further, she described it as a dull ache. Chen Luzhou exchanged a glance with Xu Zhi before saying, "Dull pain? Could be a heart issue?" Kai Ying shook her head, "No. It's just that my time on NetEase Cloud Music has come to an end." Without hesitation, Xu Zhi began to assist her away, apologizing. "I must take her back now. It's time for her medication." As Zhu Yangqi entered, laughter erupted from him, his amusement rendering him nearly unable to stand. Eventually, he stumbled to the edge of the bed, while Chen Luzhou followed him inside, indifferent to his antics, swiftly undressing to take a shower. Upon finishing his shower, he found Zhu Yangqi still in fits of laughter. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chen Luzhou hurled a balled-up piece of clothing at him, his tone icy. "Is this never-ending?" Zhu Yangqi clutched his stomach, rolling on the bed in hysterics. Once his laughter subsided, he sat up, adopting a serious demeanor to summarize. "So, one must avoid habitual thinking. Not every girl will be enamored with you. Chun, you've encountered a tough nut to crack. You are unable to reject her. Yet she has made her feelings of rejection abundantly clear." Chen Luzhou reflected on his own foolishness, realizing he had been somewhat brainwashed by Gu Yan, who frequently messaged him professing her admiration and the multitude of girls who found him appealing. While indeed there had been girls expressing affection throughout his life, genuine pursuits were scarce, likely due to his upbringing in a rather rigorous academic environment where the focus remained on studies. However, once the college entrance examination concluded, it seemed as if girls sprouted like chives, with an influx of messages from various acquaintances, both from middle and high school, emerging in recent days. Thus, he found himself acting foolishly. Zhu Yangqi, reclining on the bed with his feet propped up casually, remarked, "Chun, now that all misunderstandings have been clarified, do you still experience that irresistible, tingling sensation towards her?" Chen Luzhou's hair was still damp, water trickling down as he wrapped a towel around his waist. Devoid of any clothing, water glistened on his shoulders and chest, sliding down his clean, delicate skin. After rubbing his hair dry, he disconnected his phone from the charger, intending to send a WeChat message to Chun Xingqi, suggesting he come downstairs for breakfast early the next day. Upon opening WeChat, amidst a flurry of messages in various group chats, the top notification caught his attention. It was from Xu Zhi, her profile picture depicting an entire garden of gardenias. Curiosity piqued, he tapped in her moments, recalling how Xu Zhi had gone to great lengths to demonstrate her disinterest earlier. Scrolling through his moments, as if to emphasize her indifference, with a sense of contrarian curiosity, he casually leaned against the edge of his desk, remarking to Zhu Yangqi, "Well, I suppose I concede defeat. Xu Zhi's moments were sparse, consisting of a mere 10 posts, either wishing a happy new year or celebrating her father's birthday. Remarkably simple, devoid of any emotional resonance. It was impossible to discern her likes or dislikes. Anyone attempting to pursue her would be at a complete loss. All right then, this matter between you two ends here. She truly has no feelings for you. Her initiating conversation was merely to add you on WeChat, which was only a pretext to converse with your mother. The power bank was indeed left at the store, Chen Luzhou mused, retreating from her moments back to the chat interface, where he noticed the top of the dialogue indicating that the other party was typing. Expressionless, he gazed at his phone, thinking, fine, what do you wish to convey? Was it all a ruse? After a prolonged wait with no response forthcoming, he finally sent a question mark. Xu Zhi replied rather swiftly. CR? Xu Zhi? CR? Xu Zhi? Chen Luzhou received a screenshot of what she was typing moments ago. CR, do you have something to say? Xu Zhi, no. I was about to ask if you happened to have picked up Yingying's bag at the bar. However, before I could send it, she found it. It turns out she hadn't taken it out. The following morning, Chen Luzhou forcibly dragged Chen Xingqi downstairs for breakfast. Chen Xingqi, filled with morning grumpiness, was about to express his irritation when he noticed his brother leaning against the door with a stern expression, devoid of the usual carefree demeanor, as if he were ready to execute him on the spot. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xingqi complied and got out of bed. The dining area was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons scattered throughout. The restaurant felt desolate, punctuated by the occasional clatter of dishes. The location of Fu Yushan Villa was unparalleled, serving not only as a picturesque retreat, but also as a refuge for art students like Zhu Yangqi and Chen Xingqi seeking inspiration. Zhu Yangqi had harbored an interest in aesthetics from a young age, whereas Chen Xingqi had different aspirations. He merely wished to leverage his art skills to secure admission into a prestigious university. With poor academic performance, he knew he could not succeed through traditional studies. Unlike his brother, who shone brightly, the pressure weighing on him was palpable. Frustrated with Zhu Yangqi, the young teacher, he had defiantly tossed his paintbrush and canvas off the mountain in a fit of pique. I merely mentioned a couple of words to him. Indeed, his dedication to painting is rather half-hearted. He paints for a while and then resorts to playing with his phone. Taking advantage of Chen Xingqi's absence as he went to grab a buffet, Zhu Yangqi seized the opportunity to complain to Chen Luzhou, lamenting that with such a lackadaisical attitude, often fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, he may not even pass the provincial examination in his senior year. Failing that would render his efforts futile, and he might as well return and repeat the year instead of even attempting the college entrance examination. Chen Luzhou, donning a cap and dressed in loose-fitting t-shirt and sweatpants, still the same attire from yesterday, clearly unkempt, exuded an air of casual indifference. This was due to Mrs. Huey's incessant reminders that Chen Xingqi, with his poor stomach, would undoubtedly skip breakfast unless someone was there to ensure he ate. Just as predicted, he is indeed a quintessential caretaker. Chen Luzhou placed a piece of bread, a hot dog, and a few lettuce leaves onto his plate, crafting a makeshift sandwich. Upon hearing this, he frowned, casting a glance at Zhu Yangqi. Has he truly abandoned his paintbrush and canvas? Will he use to paint in the coming days? Who knows? I can no longer instruct him. Zhu Yangqi, with a glint of envy in his eyes, pointed at the sandwich in Chen Luzhou's hands and implored, "Make one for me as well." Chen Luzhou ignored him, setting down his plate to confront Chen Xingqi, but was halted by Zhu Yangqi, who advised, hey. Reprimanding him early in the morning is rather unlucky. Let the young master finish his breakfast first. Confronting him now would be futile. Wait until he makes a mistake in front of you, then scold him. That set of art supplies I purchased in Spain. Do you have any idea how much it cost? I scrimped and saved, even foregoing the audio equipment I desired most, only to buy him that set of art supplies, and he just carelessly tossed it aside? Chen Luzhou felt as if he could bleed from anger. Zhu Yangqi suddenly realized, wait, that set of Faber-Castell supplies is genuine? Of course, what do you think? Chen Luzhou retorted. I assumed you merely found someone on Taobao to buy it. I mentioned it casually. There are only a few thousand limited editions. How was I to know you could actually procure it? Zhu Yangqi had refrained from buying that Faber-Castell set himself. not only due to its expense, but also because it was deemed artist-grade brushes. He believed his current skill level had not yet reached that standard, feeling unworthy to use them. That insolent Chen Xingqi, what right does he have? Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up a Western-style knife from the buffet table and handed it to Chen Luzhou, declaring ominously, "Here, stab him." As soon as Chen Xingqi sat down, he noticed the emptiness of Chen Luzhou's plate and inquired suspiciously, "Brother, aren't you eating?" Chen Luzhou, wearing his cap and with stubble adorning his chin, leaned back with crossed arms, surveying him with a rather sarcastic tone. "Why would I dare? You should eat more." If he couldn't discern the veiled criticism, then all those years spent together would have been in vain. He glanced at Zhu Yangqi, who wore a smug expression while eating, and quickly deduced that Zhu had been the one to report him. It was he who instigated the matter. Clearly, his work was inferior to mine, yet he insisted that it was superior. Chen Xingqi remarked. Chen Luzhou regarded him coolly. "Then will you toss aside the art supplies I gifted you? Such competitiveness over mere culinary skills?" The words spoken were rather harsh, particularly for Chen Xingqi, whose sensitivity was palpable. Upon hearing them, Zhu Yangqi couldn't help but cast a furtive glance. To put it plainly, while Chen Luzhou and his brother often bicker, he seldom resorts to such severe criticism, especially using the term incompetent. Chen Luzhou might employ this word with anyone else, but never towards Chen Xingqi, as they both understood the latter's lack of intelligence, not merely in academics, but in various other aspects as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't aspire to gain admission to a prestigious university through art examinations, wishing only to avoid falling too far behind his elder brother. Chen Xingqi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why his brother would speak so bluntly. Had he truly lost his temper? Zhu Yangqi attempted to mediate the situation, asserting that Chen Xingqi's artistic abilities were commendable. "You're just playing the role of the nice guy," Chen Xingqi retorted, ungrateful for the intervention, and turned to face Chen Luzhou defiantly. "Yes, I admit I am lacking, yet you are the most formidable, and even that sister of yours doesn't fancy you." Chen Luzhou, with an impassive expression, turned to Zhu Yangqi and coldly remarked, "Could you perhaps exercise some restraint with your words? If necessary, I can financially arrange for someone to teach you discretion." Zhu Yangqi felt unjustly accused, exclaiming, "This isn't my fault at all. Just last night, he messaged me asking if I had heard someone shouting your name while he was at the fish therapy pool. I merely informed him. And let me tell you, that bar is truly not worth visiting. Once the microphone is activated, the entire villa can hear everything. Luckily, there aren't many who recognize you here, otherwise the embarrassment would be unbearable." At this point, Chen Xingqi, seemingly oblivious to the tension, innocently asked, "Do you like that sister? What business is that of yours?" Chen Luzhou snapped back, "We're discussing your issues. If you have no desire to learn, kindly say so now, and we could ascend the mountain and return to our respective homes. I don't have the luxury of time to waste here with you. You're just afraid of running into her here and feeling awkward, right? I want to leave. I've already discarded my sketch pad and have no intention of drawing." "I'll make you furious," Chen Xingqi retorted with rising indignation. "If I return without my sketches, I'll simply tell my mother it's because you insulted me, calling me incompetent. After all, I want to gain admission to university regardless, so why squander my time?" Zhu Yangqi couldn't bear to listen any longer. "That is going too far. Your brother never said such things." "Fine, do as you please." Chen Luzhou was genuinely exasperated, wishing to say nothing more to him. Just then, the gentle chime of the wind bells at the restaurant's entrance announced the arrival of two familiar figures. Zhu Yangqi took note and whispered, "What a fateful encounter. Young Master Chen, your schedules seem quite compatible." "Leave," Chen Luzhou coldly dismissed, averting his gaze to avoid any emotional disturbance, choosing instead to observe the outside scenery. There is little to admire, as the picturesque views of Fushan Villa lay beyond the T Mountains, while this side was marred by rugged terrain, overgrown weeds, and an unkempt public restroom. Nevertheless, he feigned interest, scrutinizing the world outside as if it were a masterpiece, for he had no intention of initiating conversation nor greeting her. Zhu Yangqi chimed in, "It seems they are approaching us. Since she has no interest in me, there is no obligation to greet her. We are not that familiar." After all, Zhu Yangqi continued to tease Chen Luzhou. What is she holding? Could it be a gift for you? Are you ever going to cease your incessant prattle? Chen Luzhou, unable to endure any longer, turned back and cast an impatient glance at him. In the next moment, Xu Zhi placed something before Chen Luzhou. Is this yours? It was the easel and paintbrushes that Chen Xingqi had discarded. Zhu raised her gaze instinctively towards Chen Xingqi, whose lips curled disdainfully, clearly displeased that someone had retrieved the items. Well, that serves you right for bullying your brother. Our sister Su is truly formidable. How did it end up in your possession? Chen Luzhou finally lifted his eyes to regard her. Ying, I'm parched, Xu Zhi exclaimed, having just descended from the tea mountain. Her throat parched. Without bothering to explain to Chen Luzhou, she hurried towards the buffet area. What would you like to drink? I can fetch it for you. Just watermelon juice, please, Kai Ying replied. Both girls were drenched in sweat, and Zhu interjected, Did you two toil in the fields? Uncle Fu took us to pick tea at the tea mountain this morning, Kai Ying said, fanning herself with her hand. By the way, Chen Luzhou, you're going over there to take photos today, right? Chen Luzhou nodded slightly, gesturing towards the pile of art supplies. Did you find those at the tea mountain? Indeed. Many people were sketching there previously. Just below is Uncle Fu's tea mountain. Xu Zhi found them. She mentioned she had seen this painting at your home, and it seems rather new, so we brought it back for you. We just wanted to ask if you still need it. If not, please don't discard it carelessly. As many people are picking tea below, we hadn't returned yet and happened to see you all dining here, so we brought it over, Kai Ying added. Chen Luzhou glanced at Chen Xingqi, who was buried in his thoughts, not saying anything at that moment. I'll go over and apologize to Boss Fu later. Xu Zhi returned with the watermelon juice, and upon hearing his words, she sat down beside him, sipping her juice while saying, There's no need for that. Uncle Fu said he understands. The restaurant had a round table accommodating 6, but only 5 chairs were available, as one had likely been borrowed by another table. Kai Ying sat beside Zhu, leaving only 1 seat available. What does he understand? Chen Luzhou inquired. And why are you sitting next to me? Xu Zhi, relishing the refreshing watermelon juice, felt her throat, akin to a parched sponge, absorb the moisture, transforming her voice into a sweet melody. He said, If I had painted like that, I would have thrown it away too. Zhu commented. Chen Xingqi, having left, turned back halfway, snatching up the easel and paintbrushes, storming out in a huff. So it was your brother's? Kai Ying observed the child's retreating figure. Xu Zhi also realized, glancing back in confusion, had I known earlier, I wouldn't have said anything. Chen Luzhou shot her a sidelong glance. Yes, it's mine, so feel free to say whatever you like. The restaurant was gradually filling with patrons, the air filled with the clatter of plates and silverware. As Xu Zhi pondered what to eat next, she caught his comment and lazily glanced over. You are an adult after all. Can you not handle such a minor setback? Chen Luzhou hadn't anticipated Xu Zhi's sudden gaze and reflexively tilted his head slightly to the side, lowering the brim of his hat. He leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat uneasy, and cleared his throat. In a fleeting moment, when their eyes unexpectedly met, Chen Luzhou belatedly realized that he had forgotten to shave. At that moment, he signaled to Zhu Yangqi to leave, whispering that he had not shaved. Zhu Yangqi sighed, shaking his head with a hint of schadenfreude, thinking him pretentious. Just as they were about to rise, Xu Zhi, biting on her straw, suddenly inquired, Did you see the WeChat message I sent you? Chen Luzhou glanced at Zhu Yangqi, explaining that it was not his unwillingness to leave, but rather that she was speaking to him. He felt as though he was being clung to stubbornly. Zhu Yangqi urged, for heaven's sake, have some backbone and stand up. Chen Luzhou feigned a cough, claiming, No, I left my phone in my room. Xu Zhi responded with a casual, oh, leisurely sipping her watermelon juice without looking at him, poking at the icy remnants in her cup with her straw. Chen Luzhou asked, Did you drop something at the bar? Xu Zhi shook her head, finishing her juice in one breath and refreshingly declared, No, I just wanted to ask if there's been any progress on that money-making project of yours. I mentioned it to Ying yesterday, and she's quite interested. With college approaching, she wants to earn some pocket money. Chen Luzhou retorted, So you intend to cling to me? Huh, you're after my mother, after my money, but not me, right? Who knows? I'm still working on earning my brother's first bucket of gold. He stood up, genuinely intending to leave this time, tapping the table in front of Xu Zhi. Aren't you going to get something to eat? Kai Yingying is nearly full. Gai Xingying, who was engrossed in her meal, had a bun in her mouth and mumbled something unintelligible. Xu Zhi, having spent the morning under the scorching sun picking tea leaves, was nearly exhausted and still sweating profusely. Never mind, I can't eat. Chen Luzhou glanced at her, responding nonchalantly. Suit yourself. What are you pouting about? It's not my concern. You can't eat, huh? He returned to his room to pack his equipment, preparing to head to Tea Mountain for a shoot. While shaving the bathroom, Zhu Yangqi squatted by the door, tidying his painting tools, teasingly asking if he was worried about Xu Zhi not having breakfast, and jokingly expressing concern that Kai Yingying might finish off the entire buffet by herself. Chen Luzhou rinsed his razor and wiped his face with clean water, muttering, "You're insane." Zhu Yangqi laughed. "I think Xu Zhi is pretty cool and quite interesting. Just look at how frightened Chen Xingqi is of her. But what is up with your money-making project?" Chen Luzhou replied, "I was just bluffing her about the project. There's nothing substantial yet." He emerged from the bathroom, packed his drone into his bag, and zipped it up, exclaiming in exasperation. Who knew she genuinely wanted to get involved? Does she have no self-awareness? Do you really think I want to bring her along? Zhu Yangqi continued to smile. Of course you do. Your eyes seem to be troubled. It's merely a fleeting fondness. If I truly wish to engage in a romantic relationship, it wouldn't be difficult to find a partner. Chen Luzhou retrieved his phone from the bedside, which was charging, and glanced at WeChat. A conspicuous one appeared in Xu Zhi's chat window, yet he refrained from tapping it, casually stuffing the phone into his pocket, disinterested in any conversation. I shall take Chen Xingqi with me. You can entertain yourself today. Zhu, filled with eager anticipation, quickly clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, I shall never tease you again. Your kindness is beyond words. In the future, I shall serve you like a devoted steed. I hold no expectations of being served like a beast of burden. Simply strive to be a decent human being and refrain from speaking nonsense in front of Xu Zhi. Chen Luzhou remarked as he closed the door. Xu Zhi and Kai Yingying returned to their room after breakfast, as old Xu and old Kai's calls came through almost simultaneously. The two exchanged a glance while seated on the bed, sighing. Here we go again. Over the past 2 years, old Xu and old Kai had become increasingly competitive. Old Xu had been attentively caring for Xu Zhi, while Dean Kai had been spurred on by Kai Yingying's frequent comparisons to other fathers, which she often recounted in front of old Kai, saying, look at Xu Zhi's father, and then consider yours. When Xu Zhi answered the phone, she sighed. Due to Dean Kai's subtle rivalry, old Xu's attentiveness had intensified over the past 2 years. So, how was Uncle Fu's place? It was fine, Xu Zhi replied, activating the speakerphone and absent-mindedly scrolling through social media. It was rather pleasant. I went tea picking this morning. Uncle Fu prepared 2 bags for you. Once it's roasted, I will bring it back. Ah, little Kai is there with you, isn't she? Su Guangji inquired over the phone. That girl is truly something. She'll be in for a scolding when she returns. She put her father's shoe polish on her grandmother's head, and now it reeks of leather, impossible to wash out, and it even glows at night. Xu Zhi glanced at Kai Yingying, who was already embroiled in a quarrel. It was Grandma who insisted on applying it. How was I to know? Why are you scolding me? Fine, fine, I will return and apologize to Grandma. Kai Bin Hong, if you scold me again, I won't come back. Kai Yingying hung up the phone in a huff. Xu Zhi quickly told old Xu, I must also hang up? Do not worry about me. I'm having quite a good time here. Just as Su Guangji was about to respond, the call was abruptly ended. The two sat together in the cafeteria, sharing a sense of camaraderie in their plight. Opposite them, Kai Bin Hong wore an expression reminiscent of dough that had risen too much, visibly irritated. That wretched girl is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Does she truly believe I wouldn't dare to discipline her? Just wait until she returns. I shall make her backside bloom. Her pitiful grades nearly caused me to have a heart attack, yet she dares to lose her temper with me. Old Kai ranted, noticing Su Guangji's silence. What are you pondering? Something feels off, Su Guangji replied thoughtfully, shaking his head. It truly feels amiss. What seems off? Kai Bin Hong inquired. Xu Zhi, Su Guangji said, setting down the phone. She just claimed that it was quite fun in there, yet she has always found it dreadfully boring. You're being overly sensitive. A child's mood shifts like the wind. How can we ever predict it? Is that so? Do not overthink it. Xu Zhi has been feeling quite suppressed ever since her mother passed away. If she finds joy in this, let her indulge a bit longer. At this hour, the tea mountain is bustling with visitors, photographers, tea pickers, and artists coming and going. The sun is not yet too fierce. In a couple of hours, this place will be nearly deserted. However, the sun is still blazing. And Chen Xingqi dares not contemplate the fact that his brother has actually instructed him to assist Boss Fu in picking tea. Chen Xingqi muses to himself that he has never lifted a finger for such labor. Not even his mother would allow him to work. Yet, seeing his brother's resolute demeanor, he poses the most pragmatic question: will I be compensated? Chen Luzhou hands him a straw hat, which slips down awkwardly over half of his face. And you, brother? Chen Luzhou shamelessly replies, I shall document this historic moment from the sidelines. Chen Xingqi turns to leave. I think I shall return a painting. Weren't you quite decisive when you tossed your sketchpad yesterday? No need to paint today. Just right, Boss Fu is currently shorthanded. Chen Luzhou, adjusting the angle of his camera lens, points it squarely at Chen Xingqi with a teasing smirk. Come on, give us a smile. A few clicks ensue. In a flash, Chen Xingqi quickly throws up a peace sign. Chen Luzhou puts away the camera, lazily leaning against a shady tree as he reviews the photographs, nodding with mild satisfaction. Not bad. The lighting is decent. Now get to work. Reluctantly, Chen Xingqi dons the straw hat. Make sure to take some flattering pictures. I want to post them on social media. You doubt my skills? People beg me to take their pictures, and I don't disappoint. Indeed, his brother's photography skills are remarkable. Otherwise, Chen Xingqi would not have been easily persuaded when he said, Come on, brother, let's go take some pictures, leading him here. However, Chen Luzhou is not one to engage in pleasantries. He has no time to entertain Chen Xingqi and, having lured him here, promptly begins to maneuver the drone for capturing the tea mountain. Half an hour later, Chen Luzhou deftly lifts the drone into the air. Observing from the sidelines, Fu Yuqing, who has never operated such a device, wonders whether all drones are this noisy or if his equipment is just inferior. He seems affluent enough not to have purchased subpar gear, yet the sound is deafening. As soon as he starts working, a crowd gathers out of curiosity, and some tea farmers, startled by the buzzing overhead, become apprehensive and hesitate to continue their tasks. To avoid disturbing their work, he must find a secluded spot to launch, but that compromises the overall view of the tea mountain. Thus, he continually seeks the right angle, and Fu Yuqing finds this young man rather intriguing. Indeed, particularly fascinating. Despite standing right next to his employer, who could easily instruct the tea farmers to take a break, he does not. Instead of settling for a perfunctory delivery of footage, he deliberately increases the difficulty of his shots. Later, upon hearing the explanation from the nearby tea-picking master, Fu Yuqing came to understand the reason behind it. Boss Fu, concerned about delaying our progress, had just inquired about the time we could finish picking each day. I replied that we generally completed our tasks before 11 o'clock. As the sun became harsher around noon, I reassured him that it was fine for him to take his time, to which he responded that he would find a better angle to avoid hindering our progress. This child is quite considerate, much better than the person from the last production team. Xu Zhi had initially planned to visit Fu Yuqing's tea room after waking up in the afternoon. However, she recalled that Fu Yuqing was likely on the tea mountain with Chen Luzhou dealing with filming matters. Since Fu Yuqing rarely took his phone to the tea mountain, she lazily stretched out from her cocoon and reached for her phone at the bedside, intending to inquire if the filming had concluded. Just as she unlocked her phone, she overheard Kai Yingying nearby, engrossed in browsing her social media, exclaiming excitedly, Oh my, Chen Luzhou is quite the photographer. Xu Zhi asked, has he finished shooting? Kai Yingying, fixated on enlarging the photos on her phone, replied, I don't know. I haven't added him on WeChat. I saw Uncle Fu post these, and he mentioned that all these photos were taken by Chen Luzhou. It was quite rare for Uncle Fu to bring his phone today. Xu Zhi murmured as she opened Fu Yuqing's moments. Fu Yuqing was quite fond of sharing updates on social media, reflecting the current state of many middle-aged individuals. The latest post featured a panoramic view of the tea mountain captured by Chen Luzhou, which appeared grand and impressive at first glance. Upon closer inspection, it exuded a sense of atmosphere. The skies seemed washed by clouds and rain, presenting a vibrant hue that harmonized beautifully with the emerald green forests. He intentionally left the figure's shadows untouched, allowing the majestic beams of light to illuminate the misty mountain, creating an ambience filled with life. Xu Zhi appreciated his skill in photography, noting the depth of the artistic expression. However, Cai Ying was not focused on this particular image, but rather another. Look, Chen Luzhou is incredibly romantic. He even managed to capture a pair of mountain chickens. Xu Zhi responded, "Shall we dine together?" When Xu Zhi arrived at the tea room, Fu Yuqing was engaged in casual conversation with Chen Luzhou, who occupied the same spot as before with a drone at his feet. The tea room was filled with the fragrant smoke of sandalwood, and a wisp of green silk wafted between the two of them. While pouring tea, Fu Yuqing casually asked, "You and Xu Zhi are the same age, right?" Chen Luzhou, leaning back in his chair, displayed a good understanding of tea etiquette. As Fu Yuqing poured the tea, he knew to bring his fingers together, forming a fist with his palm facing down, gently tapping the table 3 times in gratitude before looking down his cup and asking, "What year was she born?" Fu Yuqing set down the teapot and pondered. "She should be from 97, around early July. What about you?" "Oh, a Cancer," Chen Luzhou replied, lifting his cup and taking a small sip. "She's a few months older than me. I was born in November." "Oh, then you must address her as sister," Fu Yuqing remarked. Chen Luzhou nearly choked. A mouthful of tea caught in his throat, internally questioning, what does she have to do with being his sister? "You must also be taking the college entrance examination this year?" Fu Yuqing, unusually amiable as he played with a walnut in his hands, continued, "Where do you plan to attend university? Are you studying photography?" Chen Luzhou instinctively glanced at the drone on the floor and chuckled. "No, I'm just playing around with it. I plan to study abroad." "What are the merits of going abroad?" It appears that the youth of today exhibit a certain tendency to idolize foreign cultures. Fu Yuqing, a person known for his sarcastic demeanor, is afflicted with a common ailment of middle age. Upon catching sight of Xu Zhi entering the room, he promptly called out, "Xu Zhi, you've arrived just in time. Please enlighten him about the numerous esteemed universities in our country." Chen Luzhou, lost in thought about her words, casually turned around, only to find someone standing behind him. He sighed silently, contemplating how he seemed to encounter this person everywhere he went. After finishing his tea without further explanation, he remarked to Fu Yuqing, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I need to return to edit the footage and will send it to you in a few days." Fu Yuqing did not insist on his stay, collecting the teacup and saying, "Very well." However, once Chen Luzhou departed, he candidly remarked to Xu Zhi, "I sense that this young man does not harbor much fondness for you, despite our pleasant conversation." Xu Zhi, so mewat bu glanced in the direction he had left and simply replied, "We are not well acquainted, and whether or not to study abroad is ultimately a personal choice. You should not be so quick to label others as foreign idolizers." Fu Yuqing shifted the topic. "What about you? I heard from your father that you performed admirably in your exams. Have you decided where you will pursue your studies?" Xu Zhi sighed, barring any unforeseen circumstances. "I will likely attend Qingda. I have never considered studying in another city. It just seems too troublesome. By the way, Uncle Fu, would you consider trying a live stream?" "Live stream?" Xu Zhi explained, "Yes, it's now referred to as village broadcasting, which promotes agricultural development. It involves live streaming tea picking and tea frying, thus expanding the market. Do I appear to be in dire need of money?" Fu Yuqing poured out the now cold tea and lit a cigarette, remarking, "You seem to think of nothing but making money. Can you not entertain other thoughts?" "I merely wish to contribute my share," Xu Zhi replied, curiously reaching for a cigarette from Fu Yuqing, only to have it swiftly swatted away. "Contribute? Are you on my business? You should take a page from Chen Luzhou's book. That young man possesses a far richer spirit and imagination than you. He delights in capturing the beauty of flowers, grasses, and various creatures, yet has never approached me for money. At your age, you should be discussing dreams and the vast ocean, not hurriedly negotiating finances with your employer. You simply don't want to part with your money," Xu Zhi astutely observed. "That is unacceptable. After all, he worked diligently for you all day, and you ought to compensate him." Without uttering a word, Fu Yuqing expertly redirected the conversation, teasing Xu Zhi, "What are you prattling on about?" In the room, Chen Luzhou opened his computer to begin editing, but he had forgotten the other device, limiting him to rough cuts. Consequently, he had to spend money to purchase the software anew. While waiting for the download, he leaned back in his chair to relax for a moment. However, Chen Xingqi sat next to him, visibly irate, his face turning green like a potted plant, refusing to budge. Chen Luzhou, sprawled with legs wide, glanced at him for a while. Noticing his eyes turning red from suppressed anger, he half-heartedly reached out to ruffle the back of his head, offering a few comforting words. "All right, getting angry won't help. I only have a few shots on my camera. You deceitful scoundrel. I admit my fault. He is utterly insincere," he said while opening the software and swiftly inputting a string of passwords. "Go back and tell your mother to teach me a lesson." He acted with impunity, relying on the fact that his parents would not reprimand him, thus bullying him without restraint. Tears welled up in Chen Xingqi's eyes, his entire being tense. "If you wish to punish me, go ahead and strike me. I thought you were genuinely kind enough to take me for a photo shoot, only for me to end up covered in mosquito bites on the mountain and almost bitten by a snake. Next time, try to temper your temper, and I won't bother you," Chen Luzhou said lazily, crossing his arms and glancing at him. "I told you, that was a snake. It was merely a shed snake skin. And what about all these mosquito bites? I'm itching to death. Did you not bring any medicine?" "All I brought was mosquito repellent. Who knew we would need to work in the fields? Damn, the mosquitoes on the Tea Mountain are vicious. Like suffering from the 9-1 white bone claw. My whole body itches," Chen Xingqi lamented, slightly losing his composure. "Let me see," Chen Luzhou said, pulling him over and lifting his arm to take a look. "You should go back and take a shower. I'll ask around later if anyone has medicine." Chen Xingqi caught on. "Are you trying to use this opportunity to flirt with that sister?" Chen Luzhou shook off his hand, leaned back in the chair, and began typing on the keyboard. "Why do you care whom I flirt with? You're so shameless, brother. All you think about is romance. Do you want to fight?" Chen Luzhou rolled up his sleeves as if to hit him, but Chen Xingqi quickly dodged, slipping away like a wisp of smoke. Just as he closed the door, it was pushed open again. Zhu Yangqi had returned. "Did you finish so quickly?" Chen Luzhou inserted the storage card into the computer and replied. "It was just a small area. How long could it take?" "What did you do?" "I was bored. So, Kai Yingyin called me to play Do Di Zhu," Zhu Yangqi said, collapsing onto the bed, momentarily lost in thought. Then he kicked the back of Chunda Xiao's chair with his foot. "By the way, Kai Yingyin and the others asked me. They heard there is supposed to be an Aries meteor shower around 11 o'clock tonight. They wondered if you want to go take photos. They're treating me like a photographer. What is so special about the Aries meteor shower? Besides, she has cancer. Why would you want to see an Aries meteor shower?" "I'm not going. I need to edit some footage," Chen Luzhou replied. Zhu Yangqi pondered for a moment. Xu Zhi really wants to see it. Her mother is apparently an Aries. Plus, it said that every departed soul transforms into a shooting star. So she wants to go and make a wish. Does she really believe in that? Chen Luzhou was somewhat skeptical. Zhu Yangqi lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, patting his belly and saying, "The girl is superstitious. If you're not going, lend me your equipment. I'll take them up to shoot." After a long pause, Chen Luzhou did not respond. Zhu Yangqi only heard the crisp clicking of the mouse as he focused intently on the video footage. Just as he was about to say something more, Chen Luzhou, without even turning his head, tossed out a line. "You can ask her if she has any anti-itch medicine." "Can't you ask yourself?" Zhu Yangqi teased, crossing his legs. "She hasn't added me on WeChat separately." As someone persistently ruminates on a trivial matter, Chen Luzhou finds his temper flaring. "Are you not tired of this?" He snaps, tossing his mouse aside. Grabbing his phone, he lowers his head, expressionless, and scrolls through his WeChat contacts. "All right, Zhu Yangqi, from now on, do not let me know whom you fancy." Zhu Yangqi clicks his tongue, shaking his head. "You're getting anxious, still so young." When Xu Zhi receives a message from Chen Luzhou, she is rummaging through her belongings for the shoes she intends to wear for stargazing that evening. The phone on her bedside suddenly chimes, inquiring whether she has any anti-itch medication. As she searches for her shoes, she stumbles upon the medicine pack. In a moment of spontaneity, she empties its contents and snaps a photo to send him. "Xu Zhi, did you get bitten by mosquitoes? This is all I have. My dad brought it back from Thailand. It smells somewhat like menthol. CR, it's my younger brother. CR, thanks, I'll come by to pick it up. Or will you bring it tonight?" Xu Zhi, tonight? CR. Aren't we going stargazing? Xu Zhi. Oh, all right. But what about your brother? Won't he be itching like mad? We'll be back past midnight. CR, is there time now? Xu Zhi. Let us meet in the lobby. As Chen Luzhou prepares to descend the stairs, Zhu Yangqi continues to stir the pot. See, this is a perfect opportunity for you two to meet. Shut up, Chen Luzhou mutters, exasperated, bending down to put on his shoes. He grabs a throw pillow from the sofa and tosses it at Zhu. You can go down and get it. I won't. I just want you to see her and witness her indifference towards you. Doesn't that amuse you? Zhu Yangqi teases, playfully flashing him a middle finger. Chen Luzhou, still focused on tying his shoelaces, keeps his head down and replies coldly, what is the point of pursuing her just to break up after 2 months? Is that entertaining? What can you achieve in 2 months? A relationship experience card? Enough. If you keep pestering me, you can go stargazing by yourselves later. All right, I concede. Just don't stand us up tonight. I still want to use your photo to show off on social media. Do you even need to? You can't compete with me. I'm second, and you're first. Chen Luzhou closes the door behind him. Zhu Yangqi notes that Chen Luzhou remains just as he was in childhood, always dragging himself into arguments. In the lobby, a sparse number of individuals are dragging their suitcases while checking in. Xu Zhi leans against a vividly colored fish tank. Waiting for him, Chen Luzhou notices her fondness for the tank. Every time he passes by the lobby, she seems compelled to engage with the fish. Indeed, vibrant colors are invariably captivating. He glances down at his own attire, dressed in black from head to toe. It takes a cough from him for her to finally notice. Ahem. Xu Zhi turns, handing him the item. This might not be as effective as the ointment, but we didn't bring anything else. Let Chen Xingqi manage with this for now. If it's insufficient, perhaps we can ask Uncle Fu later. He should have some. Thanks. Chen Luzhou feels a bit callous walking away like this, so he inquires, have you had dinner? Xu Zhi casually replies, not yet. Would you like to join me? Chen Luzhou responds, yes. Zhu Yangqi, see, I told you I simply cannot refuse her. The brilliant crimson sun sank behind the verdant mountains, while the evening glow scattered radiant hues among the sparse woodlands. Regardless of the heavy hearts of the youth in this world, it consistently emanated a tranquil and serene brilliance that was inherently its own. Chen Luzhou did not truly believe he harbored any profound affection for her, yet she was undeniably the first to stir any semblance of feeling within him over the years. This sensation was challenging to articulate, akin to a slice of watermelon ice exuding a refreshing chill on a summer day, or perhaps a rich broth simmering gently in a pot during winter. It was agreeable to possess such feelings, yet equally acceptable not to. At the tender age of 18 or 19, filled with curiosity about the opposite sex, he was inevitably influenced by the allure of novelty. Chen Luzhou sent a WeChat message to Zhu Yangqi. I'm accompanying her for dinner. You can manage your own meal. Zhu Yangqi promptly replied with remarkable speed, sending back a voice message within seconds. Chen Luzhou, disinterested, neglected to listen, pocketing his phone instead. He turned to Xu Zhi, who was playfully teasing the fish in the aquarium, and inquired, what would you like to eat? Xu Zhi, poking at the glass tank, contemplated the idea of selling tropical fish by the roadside as a potential entrepreneurial venture. Upon hearing his question, she looked up and asked, what about you? Is there something you particularly crave? Nothing in particular, Chen Luzhou replied as he stepped outside. The dishes I desire are not on Boss Fu's menu. Xu Zhi followed him, urging, do tell. I can ask Uncle Fu if he could prepare some. No need, Chen Luzhou replied, an expression of polite rejection on his face. The food I crave is merely junk, and Boss Fu is a man of taste. Let us not diminish his standards. As they stepped outside, they noticed the tangerine sun still brightly perched atop the mountains, suggesting that it might not yet be mealtime. Chen Luzhou instinctively glanced at his watch, confirming that it was only 4 o'clock, implying the restaurant at the lodge had likely not yet opened. Xu Zhi also recognized this. The sunset cast a rosy glow across her face, yet she remained unblemished, with wisps of hair dancing in the wind. Is it too early? My mind is muddled. Is yours as well? Yet, sometimes individuals find themselves in such situations where, although dining was not initially on the agenda, once the arrangement was made, failing to partake would leave a sense of dissatisfaction. Are you hungry? If not, let us grab a drink, Chen Luzhou suggested, gesturing towards a nearby bar, where the wind chimes jingled melodiously. All right. As they settled down, Chen Luzhou handed Xu Zhi the menu. While she deliberated, he idly leaned back in his chair, opening Zhu Yangqi's voice message, converting it to text, wary of the foolishness that might ensue. Zhu Yangqi had remarked, I underestimated the charm of this rascal. Disinclined to respond, Chen Luzhou flipped his phone screen down on the table and turned Xu Zhi's menu over. Let us just have drinks. We'll be watching the meteor shower later. And I fear you might miss it if you drink too much. Xu Zhi, undeterred, flipped the menu back, asserting, I can handle my liquor. I want to get drunk. Suit yourself. You're the drunkard. I want to bother with you. Chen Luzhou replied, leaning back in his chair. He borrowed another menu from the adjacent table, deliberating long enough before ultimately ordering a glass of lemonade. Xu Zhi perceived him as remarkably disciplined. Indeed, it was fitting for someone so handsome. He abstained from alcohol and tobacco, having only indulged in lemon water during his occasional visits to a bar. It appeared that the lady in question had cared for him well. Ms. Lin Xiudia also had a penchant for lemon water, requiring a glass each morning upon waking. Xu Zhi closed the menu, remarking on his studious demeanor. Chen Luzhou snatched the menu away and cast his gaze around the bar in a slow, meandering fashion, eventually returning his attention to Xu Zhi, who was staring back at him. His heart fluttered, caught off guard, yet he boldly replied, What are you looking at? Is there a menu on my face? Do you usually lack any vices? Xu Zhi inquired sincerely. Chen Luzhou responded in kind. If watching movies doesn't count, then no, I have none. Why do you ask? Planning to live a long life? Xu Zhi retorted with such discipline. Are you mocking me? Chen Luzhou chuckled lightly, his lips curling upwards, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. Does my abstinence from alcohol ruin your fun? He feigned to retrieve the discarded menu. Xu Zhi quickly covered it with his hand, their fingertips brushing together in a fleeting moment, igniting a warmth that went unnoticed by her. She continued, No, I'm just curious. Not drinking is commendable. It seems you must be quite content, or perhaps you have no troubles. Chen Luzhou felt the soft warmth of her fingertips and instinctively glanced at her hand, quickly retracting his own as if it were a reflex. He returned it to his pocket, clearing his throat theatrically. We can converse without such gestures. You're taking advantage of me. Every child has worries. How could I be an exception? Look at Chen Xingqi. His daily dilemma is how to avoid studying art and how to argue with me. I see you without troubles. Aren't you quite happy playing cards every day? He stated. That's unavoidable. My grandmother enjoys playing. If I don't indulge her, she resorts to spending money on it. My father is the type who revels in flaunting wealth. Whenever we wish to spend, he readily obliges, with no planning whatsoever. She replied. Chen Luzhou observed her intently, pondering. So, you wish to earn money quickly? Xu Zhi mused, yes. I was just considering whether to set up a stall by the roadside to sell fish. Those small tropical ones, I believe they would sell better than goldfish. At that moment, a server approached, serving each of them a glass of lemon water. Chen Luzhou removed the lemon slice from the rim of his glass, setting it aside. Any other entrepreneurial plans? Do share, he prompted. Xu Zhi regarded him with caution, her gaze sharp and direct. Are you planning to steal my ideas? Chen Luzhou, deciding against complicating matters, shifted the conversation. Leaning back in his chair, his hands still ostentatiously tucked in his pocket, he took a sip of water, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. I heard from Kai Yingying that you performed quite well on your exams. Which university are you considering? I wish to remain in the city. Attending the architecture program at Qingda, she replied. Studying architecture? Chen Luzhou initially intended to suggest that while Qingda was a respectable institution, its architecture department appeared rather mediocre. Xu Zhi took the initiative, asking, What's wrong? Can't girls study architecture? That's not what I meant, he replied. I was referring to the general perception that the architecture department at Qingda is rather average. Kai Yingying mentioned that your scores are quite high. Have you considered schools in Beijing or Shanghai? Oh, I apologize for misunderstanding you. Xu Zhi sighed, feeling overly sensitive lately. Several relatives have been urging her to consider other majors, saying that few girls pursue architecture. I thought you felt the same. On the contrary, I believe that girls are often more suited to study architecture than boys. Xu Zhi suddenly looked at him with bright eyes. Moving her cup further away, as if to hear his words more clearly, not wanting to miss his expressions. She wished to ascertain whether he genuinely believed so or was merely offering her empty comfort. Really? Chen Luzhou also pushed his cup aside and looked at her. Indeed, architectural works, aside from their structural and spatial logic, are, to some extent, akin to other artistic creations. Design requires emotional and artistic investment. It's not that girls are inherently more sensitive or artistic, but rather that they tend to approach design with greater finesse. This is merely my personal opinion. I particularly admire the landmark design in our city, which was crafted by a female designer. The landmark of Qingyi City symbolizes a mother-s embrace. Each time he passes by it after disembarking from a flight, he feels a sense of security. When he brings friends from out of town to see it, they remark on how warm their city feels. Of course, Chen Luzhou added, "You seem quite different from the average girl. What I mentioned might not apply to you, but I believe you can excel in whatever you choose." "I'll take that as a compliment," Xu Zhi sighed. Chen Luzhou smiled, not denying it, of course. "It's a compliment." As he spoke, the bar's lights dimmed. His previously clear face momentarily faded into the darkness. His words, laced with a hint of flirtation, felt particularly intimate, like whispers shared between lovers in a tranquil night. Chen Luzhou sensed the atmosphere growing more intense. Xu Zhi, lost in her thoughts, finished her lemonade, biting on the straw, and countered, "What about you? Aren't you studying fine arts? What do you plan to do in the future? You seem to have many options." "Me?" Chen Luzhou cleared his throat, his gaze sharp. "Who told you I'm studying fine arts?" Oh, Xu Zhi hadn't anticipated that. Given his close relationship with Zhu Yangqi, she assumed they were both art students. "I'm not an art student. I'm just an ordinary examinee." "So you didn't do well on the college entrance exam?" Xu Zhi explained, "I overheard your mother saying something that day when I was outside." Chen Luzhou preferred not to delve into too much detail, as it would lead to a tangled web of explanations. "Well, there was a minor incident. Have you finished your drink? Once you're done, we should tidy up. I'll take care of the equipment." Xu Zhi hesitated, lingering for a moment before finally saying, "Why don't you head up first? I'll sit here a bit longer. Don't forget the medicine." She gestured towards the herbal ointment on the table. Chen Luzhou saw through her intentions, thinking, "Are you trying to sneak a drink?" Xu Zhi pondered, "This person seems to possess the ability to read minds." Suddenly inspired, she exclaimed, raising her hand high, "I believe I know what major you intend to pursue." Chen Luzhou, leaning back nonchalantly, finally withdrew his hands from his pockets, allowing them to dangle lazily between his open legs as he feigned attentiveness. "What will it be?" Xu Zhi proposed, "Perhaps police work? Criminal investigation?" He chuckled softly. "My father has always insisted that I am ill-suited for a career in law enforcement." "Why is that?" she inquired. "Because I'm too handsome and stand out too much in crowd. If I were an undercover officer on a mission, I would be the first target." Xu Zhi recognized a similarity between them. He had an uncanny ability to express the most flippant and irritating remarks with an extraordinarily sincere demeanor. Aware it was all in jest, she still retorted, "You are indeed quite narcissistic." Instead of continuing the banter, Chen Luzhou leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady upon her as he leisurely asked, "Are you feeling happy now? If you're pleased, I must excuse myself. I truly cannot accompany you for drinks." "Are you allergic to alcohol?" "Su Di Gui Di?" "Not exactly. I simply cannot handle even a single drink." Chen Luzhou sighed, averting his gaze. He picked up the menu and scanned a couple of pages before honestly admitting, "When I drink too much, I tend to engage others in conversation. Back in elementary school, I was tricked into drinking a shot of liquor by Zhu Yangqi's father, and then I kept my grandmother up the entire night talking. The poor lady suffered from shoulder inflammation because of me and had to lie in bed for a week." Kai Yingying collapsed in laughter, exclaiming, "What a character Chen Luzhou is." Xu Zhi found it equally amusing, crouching on the floor as she searched for her mountaineering shoes, suggesting, "Next time, let us get him drunk and see what he says for an entire night." "Great idea," Kai Yingying replied, playfully wiggling her toes. "But I'm genuinely curious. What kind of girl do you think someone like Chen Luzhou would be attracted to? When I first met him, I thought he was quite arrogant and would be difficult to get along with. To be honest, I initially harbored some prejudice against him, thinking he was just a handsome face who kept a distance from girls. However, I increasingly believe he must have been pampered by his parents growing up, likely untouched by the harshness of the world, radiating a clean optimism though he can be a bit tactless at times. That is quite the high praise, Kai Yingying. Xu Zhi replied without turning her head. See, a little fresh air has significantly improved our mood, hasn't it? Chen Luzhou, far more interesting than Zhai Xiao? Kai Yingying countered, not at all. I still find Zhai Xiao much more intriguing. My current goal in life is to make him regret his decisions and realize just how foolish he truly is. How peculiar it is that the four of us are paired off, each with one another's WeChat, Xu Zhi observed. It feels rather strange, considering all four of us know each other. Gathering her shoes, she proposed, how about this? I'll share Chen Luzhou's WeChat with you, if you share Zhu Yangqi's with me. After all, I believe we can consider ourselves friends now. Chen Luzhou had just closed his laptop and retrieved a new drone battery from the box, preparing to replace the old one. He noticed Zhu Yangqi slurping instant noodles. Hastily swallow and utter, why is Xu Zhi adding me on WeChat? My mother has been deceased for several years. What does she want with her? The next moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Xu Zhi messaged, can Yingying add you on WeChat? Upon hearing the notification, Zhu Yangqi leaned in, realization dawning upon him. Well, Chen Luzhou, it seems you are entangled in a love triangle. Undoubtedly, Kai Yingying is interested in you. Xu Zhi is quite generous to push you toward your friend. It appears she truly has no interest in you. Zhu Yangqi continued to fan the flames. Indeed, she harbors no feelings for me, Chen Luzhou replied, tossing his phone back onto the bed while he resumed changing and charging the drone battery, speaking devoid of emotion. So, be a bit more perceptive and refrain from discussing irrelevant matters in her presence. Zhu Yangqi nodded, having thought Chen was exceptionally charming. Dining alone does carry a hint of ambiguity. Fine, I shall refrain from teasing you henceforth. How pitiful. After tidying up, Chen Luzhou hunched over, resting his elbows on his knees, gazing down at the shoes he had just pulled from his suitcase, seemingly contemplating whether to wear them. Zhu Yangqi observed and remarked, oh, those colors are quite striking. Did you buy them last time? I see you've hardly worn them. Aren't you usually averse to such vibrant hues? Do you have to meddle? Chen Luzhou replied, looking down and articulating each word. Why? Do you care about me? Clearly, the young Master Chen was displeased. Zhu Yangqi, understanding the situation, decided to keep quiet, as he still hoped to have Chen take photos for his social media later that evening. At 10 o'clock, the two descended with their equipment. Chen Luzhou was clad entirely in black, casually slinging a loose bag over his shoulder, his shoes unchanged, still the same clean, black pair. In contrast, Zhu Yangqi, perhaps inspired by Chen, was adorned in a riot of colors, resembling a jubilant Christmas tree. Consequently, when Xu Zhi and her friend arrived, they first noticed Zhu Yangqi. So bright, Zhu Ge. Zhu Yangqi, having repeated a year, was older than the rest, and thus when Kai Yingying called him that, it seemed entirely fitting. Xu Zhi borrowed a car from Fu Yuqing. There remained a winding mountain road to traverse before reaching the meteor shower viewing site. As Chen Luzhou placed the equipment in the trunk and prepared to open the driver's door, he noticed Xu Zhi lingering, hesitant to enter the car. What's the matter? Thinking of driving? He asked lazily from behind her. You're quite dangerous, always skirting the edge of legality, Xu Zhi replied, glancing back at him. No, I'm just wondering if there's enough gas in the car. Did you refuel it for Uncle Fu last time? Chen Luzhou opened the door, bent down to press the ignition button, and replied, there's enough. I'll need to make a trip down tomorrow. I'll refuel it then. You're going down again tomorrow? For what purpose? Xu Zhi inquired while pulling the car door. If you have no interest in me, perhaps you should refrain from asking so many questions. Chen Luzhou did not respond, fastening his seatbelt. The curious passenger, Zhu Yangqi, inquired, are you heading down again tomorrow? As the vehicle slowly started moving, Chen Luzhou gently turned the steering wheel, replying with a nonchalant adding, my mother's looking for me. Upon saying this, he noticed Xu Zhi's eyes sparkling in the rearview mirror and promptly cleared his throat, asserting, this time won't work. Perhaps we can introduce you later. Chen Luzhou was utterly speechless at the thought of introducing his mother to others. Xu Zhi simply acknowledged with an "oh" and fell silent. Chen Luzhou leisurely glanced at her through the rearview mirror, choosing not to engage in conversation. What a childish attitude. Driving at night proved to be quite exhilarating, especially on the winding mountain roads, enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. The headlights barely reached the end of the road, and the narrow mountain path intensified the tension, with the occasional darting wildcat causing hearts to race, more thrilling than an adventure. This was likely Chen Luzhou's first experience driving at night, as the atmosphere in the car was tense. Zhu Yangqi and Cai Yingying clutched the overhead handles in trepidation, while Xu Zhi appeared relatively composed. The fear was somewhat exaggerated. Zhu Yangqi and Cai Yingying, the self-appointed atmosphere creators, would scream at the slightest rustle from the roadside. Unable to endure their antics, Xu Zhi proposed, "How about you let me drive, Chen Luzhou?" In unison, Zhu Yangqi and Cai Yingying gasped in horror. "No way. You don't even have a license." Xu Zhi shot them a sideways glance. "Then you two need to quiet down. It's really noisy." Chen Luzhou, casually navigating a bend, remarked, "Zhu Yangqi, you should sit in the back. You're really affecting my driving." Zhu Yangqi, gripping the handle, wore an expression that seemed to say, "Am I affecting your chances with the ladies?" He thought to himself, "Your intentions are not pure, Chen Dog." Nevertheless, he was self-aware enough to suggest, "Xu Zhi, let's switch seats. Someone finds me noisy." Xu Zhi glanced at Chen Luzhou, who was focused on driving, and replied, "Oh, fine." The latter half of the journey became significantly quieter. However, the atmosphere in the car felt somewhat disjointed. The two in the front were silent as the grave, while the two in the back engaged in lively banter, discussing everything from celebrity gossip to school rumors, taking clear stances. "I just really like her. What's the problem? After all these years, she hasn't had any scandals. Her acting might be lacking, but can't we give her some room to grow?" One of them commented, "There's a girl in our school who looks just like her." "Is Gu Yin from your school?" "That's the one I'm talking about. She's my classmate." "Wow, she's truly beautiful. But I've heard her personal life is a bit chaotic." "Chaotic, my foot." Cai Yingying was indignant. "Zhu Yangqi, why are you cursing? Are you secretly in love with her? Half the boys in our school have a crush on her. So what? Besides, don't just believe hearsay. She's not that bad and is genuinely a hardworking girl." In the presence of outsiders, Zhu Yangqi remained protective of the girls from his school. Indeed, many people hastily labeled Gu Yin without truly understanding her, and this was not solely directed at Cai Yingying. In order to enhance their persuasive power, they involved Chen Luzhou, which seemed to reflect a unique camaraderie among the boys at their school. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of collective honor. Indeed, they were quite protective of the girls from their institution. You might agree that Gu Yin truly put in a commendable effort. As Chen Luzhou approached the observation point, he gradually pressed the brake to decelerate while noting a slope ahead. He merely uttered a sound and asked Xu Zhi to help him assess whether they could ascend, mentioning a stone in their path. Unable to see clearly, Cai Yingying, disinterested in arguing with him, decided to ignore Zhu Yangqi after her initial curiosity had led to disappointment. Xu Zhi rolled down the car window and glanced outside, affirming that it was feasible. "You need to turn the steering wheel hard to the right and back out a little," she instructed. "I said to turn hard to the right," Chen Luzhou reminded her. "Do you not see the stone on my side?" He shot her a cold glance. Xu Zhi responded with a simple acknowledgement, while Cai Yingying, exasperated, exclaimed, "Why are you being rude to her?" Before Chen Luzhou could respond, Xu Zhi turned to Cai Yingying, perplexed. "Wasn't he rude to me? Isn't this his usual tone?" "What tone?" "Cai Yingying the dole. I was the one being rude." Chen Luzhou, feeling somewhat defeated, turned off the engine and engaged the handbrake, languidly leaning back in the driver's seat as he stated, "We've arrived. You truly cannot discern that I'm slightly displeased, can you?" Mingling Mountain boasts several meteor shower observation points, and this location was merely one of them. Although the mountain was relatively deserted at the moment, many high school seniors were on vacation, and there were still plenty of summer visitors. The other observation points were likely bustling with people. Chen Luzhou had researched several sites and selected this one based on its overall merits. This point was quite favorable, sparse in population and well-positioned, though a tad small, surrounded by a tangle of underbrush and infrequently visited, suggesting that few ventured here regularly. As Cai Yingying disembarked, she quickly forgot the earlier unpleasantness, wrapping her arms around herself. Shivering in the chilly mountain air. "It's really cold here. My breath is practically fogging up. It's so desolate. Do you think there are snakes around?" Xu Zhi inquired of Chen Luzhou, who was setting up the equipment. Can you two catch snakes? Chen Luzhou secured the tripod, retrieved his camera from his bag, and casually snapped a few photos to check the lighting. Are you afraid? He asked. Xu Zhi surveyed her surroundings. Yes, I am. Chen Luzhou, focused intently on adjusting the wide-angle lens, replied, What a coincidence, so am I. Xu Zhi gasped, listening to the rustling leaves around them. Then what should we do? Chen Luzhou shot her a sidelong glance. Run. Can't you? Snakes move slowly. They won't catch up to you. Worst case, I'll cover you. To her surprise, Xu Zhi sighed. If only I'd brought Uncle Fu along. Nearby, a crystal-clear spring bubbled, its vibrant green hue reminiscent of jade, the water flowing gently. Chen Luzhou took a photo of the spring, its surface inexplicably shimmering with a green glow, before deleting it. With a cool demeanor, he lowered his head, deleting the image while asking, Are you regretting coming with me? Not at all, Xu Zhi replied. Uncle Fu can catch snakes. Do you have any idea how much a snake can sell for in these mountains? Let's say 5,000 yuan, if you found one on the ground. Would you pick it up? Chen Luzhou, do you see anything else in your eyes? Is it worth it to be bitten by 5,000 yuan? Chen Luzhou remarked. So, I ask you, can you catch them? Xu Zhi nonchalantly fiddled with an abandoned barbecue grill. Are you hungry? I feel like this grill could still be useful if washed. There are fish by the spring. We could catch some or roast. After saying this, she attempted to dismantle the grill. Chen Luzhou, quick on his feet, seized her wrist, pulling her back with disdain. How dirty is that? Xu Zhi stumbled slightly, her forehead colliding with his chest. However, his camera hung there, and her chin struck directly against the lens, sending the lens cap flying. Xu Zhi fell silent upon impact. Chen Luzhou kept hold of her hand, which was delicate and easily encompassed by his grip. He leaned down, wishing to see where she had hit herself. Xu Zhi, feeling that such proximity was overly intimate, instinctively stepped back. Chen Luzhou, oblivious to still holding her wrist, only registered the severity of the impact, suspecting it might draw blood. The last time Chen Xingqi had jostled him for the camera, he had knocked out a tooth and bled on the lens cap. He hardly had the capacity to be concerned about hands now. Let me see, you hit somewhere hard. I even lost my lens cap. He spoke, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Xu Zhi glanced at him, one hand still held by him, the other covering her chin as she awkwardly asked, Is it expensive? Chen Luzhou responded, Zhu Yangqi. Why are you still holding her hand? If you've taken enough advantage, let go. Only then did Chen Luzhou realize, looking down. He hastily released her hand, as if it were a hot potato, shoving his hands into his pockets, then bent down to retrieve the lens cap that had been knocked away. In a tranquil mountain forest, the mountain wind howled, the rustling leaves, and the bubbling spring could not mask the sound of his racing heartbeat. Zhu Yangqi, undeterred by danger, leaned closer and whispered, Your ears are red. Kai Yingying had just laid out the picnic tablecloth when Chen Luzhou moved the bags off the surface, sat cross-legged, and picked up the camera hanging around his neck. Flipping through the recent photos he had taken, adjusting the wide angle. Coward, Zhu Yangqi teased. Yes, I am a coward, Chen Luzhou admitted. The meteor shower arrived as expected, and the previously serene atmosphere on the mountaintop suddenly surged with excitement. Mingling Mountain was relatively small, with several observation points. Chen Luzhou chose the least crowded one, but the points were not far apart. The wind carried a cacophony of cheers and screams from all directions, echoing in their ears. Kai Yingying and Xu Zhi stood before them, with Kai Yingying bubbling with excitement. Hurry, hurry, make a wish. I want to be rich. I want to be beautiful. Chen Luzhou missed the first meteor. The subsequent ones were slightly blurry. He set the camera down, and Zhu Yangqi, watching him intently check something on his phone, urged, Brother, hurry and take the shot. Don't think about anything else. How spectacular! Tonight, it was estimated that over 30 meteors would grace the sky, and they had already seen 4 or 5, averaging one every 5 seconds. As he passed the 10-star, Chen Lu glanced at his watch, took a step back, and tilted his head slightly backward. He then meticulously aimed his lens at the vast expanse of the starry sky, capturing both himself and the anticipated meteoric display within the same frame. Amidst the fervent cheers, Zhu raised his gaze and heard him softly utter a name, Xu Zhi, turning back to look at me. 20 close conversations if life is filled with fleeting moments. then a shooting star must be one that everyone wishes to grasp. At the instant Xu Zhi turned her head, a multitude of shooting stars, resembling fiery arrows streaking across the boundless, inky night sky, once again soared into the heavens, carrying the hopes of many as they suddenly blazed past her. Chen Luzhou captured several photographs. Almost every frame encapsulated the scene. He leisurely examined them, flipping through the images that, when viewed in succession, resembled an animated sequence. The shooting stars intertwined with her turning moment, replayed repeatedly at his fingertips. Xu Zhi, with her hair pulled into a high ponytail, had her bangs tousled under the starlit sky, giving her an air of delightful disarray. The clear shot was slightly blurred yet exuded a peculiar, languid atmosphere, rendering any soft focus unnecessary. Behind her lay a sky adorned with twinkling stars. The girl beneath it appeared bewildered, her gaze surprisingly tender. She was quite photogenic. Xu Zhi's features and contours were soft and clean, with the exception of her sharp, crystalline eyes. Her appearance exuded a gentle, non-threatening charm, resembling the amiable next-door sister, which explained why Zhu often referred to her as sister. Yet, she possessed a coolness that set her apart from the ordinary sibling. She seldom smiled and rarely displayed anger, her emotional expressions often indistinguishable. Most of the time, she seemed devoid of any sentiment. Chen Luzhou had never encountered someone so aloof. Compared to the Perseid meteor shower, this display was rather modest. The few remaining meteors scattered in the sky were hardly awaited. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant, allowing everyone to depart contentedly as the night sky returned to its tranquil brilliance. Mingling Mountain was restored to its serene stillness. Birds perched solitary atop the treetops, while the rustling leaves whispered clearly in the stillness. Perhaps the rarity of the night sky prompted them to linger. Kai Yingying, like Xu Zhi, busied herself with the thought of grilling a fish. "Were you just taking pictures of me?" Xu Zhi realized belatedly. At that moment, Chen Luzhou was utilizing a tripod, intending to capture a panoramic view of the night sky. And he murmured lowly, "Your angle is quite good. Then send me the photos. I'd like to post them on WeChat," Xu Zhi replied. Chen Luzhou, with his long fingers cradling the camera, was adjusting the focus to infinity when he curiously inquired, "Do you still post on WeChat?" Xu Zhi gazed at the starry sky through his lens, marveling at his skill in finding angles, casting him a perplexed glance, wondering why he would say such a thing. Why wouldn't he? Because I've seen it. Before Chen Luzhou could respond, Xu Zhi began to grasp the situation. "Oh, you see my WeChat posts? Just browsing, nothing more." "I know," Xu Zhi said, retrieving the lens cap from the ground, which had just been knocked off by her. "I categorized my WeChat posts. You might not see them all." Chen Luzhou remarked, "I see. It's unusual for an 18 or 19-year-old girl to appear so dispassionate." Xu Zhi pulled out her phone and earnestly suggested, "How about I add you now? Then you can send me the photos. I'll credit you as the photographer." Chen Luzhou, who never categorized his WeChat posts, couldn't comprehend why, in this day and age, anyone would still segment their posts unless they were a player. He harbored suspicions that she had formed a fish pond group, yet lacking any substantial evidence. He dismissed the notion with disdain. "If you're going to fish, just do it. Why ask me?" Chen Luzhou, after adjusting the focus for an extended period without success, decided to switch to a longer lens. Skillfully detaching the lens, he extended his hand toward her, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Hand me the lens cap." Xu Zhi responded with a soft "oh," squatting down obediently to pass it over. Kai Yingying, having just finished cleaning the barbecue grill and eagerly returning to prepare fish, overheard their exchange and shot Chen Luzhou an annoyed glare. "Why are you being so harsh on her again?" Chen Luzhou retrieved a long lens from his bag, removed the lens cap without acknowledging Kai Yingying, and while deftly attaching it, he feigned politeness, casting a disinterested glance at Xu Zhi. "Was I being harsh on you?" Xu Zhi, with a forgiving nod, replied, "Yes. You were a bit harsh just now. Was it about the lens cap? Just give me the model, and I'll replace it for you." Even Zhu Yangqi, who had casually strolled by, couldn't help but sigh heavily, slapping Chen Luzhou on the shoulder. "Brother, this isn't just a long and arduous path. It's a wall." After Kai Yingying meticulously cleaned the barbecue grill, she discovered that the spring no longer harbored any fish. In the past, Fu Yuqing frequently brought them here for barbecues. The spring was shallow, reaching only to the knees when stepped into. Now, it had inexplicably transformed into a pool filled with coins after someone had carelessly tossed in a coin. Unwilling to concede defeat, Kai Yingying resolutely declared, "After washing the grill for so long, I must grill something. I'll go pick mushrooms," she announced. Zhu Yanqi retorted, "Do you even know about mushrooms? Are the ones in these mountains poisonous? Xu Zhi and I have been picking mushrooms with Uncle Fu since childhood. We can tell which are toxic. If you're too afraid to eat them, then don't. Otherwise, all this cleaning will be for nothing." With that, she headed towards the thicket. Zhu Yanqi glanced at Chen Luzhou, understanding the unspoken cue. "I'll see if there are any mountain chickens around." Left alone in the clearing, Xu Zhi pondered whether she should also go mushroom picking. Just as she stood up, Chen Luzhou called out to her nonchalantly, "Come here. I want to show you something." "What is it?" "A freshly caught meteor." Xu Zhi, intrigued, leaned in closer. "Was there another one just now?" "Yes, just caught." Xu Zhi checked the time, realizing the meteor shower had concluded. "I can't believe there are still stragglers." Chen Luzhou had the chance to record a video. When he aimed the camera at the night sky, a meteor had unexpectedly streaked right above her head, leaving him with only a few snapshots. He removed the camera from the tripod and began to flip through the photos. With swift taps of his fingers, he showcased images captured from the same angle and backdrop, the only difference being the meteor's trajectory. After several flips, the small meteor appeared so vividly in the photos that it seemed to glide effortlessly across the dark canvas of the night before her eyes. "This feels even more impactful than seeing it live." Xu Zhi candidly expressed her thoughts. "You understand impact? Well, it depends on who took the shot." In truth, Chen Luzhou preferred the dynamism found in photographs over video recordings, for capturing ambience was a challenge that a video camera often failed to achieve. Unbeknownst to Kai Yingying, a cacophony of laughter and shouts emanated from the thicket, suggesting they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Xu Zhi cast a glance over her shoulder, but her interest waned as she continued her light-hearted conversation with Chen Luzhou. "You seem to have a penchant for capturing the night sky," she remarked. Chen Luzhou, casually zipping up his backpack as he stored his camera, replied nonchalantly, "It's all right, but I prefer photographing people." Noticing her head tilted in contemplation, he feared she might misconstrue his preference, given her forthright nature. He quickly clarified, "I photograph men, women, the elderly, children, and even Africans. Do not let your imagination wander." Xu Zhi responded with an ah, pondering whether his travels abroad might lead him to study photography. "Why are you so inquisitive about my studies?" he inquired. "Just curious." She replied, "I sense you possess a wealth of knowledge, yet I remain unaware of your true passions." After organizing his belongings, he produced a bottle of sparkling water from his bag and took a seat beside her on the picnic blanket. As Xu Zhi curled her legs, he sprawled comfortably, supporting himself with his hands while leaning back to observe her in the dim moonlight. Setting the sparkling water aside, she rested her head on her knees, gazing intently at him, her curiosity palpable. "I shall disclose it to you later. Sometimes, one's interests do not dictate one's pursuits. Do you wish to study architecture because you're fond of it?" "Xu Zhi not that," Chen Luzhou encouraged her. "Then pursue it, regardless of what your relatives may say." Turning her gaze towards the bubbling spring ahead, she found its gentle ripples resonated with her current state of mind. "Yet, my father seems unsupportive. He believes that architecture is too strenuous for a girl. My mother was an architect and often had to work on site. I rather enjoy being on site, witnessing my designs evolve from paper to reality. There is an immense sense of achievement in that." "Isn't there? Are you planning to remain in this city because of your father?" Chen Luzhou sensed her reliance on him. Xu Zhi, surprisingly candid with him, shared sentiments she had never expressed to Tan Su. "I am an only child, and my relatives can be quite bothersome. My father, who struggles with saying no, has co-signed for several of them, only to be left with their debts after their passing. He tries to present himself as affluent in front of us, yet he suffers from social anxiety, unable to argue effectively or even express himself online. Moreover, attending school in another city would likely incur significantly higher expenses. After my mother's passing, I abandoned that idea. However, your words the other day resonated deeply with me. I wonder if I might choose a better school." "I merely offered a suggestion," Chen Luzhou replied lazily, stretching his legs. Ultimately, the decision rests with you. Just as you await the night sky, I, too, await the autumn breeze. Others may steadfastly wait in the desert for the blossoms to bloom. Each has their own choices and unique vistas. Xu Zhi bonde. Is it always a splendid vista? Chen Luzhou leaned back slightly, resting his hands behind him, and with a soft smile, he said, "Were you doubting? Our future is bright. No one can dictate that but ourselves." Xu Zhi gazed at the spring before her, the ripples intensifying, leaving her dazzled. She diverted her gaze and plucked a tuft of foxtail grass. "Do you know that foxtail grass can catch crabs?" "I don't know, nor do I wish to," Chen Luzhou replied, clearly uninterested in the topic. "However, from your father's perspective, he probably wouldn't want you to choose Qingda because of him. That's why I intend to work and earn some money first," Xu Zhi said, twirling the grass. "To be honest, I find your chatting project rather frivolous. Have you considered other endeavors, like selling fish on the street with me? Are you suggesting I raise startup funds from you?" "Well, we don't have a wealthy brother to easily earn our first pot of gold," Xu Zhi joked, a rare lightness in her tone. "That's not quite right. Having a wealthy brother isn't enough," Chen Luzhou added. "You would need a foolishly wealthy brother." "All right, let's settle up," he said. Xu Zhi paused, the foxtail grass unexpectedly in her mouth, and she asked in confusion, "Settle what?" With a casual air, Chen Luzhou withdrew a hand from behind, glanced at his watch with mock seriousness, and teased, "For the chatting, you know, the one you deemed frivolous. 50 per minute. We've chatted for at least 10 minutes. So at a friendly discount, that's 250. Xu Zhi retorted, "You're the one being ridiculous." The mountain breeze wafted gently, casting their slanted shadows upon the tranquil spring, the ripples undulating like an impenetrable wall, swaying softly in the wind. The bright moon shone serenely, the cool breeze was refreshing, and the youth exuded an unrestrained spirit. Chen Luzhou laughed heartily, his shoulders trembling. He leaned closer, snatching the foxtail grass from her mouth. "How unsanitary. Don't put everything in your mouth." Xu Zhi replied, "I used to eat it when I was little." "So, is eating grass a point of pride?" He shot her a sideways glance. "Shall I pull a few more for your breakfast? That patch of grass is quite nice." It had just been urinated on by a dog. Xu Zhi felt a wave of nausea until they got into the car, her face paling. Zhu Yang, glancing in the rearview mirror, noticed her complexion and felt a chill. "What is wrong with you, Xu Zhi? Why do you look so upset?" Kai Yingying, unusually animated, remarked to Chen Luzhou, "You're impressive. You managed to upset her." Xu Zhi hadn't been angry in years, ever since her mother passed away. She had remained detached. She ignored their banter, casting a rare, resentful glance at Chen Luzhou. "Drive slowly. I might actually be sick." Chen Luzhou remained silent, focused on driving, leading Kai Yingying to wonder if they had quarreled, as the atmosphere grew strangely tense, reminiscent of a couple in conflict. Chen Luzhou felt that he had perhaps crossed the line in jest for the first time. His typically languid voice, devoid of melody, was tinged with a gentle, albeit difficult to express, tenderness. "I apologize." Zhu Yangqi, with ears perked up, remarked, "Let us hear what you have to say." He added, "Should I have Zhu Yangqi get off the car?" Zhu Yangqi. As the evening unfolded, Zhu Yangqi exclaimed, "Could you kindly shut your mouth? Not a single word of yours is worth listening to." However, he was somewhat aware of the reality of the situation. What meaningful words could emanate from that obnoxious individual? Chen Luzhou was, to be frank, a polarizing character. Zhu Yangqi recalled a time during middle school when an anonymous section on QQ called Friend Impressions gained immense popularity. Labels were affixed to both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Chen Luzhou, with his multitude of friends, amassed a diverse array of tags. Beyond the unquestionable label of handsome and school idol, his tags ranged widely, often adorned with juvenile references to anime characters like Luchuan Qi and Lelouch, which were whimsically altered to suit his persona. Zhu Yangqi, who wasn't particularly fond of anime, was aware of Luchuan Qi but had never heard of Lelouch. Out of curiosity, he searched for the latter and found the anime quite captivating. Indeed, Lelouch was striking and impressive, but associating such a character with Chen Luzhou felt rather juvenile. There were also some scathing remarks directed at him. That was simply his nature, pretending to be oblivious while fully understanding the situation. He never offered a sincere apology, and when Chen Xingqi was provoked, he would always respond with a disingenuous, "All right, I'm sorry, brother." In his mind, he was likely thinking, this person is truly weak. Is this what makes them angry? He could never maintain a serious demeanor for long. He was quite easygoing, never considering whether others could take a joke. Zhu Yangqi mused to himself, you finally hit a wall. You deserve it. Throughout their journey, Xu Zhi ignored him. Upon returning to his room, Zhu Yangqi gleefully sought to retaliate. With someone like you, do you really think you can pursue her? Chen Luzhou, having spent the entire day in turmoil without much to eat, felt a bit hungry and decided to venture downstairs to see if there was any food available. If all else failed, he could always nibble on a couple of bowls of peanuts at the bar. He contemplated asking Zhu Yangqi if he wanted to join. But with such provocation, he couldn't be bothered. Slipping into a pair of slippers, he resolved to go down alone, nonchalantly replying, "Who said I wanted to pursue her?" Zhu Yangqi paused, surprised, "Oh, is that so? Then why were you coaxing her for so long?" Chen Luzhou, shuffling in his slippers, poured himself a glass of water and retorted, "This is your fault. Everyone has their urgent needs. Could you hold it in? Do you see me daring to drink water?" At that moment, Chen Luzhou finally took a sip, leaning against the table as he spoke. "They are both girls. Shouldn't they have a bit of awareness? Fine. Next time we go out, I want to drink water." Zhu Yangqi found himself entangled in the conversation. "You're really not pursuing her? I feel like you two have a decent connection." Well, Chen Luzhou set down his glass, picked up his phone, and prepared to head downstairs. "Let's discuss it when I return from abroad. If she isn't married by then, perhaps I'll give it a shot. And what if she is divorced? Could you at least wish for something positive?" He added, "If she truly is divorced, I would still pursue her." "Come on, you're thinking too far ahead. I'd rather just start a relationship and enjoy it," Zhu Yangqi said carelessly before heading off to wash his face. Outside the bar, the sound of wind chimes tinkled melodiously, resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. As Chen Luzhou stepped inside, Xu Zhi noticed him immediately, lifting her gaze towards the entrance, where she spotted a figure she did not wish to see at that moment. In truth, it bore little relation to the earlier incident. Yet Xu Zhi inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, though she could not articulate why. Perhaps it was because she abstained from alcohol, which dampened the mood. The entrance of the bar featured a partitioned, right-angled bar counter, adorned with several wilted potted plants. Instinctively, Xu Zhi sought refuge behind the foliage to shield herself from his gaze. The moment Chen Luzhou entered on Monday, he spotted her. It was a minuscule space. She seemed to be hiding for no discernible reason. However, Chen Luzhou was perceptive enough, recognizing her desire for solitude. He refrained from intruding on her space and chose a nearby seat instead. When the bartender inquired about his drink preference, Chen Luzhou hesitated to admit he was merely there for peanuts, so he ordered a glass of lemonade instead. Without mentioning it, Chen Luzhou's striking visage was already attention-grabbing, and his repeated choice of lemonade left a notable impression on the bartender, who couldn't help but jest. "Hey there, handsome. Are you particularly fond of our peanuts?" Chen Luzhou marveled at the bartender's insight, pondering if he might be an undercover officer, and inquired, "Do you offer anything else to eat?" "Nothing, just drinks." "Are you really that hungry?" The bartender replied, astonished. Chen Luzhou nodded, discarding any pretense, and boldly placed the bowl of peanuts before him. Your restaurant closes quite early, and there's no one delivering takeout." Indeed, there was no delivery service. While the bartender sliced a lemon, he explained, "Our boss previously collaborated with several delivery platforms. But due to the remoteness of this establishment, the last courier who accepted an order one stormy night encountered a landslide. Fortunately, he was unharmed, but since then, our boss has prohibited deliveries. However, if you're truly hungry, there's a 24-hour convenience store near the hot springs." "There are hot springs here?" "Indeed. There's also a foot spa and a cinema, all in partnership with Boss Fu." Haven't you perused the guest manual? It contains a map. Chen Luzhou turned to follow the direction of the bartender's finger and indeed spotted the illuminated acrylic sign bearing the name Fu Yu. It seemed Boss Fu offered a comprehensive array of services, explaining why Zhu had remarked that despite his foul temperament, the business thrived incessantly. This was hardly a guest house. It was more akin to a den of indulgence. "Thank you." Could you prepare me another cocktail? Chen Luzhou remarked as his gaze leisurely surveyed the liquor cabinet behind the bartender. Certainly. With the prospect of companionship for his drink, Xu Zhi seized the opportunity, clutching her half-finished bottle of dark beer as she made her way over. The bar, adorned in a distinctly British style, featured vintage wall paintings and shelves lined with books, exuding a rich retro ambience. The lighting was dim, casting the space in shadows, leaving only the two of them illuminated, as the rest of the establishment had dimmed its lights to conserve energy, with only the warm yellow light strips encircling the bar counter, casting a gentle and enchanting glow. What prompted the desire for a drink? Xu Zhi, perched on a high stool, Chen Luzhou rested one foot on the ground, his head lowered as he meticulously shelled peanuts, seemingly anticipating her approach. Without lifting his gaze, he replied, "Isn't it permissible to indulge in a bit of intoxication at this late hour?" Xu Zhi observed his casual demeanor and compared it to her own, where her feet could only rest on the barstool's rungs. She couldn't help but think to herself how long his legs are. "A cocktail?" Xu Zhi, to which he replied, "You have a taste for fine drinks." Chen Luzhou did not pursue the topic, but casually peeled peanuts, asking, "Were you truly angry just now?" Xu Zhi shook her head, clarifying that she was more nauseated than anything else. "Not angry? No. Then why did you look away when you saw me?" He believed he had genuinely irritated her. Although he had no intention of pursuing her, he did not wish for Xu Zhi to truly be upset with him. Thus, he refrained from initiating conversation, uncertain if she genuinely wished to ignore him, pondering how he might encourage her to speak first. "No, suffiri plaiv candidly. You're far too disciplined. Seeing you feels akin to encountering a stern teacher who appears and disappears at will in the classroom. You understand, right? It makes me feel rather unrefined." Chen Luzhou chuckled lightly, brushing the peanut fragments from his hands, finally casting a glance her way. "You unrefined?" The dim lighting cast a soft glow in the girl's eyes, which appeared somewhat hazy, likely due to her having consumed quite a bit, rendering her demeanor gentler than usual. "All right then, we are both unrefined," Xu Zhi said. "What kind of respectable person drinks at this hour?" Inwardly, Chen Luzhou thought, who is being unrefined here? The bartender placed the cocktail before him. He glanced down, but did not touch it, continuing to focus on peeling peanuts. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "A little." Xu Zhi replied. "Shall we go to the convenience store? What would you like? I'll buy." "Aren't you going to drink?" "I need to eat something first. Otherwise, I'll end up throwing up," Chen Luzhou said, placing both feet down, appearing ready to leave. Observing her slightly inebriated eyes, he added, "Go ahead, order anything. It's on me." "Then let us order Kong Shifu instant noodles," Xu Zhi declared with a sense of righteousness. Chen Luzhou took a moment to process her words before realizing she meant instant noodles. As he stood and headed towards the bar's exit, he absent-mindedly flicked her on the head with his finger, teasing her about her playfulness. After they had enjoyed a hearty meal, Chen Luzhou leaned against the bar stool, lit up his phone, and checked the time. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Yet he felt no fatigue. Xu Zhi also appeared alert, excitedly perusing the menu for unfamiliar cocktails. However, they couldn't linger too long. Should Boss Fu see them, Xu Zhi would likely face reprimand. Clearly, Xu Zhi was somewhat tipsy, her mind racing with thoughts of needing to grasp something profound from the night. Yet, she could not quite comprehend what it was she sought to understand. Not wishing to dampen her spirits, Chen Luzhou remained seated on the bar stool, turning to the bartender and subtly indicating towards Xu Zhi with his chin. "Does she often stay out this late?" "Not really, just occasionally. Today, we've even passed closing time," the bartender implied, suggesting they had delayed his departure. Chen Luzhou, being perceptive, understood the underlying message and turned to Xu Zhi, saying, "Let us head out. We can enjoy drinks another time." With a sense of ennui, Xu Zhi set down the menu, her gaze brimming with anticipation. "Yet, Chen Luzhou, are you not one to fall after just one drink? You've already had 2 cocktails." Chen Luzhou instructed the waiter to settle their bill, casually unlocking his phone while casting a glance her way. Both their eyes, tinged with the effects of alcohol, bore a candid boldness, fixating on her with unmistakable mirth. "Do you believe everything I say?" he inquired, his claim of having the tolerance of a 7-year-old seeming far-fetched. His capacity for alcohol might increase. He simply preferred not to indulge, as excessive drinking indeed prompted him to engage in conversation. Xu Zhi appeared momentarily taken aback, then sighed, feeling a sense of incredulity. Despite knowing from their first encounter that he was prone to exaggeration, why did she find herself believing every word he uttered? Is your birthday truly on Singles Day? Xu Zhi began to reconsider. After paying, Chen Luzhou hesitated as he grabbed his coat, ultimately deciding against wearing it. However, he draped it over his arm and, as they stepped outside, positioned himself to shield her from the wind as they made their way back. Look, my ID shows March. Usually, families celebrate birthdays in that month, he remarked. Xu Zhi acknowledged him with a simple "Oh." What is the matter? Chen Luzhou chuckled. Have you lost faith so quickly? Not at all, Xu Zhi replied, only to ask suddenly as they reached the lobby, how much was the alcohol? Are you expecting me to split the bill? After all, it's not easy for you either. Come on, if it comes to paying, just settle for the conversation fee, Chen Luzhou retorted. Xu Zhi, sharp-minded, calculated quickly. Then let us chat for another 10 minutes. This time, I'll cover the conversation. Such forced negotiation. Xu Zhi dismissed him. Fine, your order is confirmed. Chen Luzhou, unable to suppress his laughter at her seriousness, remarked, I've realized you truly enjoy keeping accounts. Last time at dinner, you deceived me into believing you had a boyfriend just to get me to dine with you, right? Are you going to keep tallying with your boyfriend as well? Xu Zhi replied, certainly, but you're not my boyfriend. Does that connection even matter? Realizing he had indeed had too much to drink, Chen Luzhou pondered why he was engaging in such a discussion. All right then, it's 250. Please transfer me the money. Xu Zhi suspected he was mocking her, yet lacked evidence. The following day, Chen Luzhou descended from the Fuyushan villa, preparing for a video interview. His mother had requested he return home, as all his interview materials were there. Rising early, he brushed his teeth and noticed an unread message on his phone. Without needing to check, he knew it was a transfer notification from Xu Zhi. Once he finished packing and boarded the bus, he casually glanced at his phone. Xu Zhi had transferred him 251 yuan. Did she genuinely think he was mocking her? Chen Luzhou sent her a screenshot of the bar bill, which was precisely 500 yuan, neither more nor less. As soon as he sent it, he felt somewhat childish for quibbling over such matters with her. Consequently, he retracted the screenshot and tucked his phone back into his pocket, choosing not to look at it again. Upon arriving in the city, Chen Luzhou did not rush back to the villa. Instead, he made a brief stop at the rental building, hurriedly took a shower, and changed into a fresh outfit. Only then did he grab his phone, preparing to return to the villa. To his surprise, the white notice prohibiting spitting, which had been affixed at the entrance, was still there, and the trash can was spotless. It seemed that the old gentleman had not caused any further trouble. As Chen Luzhou exited, he casually tore down the notice, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash bin, just as the driver sent by Ms. Hui arrived. The grand and imposing Mercedes-Benz nanny van boldly parked at the mouth of the alley, prompting the elderly man selling turtles at the entrance to believe he had struck the lottery. He called for a luxurious ride-hailing service, exclaiming, "Young man, it is difficult to transition from extravagance to frugality, yet easy to shift from frugality to extravagance." Until that moment, Chen Luzhou had not sensed any discord in the atmosphere. However, once he stepped through the door and was greeted by the lively ambience, he finally understood. Oh, it was not a video interview. He distinctly recalled that the interview was scheduled for the following Thursday. Xu Zhi awoke the next afternoon, her phone displaying several missed calls from her father, old Su. Just as she was about to return his call, he persistently dialed in again. "Hello, Dad. Have you finally awakened? Ying mentioned you stayed up late watching shooting stars last night." Su Guangji remarked from the other end of the line. Still groggy from sleep, Xu Zhi ran her fingers through her hair while gazing at her reflection in the mirror. "Yes, a bit late. What is the matter? I saw your photos on Moments." Su Guangji continued. "Oh," Xu Zhi replied, wedging the phone between her ear and shoulder as she turned on the water and picked up her toothbrush. "What about them?" "Nothing much. They look lovely," Su Guangji said, sounding as though he was sipping on something. "Who is Chen Luzhou?" Xu Zhi had intentionally restricted access to her Moments to shield her father from scrutinizing her social media posts, as he had a penchant for analyzing them. She had likely forgotten to do so after a late night of fun. "Just a friend I know," she replied, still brushing her teeth. "Is he male?" "Yes." He takes good photographs. Oh, it's nothing. Dad was just asking casually. The photos are indeed quite nice, Su Guangji replied. By the way, if you're free, come down early. A typhoon is approaching in a few days. Be cautious of mudslides. After a brief acknowledgement, Xu Zhi hung up the phone. Once she finished washing her face and stepped out, Cai Yingying was engaged in a spirited phone conversation with Zhu Yangqi, her words punctuated with animated gestures. What? Chen Luzhou, ISN, T coming back today? Chen Xingqi is throwing a tantrum and refusing to draw. Why are you looking for Xu Zhi? Can't you handle him? Xu Zhi can manage him? Zhu Yangqi was saying something on the other end. Cai Yingying glanced at Xu Zhi. Why ISN T Chen Luzhou coming back? Is he on a blind date? Zhu Yangqi, are you out of your mind? How old is he? If you're going to make something up, at least concoct a better excuse. Understood. When she comes out, I'll ask her if she is willing to help Chen Luzhou with his younger brother. Xu Zhi nodded without hesitation. I'm willing. A mere 800 is mine. Cai Yingying held up the phone, while Zhu Yangqi on the other end responded. Chapter 22. The concept of matchmaking is rather exaggerated. In reality, it merely involves the child of a leader from the television station who is preparing to study abroad. Coincidentally, both individuals have chosen the same continent. And since Chen Luzhou is a young man, along with the two families being acquainted, he is entrusted with the responsibility of looking after the young lady. Chen Luzhou finds it impossible to decline this arrangement. Thus he sits at the dining table with a nonchalant demeanor, never once raising his gaze, not even casting a glance at her appearance. His phone buzzes incessantly, and despite Lien Hui casting several admonishing glances his way, he remains utterly unperturbed. Meanwhile, Zhu Yangqi observes Xu Zhi and Chen Xingqi engage in a battle of wits, providing Chen Luzhou with updates on the unfolding situation via his phone. Zhu Yangqi, where did Xu Zhi take him? CR, to a foot spa. Xu Zhi claims his feet are too odorous for her to enter that room. Chen Xingqi's face turned green with anger. Who dares to express such disdain in your household? CR, the young lad is still growing. A little odor is perfectly normal. Why go to foot spa? Zhu Yangqi, didn't you just go on a matchmaking outing? CR, you're mistaken. I stated it was not matchmaking, but rather a request for me to look after him. After a while, Zhu Yangqi receives another message. CR, when she heard I was going on a matchmaking outing, did she truly not say anything? Zhu Yangqi, she did. She inquired whether you still wanted this business. She is waiting to take over. Didn't you both go drinking last night? Did nothing transpire? CR, purely a conversation. We split the bill. It was as innocent as it could be. Enough of these questions. I will block you. At the dining table, the parents from both families continue to engage in pleasantries, harmoniously agreeing to travel to Liverpool together when the station has a break, to visit the children and enjoy a holiday. The young lady next to them blushes, as it genuinely sounds like matchmaking. Perhaps she is overthinking it, but her mother's words seem to imply such an intention. However, she has a boyfriend. Although she has not had the courage to inform her parents, her boyfriend has also decided to accompany her to Liverpool. At this moment, she can only quietly admire the handsome young man beside her, not expecting that even the son of Auntie would be so strikingly attractive. Chen Luzhou scarcely touches his food, disregarding Zhu Yangqi as he casually opens Xu Zhi's WeChat. The latest message remains on the information he retracted. She has neither replied nor inquired about what he withdrew. With a cold expression, he fixates on his phone beneath the table, his fingers tapping away rapidly in the dialog box. He is accustomed to the 26-key layout, allowing him to type swiftly. Do you not feel anything at all? Towards me. After composing the message, he stares blankly for a prolonged moment, hesitating to press the send button. It is only when Lien Hui calls him that Chen Luzhou exhales a weary sigh, erasing the message before obediently responding. Lien Hui sets down her chopsticks and informs him, your father has returned. Uncle Liu temporarily took Director Yang back to the station for a meeting. You need to drive to the airport to pick up your father, and on the way, drop Hui Hui off at the subway station. She has plans to go shopping with friends this afternoon. After a convoluted request, Lien Hui's true intention is revealed. Her father has returned, and she is not in such a rush to arrange a matchmaking meeting for him. Chen Luzhou rises at a measured pace, replying, all right, come with me. Mom, Auntie, I am leaving. The young lady shyly stands up alongside him. Go ahead and return early. Chen Luzhou slowly drove out of the underground garage. Once in the car, Hui did not initiate any conversation, engrossed instead in her WeChat messages. As they approached the subway station, her phone rang urgently. It was a male voice. Hui hurriedly responded that she would arrive shortly before hanging up. A boyfriend? She surprised him by speaking up, saying, "Please don't tell my parents. We plan to go to Liverpool together, so you needn't worry. Once we are there, I won't trouble you." Chen Luzhou felt the need to clarify, and as they stopped at a traffic light, he leisurely pressed the brake, resting his elbow on the windowsill and glancing at her. "It's not about you at the dinner table. It's an issue between my mother and me. Annie is quite nice," Hui replied. "She is actually quite proud of you, often telling my mom and the others at work how exceptional you are. My mom says she is tough on the outside, but soft-hearted." Noting the tension earlier, Hui added, "I thought your relationship was strained, but it's clear she cares about you." "I know," Chen Luzhou replied. "Doesn't your school have many handsome boys and beautiful girls? We went to your sports event before. Your gym is enormous." As the light turned green, Chen Luzhou released the brake and drove through the intersection, sensing that the conversation was veering into uncomfortable territory. He simply responded with a non-committal effectively steering the topic away. Hui contemplated suggesting they add each other on WeChat, but they had already turned the corner toward the subway station. Chen Luzhou promptly parked at the intersection, nodding toward a boy by the roadside who was holding a phone. Neck stretched long, clearly waiting for someone. He interrupted her directly. "Is it your boyfriend?" "Of course not," Hui replied. Knowing her boyfriend was waiting for her at Starbucks in the mall, she sensed that Chen Luzhou was reluctant to add her on WeChat, interpreting his behavior as a subtle refusal, and she silently opened the car door and stepped out. As Chen Luzhou drove toward the airport, the neatly arranged greenery on either side of the road sped past the window. Following the signs to the airport, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Zhu Yangqi was mistaken. He didn't crave the forbidden, nor did he seek excitement, much less someone else's girlfriend. He simply had feelings for Xu Zhi. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. After Zhu Yangqi's comments that day, he had worried he might be perverse, even searching on Baidu for answers. Is it a sickness to be unable to resist someone else's girlfriend? He found no conclusions, though a friend online shared his experience of unrequited love, mentioning how he and the girl never acknowledged their feelings, eventually becoming friends with benefits, but she never granted him a title. Chen Luzhou thought to himself, if Xu Zhi were to treat him like that, he would likely cut all ties with her. Little did he know, he would soon find himself visiting her quite often. But that is a tale for another time. Upon learning that Chen Zhi's flight was delayed by half an hour, Chen Luzhou leaned against the car door, losing all semblance of composure for half an hour. He only straightened up when he heard the sound of rolling luggage, calling out, "Dad," as he spotted his father from a distance. Chen Luzhou had always been quite sweet-tongued since childhood, especially when he was just brought back. After all, he was over 6 years old at that time. Chen Zhishan worried that in this unfamiliar environment, he would be reluctant to call him mom and dad, so he allowed him to simply refer to him as uncle and aunt. To his surprise, Chen Luzhou immediately called out mom and dad, which startled Chen Zhishan, yet filled his heart with genuine joy, making him elated all night, boasting to Lian Hui that Chen Luzhou was his eldest son. Chen Zhishan always regarded him as his own. Whatever Chen Xingqi had, Chen Luzhou certainly had, and many of the items that Chen Xingqi still used were actually discarded by Chen Luzhou. Chen Zhishan knew of his love for movies, and back when the family was not as affluent as it is now, during a trip to Spain, Chen Zhishan realized that Chen Luzhou had refrained from purchasing his favorite sound system just to buy an artboard for Chen Xingqi. Thus, he willingly spent the equivalent of a suit's worth of money to buy the sound system for him. Lian Hui remarked that he was foolish. After all, a suit could last 10 years, but could that shabby sound system last 10 years? Chen Zhishan chuckled, saying no, but if it makes my son happy, I will buy it. So on that occasion, when Chen Luzhou learned he would be going abroad and assured him, "Don't worry, you have supported me all these years. I will take care of you in your old age," Chen Zhishan mistakenly thought he intended to sever ties, which prompted him to slap him in anger. The car was enveloped in silence, as Secretary Xiao Wang sensed the inexplicable tension and pretended to be on the phone. Chen Luzhou was indeed resilient. a trait Chen Jishin believed he had nurtured. He felt it was fine for a boy to be tough, as it would prevent him from being easily crushed by future setbacks. Yet, Chen Luzhou's resilience was remarkable, almost to the point of being impenetrable. Days had gone by without a single phone call from him. What has he been busy with recently? Chen Jishin anxiously glanced at his phone, then outside the window, ultimately fixing his gaze back on his son's face. Chen Luzhou, driving calmly onto the elevated road, appeared far more composed, casually stating, "I'm accompanying Chen Xingqi to paint at the villa." Luzhou, Chen Jishin paused, but could not resist breaking the silence. "Dad, didn't he mean to? I understand." "You don't need to apologize," Chen Luzhou replied sincerely. The atmosphere in the car was cramped and quiet, with the turn signal clicking away. "It was indeed excessive of me that day. I comprehend your and Mom's concerns. I don't feel any resentment. You both have treated me so well over the years. It would be unreasonable if I couldn't agree to such a small matter. When you return," Chen Jishin said earnestly, "I will transfer the villa by the river to you." The car leisurely turned into the underground garage, and Chen Luzhou expertly parked it. He glanced in the rearview mirror while reversing, a carefree smile playing on his lips as he said, "Let us talk later. Perhaps I'll find a girlfriend in Liverpool and settle down there." As the villa's door swung open, Lian Hui observed their harmonious interaction, feeling a sense of relief. The air conditioning in the villa was set low. She rose from the sofa, taking the briefcase from Chen Jishin's hands. Draping a blanket over her shoulders, a constant companion throughout the seasons, she softly inquired of Chen Luzhou, "I heard you coughing a bit this morning. Did you catch a chill on the mountain?" "Just now. I had Aunt Jean prepare a pot of snow pear soup in the kitchen. You should have a sip." "All right." He had barely settled down when he languidly stood up again. On Monday, Chen Luzhou entered the kitchen, and right behind him, Ms. Lian Hui followed in. Upon seeing him leaning against the Western-style countertop, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a bowl, he carelessly drank directly from the rim of the bowl. What started as a gentle reminder to sip slowly to avoid burns transformed into a reprimand. "Can't you behave properly? Is using a spoon going to break your hand?" Chen Luzhou sighed, retrieving a spoon from the bowl, and shamelessly remarked, "Mom, I won't watch Sichuan opera without you anymore. Stop being so glib." Ms. Lian Hui actually intended to clarify her intentions, saying, "I didn't arrange for you to go on a blind date with Yang Hui. I deceived you into coming back so that you could have a good talk with your father. He hasn't slept well for several nights." Who would have thought that Director Yang would bring his daughter over at such an opportune moment? Chen Luzhou leisurely sipped his soup and replied, "You seem quite upset. Would you like me to serve you a bowl? What did your father say when he came back?" "Nothing much, just that when I return to the country, he will transfer the villa on Jiang'an to me. I said we could discuss it later, as I might not even plan to come back." Ms. Lian Hui paused slightly while arranging her shawl. When Chen Luzhou spoke, his eyes were too calm, as tranquil as a still pond, causing an inexplicable sense of alarm to stir within her. She had always known that her son possessed a heart as delicate as a finely crafted gem, appearing carefree, yet capable of nurturing all emotions within himself. "We never said you couldn't come back. Why are you self-castrating yourself here? We have no intention of banishing you from home. Your father wants you to stay abroad for a few years. When you return, we can arrange a job for you. There are plenty of vacancies in your father's company, and you can choose whichever you like. You know that what you can obtain so casually now is something that others may not achieve even after a lifetime of hard work. And then what? Will you arrange another mediocre girlfriend for me? Is it how my life is to be dictated by you? Mom, it's not that I don't want to come back. It's that I see no hope or freedom in being near you. Do you understand? I know you have treated me well since childhood, but I now finally grasp the meaning behind the gifts fate bestows. Each has already been marked with a price in secret. This day is exactly what you've been waiting for. Isn't it?" Ms. Lian Hui felt as though her mind was an old, well-worn tape recorder operating sluggishly. By the time she processed his words, Chen Luzhou had already left, leaving only the bowl he had just sipped from on the empty countertop. Perhaps he hadn't finished the soup. She felt her lips dry and tight, her heart aching, as his parting words echoed in her ears. "So, Mom, even if you decide not to let me go abroad, I will choose to leave on my own because I cannot live like a dog, guarding the door for you." Before returning to the mountain villa, Chen Luzhou called Zhu Yangqi to inquire about what he should bring along. At that moment, Zhu Yangqi was engrossed in a game of Dou Zhu with Xu Zhi, his face adorned with white strips of paper. Upon receiving Chen's call, he appeared unusually invigorated. A playing card clenched between his teeth, his mind leisurely calculating his next move. He mumbled that he should bring a few packets of instant noodles and not to forget his brother's water, while leaving the rest to Chen's discretion. Chen Luzhou found himself wandering through the supermarket, the same one he had visited previously with Xu Zhi, which had been eerily quiet, almost devoid of shoppers. With a black baseball cap perched atop his head, he strolled through the wine section, casually perusing the shelves. He recalled having tasted a fruit wine in Spain. Were they? He wondered, lifting a bottle of wine and glancing at its origin. Zhu Yangqi, determined to make a comeback in the game after a recent loss, had little interest in continuing the conversation and promptly handed the phone to Xu Zhi, saying, "Here, you talk to him." Xu Zhi glanced at the name displayed on the phone screen, Lucy Zhou, and with a hint of confusion, placed the phone to her ear. "Chen Luzhou?" "Yes," he replied, having selected 2 bottles of wine at the checkout, his cap pulled down low. Half jokingly, he asked, "Which were we talking about?" Xu Zhi instantly recalled the contact name. Sensing his intentions were not entirely innocent, a moment of mental lapse on his part. "Never mind, I was going to bring you a bottle of wine to try," he remarked with a smile. Xu Zhi responded, "Every path leads to Rome." As she exited through the door, Chen's mood significantly lifted, though he feigned indifference by saying, "It's late." In the supermarket, a television displayed a storm forecast, and Qingyi was a quintessential Jiangnan region, where every year during the months of June, July, and August, the populace busied themselves with flood and typhoon preparations. After completing his shopping, Chen Luzhou emerged to witness the gradual removal of advertising billboards and potted plants from balconies. It was deep into the night, and the encroaching darkness spread unabashedly, while the moonlight cast a soft, melancholic glow on the desolate streets, illuminating the last remnants of light. The heavy rain was beginning to subside, and the neon lights blurred the outlines of buildings. The sidewalks were littered with fallen branches and withered leaves, painting a picture of desolation. Chen Luzhou ambled along, one hand clutching a bottle of wine while the other rested in his pocket. The crunch of leaves beneath his feet echoing in the stillness. With the hottest days of summer yet to arrive, the night was rather chilly, and after walking for a while, he felt a slight shiver run over his arms. In truth, he considered himself rather mundane, appearing somewhat unkempt. However, he had never engaged in any reckless behavior, fearing to cause anxiety to his foster parents, dreading their unmet expectations, and being apprehensive that they might fail to see his worth. If even his biological parents could casually abandon him, how could he expect any security from his adoptive parents? Thus, he refrained from straying beyond the bounds of convention, striving to excel within his capabilities, which he deemed his value. He pursued photography because Ms. Lin Hui had a passion for it, and often complained about the inadequacies of the station's photographers. His interest in films and drones stemmed from Chun Jishin's enthusiasm, and aside from himself, no one at home engaged with him on topics like Frank, who was arguably more suited to be a screenwriter, or the intricacies of aerial cinematography. He was not romantic. Rather, his experience of living under someone else's roof made him particularly attuned to the emotions of others. Although his foster parents treated him kindly, it could never quite compare to the unique bond of blood. They wished for his success, yet feared that he might surpass Chen Xingqi. Seizing what was rightfully Chen Xingqi's, their desire to send him abroad led them to select a mediocre university where he could enroll in a lackluster program, aiming to smooth out all his edges and ambitions before bringing him back to comply with their future plans. He should have long realized that there are no free lunches in this world, only sugar-coated bombs. At this hour, there are no buses. So Chen Luzhou sat at the bus stop with his bottle of wine. Nearby, a disabled man knelt, his truncated legs laid bare on the ground. Beside him, a paper with a QR code read, "Father needs urgent treatment for leukemia." He sighed, took out his phone, and scanned a 50 yuan donation. That was acceptable. After all, he was physically whole, reasonably presentable, and not lacking in intelligence, aware of the nature of life, with time still to appreciate the beauty of spring blooms and autumn moons. "Thank you." He heard the notification sound from WeChat. and the young man on the ground expressed his gratitude. Chen Luzhou replied with a soft acknowledgement, feeling that there was no need for the customary "you're welcome," as their interaction was one of giving, and he felt inclined to express his thanks instead. As he departed, he hailed a ride and settled into the car, noticing the young man still kneeling with his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. He closed the door and pondered, what sort of world was this? A playground for the brave, or a marketplace for genuine hearts? During the journey, Chen Luzhou engaged in conversation with the driver for a while, but soon fell silent. The driver, perhaps finding him quite intriguing, continued to regale him with tales of his wealth-building experiences. "I only drive for Didi in the evenings. During the day, I work at a real estate company. My wife is pregnant, and I want to earn more. You may be young, but once you get married, you'll understand. Especially when it comes to having children, money is needed everywhere. Nowadays, who isn't a multifaceted individual? I have colleagues who run micro-businesses, and there's a young lady in our department who works during the day and writes articles for her public account at night to earn some extra cash. Some even film short videos and host live streams at the office. If one truly wishes to make money, there are myriad avenues available. Just in the neighboring community, there's a kid who has just graduated from college and has already purchased 2 properties, both paid in full. Financial acumen is indeed a remarkable asset." As Chen Luzhou pondered this, he scrolled through his social media, spotting a photograph posted by Xu Zhi, which bore his name in the comments. He casually clicked into her profile, where he found that Xu Zhi had made her post public. "Xu Zhi, I reviewed my cousin's Chinese test paper, which discussed the cause of Lin Daiyu's death. My cousin wrote a coroner's report stating she died from a fall. When I asked how he knew, he replied, a Lin's sister fell from the sky, and I couldn't help him anymore. Xu Zhi, I got scolded by old Sue. Last time, that cousin came to me for homework help, and I refused, saying I couldn't help him because it was making me bald. He insisted on asking his dad, but I told him his dad said every time he helped with homework, he ended up dazed at work and nearly lost his job. I said jobs are easy to find, but baldness is hard to cure. Can you believe he used that line against his dad? Xu Zhi. On the first day of being 18, I want to give old Sue a gift to thank him and my mom for bringing me into this world. Old Sue said it wasn't necessary, but on my first day of adulthood, he gifted me a drawing, a sketch I had made when I was little. I was surprised that he had kept it all this time and felt quite touched. But then old Sue said, first of all, congratulations on reaching adulthood. Welcome to the world of grown-ups. Being 18 means you are no longer protected by the juvenile protection law. You now possess full legal capacity. I asked what that meant, and he said, does this paper look familiar? It's the genuine work of a certain master. Do you know how much his calligraphy is worth now? When you were a child, you scribbled on it, and now I can seek compensation from you. It's time to start working. Kid, Xu Zhi. One question. If I were to place a leech inside my body, would I become a vampire? Below, there was a reply from Kai Yingying. You could give it a try. Chen Luzhou set down his phone, gazing out the window, unable to suppress a chuckle. He had never anticipated that Xu Zhi's social media would have such a whimsical tone. The tempest was indeed approaching. As Chen Luzhou exited the vehicle, he distinctly felt the wind picking up. Perhaps the abundance of trees in the mountainous region contributed to the rustling sound that echoed ominously, as if the very earth were about to be uprooted. Upon entering the villa, the howling wind was left behind. After a brief moment in his room, Chen Luzhou opened his computer, preparing to edit the footage of Fu Yuqing's project. Just then, a call came in from Zhu Yangqi. He must have suffered a significant defeat, his voice likely laden with complaints, sounding like a ship setting sail amidst the tumult of the sea. Aren't you coming over? Chen Luzhou thought to himself. Why should I go? They Haven Tea invited me. He glanced at the wine on the table, contemplating his next move. Zhu Yangqi still wanted him to come over and deal with those 2 formidable women. So he hurriedly thrust the phone into Xu Zhi's hands, saying, tell him his princess syndrome is acting up again. Xu Zhi, her face relatively unblemished aside from the 2 marks on her forehead, remnants of a prank by Kai Yingying, held the phone aloft, seriously examining her cards, and said, Zhu Yangqi mentioned your princess syndrome has flared up, asking if you would like a grand procession to fetch you. Chen Luzhou opened the folder on his desktop, exporting the half-edited video of the tea mountain. He let out a dismissive sound, reclining languidly in his chair and nonchalantly clicked the mouse, replying, "Sure, bring it over." Xu Zhi hesitated. "Let me think. Where can I find a palanquin?" Chen Luzhou chuckled. "Room number." Xu Zhi relayed a room number. Chen Luzhou acknowledged with a hum. "Half an hour, I'll finish editing the video and swing by after visiting Boss Fu." By the time he concluded his meeting with Boss Fu, Kai Ying was already feeling drowsy and refused to accompany Zhu Yangqi in a game. Zhu Yangqi, however, was adamant, desperate to have Chen Luzhou come and reclaim their dignity. Xu Zhi was indifferent, as she had nothing pressing to attend to. Noticing it was still early, she observed the ongoing dispute between Kai Ying and Zhu Yangqi about continuing the game, and, feeling somewhat exasperated, reached for her phone to send Chen Luzhou a WeChat message, inquiring if he had completed his editing. "Xu Zhi, Ying is tired. Are you still coming?" Chen Luzhou was currently in Fu Yuqing's tea room, where Fu had fortuitously prepared new tea and was experimenting with its packaging, intending to offer him a taste. He believed this young man had a modicum of understanding about tea culture and knew about mulberry tea, which had a flavor reminiscent of rice fragrance, more commonly enjoyed in the South. This year, due to excessive rainfall, the tea's quality was not as good as previous years, so he refrained from selling it, gifting a few packets to relatives. Xu Zhi's father particularly enjoyed this type of tea, and every year, it was the same tea he presented to the leaders of their unit. As Chen Luzhou typed a reply to Xu Zhi, he sighed, wondering if Fu Yuqing was foolish for sharing such matters with him. After all, who could discuss gifting so casually? "CR, at Boss Fu's, do you still wish to play?" Xu Zhi, "To be honest, not really. Zhu Yangqi's luck is terrible. I'm starting to feel exhausted from winning." "CR, are you being ungrateful after benefiting?" Xu Zhi, "Did you buy the wine?" "CR, yes." Xu Zhi, "How about we meet at the bar downstairs? Just the two of us." "CR, all right." The bar did not allow patrons to bring their own beverages. Even though it was Fu Yuqing's estate, they could not act with impunity. Therefore, Chen Luzhou obtained 2 glasses from the bartender and asked Xu Zhi if she wanted to watch a movie. The entertainment city had private boxes specifically designed for couples, but these boxes did not screen the latest theatrical releases, only films for which they had acquired the rights, akin to a private cinema. The box was exceedingly simple, furnished with only a double sofa and a large projection screen, devoid of any superfluous decor. Truth be told, Xu Zhi felt a bit odd. Yet seeing Chen Luzhou sit there at ease, engrossed in sending WeChat messages, she set her mind at ease, reasoning that they were merely going to watch a movie. Chen Luzhou was responding to Zhu Yangqi's WeChat message. "Sir, I've said it before, it's as pure as can be. It's just a movie." "Zhu Yangqi, what movie?" "CR, I don't know. I'll wait for her to choose. It seems like there are only romantic films here." Indeed, apart from artistic love stories, the selection consisted solely of passionate romance films, likely due to the couple's private box. "Zhu Yangqi, beast, you can't say you don't want to pursue her. You are, in fact, pursuing her." "CR, do you think my approach to wooing is that rudimentary? Merely inviting someone to a free movie?" "Zhu Yangqi, true. You and T just invite a girl to a free movie without bringing a few burgers if you were chasing a dog down the street, right?" "CR, exactly. Last time I pursued you, I tossed away 3 burgers, and you turn around." "Zhu Yangqi, go away. Sometimes, Chin Dog, you don't understand. Let me teach you. If you like a girl, you can let her know a little without waiting for her to approach you first. Nor is it necessary for her to agree to anything or for you two to be together. Sometimes, just your affection can bring her joy." Chen Luzhou did not respond. He locked his phone aside, leaned back against the sofa, supporting his neck, pondering that such matters are contingent upon the ambience. Who confesses their feelings outright at the onset? However, tonight indeed presented a splendid atmosphere, with alcohol, a private box, and a tender, picturesque romance film. His heart felt as if it were being playfully scratched by a kitten, inexplicably tightening. Even his throat felt constricted. Thus, he couldn't help but clear his throat. Xu Zhi was uncertain about what Chen Luzhou wished to watch, but the atmosphere felt exceedingly strange, and when a rather risque movie cover flashed across the screen, she swallowed hard. This was not suitable. Consequently, she skipped all the romantic films, leaving only a few comedies, which she had already seen. They were not particularly humorous, and there were several passionate scenes as well. Unacceptable. "What do you want to watch?" Xu Zhi politely sought his input, each of them occupying opposite ends of the sofa. As if a wide river separated them, reminiscent of the Chuhan boundary, both consciously adhering to their respective sides, like disciplined soldiers steadfastly guarding their territories. Chen Luzhou rested one hand on the armrest, retrieved his phone again, without looking at her, casually replied, "Anything. Well then, I shall choose anything." Thus Xu Zhi, with utmost seriousness, gazed at the screen and slowly clicked on the last unfiltered option, top 10 unbelievable cases from today's law. Chen Luzhou. In the dimly lit screening room, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere as the flickering images danced upon the faces of the two individuals, creating a somewhat ambiguous ambience. However, the narrative voiceover proved to be a significant distraction. Amidst the relentless pursuit by the police, Liang eventually revealed a trace of his involvement, confessing to purchasing a Swiss Army knife from a local supermarket, which he subsequently used to murder his wife, disposing of her body in a sewage pit. The first of the 10 most extraordinary criminal cases was the murder for insurance scheme. Xu Zhi found herself captivated by the unfolding drama. That knife was the crucial piece of evidence. Without it, it would have been exceedingly difficult to bring Liang to justice. She pondered the implications. Had the police failed to locate the Swiss Army knife? Or if Liang had pilfered a blade from an unsuspecting friend who remained blissfully unaware of the theft, the vital evidence might have remained elusive. Coupled with Liang's impeccable alibi, it was conceivable that he could have successfully claimed the insurance money. "You see," Chen Luzhou interjected, his expression inscrutable as he fixated on the screen, "that's illegal." "Not," Xu Zhi began, only to be interrupted. "Capital punishment," he stated matter-of-factly. Undeterred, Xu Zhi persisted in articulating her perspective. "But don't you think such coincidences could genuinely occur? The insurance was purchased in the morning, and the person perished by nightfall." Leaning against the sofa, Chen Luzhou cast a sidelong glance at her. "How'd he die? Suicide ou accident? Let us put it this way. Even if a man were willing to die for you, helping you acquire a fortune, the insurance company wouldn't compensate for suicide. If by some misfortune, someone bought insurance in the morning and met with an accident by night, you would undoubtedly be the prime suspect in the eyes of law enforcement. To obtain that money, you would have to endure numerous investigations. By the time you finally receive the payout, you might find yourself utterly exhausted. I fear you may find yourself alive, yet lacking the means to enjoy it." He raised an arm, draping it casually over the back of the sofa, his body tilting towards Xu Zhi as the shadows cast by the screen intertwined on their faces, the sound resonating in a strangely entrancing and somber tone. "Have you ever watched a particular film?" Xu Zhi listened intently, her demeanor respectful. "Please do tell." Noticing her eager disposition, Chen Luzhou couldn't help but smile. "I can't recall if it was Korean or Japanese, but it narrates the tale of a housewife whose husband purchased an exorbitant insurance policy for her. Approximately a month later, he perished under dubious circumstances while fishing with friends, accidentally drowning in a reservoir. Upon investigation, the police discovered the timing of the insurance purchase coincided eerily with the husband's death, prompting them to scrutinize the wife. They had known each other since high school, dated through college, and married shortly after graduation. Their relationship was seemingly perfect, despite the lack of motive and the expectation that the insurance company would honor the claim. The timing was too coincidental, leading to prolonged reluctance on the part of the insurer to pay out. Compounding the situation was a neighbor's ambiguous testimony. "I overheard them arguing about a week ago. It seemed her husband had struck her." Along with a myriad of other conflicting statements and doubts, the investigation dragged on without resolution. The insurance company even hired a private investigator to shadow her, causing significant distress in her life and mental state. By the time she finally received the insurance compensation, she had been so tormented that she was scarcely recognizable as herself. During this time, countless netizens analyzed the possibility of her having murdered her husband. Some who claimed to be her classmates from high school and middle school, along with a few friends from her daily life, emerged to divulge information, suggesting that she was indeed capable of such an act. They recounted tales of her past misdeeds, including stealing from her desk mate, reporting teachers to authorities, and competing with her best friend for boyfriends, all in an effort to expose both her illustrious and less savory past for public scrutiny. Xu Zhi, Her curiosity piqued. Unconsciously leaned closer, resting her arm on the back of the sofa, her sharp and clear eyes fixed intently upon him. What was the conclusion? Did she truly kill her husband? Had she received the compensation? Under the flickering shadows cast by the film, her bright, glistening eyes seemed to flutter like butterflies, gently dancing with anticipation, sparkling as they gazed at him. She was genuinely curious. Chen Luzhou mused to himself, feeling a mix of admiration and annoyance. Even a mere anecdote seemed to captivate her more than his presence. In a fit of exasperation, he turned his head, coldly fixing his gaze on the pale movie screen. "I'll one T tell you. You can find out for yourself." Xu Zhi pulled out her phone and opened the Notes app, eager to jot down names. "All right, then tell me the name." Chen Luzhou pondered for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at her. "Flatter me." Xu Zhi looked at him, her expression one of confusion as she slowly appraised him from head to toe. Then stated the obvious, "You're really handsome." "Thank you," Chen Luzhou replied, suppressing a smile, "but I still need the movie title, Flatter Me." Xu Zhi. Chen Luzhou stepped out to take a call, and upon returning, found Xu Zhi engrossed in the film. The bottle of wine was nearly empty. He sat down again and asked, "Is it good?" He was now seated closer, just a couple of fists away from Xu Zhi. The third case was a mother-son accidental murder, and Xu Zhi watched with great interest, nodding absent-mindedly. "It's good. Where did you buy it? The label seems to indicate Spain. Where could I have bought it? Do you think I flew to Spain overnight just for you? How important do you think you are?" "At the imported supermarket we visited last time," he replied. Xu Zhi turned to look at him, seemingly casually, and suddenly asked, "Are you in a bad mood today?" "How can you tell?" He gazed deeply at her, his heart inexplicably racing, as if a sparrow had pecked lightly at a grain on his heart's edge. So, there was still a feeling, wasn't there? It truly was, Xu Zhi thought, propping her hands on the edge of the sofa, her realization dawning as she turned her head and said, "I can't quite explain it, but it feels like you're particularly irritable today." Chen Luzhou replied, "I shouldn't have had any expectations of you." "Let me ask you a question," Chen Luzhou said, wiping the tip of his nose with the back of his hand. "Just casual conversation, nothing more." "What question?" "Have you ever thought about what kind of boyfriend you would like?" he inquired. "I haven't really thought about it." Xu Zhi said frankly, "I go by feeling, but I suppose I'm rather superficial. Ideally, he should be intelligent and capable of earning money. I feel rather dim-witted. No matter how handsome one may be, it is of little consequence, for engaging in conversation proves to be quite exhausting, and I lack the necessary patience. How can one discern foolishness? Human intelligence varies minimally. Aside from select few, most are indistinguishable in terms of intellect. Should one undergo an IQ test prior to embarking on a romantic relationship? The conversation shifted as Xu Zhi remarked that perhaps I am rather superficial, as I can only rely on my instincts for the time being. Nevertheless, the college entrance examination serves as a clear demarcation. Those who perform well naturally part ways from those who do not. Upon reflecting on this, Xu Zhi suddenly recalled that Chen Luzhou had seemingly faltered in his exams. He must have performed poorly, otherwise his mother would not have sent him abroad, fearing the unearthing of painful memories. Consequently, she chose to remain silent. "So, are you considering searching for a partner during your university years?" Chen Luzhou bluntly stated that, to be frank, Qingshan University is rather mediocre. He genuinely perceived it as such, likely due to the absence of any classmates attending that institution. After all, the elite class at the first high school is of certain caliber, among 35 students. 34 should ideally gain admission to A or B university, with only going abroad. Of course, other schools also hold merit, but in Xu Zhi's theoretical framework, Qingshan University indeed appears rather lackluster. Xu Zhi felt a twinge of envy. She could not gain admission herself, yet here she was harboring resentment. However, she understood, for those who have suffered setbacks in their examinations tend to be more emotionally sensitive. "Oh, which university do you consider to be good?" "A and B University are both acceptable." You might as well be saying A and B University with a tone of disdain. Xu Zhi sighed inwardly. How naive it is to dream beyond one's reach. Your perspective is quite intriguing. Perhaps you should refrain from pondering it further. Thus, Chen Luzhou inadvertently stifled the conversation, forgetting that Xu Zhi was not one of his classmates and oblivious to the accolades he had accumulated throughout his life. Accolades she was wholly unaware of. Moreover, she was likely unfamiliar with the prestige of the first high school, unaware of the caliber of competition in the Zhongshan district. He had perhaps grown accustomed to treating Xu Zhi as one of his academically gifted peers, leading him to speak rather directly. After that evening, 2 days passed without them seeing each other or making contact. Neither reached out via WeChat. Xu Zhi did not initiate a message to Chen Luzhou, nor did he to her. He was preoccupied with reshooting aerial footage for Fu Yuqing and tutoring Chun Xingqi in cultural studies, his days filled with commitments. Yet, during moments of respite, he found himself glancing at his phone, hoping for a message. Xu Zhi had not sent him any updates. Though her social media did feature a new post, Xu Zhi, I wish to purchase a camera. Does anyone have recommendations? Below it, there was a response from Zhu Yangqi. 10 minutes prior. Ask Chen Luzhou. He is an expert in this area, and he has connections with the largest agency in Qingyi City, which could help negotiate a better price. She likely had not seen it yet. Hence, she did not reach out to him. However, a day passed, and his phone remained utterly silent, with Xu Zhi still not contacting him. Chen Luzhou opened the moment's post and noticed it hadn't been deleted. Zhu Yangqi's comment remained, along with 2 new replies, one from Kai Yingying and another from Xu Zhi responding to Kai Yingying, but no reply from Zhu Yangqi. Kai Yingying suggested, how about I ask my cousin? He used to be a Canon dealer. His cameras are quite affordable. Xu Zhi replied, all right. Upon seeing Xu Zhi's response, Zhu Yangqi emerged from the restroom, brandishing his phone as he approached Chen Luzhou. With a slight click of his tongue, he remarked, I truly don't understand. There is a much better option right in front of them, yet they choose to consult some cousin. Did you upset her? Chen Luzhou found it somewhat intriguing. Would she truly be angry? Then why have I noticed that you two haven't been in touch lately, and you aren't going out for drinks anymore? Zhu Yangqi inquired, leaning against the headboard while reading, one leg draped over the edge of the bed. Chen Luzhou chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned a page without looking, replying, come now. She has her own connections. Why would she need me? If she's deceived, she has only herself to blame. Perhaps it was a foreboding statement, as Xu Zhi indeed fell victim to a scam, purchasing a refurbished camera. Kai Yingying's cousin, who claimed to no longer deal in such business, had recommended a WeChat contact, which Xu Zhi added. After thorough checks, she felt confident there would be no issues. And since the camera wasn't for her, but for her younger cousin, who had asked her to inquire about reliable sources, she, trusting Kai Yingying's cousin, did not probe further and passed along the WeChat contact. Little did she know, once her cousin received the camera, he verified it online and declared it a refurbished model. Nikon D810, the camera was with her cousin, who sent a few photos to Chen Luzhou. As she perused the images on her phone, she recognized the camera's nature almost immediately, casually commenting while flipping through the photos, no need for verification. It's clearly refurbished. The 810s are all secondhand now. How much did you pay for it? They sat at the bar, occupying the same spot as before. Chen Luzhou perched on a high stool, one foot tapping on the ground, while Xu Zhi sat beside her, sipping a cocktail and sighing. Less than 7,000? He nodded, smiling. That's just secondhand. A new kit costs around 20,000. You haven't been scammed, have you? Xu Zhi, somewhat baffled, took another sip and suggested, should I send him a voice message for you to clarify? Sure. As the call connected, her cousin eagerly jumped in. So what does the expert brother say? Chen Luzhou, engrossed in examining the photo details, instinctively glanced at Xu Zhi upon hearing the term expert and clicked her tongue. How do they boast about me out there? Xu Zhi cleared her throat. I'll let him speak to you. Chen Luzhou took the phone and began explaining that she hardly considered herself an expert. You probably didn't grasp it at the time. What you bought is a second-hand camera. Refurbished models typically have seals, and yours doesn't. The person should have informed you it was second-hand. I can't ascertain much just by looking at these photos. Hold on to the camera for now, and when I descend the mountain with your sister, bring it out for me to examine. Brother, are you a photographer? You're Chen Luzhou, right? I saw the photos you took of my sister's moments. Chen Luzhou never expected to be on the verge of fame at Xu Zhi's home. Yet he was unaware that the level of recognition was somewhat skewed from his own expectations. Upon hearing his cousin's inquiry, he glanced at Xu Zhi, smiled. and replied to the caller, "Yes, I am Chen Luzhou." Though this conversation seemed quite ordinary, his ease in responding suggested that he was accustomed to being revered and admired by those around him. "Wow, you're the legendary Chen Luzhou?" "Yes, I am Chen Luzhou." It was a rather impressive sentiment. However, Chen Luzhou was oblivious to the fact that his cousin's questions stemmed from Su's casual remarks at home, where he had labeled him as the most wanted individual. "That kid, right? That kid Chen Luzhou." Xu Zhi has been reluctant to come down from the mountain precisely because of that kid. "Just wait until I deal with him." Of course, Xu Zhi remained unaware of this as well. In the encounter between two formidable individuals, it is not merely Chen Luzhou's self-satisfaction that stands out, but rather the brilliance and prowess he has cultivated over the past decade. Certain reactions have become second nature to him. However, he could never have anticipated that he would meet Xu Zhi at a time when he felt least impressive. The bar was bustling with patrons scattered in small groups, their tables adorned with an array of vibrant cocktails and flickering candlelight. The kaleidoscopic illumination danced across the corners of the room, resembling a garden of lush, colorful blooms, clusters of red here, patches of yellow there, luring urbanites into a labyrinth of flirtation and laughter. Perhaps it was the ambience that led Chen Luzhou to toss his phone back to Xu Zhi after a call, taking a sip of his cocktail, resting his feet upon the table, and allowing his shoulders to slump lazily. Though he did not direct his gaze toward her, he feigned interest in the area between his thumb and index finger, as if examining something of great significance, pondering whether to inquire why she hadn't sought him out recently. Yet, he deemed that too forward, opting instead to shift the conversation, asking her what had been occupying her time. Xu Zhi sighed, indicating that the matter was rather lengthy, but succinctly replied that she had been watching a show. "What show?" he prompted. "Praise me, the one you recommended," she replied. Chen Luzhou chuckled softly, finally glancing at her with a smile that illuminated his features. "Did you really watch it?" Driven by an insatiable curiosity for the conclusion, Xu Zhi had returned home that very night to search for it. However, the narrative was not about a colossal insurance claim as she had anticipated. Rather, it unfolded as a lengthy, situational comedy consisting of over 100 episodes. After extensive searching online, she discovered that there was only this one show originating from Korea. Assuming that Chen Luzhou had meant a specific episode, she clicked on the first installment and became utterly engrossed, binge-watching through 2 sleepless nights until she had consumed the entire series. "How was it? Did it relieve your stress?" Chen Luzhou asked with a playful grin. He held a fondness for this particular show, revisiting it annually, especially during times of emotional turmoil. The director's wry humor was both subtle and niche. He would not hastily recommend it, as he believed that sharing beloved television and music differed significantly from sharing food, an exploration of the spiritual realm. Xu Zhi nodded in agreement, realizing that her taste had been somewhat influenced by Chen Luzhou. Reflecting on her past preferences, she would have never considered watching such a situational comedy. The absence of a compelling narrative had previously seemed dull, yet this director had crafted a work of profound depth, with each episode containing a small tale. The characters appeared unrelated, yet intricately intertwined, with details reliant upon the audience's own deductions. "Do you have any similar recommendations?" Xu Zhi asked, intrigued by how many obscure films and shows he had encountered. "Yes, but I will tell you later," Chen Luzhou thought to himself, reluctant to divulge everything at once. "All right then, what was the ending of that movie?" "Xu Zhi, that's..." Chen Luzhou sighed, looking at her before elaborating. The internet was rife with accounts of her tarnished past, with even delivery personnel coming forward to reveal that her temperament was not as amiable as portrayed. At times, she had been quite brusque with them. Such trivial gossip flooded the web, leading even her to question whether she embodied the character they described. Having been shielded from the harsh realities of human nature by her family and husband throughout her life. In the end, engulfed by the anguish of losing her husband and her internal struggles, she succumbed to the sedative and took her own life. The director opted for an open ending, as her demise coincided with the closure of the police investigation, which concluded that her husband's death was indeed accidental. She was promptly taken to the hospital by her parents. The final scene of the film lingers on her heartbeat monitor, leaving her fate ambiguous. What the film is called, Chen Luzhou genuinely cannot recall. The entire film is rather oppressive, not particularly captivating, adhering to the typical style of Korean cinema, casually watched during a moment of boredom. Had Xu Zhi not mentioned it, he would not have contemplated such a narrative. Is your resilience really that fragile? Xu Zhi remarked with a hint of astonishment. Chen Luzhou, casually peeling a peanut and tossing it into his mouth, responded in a low voice, understood within the director's framework. One can empathize. She grew up sheltered by her parents, and when she encountered her husband, who was her first love, he continued to protect her diligently. Her journey had been smooth sailing, surrounded by kind-hearted individuals. Thus, when calamity struck with her husband's death and her aging parents could no longer shield her, those once benevolent figures morphed into adversaries, leading to her collapse. Which is quite natural. What do you think? Is it better for a person to face hardships or to remain unscathed? Xu Zhi inquired. Or perhaps, we all harbor a wall within our hearts. I cannot precisely articulate what this wall is. For some, it is their parents, for others, their children, and for some, it is wealth and power. Suppose this wall within you were crumble. How would you respond? Chen Luzhou mused to himself, realizing that he not only had a wall in his heart, but faced an insurmountable barrier before him. I shall ponder this question further before providing an answer. Very well, Xu Zhi replied, still feeling perplexed. Chen Luzhou slightly lifted his chin and, seemingly casually, asked, Did your brother mention you would be descending the mountain tomorrow? Yes. My father is urging me, Xu Zhi responded. You should stay for a few more days, right? Will you contact me after you come down? Why would I do that? He paused, suddenly recalling, Oh, your cousin. Indeed, he replied, continuing to peel peanuts with an air of indifference. Depending on circumstances, I might need to travel out of town, so I should resolve matters for your cousin before I leave. Xu Zhi, intrigued, asked, Where are you going? Traveling? What are you so curious about? Are you inviting me to join? Chen Luzhou lifted his gaze, half-jokingly looking at her, his youthful eyes sparkling with a hint of provocation, as if to say, If you dare to say it, I shall agree. Xu Zhi met his gaze unflinchingly, and in that moment, while it is often said that youth is ignorant and fearless, she felt that Chen Luzhou was the type who was both knowledgeable and unafraid. Thus, she replied, Will you take me? If you do, I shall go. Upon hearing this, Chen Luzhou scrutinized her for a long while, neither affirming nor denying, remaining silent for a moment before finally posing a question that veered off topic. Why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Xu Zhi quietly finished her cocktail, glanced at him, and said, I wasn't avoiding you. Chen Luzhou countered. Then why didn't you come to me directly regarding the camera purchase? With a sigh, Xu Zhi cleared her throat and said, Well, I shall speak frankly. Please do not take offense. Chen Luzhou responded with a slight nod, raising his chin with an indifferent gaze, signaling for her to speak first. The cacophony of music in the bar enveloped them as Xu Zhi began to articulate her thoughts. Ying mentioned that Zhu Yangqi might have feelings for her, advising Xu Zhi to maintain a distance from the two of them. She stated that being friends was acceptable, but any further advancement was out of the question, given her perception that all boys from their school were the same, especially with Zhai Xiao serving as a cautionary tale. Now, observing the boys from their school, she felt they all had that, you know what I mean? Zhu Yangqi likes you? Chen Luzhou exclaimed, caught off guard. What has he done? Has he flirted with you? No. I think she might be overthinking it. She mentioned that Zhu Yangqi frequently likes my posts and comments on almost everyone. She also suggested that you often invite me out for drinks, presumably for Zhu Yangqi's sake. She likely doesn't realize that whenever we go out for drinks, Zhu Yangqi isn't even there. I mostly just worry about her misunderstanding things. Besides, she recently went through a breakup, so she's hesitant to reach out to you. Zhu Yangqi, the perennial admirer, diligently bestows likes upon any girl who posts something remotely attractive on social media. He firmly believes that the posts made by goddesses are intended for admirers like him. Not liking them would be impolite. Chen Luzhou sullenly gulped down the remainder of his cocktail. Why didn't Kai Ying say that I like you? Xu Zhi, unfazed and straightforward, replied, Oh, you needn't worry about that. Ying claims she has ample romantic experience and has analyzed the situation thoroughly. She doesn't doubt you. Are you two hunting down a fugitive here? Xu Zhi retorted. Ying said you, like me, only have eyes for making money. She believes you even swindle your brother. leading her to have some misconceptions about you. Kai Yingying also commented that a handsome man like Chen Luzhou must be surrounded by countless admirers, suggesting he is likely immune to beauty, unlike Zhu Yangqi, who eagerly approaches any attractive girl. So, you still wish to accompany me in making money, do you? Otherwise? Xu Zhi pressed on, finally getting to the crux of the matter. I have a brilliant idea. Would you like to hear it? Chen Luzhou, perched on a high bar stool, still towered over her slightly. Xu Zhi had styled her hair in a high ponytail today, with wisps framing her face, accentuating her smooth forehead and refined complexion. In the dim light, Chen Luzhou found himself unexpectedly captivated, noticing a faint beauty mark at the corner of her eye, a small, delicate shade of light brown that flickered in the candlelight, reminiscent of a vermilion mark, a drop of heart's blood, or an elusive illusion that one cannot quite grasp. Perhaps due to his racing heartbeat, his gaze turned even colder as he subtly scrutinized her, asking, "Have you ever heard of store exploration?" Xu Zhi slowly explained that during her first year of high school, out of boredom, she registered for a social media account on Huangjinwu, the largest lifestyle-sharing platform currently available. Occasionally, she would share snippets of her daily life. Recently, when Yingying dyed her hair, Xu Zhi recorded a tutorial. However, an unexpected mishap occurred. She intended to achieve a blue-black color, but it faded to green instead. That short video unexpectedly went viral, garnering a significant number of views on the platform and attracting a surge of new followers. Consequently, advertisers began to approach them. Yet as students, they were hesitant to accept advertisements indiscriminately. Xu Zhi contemplated exploring various shops, whether trendy or budget-friendly, but they needed a photographer. She tentatively glanced at him, asking how much he was willing to pay for her services. Xu Zhi returned the question, inquiring about his expectations. "It depends on your conscience, young Master Chun," she replied. Upon returning home, Kai Yingying, while trimming her toenails, eagerly pressed Xu Zhi for details. "So, did the handsome Chen agree?" Xu Zhi slipped on her slippers, saying, "He neither agreed nor declined, stating he would check his schedule. I intend to align with his availability. He has plans to visit Lin City in a few days. What do you think about making our first shop visit in the trendy street of Lin City? The owner of a shop there has already messaged me." "Sound good." Kai Yingying nodded, albeit with some reservations, but we're not bringing that lecherous Zhu Yangqi. Afterward, Xu Zhi descended the mountain, but for several days. Chen Luzhou did not reach out to her. It felt as if that mountain were a signal-blocking device, leaving Xu Zhi to ponder whether stepping off the mountain had severed her connection to his world. There was no news, no WeChat messages, no updates on moments, though he seldom posted there anyway. Occasionally, he would share a striking photograph, such as one of Mountain Chicken, but his moments had been stagnant since then. She wondered whether he was preoccupied with something, as there had been no updates whatsoever. Absently, she watched television, tuned to Snowflake Goddess Dragon, her father's favorite series, which he watched every summer. Xu Zhi would typically change the channel when he wasn't paying attention, but today, for some unknown reason, the remote control seemed unresponsive. Witnessing the entire scenario, Su Guangji interjected, "Xu Zhi, are you unwell?" He pressed his palm against her forehead, exclaiming, "Can't you hear? This is the air conditioner remote, and you've broken the outlet." Xu Zhi responded, "Oh, really?" Su Guangji wore an expression that conveyed a father's understanding of his daughter's troubles. "You seem troubled." Xu Zhi couldn't quite articulate her feelings. It wasn't exactly a pressing concern, merely a matter of waiting for a call from someone. "Chen Luzhou?" Xu Zhi nodded, reaching for the television remote on the table, and thought to mention, "Dad, I might need to go to Lin City in a few days." With that, Chen Luzhou? The voice slightly rose again, and Su Guangji's attention was completely diverted from the television, fixated on his daughter's face, which appeared somewhat flushed. Xu Zhi intended to check the news, uncertain whether it was due to an impending typhoon causing landslides that buried him. Nonchalantly, she replied, sort of, "We plan to explore a shop together, though I can't quite explain it to you. I'll clarify once I accomplish it." Su Guangji misheard her. "We plan to go to a hotel. Call the police. Call the police." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Guangji rushed to grab his phone, his mind racing. Chen Luzhou was unaware that he had almost been sent to the station by Xu Zhi. However, he had long departed from the mountain resort. Just a couple of days after Xu Zhi left, Noticing the dwindling number of people at the resort, Chen Xingqi insisted on leaving. Seeing that the typhoon's impact this year was significant, Fu Yuqing urged them to descend early, fearing they might get trapped. Once a landslide occurred, they could be without water and electricity for 10 days to half a month. He refrained from contacting Xu Zhi due to an awkward incident that had recently transpired. On the day he descended, Zhu Yangqi gathered a few friends for a basketball game, and feeling a rare itch to play, he joined. Coincidentally, he encountered Tan Su at the gym, which was quite remarkable since students from outside could not enter the first high school gym. The sports hall was closed during summer, and the back court required a school card for entry. Moreover, since Tan Su transferred schools, he had not returned to the first high school, avoiding it entirely. It was utterly unexpected to run into him there. How'd he end up here? Zhu Yangqi was equally puzzled. I heard he plans to return to the first high school for another year, a friend explained, patting the ball. Although his grades aren't out yet, it seems his parents have pulled some strings. Even if he repeats, they'll likely push him back here. This matter was not their concern. Chen Luzhou had merely come out to play and was preparing materials for his overseas interviews. Due to Xu Zhi, Chen Luzhou had always felt somewhat uneasy about Tan Su. Knowing that while he wasn't her boyfriend, their relationship had been somewhat ambiguous, merely unacknowledged. He had once gleaned this from Kai Yingying. Without Tan Su's assistance over the past 2 years, Xu Zhi would not have achieved her current academic standing. Tan Su had even dedicated weekly hours at KFC to help Xu Zhi with her studies, tirelessly correcting her mistakes, and they had watched meteor showers together. To help him relax, Xu Zhi had skipped breakfast for 2 weeks, using the saved money to take him ice skating. Thus, on that day, while playing basketball, when a few of Tan Su's friends, who were also repeat students, suggested playing together, Chen Luzhou lazily leaned against the basketball hoop and outright rejected the idea, saying, "You all play, I'm leaving." In contrast, Zhu Yangqi, frustrated at Chen Luzhou's constant avoidance of Tan Su, fiercely hurled the basketball towards the hoop, shouting furiously, "Chen Luzhou, if you dare leave, I'll sever ties with you today." The basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, echoing throughout the quiet court like a battered iron sheet. The basketball court was rather empty, consisting solely of their classmates, all of whom were momentarily taken aback, unsure of what the conjoined twins were up to today. The basketball gradually bounced to the ground, yet no one paid it any heed or made an effort to retrieve it. They simply stared in astonishment at the tense standoff between the twins. In reality, it was only Zhu Yangqi who was throwing a tantrum, while Chen Luzhou completely ignored him, leaning against the basketball hoop with his hands in his pockets, maintaining a consistently indifferent expression as he watched, internally labeling Zhu as exceedingly childish. Eventually, their conversation became inaudible to the onlookers, who could only observe Zhu Yangqi approach, engaging in a private exchange. "What is the big deal about your ambiguous crush? What are you afraid of? You've never acted this way before. It's quite distressing to witness." Chen Luzhou, with sincere intent, pulled Zhu Yangqi closer by the neck, whispering, "My little Zhu, could you let this go? It's not that I fear him. I've sustained an injury playing basketball before, and I harbor some psychological trauma, all right? Nonsense. You simply don't want to confront him head-on." Chen Luzhou candidly acknowledged this aspect, yet ultimately, he could not resist Zhu Yangqi's and the surrounding crowd's encouragement and, with a resigned sigh, decided to take the court. Consequently, he now found himself at a urology clinic. The physician in charge was a urologist named Su Guangji, whose name Chen Luzhou found quite pleasant. Su Guangji, having not yet glanced at his medical record, noted the arrival of a tall and handsome young man. After listening to Chen's symptoms, he requested the medical card. "Injured while playing basketball? An elbow jabbed you?" Chen Luzhou did not feel particularly embarrassed. After all, the doctor was unaware of his identity. He had always possessed a thick skin, and as it was his first visit to a urology clinic, he was somewhat curious and surveyed his surroundings, stating, "Yes, I was jabbed while going for a rebound. Are there any other symptoms besides the inability to achieve morning erections?" Su Guangji inquired as part of routine questioning. Upon glancing at the medical record, he caught sight of the name, Chen Luzhou. Su Guangji's eyes widened as he met Chen's gaze. Just as Chen was about to respond, feeling as though he had lost his composure, he was taken aback by the familiarity with which Su greeted him. The realization that someone recognized him suddenly added weight to his idle persona. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Morning erections are passable, just not as firm as before." Su Guangji raised an eyebrow in understanding, responding with a prolonged "Oh." "What does your family do?" he inquired. Chen Luzhou was momentarily taken aback, wondering what this had to do with the situation, yet he replied honestly, "They are in business." Su Guangji responded with another "Oh," seemingly typing information into the computer. "Do you have any siblings?" Chen Luzhou replied, "I have a younger brother." Su Guangji asked, "Have you ever tested your sperm motility?" Chen Luzhou answered no. Su Guangji glanced at him. "Is it feasible now?" Chen Luzhou coughed lightly. "I will give it a try." Su Guangji handed him a form, instructing him to pay first. As Chen Luzhou stepped out with his card and medical records, Zhu Yangqi eagerly sprang from his chair. "What did the doctor say? Don't tell me you're really in trouble." Chen Luzhou slapped the medical records against Zhu's chest, silently heading to the payment window. Zhu, relentless, inquired anxiously, "What did the doctor say?" "I don't know," Chen Luzhou replied, approaching the window to hand over his card and preparing to pay. "I'm here to test my sperm motility." Zhu Yangqi, in disbelief, exclaimed, "No way, really? The doctor didn't say anything?" "He asked what my family does and if I have any siblings," Chen Luzhou remarked, feeling a bit confused. He rarely visited the hospital, so he wondered why such questions were pertinent. Zhu Yangqi, with his sharp intellect, suddenly realized he's hinting for a red envelope. "I heard from my dad that some doctors with questionable ethics do this, suggesting patients should offer a bribe. Is that true?" Chen Luzhou responded with a click of his tongue. He seemed quite upright, though. "Should I go out and buy you a couple of red envelopes? Nothing is more important than treating you. After all, this concerns your happiness for the rest of your life." Zhu Yangqi now adopted a devoted attitude towards him, lamenting that if it weren't for his antics yesterday, Chen Luzhou wouldn't be in this predicament. Chen Luzhou thought to himself, "Is it really that serious?" He felt it wasn't that grave. He had merely woken up feeling slightly different from before. After watching a film, he sensed nothing alarming. Perhaps he had sustained a minor injury from a basketball game when Tan Su's elbow jabbed him. But he felt it was nothing significant and that he would recover in a few days. However, Zhu Yangqi insisted it could be serious, which prompted him to book an appointment. Is that really necessary? Chen Luzhou, despite his thick skin, found the idea of offering a doctor a red envelope quite awkward. The prospect of not being able to leave was even more uncomfortable, and ultimately, he returned to the consultation room empty-handed. Su Guangji cast a knowing glance at him, suggesting he understood the situation. Chen Luzhou, primarily concerned about the lingering pain from yesterday's injury, had no desire to continue this line of questioning. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Is it absolutely necessary to test this? Or should I just drop my pants for you to take a look?" Su Guangji pretended to don the glasses resting beside him. Chen Luzhou felt that coming here today was a foolish decision, a true reflection of a mind in disarray for listening to Zhu Yangqi. He mused that perhaps he should return home to recuperate and visit again next week. Su Guangji, of course, did not press him. He offered a few suggestions, stating that if the situation was due to an external injury, recovery typically occurs within 2 days. However, if the condition persisted for a week, it could very well signal the onset of impotence. Chen Luzhou responded with confusion. Su Guangji spoke steadily, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and inquiring whether he had a girlfriend. Chen Luzhou replied in the negative. Su Guangji, with an expression of helplessness, advised him not to rush into seeking a partner. Instead, he should focus on his health and observe the situation for a while, reminding him to return for regular checkups. The urology department was the most desolate part of the hospital. As Chen Luzhou departed, the corridor was devoid of any presence. Upon hearing the news, Director Kai rushed in, frantically searching for the young man. Su Guangji, maintaining a serious demeanor, sat at the computer organizing today's medical records. With a decisive clatter, he arranged and aligned all the documents on the desk. Director Kai lowered his voice, confirming that it was indeed Chen Luzhou. He had instructed Old Fu to secretly take a photo for verification. As Su Guangji fumbled with a stapler, he casually retrieved an envelope that Chen Luzhou's friend had discreetly given him upon leaving. He emphatically placed it on the table before Director Kai, exclaiming that today's youth are remarkably astute, understanding the art of gifting money even before entering society, and they scurry away immediately after, making it impossible to catch up. He pondered what kind of respectable individuals could raise such children. Director Kai insisted on confiscating it. Su Guangji retorted that such a trivial amount could not buy his integrity. Once Chen Luzhou got into the car, he realized that Zhu Yangqi had secretly returned to give him an envelope. He kicked him lightly, exclaiming in disbelief, questioning the necessity of the gift. Zhu Yangqi, with a sense of confidence, assured him that next time, the doctor would greet him with a smile. Chen Luzhou silently recited Su Guangji's name in his mind, vowing never to take his number again, contemplating how there wouldn't be a next time. That evening, Zhu Yangqi inquired if he would still join the basketball game, mentioning that Jiang Cheng and the others had called again. Chen Luzhou leaned back against the taxi's rear seat, coolly sidelonging him with indifference. Zhu Yangqi, sensing his disinterest, mused that perhaps Chen Luzhou had lost interest in basketball altogether, and hesitantly asked if he still had feelings for Xu Zhi. Chen Luzhou instinctively glanced downward, realizing the implication, and irritably pushed him away, telling him to leave. Zhu Yangqi, in a gentle tone, suggested that he should invite her out to watch a movie and relax. Chen Luzhou rejected the idea without a moment's thought, staring out at the fleeting scenery outside the car window. Zhu raised his head, his keen mind perceiving with clarity the harsh and indifferent contours of Chen Luzhou's handsome profile. With a hint of schadenfreude, he remarked, "Are you, perchance, feeling a twinge of jealousy? Come now, what right do I have to be envious?" Chen Luzhou, still inattentively gazing out the car window at the various inconsequential advertisements plastered on the walls, sighed and responded, "Ever since the day she descended from the mountain, I've been pondering why I harbor such feelings for her." Zhu interjected, "Love at first sight? It's hardly surprising these days. Just like when we started our first year of high school, the moment I laid eyes on Guyan in our class, I was smitten, yet I knew I could never pursue her." Chen Luzhou continued to stare out the window, reflecting on the unfamiliar road they traversed. A remnant of the city's recent transformations, narrow and cramped, flanked by dilapidated buildings adorned with splotches of mildew, litter strewn about, and vehicles parked indiscriminately, a chaotic tapestry of life. Unwilling to change due to the transient tenants and mixed crowds, there was a narrow alley rumored to be a haven for deception and trickery, a place of all manner of dubious dealings, where some divine fortunes while others engage in clandestine pleasures, essentially the city's earliest red light district. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhu, a rare smirk of self-deprecation gracing his lips. Perhaps there is some truth to that, but upon reflection, I believe it is more desire for conquest. Is it because she is indifferent to you? Another one of those strong-willed beauties? Or do you doubt that her interest lies solely with your mother? Chen Luzhou turned his face away, conceding there's a bit of both. I find her reminiscent of a high-end lure, or perhaps she simply lacks awareness. Regardless, I have no desire to continue this charade. The former is too passive, while the latter is utterly uninspiring. Moreover, I cannot remain. She is far too dependent on her father, and her college entrance examination scores are likely to be quite impressive, making it impossible for her to study abroad with me. Zhu replied, "Well, one can only say that deep feelings may not always lead to lasting connections. By the way, Feng Jin is returning in a few days, and you are set to depart soon, right? I would like to formally introduce you to Feng, the old dog, is also into photography. You might find common ground. I'll also invite Jiang Cheng to join us for a gathering." Jiang Cheng, though not as close as Zhu to Chen Luzhou, had played basketball together frequently and shared a bond of familiarity. They had also attended the same middle school in a different province before Jiang returned to the same school as Chen. If familiarity were the measure, Jiang Cheng was actually closer to Chen Luzhou. Zhu mused, feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to the events of yesterday's basketball game. Jiang Cheng has been getting a bit too close to Tansu lately. I'm not trying to speak ill of him. I hardly know him well. If not for your connection, I wouldn't be in touch with him at all. Should we perhaps remind him of who Tansu really is? Jiang Cheng was planning to repeat a year, and if Tansu truly intended to return, it was likely they would both end up in the same preparatory class, making their closeness understandable. Chen Luzhou, not particularly concerned, replied, "By the way, could you do me a favor?" When Xu Zhi received a call from Zhu Yangqi, She was assisting Chen Luzhou in examining a camera lens. She intended to purchase a new lens cap to replace the one she accidentally broke. But Chen Luzhou had not reached out to her. Xu Zhi had to search online for guides based on his camera model. Chen Luzhou is in Linshur today. He asked me to take your cousin to see the camera, Zhu Yangqi mentioned. He has a friend who specializes in this. Xu Zhi responded with a simple "oh." Then inquired, why hasn't Chen Luzhou contacted me directly? He has been quite busy lately, taking on a job in Linshur that will likely last 3 to 4 days. Zhu Yangqi explained, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Have your cousin contact me tomorrow, and I'll take him to meet Luzhou's friend. All right, thank you. Xu Zhi replied before ending the call. She resumed, searching for lenses similar to his camera model on her phone. Seeing Xu Zhi tirelessly selecting lenses for a certain handsome gentleman over the past few days, Kai Yingying curiously asked, why are you still searching? It's been 2 days. And you haven't found anything suitable yet? They were at Kai Yingying's house, where she, feeling that the green dye on her head was rather inauspicious, had begun to experiment with hair dye, hoping to revert her hair color. Xu Zhi sat cross-legged on the carpet, meticulously scrolling through her phone. Having perused all available online resources, I've checked the recommended lenses, and it seems Chen Luzhou already has all of them. I initially wanted to buy a 50mm lens to return to him, but he mentioned he prefers photographing people. The guide suggests that an 85mm lens is more suitable for portraits, yet I discovered that the type he uses is exceedingly expensive, costing several thousand at the very least. No wonder he didn't inform us about going to Linshur. If I were in his position, I wouldn't want to take us along either. His equipment is far too lavish for us to utilize as photographers, Kai Yingying lamented. Her eyes filled with sympathy for Xu Zhi's financial concerns as she vigorously mixed the dye in her hands. Why not forego buying a lens and just treat him to a meal or go see a movie instead? Otherwise, it feels like you'd have to sell yourself just to afford his gear. Xu Zhi felt a growing sense of annoyance. She was unsure why she kept thinking of Chen Luzhou lately, finding herself unconsciously checking WeChat and instinctively clicking into his moments. She felt frantically driven to make money. Initially, she believed she and Chen Luzhou were somewhat friends, but upon casually browsing through his moments, she realized he was hardly in need of friends. Just a casual click revealed a couple of familiar WeChat IDs liking his posts, seemingly classmates from Rui Jun High School. ISNT that. Gai Xingying et Golim. Recognizing someone. That's the little songbird from Class 5, renowned for her beautiful singing. Did she participate in the city's Best Singer contest? What's going on? Is she involved with Chen Luzhou? Xu Zhi shook her head, pondering. Do you think Chen Luzhou ever regarded us as friends? Or merely as acquaintances who occasionally like his posts, like the little songbird? Does it even matter? Kai Yingying possesses a profound understanding of the situation. After donning a vibrant dyeing cap, she opened a bottle of soda and remarked that a gentleman of this caliber is but a fleeting presence in our midst. Regardless of future circumstances, our paths are unlikely to cross again. Therefore, we ought to explore other handsome individuals, such as this one. With eager anticipation, Kai Yingying tapped her phone to reveal a photograph of the gentleman. Didn't that video of ours go viral? Some have reached out online, inquiring if we would like to collaborate on a photo shoot. I extended an olive branch, and he expressed his willingness to accompany us on our store explorations, serving as our photographer. His name is Feng Jin, also from Qingyi. I am determined to sincerely invite him to join our little team of store explorers. Xu Zhi glanced at the photograph, thinking to herself, well, he does not possess the striking handsomeness of Chen Luzhou. Nevertheless, she acknowledged the importance of earning money inside. Before embarking on her temporary journey, Xu Zhi sat before her computer, lost in thought for an extended period. Old Su entered, holding a cup of milk, and upon noticing her rare frown, he settled beside her bed, inquiring if she was troubled. Could be because of that boy Chen Luzhou. Ever since Xu Zhi returned from Old Fu's, she had undergone a noticeable transformation. When he returns for a follow-up, I shall surely confront that boy. I should discuss this with your father. Old Su placed the milk down, adopting a posture suggesting an earnest conversation. At that moment, it was night, the bedside lamp casting a flickering glow, while the moon hung like a pristine jade plate, casting a clean light outside the window. Xu Zhi glanced up, sighed in a moment of confusion, and asked, Father, What do you believe is the purpose of our existence? Su Guangji noted that Xu Zhi had developed a penchant for pondering philosophical questions over the years, such as the reason for our existence. If living is merely for the sake of earning money, does that imply that once one has amassed sufficient wealth, they ought to consider death? They had engaged in countless spirited debates on this topic over the years, yet no conclusion had ever been reached. This evening, she seemed to have been provoked into revisiting this age-old discussion. Su Guangji followed her lead, responding, "Sometimes, living is not solely about making money, but also about spending it. Take your Uncle Kai, for instance. He delights in traveling abroad throughout the year, acquiring local specialties. Remember the wooden carving he brought you from Nepal? It serves no practical purpose, yet not spending money leaves him feeling dissatisfied." Xu Zhi pondered this while casually peeling a banana from the table, and, as she ate, argued convincingly, if we're to spend, why must we earn? Wouldn't life be much more joyous if we could eliminate that tedious intermediary? Su Guangji countered, "Then tell me, what is the purpose of eating? Why do you consume bananas? Is it merely to relieve oneself? Would you find joy in directly consuming waste to bypass that troublesome process?" With a mouthful of banana, Xu Zhi found herself at a loss, casting a resentful glance at him and murmuring, "Dad." Su Guang Li Juke Ji Un Fang, retrieving a polishing cloth from his pocket to meticulously clean his glasses. With a serious tone, he began to explain, life is essentially a journey of fulfilling one's desires. However, human desires are inherently progressive. When you were 5, your greatest desire was merely for candy. Back then, it was quite easy to please you. A single piece of candy could elicit a beaming smile that lasted all day. As you grew older, it became evident that you were increasingly difficult to satisfy. No longer content with just sweets, you yearned for trips to amusement parks, fashionable attire, and an impeccably styled ponytail. If I failed to secure it properly, your mood would sour for the entire day, and you insisted on being the class monitor, issuing commands. Xu Zhi tilted her head thoughtfully, struggling to recall her younger self, and skeptically questioned, was I truly like that as a child? There exists video evidence, and I assure you that I am not wronging you. I have preserved your elementary school class monitor election video. Even now, Su Guangji can recite those lines, mimicking her childhood tone with great flair. "Hello, everyone. My name is Xu Zhi." Napoleon once said, "A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier." Although I may not be as affluent as Lin Zixuan, I am undeniably beautiful. While Lin Zixuan's wealth cannot be spent by you, my beauty is entirely at your disposal, as you can all see. She concluded with a hopeful plea for votes. Enough of that. Xu Zhi's self-adoration during her childhood was evident, yet it was surprising that old Su still retained such an embarrassing memory. "Where's that tape? Hand it over now." Su Guangji ignored her, continuing to polish his glasses with his head bowed. A smile so profound it deepened the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. "We all grow up being pursued, just like your father. Sometimes life feels quite arduous. Yet before we know it, we find ourselves approaching our 50s. By the time you head off to university, our days together will be numbered." He understood that you might feel a sense of emptiness after finishing the college entrance examination, unsure of what to do next. People often invest a considerable amount of time striving for a single goal, and when that goal is achieved, they may find themselves a loss for what to pursue next, leading to a state of existential pondering about life's purpose. Xu Zhi shot him a glance. "Dad, if I choose to go to Beijing." Su Guangji's hand, polishing the lenses, paused momentarily before he regained composure, smiling as he put on his glasses. "Go ahead. Beijing is wonderful. I have no objections to wherever you choose to go. You need not worry about finances. I will provide you with ample living expenses. And you need not fret over me. I am quite capable of communicating with others now. Besides, Uncle Kai is there too." He placed a hand on Xu Zhi's shoulder, fondly addressing her by her childhood nickname, Wan Wan. As one grows older, it becomes increasingly challenging to appease them, or perhaps it is that satisfaction becomes more elusive. From the simplest of candies in childhood to a mountain of sweets, one might find little joy in it. I can no longer console you, but eventually someone will. Still, I hope that person arrives a bit later. Noticing Xu Zhi lost in thought and not responding, he asked casually, "But isn't the architecture program in Beijing quite competitive? Or have you decided against studying architecture?" Well, not studying architecture might not be such a bad idea. I think you should consider a finance major. Xu Zhi interjected. No, Chen Luzhou mentioned that Qingshan University's architecture program is average. I plan to explore the architecture programs in Beijing and Shanghai. Su Guangji replied. On Wednesday, Xu Zhi boarded the bus to Linshi and encountered the newly appointed photographer, Feng Jin. Feng Jin did not appear as handsome in person as in photographs. He was a bit rounder, but by no means overweight, standing at an estimated height of nearly 6 feet. His features were well-defined, with a curved jawline that exuded approachability and lacked any sense of aggression. He was certainly not unattractive, possessing a certain charm. However, the photograph he provided Kai Yingying had transformed him into a visage reminiscent of the top-tier handsome Chen Luzhou, which understandably left Kai Yingying feeling somewhat disappointed. Being on the same bus made it challenging for her to express her discontent overtly, so she resorted to messaging Xu Zhi. A piece of cake. Turns out he is just a photo fraud. Alas, I genuinely believed that we had recently encountered a stroke of good fortune, with handsome gentlemen casually crossing our paths. Zhi Zihua remarked. Isn't he rather dashing? Xiao Kai replied. Perhaps it's just that after watching Chen Luzhou for an extended period, everyone else pales in comparison. Why not inquire again with Chen Luzhou? Our photographer's position will always be available for him. Zhi Zihua asked, what about Feng Jin? Xiao Kai et Lim, wow, Xu Zhi. Do you secretly wish for Chen Luzhou's presence as well? Zhi Zihua responded, I suppose. I'm somewhat familiar with him. They were in a business vehicle, which was occupied solely by the three of them. Feng Jin observed as the two engaged fervently in their WeChat conversations. Notifications pinged incessantly, making it evident even to the dullest observer that they were discussing him, and likely not in flattering terms, given their reluctance to speak in his presence. Feng Jin had previously conversed online with Kai Yingying, so he directly addressed her. Kai Yingying, might you introduce this lovely young lady? Xu Zhi was undeniably striking, fair and exquisite, the kind of person who would attract attention in a crowd and prompt inquiries about her name. The only aspect that might not stand out was her face shape, which was somewhat egg-shaped. Her bright eyes and full, three-dimensional cheekbones complemented her charming smile, exuding a delightful, sisterly aura that would inspire a protective instinct in some men. I am Xu Zhi, she stated, adding that she disliked being referred to as sister. It's Xu for the surname and Zhi for the given name. I am responsible for writing the articles. Hello, I am Feng Jin. Feng of Shui Ma and Jin of Tamit. He introduced himself. Xu Zhi acknowledged him with a brief hello before returning her focus to her phone. Displaying a certain self-awareness of her beauty, Feng Jin mused. However, after a rather lackluster round of introductions, the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Consequently, Kai Yingying and Feng Jin engaged in aimless chatter, discussing everything from photography to internet celebrities. Feng Jin proved quite loquacious, dominating the conversation without regard for Kai Yingying's interest or the opportunity for her to interject, recounting tales of his travels. His stories were indeed plentiful. He had visited numerous places and even recounted his ascent of Mount Everest, which elicited excited gasps from Kai Yingying. Is it true? You've been to the summit of Everest? Feng Jin felt she might have been misled by films, so he clarified. No, I merely traveled by bus to the base camp and stayed overnight with an oxygen tank. His camera was filled with photographs he had taken, and he flipped through them, sharing, this is from my time in Ali, and we also visited Kikeksili. However, the drone footage there was challenging. Some areas require prior permission for drone flights, which I hadn't considered before. Yes, this is Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Have you been to Lijiang? If you plan to go, I suggest avoiding the peak season, as you won't be able to purchase cable car tickets. As the vehicle merged onto the highway, the conversation remained lively, with Feng Jin doing most of the talking. Even the driver occasionally turned to glance at him, pressing the accelerator with enthusiasm. In contrast to Feng Jin, Chen Luzhou was indeed a reserve photographer. According to Zhu Yanqi, Chen Luzhou had traveled extensively, visiting 1 or 2 countries during each winter and summer vacation. As Xu Zhi pondered, she felt a sense of itchiness, akin to a mere scratching of the surface. She opened WeChat and tapped on Chen Luzhou's profile picture, which featured a backdrop of a building he presumably photographed himself. However, Xu Zhi could not discern its location. Judging by the architectural style, it seemed to be French, given its unique Gothic castle design. His moments had not been updated, and it had been quite some time since they last communicated. The last message in their chat was from the previous week. After descending the mountain, Xu Zhi had indeed sent him a message inquiring about the model of his camera, specifically which Hasselblad he owned. Her knowledge of cameras was somewhat limited, as she could only recognize prominent brands, and it was only after assisting her cousin in selecting a camera that she paid slight attention to Hasselblad, learning that Chen Luzhou exclusively used their DSLRs. However, she did not mention that she was helping him choose a lens, so Chen Luzhou likely assumed her inquiry was casual. He simply replied with a model number, devoid of any extraneous punctuation. On the night they photographed the meteor shower, Chen Luzhou had shown her the photos taken with his camera. Xu Zhi observed that his camera's storage capacity had nearly reached 10,000 images, with a plethora of 128 gigabytes memory cards, each meticulously labeled with numbers. She surmised that he must also possess a genuine passion for photography. Yet, unlike Feng Jin, who would eagerly recount his travels and the stories behind his photos upon meeting someone, Chen Luzhou seemed more considerate of others' feelings. Each time they conversed, the discussions revolved around her interests and experiences, leaving her feeling as though she scarcely understood him at all. "Why are you so curious about what I study?" she mused. Sometimes, one's preferences do not dictate their actions. Then go ahead and learn, regardless of what relatives may say. Ultimately, the choice is yours. Just like today, while you await the starry sky, I am, in fact, anticipating the autumn breeze. There are those who steadfastly watch over the desert, waiting for the flowers to bloom. Each has their own choices and their own splendor. Our futures are determined solely by us. No one else has a say. As Feng Jin incessantly chattered in her ear, eager to showcase all the photographs he had taken and boast about the numerous awards he had won, claiming to be a director of the Photography Association in Qingyi City, Xu Zhi found Chen Luzhou increasingly irksome, wondering why he had to be so enigmatic. They arrived in Lin City around noon, embarking on an exploration of trendy streets and culinary delights. Partnering businesses would provide corresponding fees contingent upon their constructive feedback and several promotional posts on social media, thus covering their accommodation and meal expenses. Essentially, they were invited to advertise. They were fortunate to arrive during the temple fair, which infused a vibrant energy into the streets, teeming with crowds and the incessant sounds of vendors. Yet, the overall ambience was rather indescribable. Lin City was even smaller than Qingyi, with a single thoroughfare running through its center and an ancient canal traversing north to south, flanked by dilapidated yet quaint buildings reflecting the style of new rural construction. The black-tiled, white-walled structures stood resolutely on either side, reminiscent of the pre-renovation era of Qingyi. Xu Zhi leisurely wandered through the bustling streets of internet celebrities all day. After savoring 3 bowls of various flavors of snail rice noodles, she candidly reflected that earning money was not as easy as it seemed. The food was rather unpalatable. Yet she found herself unable to express this truth. The surroundings were chaotic and unsightly, a fact she also refrained from mentioning. Just moments ago, the chef had carelessly scratched his nose before tossing a handful of noodles into the pot, a detail she dared not disclose. To extol the virtues of this celebrity street, while suppressing her conscience, felt utterly disquieting. Pondering her predicament, Xu Zhi sighed in confusion, contemplating whether she should bow to the pressures of financial necessity. Thus, she took a seat beneath the awning of the celebrity street. Surrounded by the lively throngs of people, parents cradling infants, elderly individuals being guided, and couples playfully bantering, cars streamed down the adjacent road, and the streetlights flickered to life sequentially, illuminating the path within her heart. With unwavering resolve, she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat. Xu Zhi sent a transfer request of 250 to Chen Luzhou, then placed her phone on the table, awaiting his response. Though her gaze remained fixed on the raucous crowd, an inexplicable sense of calm enveloped her, as she believed that Chen Luzhou would provide clarity. Approximately 3 minutes later, a reply came through. Chen Luzhou, Xu Zhi, for companionship. Xu Zhi now. Xu Zhi, we are friends, aren't we? Or do you prefer to pay full price? After their meeting, Chen Lu did not return, nor did he receive any money. Xu Zhi placed her phone on the table, staring at it for a considerable time, yet there was no response. The street was bustling with crowds, customers continuously flocking to each stall, and a symphony of enticing aromas wafted through the air. Stinky tofu and snail noodles mingled together, creating an overwhelming olfactory experience reminiscent of a fragrant, albeit greasy, culinary chaos. The atmosphere was so laden with oil that one might wish for a colossal exhaust fan to disperse the heavy air. Xu Zhi had no appetite. Feng Jin and Kai Yingying ordered 2 bowls of hot and sour noodles, but after a few slurps, they lost interest. Undeterred, Feng Jin eagerly returned with a bowl of butter tea, took a sip, and promptly spat it out, exclaiming that had he not previously tasted authentic Tibetan butter tea, he would have thought this concoction was repugnant. It was no wonder that during his last trip to Tibet, the guide had lamented how many tourists, having sampled inferior imitations elsewhere, were convinced that the real Tibetan butter tea was equally unpalatable. Only upon tasting the genuine article did they realize that authentic butter tea had a sweet, lingering aftertaste. What was this? He felt as though he was drinking his father's Dahong Pao tea. Is it really that bad? Kai Yingying remarked, unable to discern the difference, finding it merely a tad saltier than ordinary tea, with a rather astringent taste that only intensified her thirst. She took another small sip from Feng Jin's bowl and asked, "Hey, is Tibet fun?" Feng Jin perceived Kai Yingying's carefree demeanor and felt no discomfort. He had seen far worse situations. In previous travels, he had even shared a tent with a female traveler out of necessity, simply borrowing it for a night to avoid freezing on the mountain. "Do you enjoy traveling?" Feng Jin countered. Kai Yingying smiled, "Of course. Who doesn't love to travel? Unfortunately, my father doesn't allow me to venture too far. So growing up, Xu Zhi and I rarely left the province. I've only accompanied my father on a few business trips to different countries. Dean Kai was busy with work. Years ago, he traveled extensively around the globe, but in recent years, he couldn't spare the time and was reluctant to let Kai Yingying explore alone. Thus, during summer and winter breaks, he either sent her to tutoring classes or left her at Fu Yuqing's villa for a summer retreat. Xu Zhi's situation was similar. She had hardly ever left S province, while Kai Yingying was more passive, and Xu Zhi was more proactive, considering travel too extravagant. Feng Jin grew animated discussing this, setting down his bowl, a spark of inspiration igniting in his throat. "I have a friend, and I assure you he is not merely a fictional acquaintance. He is a friend of my good brother, also into photography. I'll introduce him to you next time. He is quite impressive. His photos were already featured in magazines during his freshman year, and one series even made it to National Geographic. Moreover, during his last trip to Tibet, the city's television station aired his footage of Ho Zil directly. Yet her mind fixated on a singular thought. Is he handsome? Feng Jin thought. If you're asking that, then you've come to the right person. If you say he isn't handsome, then there are hardly any good-looking people around. He has been a school heartthrob since childhood, and the girls who liked him were like grapes hanging from a vine, all in clusters. He is definitely handsome, he affirmed. Feng Jin still kept him guessing. Gai Xingying, skeptical, lowered her head and sipped her butter tea. She was quick to warm up to people, and, at this moment, she had no reservations about Feng Jin. It seems that the charm perceived by boys and the allure seen by girls are not quite the same. Feng Jin misunderstood her. I realize that you all favor those youthful idols. We appreciate them too, but recently, a handsome gentleman has refined my aesthetic sensibilities, not corrected, but rather elevated my standards. I suppose. Kai Yingying gazed at the vast, dimly lit street, now thoroughly enveloped in darkness. The number of pedestrians was increasing, as were the mosquitoes buzzing around her ears. She waved her hand dismissively, sighing, "Now, everyone I see appears somewhat peculiar, which is quite alarming. At this rate, I may struggle to find a boyfriend." Just as she finished speaking, Xu Zhi's phone on the table rang, the instigator of her concerns. "Chen Luzhou, in Lin City?" "Xu Zhi, yes." "Chen Luzhou, at the food street?" Upon reading this, Xu Zhi instinctively turned to survey her surroundings. Although the place was bustling with people, she could easily discern that he was not among them. He was quite easy to spot. The tallest and fairest figure in the crowd would undoubtedly be him. Xu Zhi, how do you know? Chen Luzhou, from Kai Yingying's Moments. Xu Zhi, oh, Chen Luzhou, shall I come find you? Chen Luzhou, let's meet and talk. Xu Zhi was taken aback. She had anticipated that Chen Luzhou would only respond briefly via WeChat. Xu Zhi, there are too many people here, and the ambience isn't great. It's rather noisy. Chen Luzhou, then you choose the place. Immediately, Xu Zhi searched for nearby CAFS on a review site and stumbled upon a comment lamenting that everything was fine except the lighting was too dim to discern his face. If one cannot see his face, merely listening to Chen Luzhou's words might provoke a desire to hit him. Caution was warranted. He could be quite infuriating at times. Xu Zhi suspected that Chen Luzhou had not yet dined. After perusing the reviews for quite some time, she eventually selected a well-known, small stir-fry restaurant in Lin City, primarily because the lighting was exceptionally bright. Dining at Lin City required no waiting, even at popular spots. When Xu Zhi arrived, the tables were just filling up, and she only had to wait for one table to become available, which was significantly more convenient than at Qingyi. This area was the bustling heart of the city, the most vibrant part of Lin City. The terrain was expansive, with towering buildings rising against the backdrop of the clouds. Vehicles lined the roads, their headlights flickering in the darkness like a serpentine dragon extending into the unknown. The canal coursed through the city, its gentle waters flowing beneath the long bridge. With a flood control dam nearby, the city's layout felt unfamiliar. Even the most familiar convenience stores were scarce, and she found herself engulfed in a throng of people speaking a local dialect that was entirely foreign to her. Xu Zhi had never traveled far alone. She was either accompanied by her father or Kai, and she seldom parted ways with Kai Yingying. Now, traversing this unfamiliar city in an alien environment, heading to meet what could be considered a half-stranger, and a man at that, was a first for her. At the tender age of 18 or 19, despite Xu Zhi's audacity, she found herself experiencing a flutter of emotions for the first time in 2 years, as if a small rabbit had nestled in her heart, causing a delightful yet tense sensation to gradually spread from her core. Thus, when Chen Luzhou's tall and handsome figure appeared across the street in this unfamiliar and unremarkable city, where she hadn't even located a single bus stop, she unexpectedly felt an unparalleled sense of belonging. The small stir-fry eatery was situated beside the busiest intersection in the entire city, and Chen Luzhou remained clad in simple black attire that accentuated his striking physique, making him stand out regardless of what he wore. It was a common occurrence for him to be scrutinized, his head adorned with a black cap as he stood at the crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. Once they were seated, an awkward silence ensued for a considerable duration. Xu Zhi pretended to study the menu, while Chen Luzhou engaged in conversation with the waitress, asking where the restroom was and inquiring if there was a machine to borrow a power bank, as it seemed his phone was perpetually out of charge, perhaps due to their prolonged absence from each other's lives and the fact that they were not particularly close. Xu Zhi had sent him an amusing red envelope to encourage him to chat, yet he appeared too embarrassed to initiate conversation. Upon his return from the restroom, Xu Zhi took the lead in breaking the peculiar silence, asking if he wanted a drink. Chen Luzhou, no longer maintaining the charade, lounged lazily in his chair, one hand resting casually on the back of the adjacent seat, reaching out for the drink menu. He teased her, wondering how long she could remain silent, suggesting that if he didn't speak, neither would she. Xu Zhi handed him the drink menu, retorting, "Then why aren't you speaking?" He leisurely scanned the menu, responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Isn't this a conversation? If the patron doesn't talk, what should I say?" "You haven't even accepted the red envelope. Are you scolding me?" Chen Luzhou shot her a sidelong glance. Xu Zhi smiled triumphantly, recalling how he had previously teased her in a similar manner. Chen Luzhou smirked slightly, distractedly nodding at the menu. "You really hold grudges, don't you? Must you always retaliate?" She reminded him of that night when they first exchanged WeChat IDs, noting how she could always find a way to retort at the right moment. "Let us not dwell on that. Tonight is about light-hearted banter," Xu Zhi said, deliberately steering the conversation away from the topic of the red envelope. "How long will you be here?" she inquired. "Care for some draft beer?" he asked. Xu Zhi nodded in agreement. Chen Luzhou returned the menu to her, suggesting she order anything else she desired. After sipping the water that the waitress had just poured, He finally responded to her earlier question. I'll be here for 2 or 3 days. What about you? Planning to enjoy a few days of leisure? I'm not here for leisure, Xu Zhi replied, meeting his gaze. Chen Luzhou's expression shifted as he recalled. Oh, a business trip? He sensed the underlying reason for her visit and maintained his casual demeanor, resting his hand on the adjacent chair. Without needing her to elaborate, he understood that it was not about whether she could make money. It was simply a matter of whether she wanted to pursue it. It was not as difficult as it seemed. If she wasn't interested in making a profit, she could simply return home, but if she was, then she could go back and write her articles. How about you? I heard you mention that you've taken on a task here. Chen Luzhou responded with a slight nod as the waiter presented an appetizer, which he then pushed towards Xu Zhi, gesturing for her to partake first. With a slight lift of his chin, he inquired, Are you interested? Xu Zhi, utterly bored, retrieved 2 pairs of chopsticks from the container, handing 1 pair to him. After pondering for a moment, she asked, May I accompany you to take a look? No, Chen Luzhou thought to himself. If you come to observe, I might become distracted. He wore an indifferent expression, his eyelids lowered. Accepting the chopsticks, he skillfully picked up a piece of jellyfish and placed it in his mouth. The sour sensation lingered in his stomach before he asked, Do you have time? Indeed, I have plenty of time, Xu Zhi replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. The restaurant was situated on the first floor, their table conveniently positioned by the window, providing a view of the bustling street outside. The flood control dam was illuminated, and the bridge sparkled with lights. Xu Zhi was unaware that this street, Ling City's most romantic, was called Xinyu Road, adjacent to a cherry blossom grove. This grove had invigorated the city's economic lifeline, prompting the government to enhance the street over recent years, even transforming the trash bins into heart-shaped designs. This location had trended on social media, attracting numerous visitors, resulting in couples strolling hand-in-hand along the thoroughfare. Chen Luzhou was conscious of this, and thus, when he casually glanced out to see a couple using a selfie stick in front of the heart-shaped trash bin, kissing while capturing the moment, it did not faze him. Perhaps the photo wasn't satisfactory. The girl, dissatisfied, pulled her boyfriend in for another kiss, repeating this 4 or 5 times until she finally seemed pleased and departed with him. Chen Luzhou could not help but think that they were rather unashamed in their public display. Chen Luzhou? He instinctively responded, slowly turning back. Xu Zhi was quite direct, seemingly unaware that her tone suggested impatience typical of a patron. Is kissing in front of others particularly appealing? I'm conversing with you, and you seem oblivious. Chen Luzhou noted her tone and thought, Does this sound like I'm paying for your company, only for you to drift off? After their meal, during which Chen Luzhou barely ate, having had dinner prior, a working meal, he had to return soon for another engagement. For the past few days, he had been working until 2 or 3 in the morning, so this meal was merely a brief opportunity to meet her. He had already received several messages on WeChat urging him to respond, which he had ignored. Are you truly coming tomorrow? Chen Luzhou inquired. Xu Zhi requested 2 takeout boxes from the waiter, intending to bring the leftover chicken leg back for Kai Yingying, who likely had a decent meal all day. If it's inconvenient for you, that's fine. I'm merely curious about the task you've taken on. Chen Luzhou smiled at her, finishing the remaining drink in 1 gulp. All right then, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Remember to wear pants. Xu Zhi was taken aback. Do you really need to remind me? Well, have you ever seen me without pants? As Chen Luzhou stood up to settle the bill, he playfully flicked her forehead with his finger, saying, What I mean is, don't wear a skirt. Suddenly recalling, Xu Zhi set down the chopsticks she was packing. Ah, Chen Luzhou, she exclaimed as he walked back towards her. Xu Zhi gazed up at him, her expression a mixture of confrontation and helplessness. Yingying doesn't eat scallions. I just added them all in. Could you please ask the waiter if they have cilantro to balance the flavor? She can't eat scallions alone, but they pair well with cilantro. As they prepared to leave, Chen Luzhou instructed the owner to prepare an additional portion of pig trotters to take back. If you get hungry, you can heat it up yourself. I had the waiter repackage Kai Yingying's portion. Xu Zhi seemed somewhat unsatisfied, having not eaten all day, and sheepishly inquired, Did I eat a lot just now? Chen Luzhou looked down at her, a smile gracing his face, and pointed to a small yellow dog nearby, devouring its food. About the same as that one, I suppose. The two stood at the entrance, awaiting their takeout. Observing how she had eaten earlier, Chen Luzhou surmised that she likely hadn't eaten much all day. The fare at the food street was probably subpar. A few photographers from his team had ventured there yesterday and had complained all night, even ordering a multitude of skewers in the early hours. However, Xu Zhi appeared troubled, pondering, shall I ask the owner to stir-fry some rice noodles? Leaning against the glass door of the shop, Chen Luzhou was engrossed in replying to his teammates on WeChat. Upon hearing her suggestion, he glanced at her nonchalantly. Have you taken up coal mining? Your appetite has certainly increased after just a few days apart. Xu Zhi responded, No, there are 3 of us, another photographer, a male. Likely didn't eat much either. Chen Luzhou replied coldly with an O, and, not yet finished with his WeChat messages, tucked his phone away into his pocket. Xu Zhi, unaware of her own actions, took out her phone to transfer the meal payment to him. She believed that an equal relationship, marked by shared expenses, was the most enduring form of connection. Although she could not quite articulate why, she felt a strong desire to maintain this lasting friendship with Chen Luzhou. As the notification chimed from Chen Luzhou's WeChat, Xu Zhi remarked, I've sent you the money. Later, upon returning to the team, Chen Luzhou brought along a rather handsome but somewhat dark and slender individual, known as Yin Letong. Despite his youth, Yin Letong was well-versed in the realm of romance. What does it mean when a girl suggests splitting the bill? He pondered aloud, smoking a cigarette with conviction. It indicates she is not interested in pursuing any further contact. If she had feelings for you, it would be different. Otherwise, either you pay or she does, which conveniently provides a reason for future encounters. Is that so? Chen Luzhou replied, busy calibrating the drone he would be using for aerial photography later. He had recently taken on a project with a motorcycle team introduced by Fu Yuqing, who mentioned that a friend's motorcycle crew was in need of an aerial photographer. Without hesitation, he agreed. Among his peers were several other photographers, yet Chen Luzhou was solely responsible for the aerial shots. The team comprised youthful individuals, and to his surprise, the other photographers were equally young. Within a single evening, they had all bonded seamlessly. Yin Letong, reflecting on his own words, found them somewhat incredulous as he observed Chen Luzhou diligently adjusting the equipment. How could a girl possibly lack interest in him? He mused, perplexed. Chen Luzhou fixed the drone's focus on the entrance of the U-shaped racetrack. Yin Letong struggled to comprehend the situation. After all, it was only Chen Luzhou's first day with the team, and several female photographers had dramatically altered their usual demeanor, showing an unusual eagerness towards him. These women were regular members of the team, typically responsible for capturing competitions, and they maintained a friendly rapport, having established a tranquil and harmonious understanding among themselves. None wished to disrupt this equilibrium, especially since they anticipated future collaborations. Thus, they typically arrived at the venue without makeup. However, upon hearing of the arrival of a strikingly handsome newcomer, they all appeared the next day impeccably groomed. Chen Luzhou squatted down, propping himself up with one hand while seated on the grass, the remote control in the other. He gazed skyward at the flying device and remarked with a smile, She is not an ordinary girl. No matter how you tease her, she won't take offense. It's genuinely amusing. Yin Letong, seasoned in matters of the heart, chuckled and offered his insight. You see, before dating you, this girl's heart is as vast as the universe. No matter how you jest, she'll respond with understanding, saying, It's all right, I'm fine. But once you're in a relationship, her heart shrinks to the size of a needle SI. He gestured emphatically, his expression earnest. At that point, nothing you do is right. Anything can provoke her ire. Seated on the grass with one leg stretched out and the other bent, Chen Luzhou rested his elbow on his knee. After a trial flight, he brought the drone back down, still focused on the screen of the remote control. Do you know why that is? He inquired. Why? As the aircraft descended, Chen Luzhou finally set down the remote control and remarked, Because you are her universe. You have filled her universe, which has naturally made her heart smaller. You can only blame yourself. Yin Lu, struck by a sudden epiphany, eagerly trailed behind Chen Luzhou, exclaiming, Wow, brother, you're quite impressive. Chen Luzhou replied nonchalantly, It's all right, just help me pick up the equipment. Okay, but do teach me more in the future, brother. Give it a rest. I can hardly figure things out myself. No sooner had he spoken than his phone vibrated in his pocket. Instinctively, Chen Luzhou assumed it was Xu Zhi, and upon glancing at the screen, he found he was correct. Xu Zhi texted, "Chen Luzhou, I just endured intense interrogation from Ying. She knows I'm meeting you tomorrow and wants to come along. Can I bring her?" Chen Luzhou replied, "As you wish." Xu Zhi continued, "Our photographer overheard us. So soon, have you told him?" Chen Luzhou responded, "It's up to you. How many times must I say it?" After sending the message, Chen Luzhou tossed his phone into his bag, unwilling to look at it again or respond further. He resolved not to reply if she messaged again. However, Xu Zhi did not send another message, and when she finally did, it was nearly half an hour later, by which time Chen Luzhou was already engrossed in shooting. The motorcycle training venue was rented, and the daily fees were exorbitant. Their team had limited funding, but for the club's 10th anniversary celebration, the captain had exhausted their budget to produce a commemorative video. Consequently, everyone cherished every moment spent there, with the riders training tirelessly, aiming to present their best selves on camera. From the very first day, Chen Luzhou recognized the challenging conditions. Apart from a few female photographers staying in a modest inn, the male riders were all sleeping in a large dormitory upstairs, with the meals being quite simple. However, that was manageable. The primary concern was the filming environment. Although the training base was located on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by dilapidated low-rise buildings and sparse human activity, there was a military zone nearby where drones could not ascend freely. Flight paths required approval, and filming was only permitted after 9 p.m. Thus, once the filming commenced in earnest, the entire team followed a strict regimen, with no one pausing to wait for anyone else, especially not the riders, whose performance peaks were precariously timed. Missing a moment could mean that it would take another 2 months of training to achieve the same level of excellence. Just yesterday, a photographer's momentary lapse caused a rider to miss capturing his best performance, leading to a physical altercation between the two, and they had yet to reconcile. When Chen Luzhou finally saw Xu Zhi's later message, it was nearly midnight. He had just finished work, having completed the last few empty shots in the studio. Exhausted, he pulled out his phone for one final glance at her message. Xu Zhi wrote, "Well, if it's too inconvenient, let us just forget about tomorrow. You focus on your work, and we can meet again in Qingyi later." With a sharp thud, he slammed his phone onto the table within the studio. The photography studio was conveniently located beside the racetrack, facilitating the editing process. They had temporarily set up a tent nearby, allowing for immediate editing and reshoots if the footage was unsatisfactory. The facilities within the studio are rather rudimentary, consisting merely of a few tables and a power strip connected to several computers. Within just a few days, the charging cables had become an entangled mess. Thus, when Chen Luzhou slammed his phone onto the table, the nearby editor, casually dressed, instinctively glanced at the power strip, anxious about the potential disruption. With no air conditioning, only a few standing fans provided relief. When the female photographer was absent, the well-built male editors often worked shirtless. Chen Luzhou, however, remained fully clothed, dressed modestly each day. The younger boys in the team teased him, questioning whether he felt embarrassed about his physique. Chen Luzhou would either retort playfully, claiming his physique was too good to be envied, or simply ignore them. He was notably patient. Since joining the team, conditions had indeed been harsh. Some photographers, after only a few hours of shooting, would complain endlessly, frequently requesting more pay. Yet, Chen Luzhou, working over 10 hours a day, had never voiced a complaint. Thus, when he finally displayed frustration, even the editors, who usually engaged little with him, could not help but inquire, "What is wrong? Is everything all right at home?" The moon hung dutifully in the sky, illuminating the mountains, the earth, the grass, and the fervent hearts of youth. "It's nothing, you carry on," he replied, shaking his head, lacking the desire to confide. Such matters were hardly worthy of discussion. After all, he was scarcely anything yet. The older editor did not press further, but tossed over a pack of cigarettes. "Do you smoke? Feel free to take mine if you do." Chen Luzhou forced a smile, graciously declining the offer, as he truly did not smoke. He fell silent, adopting a contemplative posture, leaning back in his chair, his long legs resting on the ground. Pushing the chair back and forth absent-mindedly, gazing up at the bare, poorly connected incandescent bulb above. The light was dim, likely only a few watts, but after a while, it became disorienting. As he reached for his phone on the table, his emotions had settled. His earlier outburst had been somewhat excessive. CR, have you slept? Xu Zhi, no. Are you done with your work? CR, yes, what are you up to? Xu Zhi, watching a show you posted on your moments. It's quite interesting. CR, you've been browsing my moments? Xu Zhi, yes. Chen Luzhou contemplated asking what she meant, why she was looking at his moments, and what her intentions were. Xu Zhi immediately sent another message, seemingly eager to clarify any misunderstanding. Xu Zhi, I was struggling to write, hoping to find some inspiration from your moments. Given your eloquence, I thought you could handle this task. CR, thank you, Xu Zhi. Not every situation requires explanation. Sometimes the wind blows fiercely, and the flowers and trees cannot argue. It is merely a natural phenomenon to be understood. Xu Zhi, true. CR, regarding the question you asked me last time, I've given it some thought. Xu Zhi, what question? CR, you asked what to do if the walls in my heart came crashing down. Xu Zhi, oh, do you have an answer now? CR, would you like to hear it? Xu Zhi, yes, go ahead. CR, let us not discuss it over WeChat. Come by tomorrow, and I'll tell you in person. Xu Zhi, all right. The following day, Chen Luzhou intended to pick her up, but Xu Zhi declined. Considering that the three of them were coming, he thought there would be no issues and did not insist further. He sent her a location pin, requesting that she call him upon her arrival at the base. Xu Zhi then realized that she actually did not have Chen Luzhou's phone number. They had been communicating solely through WeChat. Without her prompting, Chen Luzhou proactively sent her a string of digits. Chen Luzhou, 1838991XXXX. Call me if you need anything. I can't hear WeChat. As Xu Zhi saved the number, she repeated it softly to herself. Feng Jin, seated in the passenger seat, was unaware of whom Xu Zhi was bringing them to meet. Yet the number sounded vaguely familiar to him. He just couldn't place it, although the last four digits were consecutive. Such numbers were rare at that time, and when he applied at the mobile company, the available numbers were typically difficult to memorize. Upon their arrival at the training facility, Chen Luzhou was already there, standing casually with his hands in his pockets on the edge of a flower bed. Feng Jin, at that moment, did not recognize the handsome figure atop the flower bed. But Chen Luzhou immediately identified him. Although they had never formally met, they had exchanged greetings via video on several occasions. As the group alighted from the vehicle, Chen Luzhou approached Xu Zhi, his tall stature naturally enveloping her, and greeted Feng Jin first. Feng Jin stared at him for a considerable time, the sun blazing overhead, and Xu Zhi felt as though she might melt from the heat. Finally, Feng Jin became aware of the situation, but Chen Luzhou quickly took the initiative to introduce himself, stating, I am Chen Luzhou. You should know who I am. Let's talk inside. After that, he turned to Xu Zhi, asking if she was warm. Xu Zhi nodded, commenting that it seemed much hotter in Lin City than in their hometown, mentioning that Ying had even suffered from heat stroke the previous day. Chen Luzhou led them inside. While there was no air conditioning, it was slightly cooler than outside. I'll find a couple of fans for you shortly. I have a group to film. You can explore for now, and I'll join you once I finish. Feng Jin, trailing behind, was in a state of excitement, exclaiming repeatedly, wow, wow. His exuberance was overwhelming, nearly deafening Kai Ying. Feng Jin, enough. I haven't seen you this excited even when meeting Andy Lau. That's different. We share a common connection, Zhu Yanqi, yet we've never met. I've always heard Zhu Yanqi rave about how remarkable he is, and he had initially planned to introduce us, but unexpectedly, we met ahead of time. Kai Ying retorted, don't you think Chen Luzhou isn't particularly eager to meet you? The tone of Feng Jin's earlier exclamation had struck a chilly note even for Kai Ying. Impossible. He recognized me at a glance. He must have admired me for a long time, Feng Jin insisted, while Kai Ying rolled her eyes in disbelief. The base was quite populated prior to their arrival. Xu Zhi had heard that it was a motorcycle club, predominantly male, with only a few female photographers present. As Xu Zhi stepped inside, she was greeted by the thunderous roar of engines from the driveway outside, indicative of some training underway. Chen Luzhou escorted them to the editing studio, an unusual occurrence given that he rarely brought anyone along, especially two beautiful women. In any other setting, this would have stirred a frenzy, yet this base was peculiar. One group of men was enamored with cars, while another was captivated by photography, rendering them immune to the allure of beauty. Instead, upon spotting Feng Jin, who had a camera slung around his neck, Xu Zhi felt a surge of excitement akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land. With an air of condescension, he remarked, "How's the grind? My friend, I advise you to consider a career change while you're still young." Kai Yingying and Xu Zhi felt overlooked, with Kai Yingying particularly disheartened. Not only did she feel inferior to Chai Jingjing, but now she found herself outshone by Feng Jin as well. Noticing that Chen Luzhou lingered, Xu Zhi addressed him, saying, "You carry on with your work, don't mind us. If we can't stand it any longer, we plan to explore the vicinity. There's only a military district nearby, so don't wander off." "Wait for me here," Chen Luzhou replied, having procured 2 bottles of herbal medicine, placing them on the table. "There's no doctor on the team. If you feel unwell, take some." Xu Zhi settled into his usual seat in the editing room, accepting the bottle, and inquired, "When will you be finished?" "In about an hour," he replied, tossing his PSP to her. "Play this for a while. I'll call you for dinner." Xu Zhi acknowledged him with a nod. Once Chen Luzhou departed, she sat in the studio, gazing in the direction he had taken, instantly recognizing his drone. His equipment was all situated on the racetrack, alongside a male and a female photographer engaged in light conversation, seemingly waiting for him to commence work. As he approached, the girl cheerfully handed him a bottle of water, which he declined, opting instead to bend down and retrieve a bottle from the ground before getting to work. The sun sank beyond the horizon, concealed behind the mountain ridges, casting its final rays like a doll stripped of makeup, exuding a sense of faded vitality. The editing studio, despite its ambience, was tinged with an unpleasant odor, the evening breeze carrying the scent far and wide. Yet in the twilight, that remaining glimmer of light gently caressed the young girl's face, reminiscent of a delicate touch. Today, there was an hour allocated for aerial photography, already approved. The racing drivers were still engaged in their warm-up routines, striving to present their best selves, while Chen Luzhou adopted his habitual relaxed posture, elbows resting on his knees as he lounged on the grass, tilting his head back to conduct one last check for potential distractions. After confirming the area was clear, he noted that the precise flight time was still 5 minutes away. The racers remained focused, diligently honing their muscle memory, hair standing on end, preparing for the challenge ahead. Xu Zhi had not anticipated the atmosphere would be so tense. The nearby editor explained that Chen Luzhou and his team were responsible for creating a commemorative video for the racing team's 10th anniversary. The driver with the high displacement is particularly demanding and finicky. Just days ago, one of our photographers got into a scuffle with him over a poorly captured shot, resulting in a broken nose. Chen Luzhou deliberately applied for a daytime flight route to capture a few aerial shots, and it is said that he has adjusted his state to its optimum, vowing to achieve unprecedented results today. To be honest, I felt a twinge of anxiety for him. Indeed, it is no wonder that when Xu Zhi entered, the atmosphere felt so oppressive. The entire venue appeared more intense than an international competition. Observing the race car driver diligently training in the corner, even the seasoned editors in the cutting room could not help but hold their breath in anticipation. However, in these final 5 minutes, even Xu Zhi's heart began to race. Meanwhile, Chen Luzhou remained unfazed, leisurely playing on his phone for 4 minutes. Dressed in a black t-shirt and black pants, today he sported tailored black work trousers instead of his usual athletic wear, topped with a black cap, though the logo differed, suggesting he owned many such hats. His sharp jawline and superior bone structure were accentuated, giving him a clean and polished appearance. His penchant for black attire rendered his silhouette particularly striking. Kai Yingying could no longer bear the tension and anxiously remarked, "What time is it?" How can Chen Luzhou still be engrossed in his phone? Feng Jin, unaware of Chen Luzhou's relationship status, boldly speculated, is he replying to a message from his girlfriend? As the final seconds of filming approached, Chen Luzhou finally languidly tucked away his phone, and just then, Xu Zhi's phone unexpectedly chimed. "CR, the question you asked me that day, I pondered yesterday. If the walls of my heart were to crumble, I would endeavor to construct an even sturdier fortress. If all the rivers in the world ran dry, I would melt the glaciers and mountains with my tears. If the sun no longer rose, I would strive to illuminate all the lamps. Cr. Whether the moon is full or not, it matters not, for I shall forever remain by your side. Chen Luzhou had penned numerous poems in his youth, and had Zhu Yanqi been present at this moment, he would undoubtedly recite his most famous piece. Written when he was 8, "You are in the distance, you are before me, it feels as though you are by my side." Even now, when his language teacher encounters him on the street, the first words are always, "Ah, Chen the poet, how are you? Have you published a book yet?" Chen Luzhou considers himself to have a rather checkered past. Throughout his life, he has scarcely accomplished anything he deems truly remarkable. Zhu Yanqi finds him somewhat pretentious. But he is not. He genuinely does not perceive himself as exceptionally talented. In terms of academic performance, he merely fits in at the city's top school. Having fallen short of first place on several occasions, and the unexpected events of the college entrance examination dashed his hopes of being the top scorer. Yet, he believes his greatest strength lies in his unwavering spirit, always filled with hope. If the walls collapse, he will build a fortress. If the sun disappears, he will be the light. Just as the books say, he possesses clear love, direct aversion, sincere affection, and the frankness of standing in the sunlight, able to praise himself without remorse. His heart is forged of steel, burning fiercely beneath the sun's rays. However, at times, indulging in a bit of juvenile exuberance suffices. To continue on would be akin to proclaiming myself a fervent youth, comparable to a vampire whose blood-sucking results in a mouthful of blisters. The filming has progressed rather smoothly. The driver somewhat begrudgingly considers the footage captured by Chen Luzhou to be watchable. He is indeed pedantic, and only Chen Luzhou pays him any mind, as the other photographers in the crew have ceased to engage with him. Chen Luzhou is merely courteous, offering polite exchanges, but should he be tasked with actual filming, he would have no time for it, especially since the set is to be dismantled tomorrow. By the time he finishes his work, Xu Zhi has already begun to learn video editing alongside several editors nearby. Observing her earnest exchange with her mentor, Chen Luzhou refrains from interrupting, casually pulling up a chair to sit beside her and watch her learn. Typically, we utilize Premiere for editing, but Chen Luzhou prefers FCP. Nowadays, many budding video creators forego these professional tools, opting instead for simplistic editing software, lacking a true understanding of the craft. The essence of editing lies in the artful transitions and camera movements rather than merely stringing together several clips. If you genuinely wish to learn, I could recommend a few books. Why does Chen Luzhou use FCP? The editing chief cast a glance at her, musing inwardly that despite his diligent and passionate exposition of professional concepts, all she seems to grasp are the words Chen Luzhou. Xu Zhi, absorbed in her thoughts, remains oblivious to Chen Luzhou's return, while the onlookers in the editing room, amused by the youthful dynamics, watch with delight, their expressions filled with a knowing smile. Due to the differing systems, the editing chief was somewhat exasperated. Xu Zhi sat beside him, bewildered, responding with a mere "oh" without turning her head, lost in contemplation as she reached back to grab the water placed at Chen Luzhou's desk. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Luzhou, noticing her playful exploration, decided to tease her, playfully moving the water out of her reach. Surprised by the emptiness, she instinctively glanced back, her gaze unexpectedly meeting a familiar shadow. "You're back, Chen, the handsome one." Just as Chen Luzhou was about to inquire if she enjoyed editing, someone boisterously called out to him from behind, likely regarding the dismantling of the editing set. He stood up once more, returning the water to her, saying, "Wait for me." Not long after Chen Luzhou left, Kai Yingying and Feng Jin returned with a camera, evidently having captured some footage. Kai Yingying's face glowed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Xu Zhi, the sunset over there is absolutely stunning. Would you like to come and take a picture?" Feng Jin, thoroughly exhausted from her antics, plopped down in the spot Chen Luzhou had just vacated, akin to a puddle of mud, adamantly refusing to rise. "I'm not going if you want to shoot. You both go. I'm utterly spent." Is Chen Luzhou still not finished? He's done, but someone called him away. Xu Zhi indicated with her eyes. Feng Jin followed her gaze, spotting Chen Luzhou, who must be about 185 meters tall, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. His stature indeed commands attention wherever he stands. Opposite him stood a slender young man, their conversation seemingly engrossing, as Chen Luzhou chuckled softly and pulled out his phone, likely adding him on WeChat. How shall I put it? This charisma is undeniably captivating, prompting Feng Jin to ponder which window God has closed for Chen Luzhou. Feng Jin shook his head in disbelief and remarked to Xu Zhi, such a busy individual. I never imagined that our Qingyi was rather small. So, you must also be acquainted with Zhu Yangqi? Xu Zhi nodded affirmatively. So, you are familiar with each other, Feng Jin sighed. It is truly astonishing how pretentiousness has infiltrated one's social circle. Who would have thought that Xu Zhi was so well acquainted with Chen Luzhou? How embarrassing. The friend I mentioned before, whose photograph was featured in National Geographic, is none other than Chen Luzhou. I presume you are quite familiar with his prowess. No need for me to elaborate. Kai Yingying chimed in. The one who was corrected in aesthetic judgment by a handsome fellow is indeed him, right? Xu Zhi replied yes. But we are not that close. Perhaps he knows more about us than we do about him. He seldom shares personal matters. Thus, Feng Jin refrained from speaking. And Xu Zhi could not fathom that the individual in question was indeed him. Just as Feng Jin was about to say something, Kai Yingying called out, Chen Luzhou, when shall we have dinner? Xu Zhi then realized he had returned, but Feng Jin had occupied his seat. Instinctively, she stood up, intending to offer her place to him. Chen Luzhou, however, ignored her, standing beside Feng Jin to organize his computer and power strips. His voice cold as he stated, This studio needs to be cleared. You will join me for dinner shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a female photographer approached with 2 takeout boxes. This is the working meal for me and another sister. Would you mind if I ate first? As Chen Luzhou was packing his computer, he looked up at her and asked, Have you finished with 4015? The photographer placed the takeout on the table, complaining, Not yet. A few more shots to complete. Yang Jie is becoming quite exasperated. One fellow insists on makeup, and now, where am I to find a makeup artist? By the way, Yang Jie wanted to inquire about your drone model. She wishes to purchase one for her husband. Chen Luzhou replied, I will send her a message on WeChat shortly. The photographer lingered, hesitating to speak further as she gazed at Chen Luzhou. Kai Yingying and Feng Jin exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. These two must have something going on. Kai Yingying's eyes nearly pierced through, realizing Chen Luzhou had a penchant for such types. How to describe it? A punk style, with a head full of braids and dark skin. It was quite dramatic. They might not be aware, but Chen Luzhou had a rough idea of her intentions. In the editing studio, people often indulge in gossip. This female photographer is interested in women. Chen Luzhou usually refrains from commenting on such matters. Yet he was aware she seemingly had a girlfriend who visited the set a few days prior. He surmised she likely sought Xu Zhi's WeChat, having overheard her mention that the girl was a beauty within their circle. Chen Luzhou turned to follow their gaze, realizing she was indeed referring to Xu Zhi. Before she could utter a word, Chen Luzhou quickly concocted a reason to divert attention. After all, even if she did not mind making it public, he was not accustomed to exposing others' affairs in front of everyone. Yang Jie seemed to have called for you. It sounded urgent. Shouldn't you check on her? Indeed, there was something he had forgotten. How annoying. The female photographer hastily uttered a curse and departed. On the second floor of the base, there was a small room furnished with a modest table. After Chen Luzhou finished tidying up, he led them upstairs, where Yinlu had already placed the order takeout on the table. The work meal was utterly unappetizing, and Chen Luzhou had no intention of allowing Xu Zhi to partake in it. Given her recent appetite, which had increased likely due to Feng Jin's presence, this takeout had probably consumed half a day's worth of Chen Luzhou's earnings from a shoot. He found himself rather financially constrained lately, especially since Ms. Hui had halted his card in an effort to coax him back home. He had previously spent without restraint, never contemplating that one day he might need to stand on his own. Additionally, photography was inherently an expensive hobby, leaving his account rather depleted. Nevertheless, he was resolute in not wanting Xu Zhi to share a work meal with him. Thus, he found himself perplexed as to what constituted familiarity. Was accompanying her to gaze at shooting stars not sufficient? Sharing drinks with her still did not qualify? Even bringing her to his workplace did not signify closeness in her eyes? Did she believe he could treat anyone in such a manner? Nonchalantly capturing her likeness, casually indulging in late-night conversations over drinks, or simply sending a WeChat message before hastily inviting others to dine. Was this how she perceived their relationship? "Why aren't you eating?" Xu Zhi inquired, oblivious to the underlying tension. Chen Luzhou, his expression cold, leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of dignity and steadfastness. He scrutinized her for a few seconds, then, with an impassive demeanor, unwrapped the disposable chopsticks and silently began to eat. Chen Luzhou was indeed angry. The tempestuous emotions concealed beneath his steely gaze were palpable only to Xu Zhi, akin to a serene sea concealing tumultuous undercurrents filled with beauty and peril. However, the other two remained blissfully unaware. "I just heard Kai Yingying mention that you can ride a motorcycle, Xu Zhi." Feng Jin initiated a conversation. Kai Yingying immediately chimed in. Still chewing her food, her expression one of triumph, as if she had struck gold. "Yes, she is quite adept at riding motorcycles. You know Fushan Villa, right? Up in Mingling Mountain, there are often street racers at night. Those are Xu Zhi's little followers. Indeed, proximity breeds influence, and Kai Yingying's embellishments were reaching the level of Zhu's. Previously, one might not have noticed her talent for boasting. Mingling Mountain was indeed winding and treacherous, attracting many thrill-seekers. Yet Xu Zhi wanted to clarify that it was merely a handful of rebellious youths indulging in motorcycle antics, yet she was painted as part of a racing gang. Feng Jin absorbed this information, devouring his meal with fervor as he spoke. "Do you want to go down and join them for a spin? I just heard the captain say they are about to race. It should be exhilarating." Just as Feng Jin finished his sentence, a cacophony of cheers and the thunderous roar of engines erupted from the racing track below. "It's starting," he exclaimed, hastily shoving the remainder of his meal into his mouth, discarding his chopsticks on the table, and grabbing his camera as he dashed out. "I'll go take a look too," Kai Yingying exclaimed, hastily abandoning her chopsticks to follow suit. In a small room, only two individuals remained. Xu Zhi surveyed her surroundings and realized she was in what appeared to be an abandoned construction site. The windows were wide open, unsealed, allowing the gentle breeze to sweep in, carrying with it the refreshing scent of leaves, far cooler than the atmosphere below. The makeshift dining table was merely a board resting atop two paint cans, rendering it rather low. The board barely reached Chen Luzhou's knees, compelling him to hunch over throughout the meal. Xu Zhi observed him as he quietly consumed his food, occasionally glancing at his phone. Even after Kai Yingying and Feng Jin departed, he remained slumped in his chair, one hand resting on his knee with chopsticks, while the other was engaged in replying to messages, seemingly disinterested in conversing with her. After silently eating a few bites of her meal, Xu Zhi flipped her chopsticks and delicately placed a piece of beef into his bowl. Chen Luzhou looked up briefly from his phone, meeting her gaze before returning to his screen, coolly uttering a thank you. Xu Zhi encouraged, "You should eat quickly, otherwise, when Kai Yingying and the others return, it will all be gone." "Do you have filming tonight?" "None," he replied, setting down his phone and leaning back, resuming his hunched posture, chopsticks resting in his bowl as he continued to eat without looking at her. "Did you see my WeChat?" Xu Zhi affirmed, feeling somewhat motivated, but added, "However, you retracted your second message immediately. What did it say?" "I couldn't see it clearly, just something about the moon. It was trivial, unrelated to you," Chen Luzhou replied, leaning back in his chair, having finished his meal, but leaving the beef Xu Zhi offered untouched at the bottom of his bowl. "Oh, understood." Xu Zhi resumed eating, and after swallowing, she inquired, "So shall we return together tomorrow?" "We plan to hire a vehicle." "With Feng Jin?" Chen Luzhou, perhaps feeling the strain from his prolonged hunched posture, pressed his palm against one side of his neck and leisurely began to stretch, responding in a firm tone. "Let us decide based on what time we wake up tomorrow." He had not enjoyed a restful night's sleep lately and intended to book a hotel for some recuperation. Xu Zhi sensed she might have unintentionally offended him, but was unsure where she had gone awry. Directly asking felt inappropriate, especially with the cacophonous roar of machinery below, echoing like a beast in the night, intensifying the competition's atmosphere. She had a razor voice for him to hear. The second floor lacked a door, only draped by two curtains that provided minimal coverage. Chen Luzhou, likely disturbed by the noise below, drew the curtain shut, and fetched two board from the side to seal the gaps around the door and windows, effectively muffling the sound from below, rendering the space significantly quieter. Xu Zhi could even hear the faint buzzing of mosquitoes nearby. Once the space turned confined and intimate, certain emotions became magnified, and nerves seemed to become more sensitive. Chen Luzhou felt his heart rate quicken, resembling the thudding of a deer or the beating of a drum, akin to a massive stone stirring countless ocean waves. He lamented his lack of progress. Ever since meeting her, he felt increasingly unkempt, with nothing of significance occupying his mind. He settled back, his legs spread apart, perfectly encircling the table between them, encompassing her legs as well. He nonchalantly popped the piece of beef she had just offered him in his mouth and, gazing directly at her, inquired, "Are you quite familiar with Fengjin?" Fengjin? Xu Zhi felt a sense of bewilderment and, in turn, placed a morsel of beef into her own mouth, reflecting that she wasn't even as acquainted with Zhu Yangqi. Oh, she understood now. He found it amusing yet exasperating, lightly nudging her foot with his own in a haughty manner, as if to assert, "So, we're not familiar, are we? What did I ever say that about you?" Xu Zhi began, but her thoughts must have clicked into place as she slowed her chewing, suddenly realizing, "Is that what you're upset about?" Xu Zhi was straightforward. If anything, she was even more so, bluntly pointing out his feelings. Sometimes, when one is angry, they seek to make the other aware of it, and when that awareness dawns, the anger often loses its unassailable strength. "Am I angry? You were quite irate just now. When you broke the chopsticks, it was as if you were breaking my bones." Xu Zhi articulated her observation vividly, as if his earlier irritation was laid bare. Chen Luzhou straightened up, his appetite seemingly revived, and he seized another piece of beef to chew. His chopstick technique was commendably refined, and just as Xu Zhi was about to commend him, saying he was the most adept male chopstick user she had encountered, he drew his long legs inward, his expression earnest, not concealing his thoughts. He looked at her and stated, "To some extent, I feel I've been quite open with you. Yet you turned around and said we weren't familiar. Isn't it natural for me to feel displeased?" His emotions were clear, embodying the spirit of a carefree youth. "I merely feel that I do not know you particularly well. There are no other implications," Xu Zhi reflected, finding him to be rather pure, disciplined, and intelligent, with a simple and clean social circle. Despite his setbacks in the college entrance examination, his future should be boundless, and everyone must hold high hopes for him. "I've never heard of the things Fengjin mentioned, which is why I feel somewhat distant from you. For example, his determination to delve deeper was evident. He mentioned that your works have been featured in numerous magazines, and that a documentary you filmed about the Hozil was aired directly by a television station. Was that truly the impressive knowledge he possessed about her? Being in magazines means little. Chen Xingqi made headlines at 8 for running away from home. As for the documentary, my mother worked at the radio station, and during a technical mishap on the program, she used my footage as a last-minute fill-in." Chen Luzhou, calm and composed, gazed in her eyes and added, "Oh, I filmed 2 Tibetan antelopes mating. Would you like to hear about that?" Xu Zhi sighed. Outside, the cheers surged like waves, and the wind howled, as if the barriers might collapse at any moment. Resigned, she suggested, "How about I tell you a joke?" Chen Luzhou asked bluntly, "Is that to placate me?" "I suppose it is," Xu Zhi replied, unable to resist a smirk, thinking, "Do you think I would placate just anyone?" He sat silently in the chair, gazing at Xu Zhi with a nonchalant yet ambitious demeanor, reminiscent of a cunning dealer intent on extracting every last chip from unsuspecting gamblers. Just as Xu Zhi was about to inquire whether he was even listening, a loud bang announced the entrance of Kai Yingying, who rushed in, breathless and oblivious to the subtle tension in the room. She seized Xu Zhi's hand with urgency, exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry!" There's a motorcycle race downstairs with a cash prize. 5,000 yuan. Xu Zhi sprang to her feet without hesitation, leaving Chen Luzhou behind, saying, "Just wait a moment." As Xu Zhi dashed downstairs, she casually asked Kai Yingying, "Don't you think there are a lot of mosquitoes here?" Kai Yingying, her pace unbroken, glanced at her with a puzzled expression and replied, "Not really. Where are the mosquitoes? Is that so? It's quite lively outside." By this time, the competition had reached a fever pitch, with a throng of spectators encircling the track. the heavy, low growl of motorcycles resonating in waves that lingered in the air. Feng Jin was amidst the crowd, diligently capturing photographs with his camera. Upon noticing the two girls, he managed to squeeze through and said, "The team captain said anyone can race. I'm thinking of giving it a try. Would you like to join?" Xu Zhi, absolutin. 5,000 yuan is nothing to scoff at. Feng Jin increasingly admired this girl, who spoke little yet possessed a fierce determination. Just then, Chen Luzhou approached from behind, casually joining the conversation. "Hey, idol, do you want to get a shot? Have you ever raced before?" With his hands tucked into his pockets, Chen Luzhou surveyed the bustling racetrack, walking over to Xu Zhi without a sideways glance, and coolly replied, "Never raced, not going to." Xu Zhi turned to look at him. Although her height was not particularly tall, standing at approximately 163 centimeters, she felt that the measuring device was inaccurate, as her classmates claimed they were 2 centimeters shorter than their actual height. She recalled measuring again during the new year, and she was almost 165 centimeters. Yet, standing beside Chen Luzhou, she felt a strong sense of intimidation. She had to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze, where his sharply defined, clean jawline was clearly visible. The buzzing in her ears returned, and Xu Zhi pondered why the mosquitoes seemed so persistent. She asked, "Have you eaten enough?" Chen Luzhou glanced down at her in response, affirmatively murmuring, "Yeah, I see you barely touched your food. Not very hungry." Chen Luzhou was known for being cautious about his life. He might appear aloof and unapproachable, but those who knew him well understood that he kept a respectful distance from dangerous activities. He had never even ridden a roller coaster at an amusement park. However, he observed Xu Zhi's unwavering gaze, brimming with eagerness, and realized that his attempts to dissuade her would be futile, so he refrained from further conversation. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Chen Luzhou turned to find Yan Letong, who was covering his phone with a hand, seemingly in need of his assistance. With his hands still in his pockets, Chen Luzhou leaned back slightly to lend an ear. Yan Letong, with a sincere expression and an air of urgency, implored, "Brother Chen, could you do me a favor? My sister just arrived, and I can't leave right now. Could you please pick her up at the bus station?" Chen Luzhou instinctively lowered his gaze to observe Xu Zhi's nape and thought that it would be fine to check on her. After all, she was of less significance than the 5,000 yuan. Thus, whether he watched her competition or not seemed inconsequential. Chen Luzhou responded with an affirmative and instructed, "Give her my number, and have your sister call me when she arrives." Yan Letong, visibly relieved, expressed his gratitude profusely, assuring the person on the other end of the line, "Stay right there. I'll send one of the older brothers from the team to pick you up." Upon hearing a question about how they would meet, Yan Letong glanced at Chen Luzhou and jokingly remarked, "Just follow the one who looks the most handsome." Chen Luzhou was aware that his sister was quite young, and adopting an elder brother's demeanor, lightly kicked Yan Letong, while his gaze remained on Xu Zhi's nape. He admonished Yan Letong in a mock-serious tone, "Is this how you escort a child?" Yan Letong, dropping his playful demeanor, shot him a glance before stating into the phone, "All right, enough joking. Wear black clothing and a baseball cap. He is undoubtedly handsome. His name is Chen Luzhou, so confirm it with him." After Yan Letong departed, it took only a few minutes for Chen Luzhou to receive a call from his sister. Once he hung up, he tucked his phone back into his pocket, preparing to head out to meet her. After taking only a few steps, he reconsidered and returned to lightly tap Xu Zhi's nape with his index finger, gruffly advising, "Have your fun, but be cautious." "All right," Xu Zhi nodded in response. In reality, it was not uncommon to find girls on the motorcycle racing circuit, especially as interest in this realm has surged over the past few years. Many renowned professional racers are female. Moreover, China has women's racing teams. Although there are no separate competitions for female participants, leading many female racers to compete directly against their male counterparts. Numerous female racers have achieved results that rival those of their male peers. However, this racing team was merely an amateur club from a third or fourth tier small city, with few members having participated in professional competitions. A female photographer had taken a turn on the track, and when Xu Zhi entered the scene, the atmosphere was notably more vibrant than before, filled with whistles and cheers, not solely because she was a girl, but rather due to her striking beauty, which led everyone to believe she was merely indulging in a pastime, fervently cheering her on from the sidelines. Little did they know that Xu Zhi had a racing mentor in Fu Yuqing, a former professional motorcycle racer who had amassed a collection of trophies throughout his career. Xu Zhi had been riding with him since childhood in the Mingling Mountain area. Had it not been for old Su's concerns about safety, Fu Yuqing would have long since enrolled her in a racing team for training. Xu Zhi's psychological resilience was well suited for competitive racing. However, old Su disagreed, believing that girls should focus on simpler tasks. Coupled with Xu Zhi's apparent lack of interest, Fu Yuqing ultimately decided against pushing her into racing. Later on, Fu Yuqing discovered that Xu Zhi was not particularly gifted in racing. Rather, she possessed an astute observational skill and quickly grasped technical aspects. Yet, she tended to be somewhat indecisive, dabbling in various pursuits without mastering any. Fu Yuqing remarked that while she might feel out of her depth among professional racers, she would undoubtedly excel in an amateur team. Otherwise, he would never admit to mentoring her. Moreover, as Xu Zhi learned the art of editing from her mentor in the afternoon, she perused several video materials. The local racing team resembled a club for amateur drivers. Each member had their primary occupation to support their families, and their passion for racing was merely a hobby. Hardly anyone had genuinely participated in professional competitions, let alone secured a ranking. Xu Zhi paid little heed to the curious, benevolent, or even malevolent gazes directed at her. She had always prioritized outcomes in her endeavors. However, when she donned her racing suit and equipped herself with a helmet and knee pads, the team captain delivered a startling revelation. Noticing her adeptness with the protective gear, he presumed she was likely a racing enthusiast as well. Thus, to preempt any misunderstandings, the captain cautioned her, "My dear, let me clarify. While the competition is open to all and welcomes participants from various backgrounds, the prize money is exclusively reserved for team members. So even if you win, we cannot award you the funds." This disclaimer came at an opportune moment. Otherwise, Xu Zhi, upon pressing the accelerator, would have been determined to secure that prize. After all, Chen Luzhou's filming fees were at stake. Feng Jin, standing nearby, chuckled and reassured the captain, "No worries, Captain. We're just here for fun. It's all about participation." The captain, somewhat perplexed, exhaled in relief and replied, "Well, that's acceptable." However, without a moment's hesitation, Xu Zhi began to remove her cap and swiftly shed her layers of protective gear. "In that case, I shall not race." Feng Jin blinked in astonishment, while the captain mirrored his surprise. When Chen Luzhou arrived at the bus station, he learned that Yin Letong's sister was not to be underestimated. Reflecting on this, he realized that Yin Letong was quite the doting brother, often referring to her as sister and even sharing a room at times. Chen Luzhou had assumed she was merely 7 or 8 years old. Otherwise, how could the girl at the bus stop, dressed in a JK uniform, with twin ponytails and nearly as tall as the bus stop sign, possibly avoid any awkwardness? Yin Lilin? Chen Luzhou approached slowly, confirming her name as he walked. "Yes, that's me." Yin Lilin leaped down from the curb of the bus stop, her ponytails bouncing. "Wow, brother, you are truly handsome." Her face radiated cleverness, and her exuberant personality mirrored that of Yin Letong. Yet she exhibited an even more exaggerated charm, embodying the archetype of someone who wielded beauty like a weapon. Within mere minutes of their encounter, she had not even discerned the color of his attire for the day, yet boldly pointed toward the ice cream stand across the street, insisting, "Brother, can you treat this pretty sister to some ice cream?" On the surface, Chen Luzhou found her request not overly unreasonable. After all, self-love can be a peculiar affliction. Yet, her boldness in linking arms with him and leaning her head in close was somewhat off-putting. Her audacity surpassed even his own. Chen Luzhou felt fortunate to lack a sister. Otherwise, encountering such a spirited character would likely result in a daily battle of wits over finances. He preferred the company of a brother like Chun Xingqi, who was Na'vi yet financially well endowed. With a practiced demeanor, Chen Luzhou gently extricated his arm from her grasp, furrowing his brow as he cast an impatient glance down at her. In a moment of casual indifference, one might nonchalantly remark, "Your brother only allowed me to fetch you." However, today, Yin Lelin fortuitously crossed paths with him, prompting him to embrace the virtue of patient teaching. Chen Luzhou, with his inherent mischief, could not conceal his true nature. He effortlessly transitioned into offering her insights on the art of leveraging beauty or charm for dominance. It's not my intent to belittle you, but your attractiveness is merely adequate, and your methods fall short. At the very least, consider your audience. If they surpass you in beauty, such remarks become rather awkward. For instance, take me. Within the arena, the competition appeared far from over. The roar of engines reverberated through the track, and Liu Yang audaciously revved his engine, akin to a beast emerging from a drought, issuing its final growl before the feast. He then cast a taunting glance towards Xu Zhi. Outside the race, Yin Letong had just disembarked from the track, helmet in hand, perspiring profusely as he hurriedly approached Cai Yingying and Feng Jin, urgently inquiring, what on earth transpired? Why did she clash with Liu Yaogao? Liu Yaogao referred to Liu Yang, the meticulous driver who had managed to offend all the photographers, and whom Chen Luzhou had spent the afternoon assisting with retakes. However, Feng Jin seemed more intrigued by the nickname, questioning, is Liu Yaogao small and soft? Yin Letong exchanged a glance with him, sharing a knowing smile. A moment of boyish camaraderie, steeped in mischief. No, it's more akin to his bowel movements resembling toothpaste. A little goes a long way. Feng Jin and Cai Yingying responded in unison. How disgusting. Yin Letong redirected the conversation. But seriously, what is going on? Cai Yingying, through gritted teeth, replied. He is just so mouthy, full of himself. Xu Zhi had no intention of competing. While they were in the restroom, they fortuitously overheard this gentleman boasting loudly to his teammates. The outdoor restrooms' poor soundproofing allowed them to hear the unmistakable sounds of his bodily functions. He claimed that Xu Zhi was merely attempting to attract men, suggesting that girls' intentions are universally understood. He believed she sought to impress a man she fancied, unaware that Chen Luzhou had so little regard for her, opting instead to assist Yin Letong. He attributed it to a mere 5,000 yuan, insinuating her failure to attract a suitable partner. Moreover, with Chen Luzhou's good looks and wealth, he likely had countless girls like her in his social circle. The few photographs he took were hardly impressive. One might think handling a drone was a remarkable feat, yet merely adjusting his equipment felt like a life-threatening endeavor. While he shamelessly called me brother, one must ponder, is that not amusing? Feng Jin, upon hearing this, was incensed and rushed in to confront him, only to be restrained by Xu Zhi. The three of them stood patiently, forming a united front at the restroom entrance. When Liu Yang and his teammate emerged, adjusting their pants, they were taken aback to find they had been overheard. Consequently, they decided to lean into the situation, asking, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to fight? Feng Jin initially intended to reason with him, but Liu Yang's demeanor suggested no regret, instead repeatedly provoking him. Just as Feng Jin prepared to throw a punch at the fool, Xu Zhi once again intervened, speaking calmly, my friend, let's have a match. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow in disdain. You? Really? Xu Zhi affirmed, yes, let us compete. Should I lose, my demands will be modest. Yang chuckled mischievously. What do you desire? Surely, you don't expect me to kiss you? Feng Jin clenched his fist tighter, while Cai Yingying gazed at his prominent yellow teeth. A nauseating stench assaulting her senses, causing tumult within her stomach. Xu Zhi blinked, her expression calm as she replied with a nonchalant demeanor. No need for such formality. Just hand me the 5,000 yuan. Her effortless wit left Yang momentarily speechless. Gambling, Feng Jin exclaimed, incredulous. Are you out of your mind? Betting on racing is illegal. Is it truly illegal? Xu Zhi pondered, then suggested, what if he just kissed you? Feng Jin sighed, then you'd end up in jail. Xu Zhi sighed in return, it's fine. If I win, I have a way to persuade the captain to give us the prize money. You are certain you can win? Feng Jin inquired. I'll give it a try. I'm utterly exasperated with him. If I do win, I'm willing to spend 100 to take you both to the food street for all the luosi, and I'll keep the rest for myself. Xu Zhi unabashedly discussed the distribution of the prize money in Yang as presents. He, however, was oblivious, his eyes greedily appraising Xu Zhi. She was a striking beauty, her skin fair and delicate, her long legs straight and shapely, resembling a pristine white rose nurtured with care, glistening with dew, exuding an aura of purity. Are you truly prepared to compete with me? Yang regarded Xu Zhi, his heart racing with anticipation. At the entrance of the ice cream shop stood a tall, bare poplar tree, its starkness contrasting the season. Chen Luzhou leaned against the glass door, one hand in his pocket, holding a can of cola, observing the prematurely withered tree, pondering why it had become so bare. Life is unpredictable. He could not fathom why Xu Zhi was so resolute when 5,000 yuan was hardly beyond his means. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his bank account was nearly depleted, leaving only a mere 1,000. Damn it! Chen Luzhou glanced back to see Yin Lelen still deliberating over her ice cream choices at the counter. He had given her 100 yuan, instructing her to purchase Agendas, allowing her to spend the remaining amount as she wished. Eventually, Yin Lelen chose a strawberry sundae, and with the cola in Chen Luzhou's hand, they had a total of 8 yuan left. She handed him the change along with the Agendas. Marveling at her brother's unusual generosity, it was the first time someone had treated her to ice cream. Indulging in an extravagant Agendas while only offering her an 8 yuan sundae, wealthy yet frugal. As Chen Luzhou returned with Yin Lelen, the roar of the racetrack intensified, more fervent and heavy than before, echoing like a slumbering beast awakening from a long dormancy, its growl resonating through the air above the circuit. Upon entering, Yin Lelen was immediately captivated by the electric atmosphere, exclaiming with excitement, "Wow, there are even female racers. That sister is so cool." Before they could fully react, the track fell eerily silent, suddenly pierced by the sharp crack of a starting gun. Two formidable Yamaha motorcycles surged forth simultaneously, akin to arrows released from their bowstrings, igniting a fervent excitement among the spectators on the racetrack, their cheers cascading and reverberating within the clouds. Chen Luzhou scanned the surroundings but could not locate Kai Yingying and Feng Jin. Even Yin Lethong seemed to have vanished. He casually grabbed someone nearby to inquire about the ongoing race and its current stage. The individual replied that upon hearing there were no prizes, his friends were initially disinterested in competing, but somehow they ended up clashing with Liu Yigeo, and they were still in the midst of the first round. Chen Luzhou glanced at the track, where the two motorcycles were closely matched, and Xu Zhi had not fallen far behind. Just as he was about to ask what Liu Yang was doing, Yin Lethong approached him with a grave expression, neglecting his sister entirely, and solemnly stated, "Brother Chen, I must explain something to you." Ji Qing, Feng Jin, and Kai Yingying were positioned closest to the racetrack, and their initial trepidation had transformed into fervent enthusiasm. Their shouts of encouragement echoing with palpable intensity, laced with a simmering resentment towards Liu Yang. However, when the starting gun fired, both Kai Yingying and Feng Jin tightly covered their eyes, too fearful to witness the race. One urged, "Kai Yingying, open your eyes. Has Xu Zhi started? Can she drive? Is the vehicle moving?" The other retorted, "I want to look. You can watch if you wish. My heart has never been strong, and I fear I might faint. What if she loses? She wouldn't truly have to spend the night with that Liu Yigeo, would she?" Feng Jin reassured, "If that happens, we'll rally support. You needn't worry. Chen Luzhou knows countless people. He can certainly deal with Liu Yigeo. He dares to dream of having Xu Zhi accompany him." Kai Yingying, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed, "I will never again say you're just a pretty face. Feng, you're truly a good person." The kind-hearted editor nearby reminded them, "You two really should open your eyes and take a look. Your friend is quite impressive." In an instant, they opened their eyes and noticed the two motorcycles were indeed very close on the track. Clad in their racing gear, they could not discern which rider was Xu Zhi. Upon hearing the editor's words, they assumed the motorcycle leading the race was Xu Zhi and erupted in joyous cheers. "Wow, she is actually faster than Yigeo." The editor corrected them. "No, the one behind is your friend." Feng Jin and Kai Yingying were stunned. The editor elaborated. "What I meant was that her cornering technique surpasses Liu Yang's. She might still be acclimating, hence her speed hasn't peaked yet. However, she is entering the corners earlier than Liu Yang, who tends to take wider arcs. Do not underestimate the significance of cornering skills. In all my days shooting at this club, I have rarely seen anyone navigate corners without braking. She is one of the few. As for Liu Yang, observe his habitual rear braking when cornering, which significantly hampers his performance by forcing him to take wider turns. It's akin to running an 800-meter race, where one runs on the outer lane while the other takes the inner lane, an undeniable disadvantage. Mark my words, by the fifth turn, if Lu Yang continues his habitual braking, your friend will undoubtedly surpass him. Kai Yingying, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of Uncle Fu, who remained impressive. In her childhood, she had also dabbled in racing for a while, and it was Uncle Fu who had guided her through the intricacies of cornering. He had once asserted that professional drivers never brake while navigating turns. The curves served as a watershed moment. Those who could not conquer them had no business practicing further. She realized she fell short in this regard, while Xu Zhi excelled at cornering during that period. Otherwise, Uncle Fu would not have considered placing her in the racing team for training. Chen Luzhou and Yin Letong stood at the outer circle, their gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two closely pursued vehicles on the racetrack. Yin Letong confidently remarked, "Lu Yang is flustered. He has noticed that Xu Zhi's cornering is smoother than his own. He has always believed that there is nothing amiss with his technique, claiming that many top competitors utilize rear braking. This time, however, he is likely genuinely panicking." Chen Luzhou responded, "Every time he approaches a turn, Xu Zhi gains on him slightly. Furthermore, she has now adapted and is starting to accelerate on the straight. He probably intends to attempt overtaking on the fourth bend." Yet, Yin Litong's thoughts wandered elsewhere. "I've come to realize that Xu Zhi is quite astute. When she agreed to the race, Lu Yang was rather arrogant. Fearing accusations of bullying a girl, he allowed her to propose a condition, such as winning if she finished within a certain number of seconds. Yet, Xu Zhi merely requested to race over a longer distance. She must have carefully observed his habits. If Lu Yang cannot maintain his composure, he will likely attempt to navigate the fourth turn without braking. The consequence of such an action would be disastrous. It is not that the maneuver was particularly difficult, but rather that Lu Yang, in his impatience, attempted to alter his racing habits mid-race, a cardinal sin for any driver. Thus, all eyes were transfixed as Lu Yang unexpectedly flipped his car while negotiating the fourth bend. The sound of grinding metal was deafening as he was propelled from the vehicle by a tremendous inertia. The harsh screech of metal scraping against the ground resonating through the air, igniting sparks upon the surface. In that moment, the cacophony of engines roared like thunder, and Xu Zhi felt as if the world around her had fragmented. The wind howled fiercely behind her, drowning out all other sounds. She barely had time to evade the oncoming vehicle, which careened toward her. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. The two cars collided violently on the track, producing a resounding crash. Unable to maintain her grip, she was abruptly thrown from her car, tumbling to the ground. Thankfully, she had reduced her speed beforehand, allowing for a cushioning effect. Her protective gear had shielded her from most of the impact, so she sustained no serious injuries and felt only minor discomfort, enabling her to rise swiftly after the fall. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, Xu Zhi recalled Chen Luzhou's parting words, "Enjoy yourself, but be mindful of safety." Instinctively, she glanced towards the racetrack's edge, feeling a strong inclination that Chen Luzhou might be watching. The natural sense of guilt reminded her of childhood days when she would inadvertently hurt herself while playing, instinctively seeking her parents' gaze. Thus, even though her knee throbbed slightly, she feigned nonchalance as she walked toward the edge of the racetrack. The competition held no significance for her. Lu Yang possessed enough self-awareness to realize that another match would likely end in defeat, unless it were a short-distance contest. He retained a modicum of pride and ultimately conceded, bestowing his prize upon Xu Zhi. As the farce concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. On their return journey, Kai Yingying and Feng Jin were utterly astonished by the bounty they had reaped. Engaging in fervent discussions about where to indulge in late-night snacks and reminiscing about Lu Yang's final capitulation, the exhilaration they felt was akin to devouring an entire chilled watermelon, an intoxicating release that sent a rush of blood from their heads. As the evening's festivities lingered, Feng Jin, seated in the passenger seat, suggested, "Let me call Chen Luzhou. He mentioned needing to shoot 2 additional scenes before joining us. I believe he has booked our hotel for tonight and intends to accompany us tomorrow." Kai Yingying glanced at the Haagen-Dazs in Xu Zhi's hands and inquired, "When did you buy that?" Xu Zhi replied, Yin Litong's sister gave it to me, saying it was purchased by Chen Luzhou for my forehead injury. In contrast to the bruised and battered Liu Yang, Xu Zhi fared better, experiencing only mild discomfort in her knee and a slight bruise on her forehead. Kai Ying, belatedly realizing, remarked, "Chun, the handsome one, must be wealthy. A Haagen-Dazs ice treatment? Quite the luxury." Xu Zhi, I sense you're growing increasingly acquainted with Chen Luzhou. Xu Zhi replied, "Is that so? He seems to be familiar with everyone." Yin Litong's sister's ice cream was also his doing. Feng Jin, distracted by their conversation, inadvertently connected the call, only to hear Chen Luzhou's voice on the other end, instructing, "Feng Jin, pass the phone to her." Feng Jin, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a peculiar intuition that her referred to Xu Zhi rather than Kai Ying. Xu Zhi took the call, the somewhat unfamiliar, deep voice resonating through the receiver, exuding an unexpected coolness. Yet, a strange current coursed through Xu Zhi's heart as he mentioned, "Yen Leilang's ice cream cost 8 yuan, while your Haagen-Dazs is 80. Who do you think I'm close with?" Xu Zhi was taken aback that Chen Luzhou had overheard her. She gazed at her reflection in the car window, attempting to discern the extent of the bruise on her forehead, noting a hint of blood. Unable to see clearly, she, being rather self-conscious, reflected on how, as a child, she would cry for an entire day, needing her father to console her for quite some time. Now, feeling quite unhappy, she wished to ascertain the damage. Concerned about the possibility of a scar, distracted and somewhat sulky, she responded into the phone, "Is it really that straightforward? For us, isn't money the finest measure?" After Chen Luzhou completed the final 2 shots and packed away the equipment, he took the unfinished cola from Yin Litong's hands and settled down on the grass. He noticed a colony of ants diligently excavating their nest, which piqued his interest. With one hand holding his phone and the other lazily propped on the grass, the vibrant green blades brushed against his arm, accentuating the pale and delicate nature of his fingers. He impulsively remarked, "If I offered you 5,000 yuan for a kiss, you would likely throw caution to the wind, wouldn't you?" The response from the other end was even bolder, "Sure, call me now, and I'll have the driver turn around immediately." In that moment, Chen Luzhou felt a twinge of regret, lamenting his decision to purchase the new lens just yesterday. The previous one had been broken by Xu Zhi, and since he had intended to replace it anyway, he had spent an additional 10,000 on a new one. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might have genuinely sent her the 5,000. He was acutely aware that Xu Zhi would also compel the driver to turn around, not out of a desire to kiss him, but rather for the monetary incentive. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation as he gazed at the ever-expanding anthill, tilting his head upward, but the night had fallen, rendering everything invisible. He nonetheless asked, "Did you bring an umbrella?" Xu Zhi glanced out the car window, the remnants of the recently passed typhoon lingering in the air. The trees on either side appeared as if they had been violently tugged by a frenzied hand. Just after he posed his question, she noticed the rapid descent of raindrops on the windshield. With a sigh of annoyance, she replied, "No, you must be a harbinger of rain. As soon as you mention it, it starts pouring." Xu Zhi harbored a deep aversion to rainy days. The small southern city was perpetually shrouded in gloom, especially during the plum rain season. Such weather inevitably brought back memories of her childhood visits to her grandmother's house, the small room adorned with moldy walls, where no amount of floral spray could dispel the persistent musty odor, and the neighbor's dog that would bark incessantly in the dead of night. During that time, her father and Lin Xiujia were particularly busy, and she had been temporarily sent to stay with her grandmother, who held a deep-seated bias against her father, extending her cold demeanor to Xu Zhi as well. Each day, she was fed leftovers, and Xu Zhi developed eczema, her neck covered in red rashes. In a bid to save money, her grandmother applied a herbal concoction, which unfortunately led to Xu Zhi suffering an allergic shock that night. The neighbor, without hesitation, carried her to the village clinic and then to the county hospital, where even the doctor expressed concern, stating, "Had you arrived half an hour later, this beautiful girl would have been lost." For the first time in many years, her father stood up to her grandmother, while she remained silent in the corner. For quite some time, they did not return to their hometown. Xu Zhi understood that her grandmother had not intended to harm her. During her days in the hospital, she reflected on her grandmother's kindness. Despite her tough exterior, Her grandmother knew Xu Zhi valued cleanliness and had thoroughly cleaned the house in anticipation of her visit. At 65, and suffering from congenital spondylitis, her grandmother had single-handedly scrubbed the mold from the walls with a towel. The habit of serving leftovers was deeply ingrained, as she had raised her own children that way, failing to comprehend why today's youth could not tolerate it. Grandmother possessed a sharp tongue that spared no one, and Xu Zhi understood that her disdain was directed at old Xu, not at her. Before old Xu wed Ms. Lin Qiudia, it was rumored that a wealthy suitor from the city was courting Lin Qiudia, offering a bride price equivalent to several houses in the city. The two were on the verge of discussing marriage when, unexpectedly, Lin Qiudia became pregnant by old Xu. This unfortunate soul was Xu Zhi. Despite her attempts to glean the complete narrative from old Xu through indirect inquiries, she failed to discern the entire story. Nevertheless, the couple eventually married. The elderly lady, having lost her city property, vented her frustration onto old Xu, a sentiment Xu Zhi could somewhat comprehend. Thus, while lying on the emergency bed, teetering between life and death, tormented to the point of despair, Xu Zhi found it impossible to harbor resentment towards her grandmother, old Xu, or even Ms. Lin Qiudia. In her fragile state, the only conviction she could firmly instill in herself was her disdain for rainy days. Unexpectedly, on the other end of the line, Chen Luzhou caught wind of her sentiment. Dislike rainy days? Stuck in a taxi amidst a congested flow of traffic heading into the city, Xu Zhi noticed the faint shimmer of red-orange lights from the vehicles ahead and the delicate patter of drizzle on the glass. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the distance, rolling ominously, and the downpour began. Holding the phone, Xu Zhi observed the rainwater forming little rivers on the window pane, articulating her annoyance. If I had known it would rain today, I would have preferred to remain indoors. What about you? Chen Luzhou, perhaps intentionally sparring with her, chuckled and replied, I rather enjoy it, particularly rainy days. I wouldn't venture out if it weren't raining. Xu Zhi envisioned him reveling in walks through the rain, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, pondering that such a perspective would blur the line between raindrops and tears, rendering one oblivious to their own sorrow. Wouldn't it? Poet Chen? The rain cascaded relentlessly, the tempest enveloping the outskirts of the city. Chen Luzhou felt the icy droplets plummet onto his face and glanced upward, retrieving his hand from the ground. He dusted off the dirt and signaled to Yan Lu, indicating his intent to rise and depart. Hearing Xu Zhi's remarks, he erupted into laughter, shaking with mirth, and retorted, What have you experienced, Xu Zhi? Sighing, Xu Zhi considered the weight of her own memories, deeming it best to let the past remain unspoken. The atmosphere was delightful. Both shared a sense of humor. Yet Feng Jin interjected, Could I please have my phone back? Xu Zhi, the phone belongs to me. You too. Hurry up. After a moment of thought, he added, While you're at it, could you ask him what time he'll be back? Only then did Xu Zhi recall. Addressing the phone once more, I've returned the phone to Feng Jin. He inquires what time you'll finish and whether you'd like to join for a late-night snack. Even in this downpour, you're considering a late-night snack? Chen Luzhou mused, See, it's likely just a shower. It will cease soon. It's already lightening up. With a nonchalant reply, Chen Luzhou stated, I will return later. I estimate I'll arrive at the hotel around 11. Then let us conclude the call, Xu Zhi said. Xu Zhi, he called out again. I've placed an umbrella in Feng Jin's bag. Use it when you get out of the car. You have an injury on your head. Don't let the rain drench you. The rain poured down in torrents as Chen Luzhou and Yin Ledong jogged towards the shelter. Xu Zhi was somewhat taken aback by his thoughtfulness, wondering if he had foreseen the rain. Chen Luzhou had sensed that the afternoon weather was off and guessed it would rain by evening. He had inquired with Feng Jin, who had brought an umbrella, so he borrowed one from Yin Ledong and asked Feng Jin to lead the way. However, Feng Jin, being his usual serious self, had said, If it doesn't rain, I want to go out, and promptly hung up. After ending the call, Chen Luzhou transferred 20 yuan to Yin Letong, realizing that he would likely not retrieve the umbrella. He was returning to Qingyi the next day and would soon be leaving the country, so it was unlikely he would visit Linsher again. Yin Letong, reminiscent of a child eagerly seeking a red envelope during the new year, feigned reluctance while quickly accepting the money, cheerfully stating, It's just an umbrella. You're not leaving for good, Our cities are only a little over an hour apart. We shall meet again. Indeed, despite the mountains and valleys that separate them, those we wish to see will eventually cross our paths again. As the studio gradually emptied, the atmosphere became desolate. In just a few days of brief interaction, Yin Letong believed that Chen Luzhou had boundless potential for the future. His character alone suggested that he would surely excel, prompting Yin Letong to take the initiative to add him on WeChat. Before departing, he gifted Chen Luzhou 2 of his motorcycle helmets, signed with confidence, insisting he take good care of them as they would become valuable in the future. This is the helmet of a future champion, my friend. You are fortunate, he instructed, adding, please give the other one to Xu Zhi. Her cornering skills truly impress me. Chen Luzhou chuckled, tossing the helmet into his car, assuring, I will give it to her. Yin Letong felt a surge of excitement at parting from someone like Chen Luzhou, sensing a shared ambition, a notion that they had met at the pinnacle of their efforts. Engulfed in youthful exuberance, he sat in the car, formed 2 fingers into a salute, and dramatically gestured to the driver. Let us go. Meanwhile, Yin Lelen, who had just finished loading the trunk and hadn't yet entered the car, paused in surprise. Chen Luzhou arrived at the hotel precisely at 11 o'clock. Just as he completed the check-in process, Zhu called him, inquiring when he would return, lamenting about his overwhelming boredom. Chen Luzhou held the phone to his ear while maneuvering his suitcase towards the elevator, just as he encountered Xu Zhi exiting. Noticing he was on the phone, Xu Zhi intended to slip past without greeting him, merely signaling with her eyes that she was stepping out to buy something. As she passed Chen Luzhou, his arm reached out and grasped her, halting her in her tracks. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, her slender arms were exposed, and he felt the warmth of his large hand resting against her skin, imparting an unfamiliar sensation. In that moment, it was akin to a childhood curiosity, poking in an electrical socket and being unexpectedly jolted by a current. Still on the phone, Chen Luzhou acted instinctively, not considering the boldness of his gesture. He was afraid that if he released her, she would slip away. Though he felt a sense of discomfort upon making contact, he did not let go. Yet he found himself in a dilemma, feeling how delicate she was, concerned that he might grip her too tightly and cause her pain. He hesitated to adjust his strength. Any alteration would evoke a level of intimacy reserved for couples, which might be perceived as even more intrusive. Thus, he maintained the delicate pressure he had just exerted, casually remarking to Zhu on the phone, "What will you do when I go abroad? Will you remain a widow?" He hastily ended the call. After tucking the phone away, he gradually relaxed his grip and looked down at her. "Where to?" Xu Zhi replied, "I'm going to buy some herbal medicine for Ying. She seems to be suffering from heat exhaustion." "What about the one I just gave you?" he inquired. "I shared a bottle with Feng Jin. How's your leg?" His gaze shifted downward, fixating on her knee. Chen Luzhou had observed her limping slightly when she exited the arena and had asked Yin Lu to find someone to examine her. Fortunately, a driver in their team had previously interned at an orthopedic hospital and had checked her over, assuring her that there was no bone injury and that rest would suffice. Chen Luzhou had refrained from inquiring further, knowing she was somewhat upset about her bet with Lu Yang. He had chosen not to mention it during the call, aware that his words might come out harshly. In reality, reshooting the scenes would take only a few minutes. He instructed Feng Jin to take Xu Zhi and the others back without making them wait, seeking a moment to collect his thoughts. "Well, it seems to be better now. It just feels a bit bruised," Xu Zhi said, shaking her leg. "Let's go up. Come to my room first." Chen Luzhou nodded towards the elevator. "I have herbal medicine in my suitcase, and I need to give you something." Residing on the 9th floor, he opened the door, and as Xu Zhi glanced around, she remarked, "It seems like a small star lives on this floor." Chen Luzhou invited her in, inserted the key card, and casually inquired as he turned on the lights, "Who is it?" If Xu Zhi stated the name, Chen Luzhou might not even recognize it, as he had little interest in such matters, especially since senior year. Xu Zhi dared not step too far inside, standing properly at the entrance. The room's design featured an open bathroom, and she leaned against the sink, saying, "I just checked. I forgot again. It's a minor web drama, and her rumored boyfriend is quite famous. I can't recall the name, but it's strange. When we checked in a few days ago, this floor was closed off, and we had to wait at the entrance for 2 days just to catch a glimpse of a celebrity. The city also boasted a renowned National 5, a scenic area. where many popular historical dramas were filmed. The ninth floor of this hotel was exclusively designated for film crews, which Xu Zhi found quite fortunate for Chen Luzhou. With a hint of envy, she remarked, "How do you always have such good luck? Like a lucky fish." Chen Luzhou tossed his suitcase onto the floor and didn't rush to fetch the herbal medicine. Instead, he opened a bottle of water and leaned against the sink, drinking while casting her a somewhat challenging glance. "Are you envious?" "Indeed, I am." Chen Luzhou initially considered saying, "Then don't sleep with Kai Ying. Come sleep with me instead." The words were somewhat muddled, yet he restrained himself and chose not to tease her. He turned off the tap, holding it with his fingers while supporting his palm against the sink, and with a subtle smile, he earnestly stated, "What is there to envy? My mother has always told me that fortune and misfortune coexist. When I find myself reveling in success, I remind myself of this saying. Who knows what awaits me in the future or what challenges I might face? For instance, heartbreak. Perhaps the next one will be more obedient, won't it?" "Oh, have you ever experienced heartbreak?" "Just a metaphor," Chen Luzhou replied. Xu Zhi nodded thoughtfully, indicating her understanding. He languidly leaned against the sink, glancing at her, "Not so fast. Our matter is not yet settled." Xu Zhi inquired, "What matter? Do I owe you money?" "What a joke. Aren't you supposed to be appeasing me?" Chen Luzhou bit his lip, forcibly suppressing the fluttering butterfly of anxiety within him. He still possessed a modicum of pride and chose not to look at her, casting his gaze outside the window. His tone turned cold. "If you've forgotten, then let it be. I'll fetch you some medicinal liquid." He rose and dragged his suitcase over. Xu Zhi watched as he squatted down, one hand on his knee while the other rummaged through the suitcase. Suddenly, she recalled their first meeting. Chen Luzhou had also squatted before her, tying his shoelaces. His youthful back, strong and defined, resembled a mountain ridge bathed in the fiery glow of dawn, evoking a desire to ascend. His hair was tousled, soft like that of a puppy. Chen Luzhou casually handed her a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, along with a medicinal liquid and Yen Litong's helmet, adopting a nonchalant tone. "The Yunnan Baiyao is for your knee. Just picked it up along the way. No need to thank me. You can leave now." Just as Xu Zhi was about to ask him what was wrong, Chen Luzhou, thinking she meant to inquire about the cost, furrowed his brows with impatience. He looked down at his phone, preparing to find a movie, avoiding her gaze as if her few measly coins were beneath his notice, coldly stating, "No charge. If you bring him money again, we might as well pretend we never met." Xu Zhi, cradling the helmet, felt exasperated. "Why are you angry again? Is your princess syndrome acting up? At your age, you should pay attention to your health. Otherwise, you might end up with breast cancer." Chen Luzhou, taken aback, assumed Xu Zhi was concerned about him. He found his desire to conquer her intensifying, wondering what it would be like for a girl like her to navigate a relationship. Would she feel jealousy? Would she get angry? Or would she remain as stoic as a block of wood? Yet, upon reflection, he thought Xu Zhi's current demeanor was quite pleasant, whether she was oblivious or cleverly fishing for his attention. It allowed them to continue their shameless friendship until he left for abroad. If he couldn't resist, that would indeed pose a dilemma. How to conclude matters? Once again, he persuaded himself to revisit the old topic, shifting the blame onto Lu Yang. In the future, consider others' feelings when you act. Today, it was I who brought you here. If you and Lu Yang had an accident while racing, how would I explain it to your father and Boss Fu? All because of this? Xu Zhi gazed into his eyes, seemingly searching for hidden clues. Yet, that was an overestimation. If I were to have an accident while driving, my father would merely think it was deserved. As for you, Uncle Fu, there is no need for concern. When I was young, he took me riding on Mingling Mountain, and I lost control while cornering, tumbling down the slope. Thankfully, I got caught in the branches of a gnarled tree. That incident left Fu Yuqing utterly terrified, and she never let me ride again. Thus, when Xu Zhi suggested driving down the mountain to fetch them water, Fu Yuqing was infuriated on the spot. Leaning against the wash basin, Xu Zhi raised her foot, casually bending her knee. The room was serene, the sound of her bones cracking distinctly audible. "Listen, my kneecap was injured at that time, and it often makes such noises. Sometimes on rainy days, it cracks particularly loudly when I walk, which is why I despise going out when it rains." Chen Luzhou felt a whirlwind of emotions. How could a girl be so audacious? He wondered whether she was feigning nonchalance or if she was genuinely unpretentious. Her gaze, filled with evident ire, seemed to challenge him. Are you proud of yourself? Xu Zhi chuckled lightly, responding, not really. In fact, there was another time I had an allergic reaction and was rushed to the hospital. The doctor said if I had arrived half an hour later, I might have perished. Perhaps I have brushed with death twice in my life. The elders say that surviving great calamities brings future blessings, and since I've had 2 such encounters, it indicates that I am destined for success. Chen Luzhou did not respond, still grappling with his frustration, as if that restless little butterfly within him had been bound by a string, leaving him unsettled. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze coldly fixed on her. What if you lose today? Xu Zhi was taken aback, meeting his gaze. His tone, though not particularly harsh, seemed to soften as if he feared coming off too severe or unkind. He deliberately slowed his speech, rendering it gentle yet devoid of emotion. If you lose today, what do you plan to do? Accompany him to bed, perhaps? The impact of his words felt akin to warm water cascading down, soothing yet leaving her skin exposed to an uncomfortable chill, more piercing than a direct dousing of cold water. Xu Zhi remained unperturbed, despite the rawness of his words. She patiently explained, no, I believe I have a 70% chance of winning. If I lose, I have a plan. I'll ask Feng Jin to call the police, claiming we were racing for money. That way, we would both spend a night at the police station, which would mean I would be with him for a night. Such cleverness. But what if he becomes attached to you afterward? Do you think having a record is a trivial matter? Do you still wish to attend university? Xu Zhi chuckled, playfully retorting, it was clearly Feng Jin who said you could smooth things over with the police that prompted my agreement. He mentioned that Zhu Yangqi said your mother is quite formidable. Oh, I see, Chen Luzhou replied, catching on, casting her a meaningful glance with a teasing tone. So, you still wish to meet my mother? Is that a problem? The girl's eyes sparkled brightly. Chen Luzhou gazed at her for a moment, chuckling softly as he slipped one hand into his pocket, lowering his head to brush off the collar of his shirt, seemingly oblivious to what he was doing. With an air of nonchalance, he spoke in a teasing tone. All right, if she were my girlfriend, I wouldn't just let her meet my mother. If she wished to meet the Jade Emperor, I would even provide her with a ladder. Outside the window, the rain had long ceased. It was now deep into the night, shrouded in a somber haze. The leaves danced gently in the cool breeze, while the waves of the lake ushered small boats to and fro. The two stood side by the sink, and she tilted her head, gazing at him with a knowing look. Mimicking his earlier sarcastic tone, she thoughtfully uttered the same 2 words, I understand. Chen Luzhou had yet to realize she was imitating him, but found it amusing nonetheless. He playfully tapped her forehead with his knuckles, saying, What do you understand? You merely grasped the surface. Afterward, he squatted down to rummage through the suitcase, sprawled on the floor, retrieving a Band-Aid. As he tore it open, he instructed, Bring your head over here. Xu Zhi, catching a glimpse of her forehead in the mirror, noticed a small scrape. Oh, that wasn't there just now. Did you hit me? Chen Luzhou, focused on peeling the Band-Aid, chuckled at her remark, conceding, All right, fine, I did hit you. I encouraged you to race, which led to your fall. It's all my fault. Is that enough for you? And are you still angry? Xu Zhi asked, pushing back her loose hair to look at him. Leaning against the sink, Chen Luzhou methodically placed the Band-Aid on her forehead, skillfully avoiding contact with her. I'm frustrated with myself, not you. You needn't concern yourself with it. He then crumpled the outer packaging and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. That won't do, Xu Zhi responded, her sense of loyalty shining through. You took me out to have fun, and I still managed to upset you. This is something I must remember. Remember what? What can you offer me in return? Unexpectedly, Xu Zhi spoke with grand enthusiasm. I owe you 2 jokes. He paused, taken aback, then replied with a grin. How rare. All right, let me tell you the first joke. For reasons unknown, as she looked at Chen Luzhou, inspiration struck her, reminding her of something her father had shared with her days earlier. In their room, there were specially supplied fresh fruits, presumably exclusive to the production team, which Xu Zhi's floor lacked. Chen Luzhou picked up an apple and offered it to her, but she shook her head. What is the point of eating an apple at this hour? Undeterred, Chen Luzhou bit into it himself, casually munching as he leaned against the counter, feigning disinterest in her tale. With his approval, Xu Zhi began, It's not quite a joke, but it's rather fresh and serves as a warning. A few days ago, my father mentioned a handsome man visited their department, truly striking in appearance, yet apparently lacking in certain areas. He insisted he was capable, but couldn't even pass that test. My father remarked that today's youth have this issue, staying up late, smoking, drinking. Many university students have a mere 30% survival rate for their little tadpoles. But you seem quite disciplined. I doubt you have such concerns. Chen Luzhou. In truth, Xu Guangji's original words were thus. It is unclear whether he intended to caution her or to shield her from unscrupulous men. His expression was rather veiled. Xi, let me impart this to you. There are some men in the market who, despite their handsome appearances, exhibit rather disreputable behavior. For instance, someone who graduated in his senior year but has already tarnished my department's reputation. One can only speculate on the misdeeds he may have committed outside. Furthermore, he is quite versed in the art of gift-giving, and upon departing, he even slipped me an envelope filled with money. Henceforth, when you begin dating, the first order of business is to bring him to your father for a thorough examination. Do not feel shy. This is entirely normal. The terminology in circulation is eerily reminiscent of human trafficking. Chen Luzhou, taken aback, paused mid-bite of his apple, instinctively casting a glance downward before hastily swallowing the half-chewed fruit, betraying his flustered state. His Adam's apple bobbed heavily as he blurted out, "Is your father surnamed Xu? Xu Zhi. Isn't that obvious?" Chen Luzhou, regaining his composure, remarked, "So, your father is a urologist?" Xu Zhi, blissfully unaware of the underlying implications, nodded. "Yes, I was hesitant to mention it last time you asked." Chen Luzhou, had you revealed this sooner, I would have never listened to Zhu Yangqi. For the first time, Chen Luzhou felt an acute sense of embarrassment. No wonder he had found Dr. Su's gaze rather peculiar that day in the clinic. It turned out he was Xu Zhi's father. Xu Zhi had mentioned his name in a post on social media, and her father undoubtedly recognized it. It was no surprise he had inquired, "Are you Chen Luzhou?" He probably thought he was merely a parent of one of his classmates. After all, throughout his life, he had always been the exemplary child. Many uncles and aunts he barely knew would react to his name with, "Oh, you are Chen Luzhou? My daughter's son is your classmate." Noticing Chen Luzhou's distant stare, Xu Zhi inquired, "What is the matter?" Chen Luzhou, ignoring her, leaned against the sink, mechanically biting into the apple, consumed by a fervent desire to return home and schedule a sperm test. Not just any test, but one conducted by Xu Guangji himself, and it must be done exquisitely. Xu Zhi asked again. Chen Luzhou sighed, tossing the remaining apple core into the trash, and sincerely replied, "I am just tired." Xu Zhi nodded understandingly. "Then I shall take my leave. Will you return with us tomorrow?" Chen Luzhou thought to himself that he had initially intended to go back, but now he was less inclined. The conversation he had with Xu Guangji lingered in his mind, and he dared not contemplate it further. "We can discuss it later. Let me rest first. If you cannot wait, feel free to leave without me." He sighed again, adding dejectedly, "I haven't slept well in the studio these past few days." "All right." Chen Luzhou opened the door for her, glancing at her knees. "Bring your medication. Remember to spray the Yunnan Baiyao. Otherwise, it will only worsen. Shouldn't you consider seeing a doctor about this issue? You won't end up with a limp, will you? I've seen many doctors. There's nothing to be done. It's an ailment I've carried since childhood. If I must, I have a wheelchair, don't I? Come on." After reaching the age of 80, people stroll hand in hand with their partners. And here you are racing wheelchairs with yours? Chen Luzhou jestingly teased her while leaning against the doorframe. Xu Zhi observed his current vitality. He appeared far from sleepy. "You don't look tired at all. Shall we chat a bit longer?" Chen Luzhou chuckled, seemingly at a loss for words. "So you really think of me as your conversation partner? Transfer the money first." "I have money now," Xu Zhi retorted, contemplating throwing 5,000 in his face. "Don't provoke me." Chen Luzhou conceded completely. "All right, I admit my mistake. I am indeed tired." Xu Zhi finally relented, stating, "Contact me when you wake up tomorrow. Ying and I plan to visit the nearby morning market for a while. Perhaps by the time you awaken, we will still be here." Chen Luzhou must have genuinely been fatigued. His gaunt face rested against the door's edge. Likely a while since his last haircut, with his bangs partially obscuring his eyes, looking at her with an unusually obedient gaze akin to that of small puppy, nodding earnestly. MHM understood. Yet, in the next moment he reverted to his mischievous self, appearing sincerely leaned against the door while offering advice, albeit with a hidden agenda. However, I suggest you refrain from visiting the nearby morning market. It's akin to a food street, not much better. If you truly wish to take a stroll, there's a nannying temple next door. I've heard it's particularly effective. With the college entrance exam results imminent, it would be wiser to pay a visit there. Xu Zhi pondered this, acknowledging the impending results, thus deciding to pay her respects. The next day, she and Kai Yingying rose early, arriving at Nanning Temple to light incense, offer tributes, and donate 200 for the incense fund, kneeling earnestly beside an equally reverent aunt. The continuous flow of offerings suggested a genuine spiritual presence. She tilted her head to gaze at the compassionate visage of the Bodhisattva, filled with hope as she made her wish, silently praying for admission to her desired university. A nearby monk, unable to bear the sight, gently reminded her, "Little sister, while Buddhism aims to save all beings, I must advise you that this deity is the guanyin of childbirth." Quite effective. Thus, upon returning home, Xu Zhi contemplated the efficacy of the guanyin of childbirth. Though possessing basic knowledge, she felt an innate apprehension, having watched countless adaptations of the legend of the white snake with her father, wherein the deity granted children without fail. Her superstitious grandmother often claimed that metaphysics surpassed science. Anxious, she resolved to consult her father. "Dad, if I inadvertently prayed to the guanyin of childbirth, could it lead to complications?" Su Guangji had just lifted his bowl, ready to eat, when he dropped his chopsticks in shock, blood rushing uncontrollably to his head. Enraged, he turned back to the kitchen to fetch a kitchen knife. "Where's that Chen Luzhou?" Xu Zhi was taken aback. How did her father know that Chen Luzhou had deceived her into visiting the temple? In disbelief, she exclaimed, "Dad, how did you know it was him?" Part 2. The meeting Chen Luzhou entered the police station, marking his second visit this summer. It was during the days immediately following his examination that he accompanied the old gentleman to the flower and bird market. The old man, in a moment of folly, lifted the skirt of a young lady, an act that was captured on video by a bystander. The other party, audacious as a lion, demanded a sum of money. However, the old gentleman insisted that the girl had prompted him to do so, claiming that something beneath her skirt required retrieval. Yet, lacking any evidence, the act of lifting the skirt stood as undeniable proof against him. Ultimately, the matter escalated to the police station. Even if it were merely a case of scam operation, clarity was elusive. The old gentleman refused to compensate, asserting that they were the ones attempting to deceive him. Attempts to contact Ms. Lien Hui proved futile, and the old gentleman remained obstinate, akin to a stubborn bull. Chen Luzhou, unable to sway him, resigned himself to spending the entire night at the police station in his company. Little did he anticipate that, within mere days, he would find himself in a similar predicament once more. Since he heeded Zhu Yangqi's advice to consult a urologist, Chen Luzhou felt he had encountered a series of bizarre occurrences. His mother's adage that fortune and misfortune are intertwined resonated profoundly. Indeed, one must not lose their composure amidst triumph. The situation unfolded thus. The young lady at the front desk, carelessly, assigned him a room that was not supposed to be available for guests. Coincidentally, on the day of Chen Luzhou's arrival, the front desk received a notification that several new actors would be checking in, prompting them to open a few rooms on the 9th floor. The young lady, upon seeing that Chen Luzhou was more handsome than the leading man, presumed he was undoubtedly one of the actors and casually inquired if he was part of the production team. At that moment, Chen Luzhou was on the phone with Zhu Yangqi. Distracted and barely comprehending, he mistakenly thought she was asking if he was associated with Feng Jin's group, and simply nodded in affirmation. The following day, as he descended from the 9th floor for breakfast, the other actors in the troupe had no suspicions. They merely regarded this newcomer as exceptionally handsome, speculating that he was destined for fame, secretly contemplating how to obtain his WeChat ID. However, fate intervened, and he encountered the producer in the elevator, who immediately recognized that Chen Luzhou was not part of the cast. Without hesitation, the producer called for him to stop and promptly contacted the front desk for clarification, leading to the revelation of this significant misunderstanding. Initially, it should have sufficed to clarify the situation and Chen Luzhou intended to check out right away. Yet, to his surprise, as he prepared to leave, the staff noted that he was carrying a camera and appeared to possess professional equipment, which raised their suspicions. They suspected he might be a paparazzo or a substitute photographer and concocted a reason to detain him, demanding to inspect the contents of his camera. Naturally, Chen Luzhou refused, but they remained adamant, asserting that he had engaged in covert photography, and thus they called the police. Consequently, Chen Luzhou found himself summoned to the police station once more. "I have explained countless times," he reiterated. "I am merely here to assist the crew with filming. My friends are on the 6th floor. Even if there were justifiable grounds for suspicion, they had no right to search my camera." The officer confirmed with the hotel front desk that indeed, several of his friends were on the 6th floor, their names matching, yet they had all checked out that morning. He had been unable to reach them, likely because Xu Zhi and the others, unable to wait any longer, had hired a vehicle to depart. At this juncture, Chen Luzhou's patience had been thoroughly depleted, and his tone was decidedly ungracious as he addressed the officer. "Could you please return my phone to me?" The police officer in charge of the case was remarkably kind. Youthful and handsome, likely a recent intern. Aware of the notorious reputation of this film crew for causing trouble, he did not press Chen Luzhou too hard, casually questioning him for a few moments before grasping the situation. This crew frequently called the police, and the officers had long since grown accustomed to it. "I will ask my colleagues who took your phone," he said, still munching on instant noodles, seemingly unfazed as he stood up to assist in the search. Observing his dedication, Chen Luzhou sighed, resigned to his fate. "Go ahead and eat," he replied. Just as he finished speaking, he heard someone call his name from behind. Initially thinking it was merely an auditory illusion, he turned around nonchalantly, only to be greeted by a familiar figure. He paused in surprise as Gu Yan approached. Clad in ancient costume attire, her hair elegantly styled, indicating she was likely in the midst of filming. "It truly is you," she said with an unexpected sparkle of delight in her eyes. "This morning, I saw someone who resembled you in the restaurant, but I hesitated to greet you, thinking it was merely a coincidence. It wasn't he until I heard about the commotion at the police station that I realized it could indeed be you." "Quite the coincidence," he replied coolly. Gu Yan played the role of the third female lead in this low-budget web series, and Chen Luzhou was uncertain why the producer was so anxious about the situation, though Gu Yan was well aware. The male lead and the second female lead were in a genuine relationship, and last night, they had secretly met in a room, only to be discovered by the manager. Coincidentally, the second female lead's room was right next to Chen Luzhou's, the unfortunate witness. With the male lead's career on the rise, the manager was unwilling to let the matter rest, fearing exposure and potential scandal. Recognizing Chen Luzhou, Gu Yan understood that this incident was likely a misunderstanding. She promptly called the producer to clarify, stating, "It's truly a misapprehension, Mr. Su. Chen Luzhou is my classmate from high school. He is an excellent student, destined for top scores in the college entrance examination. How could he possibly be a paparazzo? Moreover, both of his parents are prominent figures in our community. His mother is a producer at the Qingyi City television station, and his father is a businessman whose company was the sponsor for the variety show that Wang Qian participated in. He is a local entrepreneur with numerous investments." Gu Yan, seasoned in the entertainment industry, adeptly navigated the intricacies of dealing with executives. Had Mr. Chen and Mrs. Lian not been so influential, he would not have remained seated, waiting for his camera to be searched like a fool. Once Chen Luzhou reclaimed all his belongings, he did not rush to leave. He dragged his suitcase to the entrance of the police station, nonchalantly sitting atop it as if idle, his long legs dangling towards the ground. He diligently examined the photos on his camera, ensuring none were missing. As he lowered his head, the collar of his shirt slightly curled, revealing the defined contours of his back, reminiscent of a finely sculpted mountain, alluring and enigmatic, evoking a desire to touch, even to imagine how he might appear while perspiring. Gu Yan observed him and remarked, "Chen Luzhou, I suppose I have helped you today." Chen Luzhou looked up at her, naturally not denying it, and then lowered his head again, murmuring, "When you return to Qingyi, contact me and invite Zhu Yangqi to dinner." "Must it be Zhu Yangqi? Can't it just be the two of us?" Without raising his head, Chen Luzhou's neckline was strikingly clear, his slenderness exuding a certain charm. He continued to browse through the photos, chuckling softly, quite certain, and lazily murmured, "No." "Why?" Gu Yan asked. Chen Luzhou seemed not to hear her. As he stumbled upon a photo from the night they watched the meteor shower, Xu Zhi's surprised and bewildered expression was captured, yet there was a kind of languid, hazy beauty about her. His fingers paused momentarily, but his face remained impassive as he quickly flipped past it, seemingly unaffected, yet inwardly cursing. "That rascal didn't even wait for me." Gu Yan asked again, "Why, Chen Luzhou?" He thought to himself, if it were Xu Zhi, she certainly wouldn't ask why. Chen Luzhou? She would merely respond with an "oh." Day in and day out. That was the only word that could escape her lips. Having just finished browsing through the photos, Chen Luzhou casually scrolled through their chat history, which contained dozens of messages, half of which were simply "oh. That rascal really didn't wait for me." See, Chen Luzhou called for a car, glanced at the license plate, slipped his phone back into his pocket, and sat calmly on his suitcase. He cast a straightforward glance at Gu Yan, piercingly honest as ever, stating, "I have no feelings for you, and I've said it before. I don't want to be in a relationship right now." He gazed at her meaningfully, deliberately aiming to provoke her. He always knew where to strike. "Unless you're willing to give up your acting dreams to come with me to Liverpool, you can't be serious, Gu Yan. You wake up at 5 every morning to practice. It must be exhausting. Following me without any recognition would be a loss for you. Focus on your acting. You can bring glory to our country and win awards. I would admire you more for that rather than sending me these useless signals, which is quite pointless, really." Though his words sounded callous, Gu Yan understood that Chen Luzhou was not one to speak kindly, yet his social circle was remarkably clean. Throughout 3 years of high school, he had never entangled himself with any girl, let alone had a girlfriend. If it weren't for that incident with her, he wouldn't even have had a rumor circulating about him, nor had he ever been particularly close to any girl. His companions were exclusively boys, and he was remarkably adept at maintaining a distance from girls. For instance, there was a girl from the neighboring class who liked him, who was quite beautiful and studied bel canto. Whenever Chen Luzhou passed by their class to find Zhu Yangqi, the boys from that class would cheer boisterously. Initially, he was unaware of the reason, but upon discovering it, he ceased passing by that classroom. Gu Yan recalled Zhu Yangqi once mentioning that the primary reason Chen Luzhou was often criticized was due to his uncanny ability to charm even the most unyielding of individuals with his words, coupled with his inherently indifferent nature. Is this rascal even human? Su Guangji downed a shot of Jiang Xiaobai, having finished the peanuts, his heart burning with anxiety, feeling an urgent need to express his frustrations, even contemplating the thought of silencing that kid. Kai Bin Hong, while munching on sunflower seeds, listened to him ramble on for nearly 2 hours. Customers had come and gone multiple times, and he finally grasped the situation. "You mentioned that Xu Zhi and Chen Luzhou are in a romantic relationship. And what else?" The two were sitting at the entrance of an alley, enjoying late-night snacks at Sister Dan Shengjian. Su Guangji's cheekbones were flushed, not from inebriation, but rather from the effects of alcohol. Chen Luzhou's matter had seemingly alleviated his social anxiety, as he boldly handed an empty plate to the proprietress, requesting a refill of peanuts, something he would never have dared to do before. With fervor, he declared to Kai Bin Hong, "It's highly likely they're dating. As for whether they've crossed any boundaries, I cannot say. You know, as fathers of daughters, there are some conversations that are simply more delicate for us than for mothers." Kai Bin Hong popped a peanut into his mouth and inquired, "What did Xu Zhi say?" She claimed she was not a willing participant and that Chen Luzhou had deceived her. What? Kai Bin Hong could hardly remain seated. "Shouldn't you report this to the authorities? Xu Zhi is still so young." Su Guangji recounted how he had grabbed a knife from the kitchen, ready to confront that scoundrel. After taking another sip of Jiangxiabai, feeling the fiery warmth spread through his stomach, he slowly added, "But Xu Zhi mentioned that Chen Luzhou tricked her into visiting the guanyin of fertility. Isn't that just despicable? Could he not speak so breathlessly?" Kai Bin Hong interjected, feeling his heart settle back into his chest. "It's not that we misunderstand the implication, but are they perhaps spending a bit too much time together?" Su Guangji replied, "My daughter has always been open with me about her affairs. Yet whenever I bring up Chen Luzhou, she effortlessly changes the topic." Director Kai remarked, "That does indicate something fishy. If they are indeed dating, you ought to be cautious. These young men often lack moral grounding. Tricking someone for money is one thing, but encountering a con artist who preys on both finances and emotions is a different matter altogether. After all these years raising your daughter and having her turn out so beautiful, you must guard against the wolves outside. But how can I protect her? I can't possibly follow Xu Zhi everywhere. Director Kai suggested. Yudol, why not keep an eye on Chen Luzhou? After all, doesn't he need to come for regular checkups with you? Su Guangji considered this a valid strategy and suddenly remembered. Have you prescribed the hypertension medication? Do you have enough on hand? I have no intention of seeking another wife. You're my only ally now. Director Kai, with a sense of tranquility, remarked, if you hold no expectations, you won't face disappointment. I've already told Kai Yingying that no matter what score she gets, I won't be upset. She can choose any university she likes. I will not interfere. And Xu Zhi? Xu Zhi expressed a desire to go to Beijing. This was the first time she had mentioned wanting to leave for another city. She had never considered such a thing before. Although I understand I cannot keep her by my side forever, I truly feel that time is passing swiftly. Not long ago, she was so small, crying endlessly over trivial matters, like a faucet that couldn't be turned off. Xu Zhi actually suggested going away. Hadn't she always wanted to stay close to me? Dean Kai was equally astonished upon witnessing Su Guangji's grim expression. He quickly sought to console him, remarking that the children had grown up and would inevitably form their own opinions. However, it was evident that Xu Zhi had begun to change ever since encountering Chen Luzhou. For the past couple of days, she had been rather distracted, seemingly preoccupied with her phone. Su Guangji pondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Perhaps she was thinking of that young man. At this point, Su Guangji took a swig of the nearby bottle of Jiangxi in one go, his words dripping with frustration as he declared, if he is serious about my daughter, then let them be. But if he dares to deceive her, I shall make him regret it. In truth, Su Guangji's tolerance for alcohol was rather modest. After downing the second bottle of Jiangxi, he nearly made headlines. His face flushed a deep crimson. The following morning, he awoke with a throbbing headache and a foggy mind. Consequently, when he encountered Chen Luzhou at the outpatient clinic, he initially thought he was hallucinating. It wasn't until the young man boldly took a seat before him, revealing his handsome countenance, that Su Guangji realized it was indeed no illusion. The young wolf had come to him unbidden. Su Guangji retrieved his medical record and confirmed the name. There was no mistake. It was indeed Chen Luzhou. Recovered? He inquired. Yes, I am here for a test, came the reply. Strangely, today Chen Luzhou appeared more agreeable than before. His demeanor was markedly more docile, in stark contrast to the previous time when he had been brash and overly confident despite his evident shortcomings. Su Guangji, adhering to protocol, asked the customary questions, casting a glance at him. How have you been feeling these days? Have you engaged in sexual activity? No, Chen Luzhou coughed. Both of them clearly unwilling to shatter the unspoken barrier. Yet, Chen Luzhou was aware that Su Guangji had likely recognized him. Otherwise, his demeanor would not have been so severe, considering he was a close friend of his cherished daughter. Nevertheless, feeling the urge to clarify, he casually added, I am a virgin. Su Guangji, taken aback, contemplated tossing the medical card at his face, feeling that this statement was excessively emphasized. In the 21st century, does it really matter whether one is a virgin? What kind of outdated mindset is this? Do you harbor some sort of complex regarding this matter? Chen Luzhou was at a loss for words, leaning back in his chair, momentarily stunned by the unexpected nature of meeting a parent. He chuckled awkwardly. No. What I mean is I am still a virgin, but it is irrelevant to others, and I have no objection to my girlfriend as status. Su Guangdikasu inquit. What is your stance on premarital sexual relations? With a serious demeanor, Chen Luzhou sat up straight and responded with fervor, I strongly condemn it. Absolutely oppose it. There existed an unspoken bond of affection between them that neither dared to articulate. Su Guangji refrained from addressing it, uncertain of how far their relationship had progressed. While Chen Luzhou assumed he was merely an ordinary male friend, he feared that initiating a conversation would be perceived as overly forward and inappropriate. Thus, until Chen Luzhou completed his sperm test, neither had uttered Xu Zhi's name. After Su Guangji concluded his report, he couldn't help but utter a remark in his heart. Youth indeed has its advantages. This lad possesses remarkable physical prowess. He then placed the report on the table, instructing him to return for a scheduled follow-up before dismissing him. Chen Luzhou, bewildered, questioned the necessity of a follow-up. Su Guangji shot him a glance, inquiring if he had been abstaining for an extended period. Chen Luzhou, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief at the old man's lack of comprehension, leaned back in his chair and clicked his tongue. Was this truly the demeanor one should adopt when addressing an elder? Su Guangji, maintaining his stoic expression, elaborated. When I mention abstinence, I include self-stimulation as well. Su Guangji gestured towards the report, slowly adding, to put it plainly, while your activity level is undeniably high, your sperm morphology rate is also concerningly elevated. This could stem from two possibilities. Either you have been abstaining for too long, or there may be hereditary factors at play. He thus inquired about the duration of Chen Luzhou's abstinence. No longer able to maintain his facade, Chen Luzhou shifted uncomfortably in his chair, coughed, and averted his gaze, reluctantly admitting that it had indeed been a while. Su Guangji pressed further, asking if it had exceeded 7 days. It has, Chen Luzhou replied. Su Guangji nodded, acknowledging that abstinence beyond a week could indeed lead to such issues. He recommended that for the next test, abstinence should ideally be maintained between 3 to 5 days. Too little would result in insufficient volume. He then handed over the medical record and report, concluding, that will be all. You may return and come back for a follow-up next month. However, as Chen Luzhou made his way home, his emotions were rather intricate. He pondered whether there was an element of intimidation in Su Guangji's words, but for what purpose? He was not Xu Zhi's boyfriend, nor was he vying for his daughter. This matter must hold some gravity. It was not entirely unfounded for him to have such thoughts, given that he had been abandoned by his biological parents, possibly due to genetic abnormalities. Compared to the other children in the welfare institution, Chen Luzhou had scant memories regarding his abandonment. He had been in the institution for as long as he could remember. This implied he was likely placed there shortly after birth, and he bore no apparent defect himself. Upon reflection, Xu Zhi's father's words did not seem entirely implausible. Yet, what significance did this hold? If he could not father children, so be it. He considered himself fortunate in comparison to that child. The child was a friend from the welfare institution, though Chen Luzhou could hardly recall his appearance or name. Only a vague memory of the boy waiting at the gates daily. Chen Luzhou had approached him out of curiosity, asking what he was waiting for. The child replied he was waiting for his father. Chen Luzhou found it amusing and bluntly stated, "Your father has abandoned you." The child, however, insisted no. He said he just wanted to give me a cake and would return soon. For 5 or 6 years, he clung to this belief, ultimately coming to terms with the painful reality of his father's abandonment. He grew increasingly withdrawn, irritable, and anxious, never managing to escape the shadow of his father's desertion. Cake became a lifelong taboo for him. Upon seeing or hearing anything reminiscent of it, he would descend into a fit of rage, hurling objects in despair. It was rumored that he later entered a juvenile detention center due to an unfortunate incident. In some respects, the direct and decisive severance of ties is far more bearable than the murky lies that linger. Thus, Chen Luzhou has always been forthright, unafraid to speak his mind, regardless of how outrageous the subject matter may be. After all, in his childhood, the directors deceived him into believing he was a lotus root spirit, claiming that the director's mother had extracted him from a lotus root. Each time he saw a lotus root on the table, he felt a profound sense of collapse. Yet he found it irresistibly delicious, eating while tears streamed down his face, whispering, "I'm sorry, oh, it's so good. Director mother, may I have another bowl?" He was around 3 or 4 years old then. As he grew older and learned the truth of his origins, it became increasingly difficult to console him. No words would suffice. In moments of desperate yearning for parental love, Mr. Chen and Ms. Lian Hui came to take him away, providing the care and protection he needed to become the person he is today. That evening, he and Zhu Yangqi headed to the gym to play basketball. The rain in Qingyi City had been sporadic and incessant over the past few days, reminiscent of a child's tear-streaked face in late spring. The outdoor court was a quagmire, and Zhu Yangqi had arrived early to secure the gym, only to discover that the aunties had been even quicker, uniformly claiming half the court with their lively antics. The rhythmic and penetrating sounds of Feng Wang legend echoed throughout the empty gymnasium. They engaged in a 3-on-3 showdown, playing for half a court. The stakes were high. A sumptuous Japanese barbecue dinner for the losing team recently opened in town, with Zhu Yangqi and Jiang Cheng betting against each other. The loser would treat the other. Teams comprised Chen Luzhou, Zhu Yangqi, and Feng Jin against Jiang Cheng, his girlfriend, and a classmate from Zhu Yangqi's art class named Dajuan. Jiang Cheng, are you serious? How about we swap your girlfriend with me, letting Chen Luzhou take her place? Otherwise, how are we supposed to compete? Zhu Yangqi suggested, his heart wavering. Jiang Cheng and his girlfriend each sported a single earring, their tall, handsome forms undeniably pleasing to the eye. Jiang Cheng scoffed, my girlfriend's on the provincial team. She could easily handle all three of you. This sparked Zhu Yangqi's competitive spirit, his expression radiating determination. All right, Chen Luzhou, take him down, make him regret it. Zhu Yangqi had never faced Jiang Cheng in play, while Chen Luzhou had clashed with him multiple times. The notion of the provincial team was merely Jiang Cheng's bravado, yet their skills were indeed commendable. Zhu Yangqi, however, was not keen to engage, thinking it futile to expend energy on someone so inept. Why should I risk myself for you? For Xu Zhi? You've been in a foul mood lately, and Haven Tea reached out in days. Zhu Yangqi whispered daringly in Chen Luzhou's ear, standing beneath the basketball hoop. Chen Luzhou glanced at him, retaliating by forcefully pressing the basketball against Zhu Yangqi's chest, twisting it twice. Are you looking for trouble? Fine, today it's 4 against 2. In a 4 against 2 scenario, Zhu Yangqi was utterly defenseless, being toyed with and unable to touch the ball, as Chen Luzhou resolutely denied him any chance. Zhu Yangqi, aware that he was footing the bill for this meal, ultimately succumbed to Chen's intimidating presence. During the halftime break, he leaned in close and, through gritted teeth, said, just play well, and I'll tell you where Xu Zhi is today. Remarkable. The very next moment, with a resounding clang, a 3-pointer was made. Jiang Cheng sensed a shift in the dynamics and immediately called out to Chen Luzhou, hey, what happened to our 4 against 2? Perhaps there was an underlying insult in his words, yet Jiang Cheng consistently referred to him by the singular expletive. This was becoming intriguing. Zhu Yangqi felt a surge of excitement. His competitive spirit ignited as he eagerly reminded Feng Jin, old Feng, pay attention. The match has officially begun. Among the crowd, only Feng Jin appeared bewildered. I thought it was almost over. Jiang Cheng couldn't believe that Chen Luzhou had switched sides so quickly, determined to secure a rebound. He remained undeterred, dribbling flamboyantly while attempting to win back Chen Luzhou's favor. Come on, you can't be so fickle. After making a 3-pointer, Chen Luzhou stood outside the arc with an expression devoid of shame, lazily twisting his wrist. It seemed he was somewhat frustrated with his own lack of prowess. And with a sigh, he remarked, lately, Zhu Yangqi has caught me off guard. Let us wait a while. Once I get past this phase, I'll help you take him down. Near the Daxiao Qingyi Sports Center, a new night market street had recently opened, bustling with activity around 9 or 10 o'clock each evening. The entire street was ablaze with lights, stalls meticulously arranged with an array of dazzling goods that could overwhelm the senses. Chen Luzhou strolled along, casting a glance at each stall. From necessities to toys for children and the elderly, motorcycles, arcade games, and various capsule toy machines, as well as ring toss and shooting games, there were countless options. Some vendors offered fortune-telling, matchmaking services, financial consultations, and even custom caskets and burial garments. He summarized that, aside from the prohibition against human trafficking, almost anything could be done here. Nearby, an elderly man in shorts lay lethargically by the roadside, seemingly in need of a dry cleaning service. Adjacent to him, a pretentious young man was attempting to charm a woman. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? She replied. This encounter was likely an uncomfortable blind date. From the outset, the man insisted on living with his mother after marriage, demanding that she take on all household chores while contributing a monthly sum to support his aging mother. As their conversation progressed, numerous disagreements arose, leading the woman to feel that this did not align with her expectations of marriage. Her patience was wearing thin, and she took a deep breath, seemingly curious to see just how far this pretentious young man would go. At that moment, he paused at a nail salon stall, coincidentally noticing several packets of flower seeds displayed. He picked one up and, with fervor, continued to expound upon his views to the woman. Just like this flower seed, life can be unpredictable. No one dictates that you must grow into a rose. Sunflowers have their own pride as well, right? As long as we share the same goals, we can create a beautiful family together. Female comrade. It is true that Chen Luzhou suddenly realized that his generation indeed faces difficulties in finding girlfriends. And some men are truly hard to comprehend, particularly the one in front of him. However, this is merely a rose seed. A voice, sharp and unadorned, pierced through the air like a bucket of cold water, clear and crisp, imbued with her unique impatience and indifference. If it does not blossom into a rose, what can it possibly become? At least there should be a semblance of logic when enticing others. Xu Zhi could no longer tolerate it. This male comrade sauntered along the street daily, changing his blind date with each passing day, and every time he walked by, he would lay hands on a rose seed, attempting to persuade women to relinquish their thoughts and aspirations to serve him with his utterly illogical literary theories. Just moments ago, he had even suggested that someone resign to become his full-time wife. Xu Zhi had never been one to meddle, primarily to avoid causing trouble for Lao Su, who was often shielded by Ms. Lin Xiujie in the past. She considered herself a valiant young woman, always ready to intervene in a dogfight, ready to lend a hand without hesitation. However, she had since ceased such endeavors. The reason was simple. Lao Su was too timid, bearing all burdens alone. His severe social anxiety, rendering him pathetically apologetic, a sight she could hardly bear to witness. Thus, she endeavored to present herself as a peace dove, avoiding confrontations and refraining from taking a lead. Yet, to be honest, she could tolerate various forms of advice. But urging someone to resign and forego earning a living was intolerable, a notion that could summon divine retribution. Fortunately, it had rained throughout the day, resulting in fewer visitors at the night market, and no girls were seeking manicures. Otherwise, they would have all fled in fright. At that moment, Xu Zhi was merely affixing nail tips for Kai Yingying, and upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Chen Luzhou, who seemed to materialize out of thin air, leaning casually against the opposite utility pole. Clad entirely in black, his silhouette remained sharp and clean. Without a hat, his features appeared exceptionally distinct and handsome, perhaps having just played basketball with Zhu Yangqi, as a black headband adorned his forehead, accentuating his fair and pristine skin. His hair was tousled and damp, sticking out in various directions, beads of sweat dotting his brow, yet he radiated vitality. The veins in his arms stood out prominently, resembling a robust and vibrant poplar tree. There was always an unmistakable aura of cool detachment surrounding him, an almost imperceptible presence of hormones coupled with an air of composure, drawing the attention of the nearby vendor. It seemed no one considered him merely a high school graduate. Whispers and a restless stir permeated the air, akin to spring breezes teasing the branches. Accompanied by the soft mewling of cats, the blood felt as though it were boiling, and the heartbeat quickened. The moment Xu Zhi's gaze met his, her heart momentarily faltered, tightening slightly. It had indeed been a few days since they last saw each other. The artistic young man, perhaps feeling a sense of embarrassment, noticed her with Kai Yingying, two young girls, and his expression shifted as he revealed the tattoos on his arms. Kai Yingying, taken aback by the sight of his rippling muscles, attempted to maintain her bravado, defiantly stammering, "What? Do you intend to fight us? We are just two little girls." As Xu Zhi was about to remark, "Brother, your temperament is rather irritable and lacks any artistic flair," she observed the figure across from her, finally rising lazily from the utility pole and striding towards them. Before the artistic young man could utter a word, Chen Luzhou swiftly approached the older gentleman from behind and inquired, "Could you please step aside?" The artistic young man glanced back at him, questioning, "What's the matter? Do you need something?" "I'm here to conduct business with them," Chen Luzhou replied. "This is a nail salon, handsome." The artistic young man chuckled. "What? Is one not allowed to have a peculiar hobby?" Chen Luzhou paid him no heed, appearing quite composed. Yet his eyes betrayed a sense of endurance against humiliation as he coolly responded to Xu Zhi, "Feel free to paint whatever you like. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, or the Hulk. I have no preferences. Oh, but the Hulk is off limits, he added with a principled tone. From a young age, Chen Luzhou had always been this way, resolving conflicts with words, never resorting to physical confrontation. Most men engage in fights for the thrill of it, not for any so-called outcome. The satisfaction lies in the act itself. However, Chen Luzhou never partook in such mutually destructive encounters, primarily out of fear of injury and the scolding that would ensue from his mother. Yet, at that age, boys are often driven by impulsive blood and flesh, making fights inevitable. Previously, several times, Jiang Changzhu had witnessed conflicts erupting on the basketball court. Knowing that the esteemed Chen Luzhou was merely a mama's boy who heeded his mother's every word. Thus, he would invariably leave him behind, shedding his outer jacket before a brawl, instructing him to stand aside and behave. As the torrential rain subsided, the streets lay deserted. Even the onlookers were sparse. Water glistened on the pavement, reflecting the subdued light. Chen Luzhou lounged comfortably with his legs spread on the stool at the stall, relishing the manicure service provided by Xu Zhi, casting a glance at the artistic young man, who seemed languid. Are you leaving? Shall I call the police? It was clear he was protective. The lady apologized to Xu Zhi, not even bidding farewell to the young man. She slung her bag and turned to leave. The artistic young man shot a fierce glare at Chen Luzhou before hastily following her. Once Chen Luzhou saw his figure vanish at the far end of the street, he felt at ease to turn back. Just as he instinctively reached to withdraw his hand, Xu Zhi tugged at him sharply, holding his ring finger where she was applying nail polish. Don't move, it will be done shortly. Are you truly painting my nails? Chen Luzhou replied reluctantly, yet his hand remained still. The stall was illuminated by two folding lamps, the incandescent light highlighting the clean and well-defined bones of his fingers, his long joints and immaculate nails suggesting a recent trim. Such beautiful hands, it would be a pity not to decorate them. Xu Zhi thought with enthusiasm as she meticulously applied the polish, stating, of course, this was not your own request. Chen Luzhou squinted, leaning closer to inspect her eyes under the lamp, and remarked, why do I sense a hint of ingratitude in your demeanor? Not all. Xu Zhi smiled. Recognizing that the young master's temper required some coaxing, she sweetly pleaded, just one design? Only one. I haven't had a single customer today. Chen Luzhou leaned back in his chair, observing her for a while before asking, rather bewilderedly, is it easy to wash off? Absolutely easy to remove. Let her paint just one. The speaker is a cheerful older sister selling stockings and panties, watching the two with a broad smile. Then let's draw on the ring finger. Chen Luzhou suggested. Xu Zhi nodded. Shall I draw you a ring? That works. Is black okay? MHM. At that moment, a voice interjected eagerly. Chen Luzhou, did you bring your phone? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Luzhou turned to see Kai Yingying, who had set up a phone screen protector booth nearby. Just as he was about to decline, saying he never uses screen protectors, Xu Zhi urged, letting Ying put a protector on for you. Chen Luzhou leaned back in his chair, sighed, and pulled out his phone, tossing it to Kai Yingying. Just do whatever you want, he said, then turned back to Xu Zhi, teasingly remarking, you really know how to make the most of things, don't you? You want tea wrap up today until you've drained me dry, right? Should I call Zhu Yangqi and the others to come support you? Xu Zhi, never lifting her gaze, continued searching for ring designs on her phone. You still owe me for dragging me to the Guanyin temple, she replied nonchalantly. Oh, then why not settle the score with me? He shot back, with a cheeky grin that betrayed a sense of bravado. Busy? Busy with what? I don't believe you're too occupied to send a WeChat message, he scoffed. You treat me as your chat companion, don't you? Only think of me when you have a problem? Hey, I'm paying you, remember? It's your choice not to accept, Xu Zhi retorted, unperturbed, as she focused on selecting the shape of a ring from a small box of collected ornaments, still casually asking, do you want a diamond ring or just a regular one? Whatever, he replied curtly. Then let's go with a regular one. Diamond rings require real diamonds. Chen Luzhou bristled at that. What? Can't I afford it? Xu Zhi paused, finally looking up at him, slightly bewildered. No, I just thought you wouldn't like something so shiny. Just a diamond ring, then. He seemed intent on challenging her. All right, Xu Zhi smiled lightly, shaking the nail polish in her hand. Put your hand here. Cold as ice. Xu Zhi, what are you doing? As Chen Luzhou extended his hand, He was taken aback by the chill and instinctively tried to withdraw it. "Stay still," Xu Zhi said, focusing intently as she disinfected his hand with alcohol. Chen Luzhou leaned back, one hand grasped by her, observing her with a faint gaze. "Why are your hands so cold?" Xu Zhi, her eyes fixed on his ring finger, quietly replied, "Amichum," while her palm was clammy from sweat, now replaced by the coolness of the alcohol. As Chen Luzhou watched her concentration, he felt that Xu Zhi resembled those abstract painters, lost in the ecstasy of their ancient oil paintings, exquisitely structured, yet shrouded in mystery. Her hair, soft and fine, fell over her forehead, occasionally brushing against the back of his hand as she painted his nails, like a feather softly swaying, tenderly teasing him, as if by design. "Are you doing this on purpose?" As Chen Luzhou contemplated this, Xu Zhi, seemingly finding him a hindrance, silently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Chen Luzhou mused that there were hardly any people on this street. After all, what was so special about a manicure? He remained quite composed. Yet he overlooked a vital detail. This night market street had just opened, and local television stations had been conducting interviews and public opinion surveys here. Ms. Lian Hui, a producer, had been working overtime on this project recently. Thus, when he overheard the kind-hearted vendor selling stockings advising Xu Zhi and Kai Yinging to be mindful of cleanliness and trash because the television crew had arrived, lest they be filmed and subsequently face eviction by the city management, Chen Luzhou remained oblivious to the impending trouble. It was not until he heard the familiar sound of high heels approaching from behind, accompanied by the driver Lu's voice saying, "Ms. Lian, I'll park the car and call you when I'm ready to pick you up," that he began to sense the gravity of the situation. Originally, this street was intended to be a leisurely cultural promenade, but the government had ultimately approved it as a night market, appealing primarily to the youth of Qingyi, who perhaps favored the fast-paced consumerism of such a venue. Recently, Lian Hui's television station had been airing a special segment focusing on the lifestyles of local young people in Qingyi. However, the earlier episodes had not garnered much success, prompting her to come over after an early meeting to conduct a public opinion survey in hopes of sparking some inspiration. It was only when Lian Hui alighted from the vehicle that she recognized Chen Luzhou. At the same moment, he, having subconsciously turned at the sound, also noticed her. She stood out conspicuously among the stalls of the night market, her tall stature drawing attention. The expression on his face was one of astonishment. Yet when Lian Hui discerned what he was doing, her shock was even greater. She found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Meanwhile, two junior reporters remained blissfully unaware of the awkwardness of the situation, failing to recognize that this was Lian Hui's proud, academically gifted eldest son, who she often mentioned. They only recalled her fervent admonishment in the car about the inappropriateness of certain news reports. A first-year female student undergoes cosmetic surgery for her boyfriend, only to be scammed and later rejected by him. Who authored such nonsense? As if I hadn't read the original draft? A person undergoes surgery to compete. And what does that have to do with her boyfriend? You ought to revise it to capture the essence. What a sensationalist approach. As Lian Hui casually glanced out the car window, she had not clearly seen who it was. A quick-witted graduate of UC's journalism school, she remarked, "Look, a stoic male deity getting a manicure for love. Such a relationship between the vendor and him is bound to yield higher viewership. It's high time we move past the notion that girls do everything for boys. Let us consider that boys might go to such lengths to please girls." There's our headline for today. Thus, when Chen Luzhou felt himself encircled by microphones and the flashing lights bore down upon him with an urgency that felt almost tangible, he realized he was unlikely to escape easily. Demonstrating his own cleverness, he boldly called out to the stiff and upright Lian Hui behind him, addressing her as Mom. With a crisp sound, all the flashes extinguished in an instant, and the microphone was lowered. The crowd turned to look, and even Lian Hui's lips twitched slightly. "Let's disperse," she said, her usually gentle voice faltering. Crossing her arms and rubbing her forehead, she expressed the weight of her academic pressures. "I just heard that a dog at the intersection has bitten someone. Please go and inquire about the situation and see how serious it is." Once everyone had left, Lian Hui stepped towards Chen Luzhou, tightening her cloak around her. The sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed distinctly as she carefully avoided the shimmering puddles, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, reminiscent of an ice flower or a sand goose. In essence, she, in her impeccably polished Hermes handbag, appeared to be a striking contrast to the street. Xu Zhi was reminded of Lin Xiujie, yet Lin Xiujie lacked such grace. She often donned a hard hat while eating dust at construction sites, her attire perpetually smeared with grime. She was rather unrefined, with her only delicate trait revealed when she mended clothes. In her childhood, Xu Zhi was quite mischievous, frequently tearing her garments, most often repaired by her father. While Lin Xiujie occasionally attempted to sew, though her clumsiness resulted in a laborious process, each stitch requiring a deep breath. Lian Hui was oblivious to the gaze fixated upon her as she approached Chen Luzhou, adjusting his collar. "Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? Are you feeling better from your cold?" Lian Hui, who rarely wore short sleeves throughout the year due to her sensitivity to cold, always worried that Chen Luzhou and the others might be chilly. She felt that the boys were dressed somewhat too lightly, and instead of reprimanding him for the potential trouble he could encounter from other parents, her immediate concern was his comfort. "Not cold at all," Chen Luzhou replied. Lian Hui took his hand to examine it. Indeed, men's manicures were becoming increasingly common. There was a boy in their department who was genuinely enthusiastic about it, adorning his nails with an array of peculiar colors. Although she did not favor it, Lian Hui understood Chen Luzhou's straightforward nature and presumed he was merely playfully teasing someone. So she chose not to dwell on it and redirected her attention to Xu Zhi. However, she was aware that Chen Luzhou had promised her he would not date anyone in the country and would refrain from reckless behavior. Noticing for the first time a hint of vulnerability in her usually indifferent son, Lian Hui decided not to press him too hard, casually stating, "Come home tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. Make sure to wash your hands. Don't let your father see." Kai Yingying suddenly understood why Xu Zhi had been so insistent in the beginning. Lian Hui's voice was strikingly similar to Aunt Lin's, despite her apparent gentleness and soft-spoken nature. She emanated an overwhelming, suffocating presence that left one feeling utterly helpless. Even long after the lady had departed, Kai Yingying felt as though the air remained thick with that stifling sensation, as if it had solidified like glue, impossible to stir. She suddenly comprehended why Zhu often referred to Chen Luzhou as a mama's boy, devoid of any resistance. Were she in his place, she too would not dare to oppose. Ensnared by the sugary allure of love's manipulations, an enticement too potent to reject. Their initial encounter was marked by her scant attire, questioning if it was cold for her beloved son, only to swiftly admonish him to wash his hands, revealing a profound lack of respect for Chen Luzhou. Ultimately, it was merely due to his status as an adopted child. Chen Luzhou must have departed in a rather somber mood, even forgetting to take his phone with him. On their journey home, Kai Yingying lamented to Xu Zhi, who remained silent, prompting Kai to sigh heavily, gazing at the full moon overhead. Tomorrow the results will be released. I feel so anxious. I fear old Kai might have a heart attack right then and there. Despite his inadequacies as a father, I prefer him over Chen Luzhou's mother, who clearly aims to exploit gratitude. At least old Kai is easygoing and comfortable. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon the ground. The wind caressed her ears gently, and the leaves in the alley rustled softly. The stone path retained its signature scent of the Jiangnan rain-soaked city, while a cat meowed softly for scraps and a dilapidated tricycle languished in disrepair. Xu Zhi, perplexed, found the more she beheld these familiar sights, the more alien her emotions felt. Yingying. Xu Zhi suddenly halted her steps. Kai Yingying followed suit, bewildered, asking, "What is it?" "Please hand me Chen Luzhou's phone," she requested. The alley's small cats continued to call out, and the streetlights bathed the stone path in a soft glow, resembling a fluffy white blanket guiding her onward. "Are you going to find him?" Kai Yingying asked as she passed the freshly covered phone. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, shaking the air with a resonating clap of thunder. People in the alley hastily shut their windows, even the birds scattered to their nests, and the cats scurried back into their hiding places in fright. Kai Yingying glanced up at the sky, concerned for her niece. "A torrential rain is imminent, Xu Zhi." You shouldn't venture out. I'll take my time. You should head home first, Xu Zhi replied. But remember to return home. Do not stay over at his place. If old Su finds out, he would surely take action. Kaiying, she called out, laughing more cunningly than anyone else, as she jumped along the stone path, exclaiming, Xu Zhi, do you understand what it means to like someone? It is like this. Even on a rainy day, which you despise, you still resolutely deliver his phone. Kaiying, be quiet. Xu Zhi retorted. No, I want tea. I simply won tea. Kaiying continued to bounce around, her triumphant laughter echoing through the alley, until it abruptly halted with a sigh. Uncle Su Guangji, holding a birdcage, inquired with a stoic expression, Who are you delivering the phone to? Kaiying, quick on her feet, replied, A customer who loves manicures. She left her phone at our salon today. A woman? Su Guangji questioned. Could a man be getting a manicure? Uncle Su, you're quite amusing, she chuckled awkwardly. The moon hung golden and warm at the edge of the sky, and the air was rich with the scent of rain, filled with laughter and joyous chatter. After the well-fed and well-watered crowd dispersed like birds and beasts, their hurried footsteps suggested an endless series of appointments. Chen Luzhou, alone and without any further engagements, squatted at the convenience store entrance, observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians, bidding farewell to one another, and rushing with fervor towards tomorrow. With a crisp and forceful sound, he crushed beer cans one by one, while a nearby dog barked furiously at him, drawing the attention of passers-by. Aware of the ruckus he was causing, even the dog grew impatient and scolded him. Surrendering with a sheepish smile, he lazily raised his hand in concession, muttering, all right, I was wrong. He then obediently stood up, disposing of the remaining beer cans into the trash, which finally silenced the barking. The street returned to a momentary tranquility, the moonlight casting its serene glow, heralding the approach of summer, with cicadas chirping ever louder and clearer. Chen Luzhou was not particularly hungry, having nibbled on half a hamburger which he tossed to the little yellow dog beside him. In truth, he had not dined, as he had gone to the night market with Zhu Yanqi after finishing a basketball game, intending to treat her to a late-night snack and perhaps catch a movie. He had reserved a private booth at Bohui, one of the many enterprises owned by Old Chen. However, these matters were of no concern to him, as Old Chen had indicated that these assets were intended for Chen Xingqi, and he had never contemplated seizing them. Knowing that Kaiying was present, he thought he might need to ask Zhu Yanqi for a favor. Yet, to obtain her assistance, he not only had to rely on her generosity for the basketball game, but also owed her a meal at Shangfang Hot Pot. Speaking of Zhu Yanqi, he had forgotten to inform her that he no longer required her help. Chen Luzhou instinctively reached for his phone, only to realize belatedly that it was still with Kaiying, who was applying a screen protector. He had been so engrossed in his mother-esque conversation that he had forgotten to retrieve his phone, which contained the convenience store membership card he needed for purchasing alcohol. Now, he hesitated, contemplating whether to use a public phone to call her. A quick check of his pockets revealed he had no cash. Normally, he would have borrowed a phone from a store clerk, but today he simply did not feel like conversing with a stranger. In fact, he occasionally experienced social anxiety, especially around unfamiliar faces. He did not appear as sunny and cheerful as he seemed on the surface. Particularly during this period, he felt as if he were falling short in some way, which was why Old Chen and Lian Hui wished to send him abroad. Just as Kaiying inserted her key into the door lock, her phone rang. What? You want to invite me? Zhu Yanqi, are you out of your mind? Do you know what time it is? Why are you inviting me? I'm not going. Zhu Yanqi persisted on the other end. Shangfang Hot Pot, are you coming or not? It's an average of 1,000 per person. Kaiying cautiously withdrew the key, tiptoeing back into the elevator. Zhu Yanqi, have you struck it rich? Is it just the two of us? Who else is coming? Is Chen Luzhou there? If he isn't, then Xu Zhi must not be either. Can I take some to go? I heard the duck blood. There is delicious. It was at this moment that Zhu Yanqi detected something amiss. Chen Luzhou isn't with you? He just arrived, but later his mother came, and Chen Luzhou went back with her. Then, Kaiying heard Zhu clearing his throat and saying, Hey, Kaiying, how about I treat you to KFC? They recently launched a new meal set that comes with 2 Iron Man figurines. You must not have tried it yet. Zhu, you are insane. Are you messing with me at this hour? All right, come out. I'll take you to Shangfang. Kai Bin-hong was sitting on the sofa, conversing with Su Guangji over the phone. He cast a suspicious glance toward the door. He had distinctly heard the sound of the door opening and Kai Yingying's voice. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone come in, he walked over to open the door, only to find no one there. How strange, he said to Su Guangji on the other end of the line. I clearly heard Kai Yingying's voice just now. Yingying? Su Guangji had previously owned a bird, which recently showed signs of passing away. No matter how he tried to cheer it up, it remained disheartened. He had just gone downstairs to take the bird for a stroll, feeling equally uninspired. I just saw her downstairs. She must have returned, he added. She probably ran out again. Kai Bin-hong dismissed the thought. Kai Yingying often behaved like a wild child, rarely at home. He continued discussing work matters with Su Guangji. I haven't quite figured this out yet. It's merely a lateral transfer, originally not expected to happen so soon. There's been quite the scandal over academic fraud at Tangshan Hospital recently, and they want me to go there for a couple of days. Tangshan? In Province N? Doesn't that mean an external transfer? Su Guangji remarked. I can't advise you on that. It's something you need to ponder yourself. Tangshan Hospital is among the top specialty hospitals in the country, so going there would certainly benefit your career. Kai Bin-hong was awaiting the results of the college entrance examination. Should Yingying decide to repeat the year, he certainly couldn't leave. Our hearts have always been tied to our daughter. Once they left, should we consider finding companions? I believe they are at an age where they could accept it. Su Guangji occasionally glanced at the eerily quiet door, absent-mindedly saying, Indeed. We must think about whether they would accept us finding companions. Why don't they consider if their fathers can accept their relationships? Don't bring Kai Yingying into it. She is not in a relationship. If she's not in a relationship, why is she out at this hour? It's a matter of give and take. Don't be too lenient. Kai Bin-hong had not given much thought to the small jacket that Kai Yingying wore. But little did he know that while it was drafty for him, it was not for others. Meanwhile, Chen Luzhou had been seated at an outdoor table near the convenience store for nearly an hour and a half, when an unexpected downpour began. He had no umbrella and chose not to rush away. He watched the rain patter against the windows, the pavement, and car rooftops. The conversation with his mother in the car still echoing in his ears. Tomorrow is the day for results. We know you may feel reluctant, but the benefits are significant. I've discussed it with your father. You like photography, right? Their imaging department is quite good. Chen Luzhou, reclining against the car's seat, found it amusing. He smirked, Mom. You are a producer at a well-known television station. Even if you don't pay attention to it usually, could you please understand a bit more when helping me choose a major? Photography and X-rays are not the same thing. Imaging studies pertain to the realm of medicine. Do they not? Indeed, it appears that Lee University does not offer a dedicated photography major. If you truly aspire to study photography, perhaps you could persuade your father to explore options abroad for you? At that moment, a rear-end collision occurred on the road. The scene of the accident was utterly harrowing. It was a rainy day, with muddy water mingling with blood. The ground was strewn with a shocking shade of crimson. The bereaved families were wailing heart-wrenchingly, lying in the middle of the road in a state of hysteria, while the police were managing the situation. Their vehicles were stuck in traffic, having not moved for quite some time. The drivers were desperately honking their horns, urging one another, as the traffic officers directed the chaos with composure. In the face of life and death, it was hardly unusual for anyone to remain unfazed. Chen Luzhou gazed vacantly out the window, acutely aware of the slim chance of hope, yet naively inquired, Must I depart? Lien Hui responded to him with a gentle yet firm tone, indicating that this question need not be posed again, especially in front of his father. What if I choose not to attend university, and instead enroll in a third-rate institution domestically? Chen Luzhou suggested. I could pursue the most obscure of majors. How about becoming a male nurse? If that seems too common, I could delve into veterinary medicine, the funeral industry, or even religious studies. Luzhou, your father and I wish to send you abroad, not merely due to inheritance matters. Lien Hui remarked, casting him a meaningful glance. I do not believe that studying abroad would be detrimental to you. Which leader's child in our department has not ventured overseas? Some have even applied for international studies during their senior year in high school, turning down guaranteed placements at a university. This discussion ends here. Even if your father were to consent to your staying, I would not agree. Is this related to what transpired that afternoon? He asked candidly, seeking clarity in the face of uncertainty. So you have always presumed my desire to send you abroad stems from that incident? Should you suspect any impropriety between me and Director Yang, feel free to discuss it with your father. I have sound reasoning and can elucidate my position without affecting your decision. Furthermore, sending you abroad is an opportunity for enhancement, not exile. Do not misconstrue it. Upon your return, you will continue to contribute to this family, just as you once remarked that we perceive you as a mere watchdog. Very well, then return and resume your role as an unpaid guardian. When a gentlewoman speaks harshly, her words cut deepest. Chen Luzhou later reflected on her remarks with a sense of inadequacy. His temperament mirrored Lian Hui's, both fierce and incisive. His steps felt heavy. Although he had consumed little alcohol and was certain he was not intoxicated, as he pushed open the hallway door, perhaps the effects of the alcohol, combined with his youthful exuberance, led him to forget that others might be present. He walked slowly, deliberately treading the center line, primarily due to boredom, reluctant to enter the cold, empty rental room. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the silence. Did you lock the door? Chen Luzhou, startled, turned to see Xu Zhi's fair and unassuming face. Instinctively, he glanced outside the hallway, momentarily taken aback. Xu Zhi stepped out from the shadows, standing a few steps higher, seemingly having waited for some time, though now exhibiting signs of impatience. She seemed about to inquire where he had been, but upon catching a whiff of the alcohol on him, everything became clear. Have you been drinking? Ah. Chen Luzhou lowered his head to bypass her and quietly proceeded to open the door. He did not close the door, changed into his slippers, and casually tossed a pair of clean slippers by the entrance. Without waiting for her to step inside, he silently retreated to the bedroom to change his clothes. Xu Zhi, having slipped into the slippers, did not venture further but stood still at the foyer, awaiting his emergence from the bedroom to gauge how he would address her. Her phone vibrated incessantly in her pocket, a persistent reminder from Chen Luzhou, rendering her legs nearly numb. His overwhelming schedule was palpable. The frequency of that vibration alone had triggered her social anxiety. At this moment, the battery was likely down to a mere 1%. She had just checked, and it had been at 10% before. When Chen Luzhou reappeared after changing, he seemed to possess an inexplicable quirk, emerging in a hoodie and long pants, as if fearful of her taking advantage of him, revealing not a sliver of skin except for his prominent Adam's apple, which appeared even more pronounced under this attire. He had already seated himself on the sofa, turning to glimpse her still standing at the entrance, and jestingly remarked, "Are you standing there to be my gatekeeper? Did I hire you for this?" Only then did Xu Zhi step inside, handing him her phone, explaining that Ying had managed to stop him before he left. He accepted the phone while seated, responding with a nonchalant HM, likely deducing the reason for her visit, only to find the battery dead upon checking. "Take a seat," he instructed, rising to fetch a charger from the room. Xu Zhi heard the sounds of drawers being opened and closed within, and shortly after, he emerged draped in a black blanket, an aura of fatigue enveloping him. He lowered his head to connect his phone to a power bank, shuffling in his slippers as he walked out. It was upon seeing the power bank that Xu Zhi recalled she still owed him one. "Are you feeling under the weather? Is there a thermometer at home?" Chen Luzhou settled back onto the sofa, leaning against its backrest, while charging his phone and responding to a few pressing messages. The first was from Guyen, who had messaged him 5 minutes earlier, inviting him to dinner. He scrolled past, locating Zhu Yanqi's WeChat, and with one hand gripping his hair, he swiftly typed a few words and dispatched the message, subsequently tossing his phone onto the table and reclining lazily against the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. He did not reply, his tone somewhat aloof. "Do you have something else to discuss? If you wish to meet my mother, I haven't yet figured out how to broach that with her. You should have encountered her today. She is not easily swayed." The television in the living room was broadcasting the weather forecast, predicting continued rain in certain areas tomorrow. She fixated on the screen, listening to the familiar tones of the presenter, and sighed, stating, "Oh, it's nothing. I didn't come to see your mother. I actually intended to share a joke with you." Chen Luzhou harbored a substantial psychological aversion to her jokes, akin to a 5-room apartment in expanse. "Can I choose not to listen?" It just happened moments ago. Are you truly not going to listen? Go ahead, he conceded, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Earlier, someone kept calling your phone. I shared a ride with an aunt, and we were seated in the back of the taxi. It became quite awkward, as your phone kept vibrating. The aunt assumed it was her phone, and each time it buzzed, she would check, only to find no one was trying to reach her, which resulted in her scolding me repeatedly. Xu Zhi sat upright, while Chen Luzhou leaned back, positioned perfectly to glimpse the soft, rosy hue of her ears. With a relaxed gaze, he teased her. What do they say to make your ears turn so red? General Zhi, unaware of her own blushing. Xu Zhi assumed Chen Luzhou was merely jesting and echoed his words. They told me not to bring a massager when I go out. Oh, I was so embarrassed. I had to clarify that it wasn't a massager but my friend's phone, and then it just stopped. Chen Luzhou nearly choked. Xu Zhi, are you making a suggestive remark? No, I'm merely requesting compensation for emotional distress, Xu Zhi replied candidly. Chen Luzhou, ever so amiable and generous, inquired, all right then. How much do you want? How much do you have? She countered. I have 5 million. Do you want it? He responded good-naturedly. Xu Zhi, ever practical, declared, if it's legal, I shall accept. With a chuckle, Chen Luzhou locked his phone and absent-mindedly twirled it in his hand, jesting. A sum of that magnitude makes legality quite challenging, unless we were to marry. That's out of the question, Xu Zhi swiftly retorted. You're the one who should feel privileged. It's my 5 million, not yours. Besides, who will want to marry you? Dream on. Oh, I meant to say I'm not of legal age yet, and neither are you. Even if we reach that point, I wouldn't team marry. The state advocates for late marriage and childbearing, promoting quality over quantity. It's essential to earn well. Without money, how could you raise a child? Xu Zhi contemplated Chen Luzhou's perspective on late marriage and childbearing. The conversation abruptly halted, coinciding with the cessation of the torrential rain outside, where the droplets shimmered under the streetlights. Approximately 5 minutes later, the television had transitioned to the midnight news, reporting on the impending release of examination results. Xu Zhi covertly glanced at Chen Luzhou. I want to ask you something. Go ahead, he replied, his eyes heavy with fatigue, barely glancing at the screen. About Ying, Xu Zhi thought, I apologize, I must try this first. Recently, she had developed feelings for a boy. Chen Luzhou finally opened his eyes, sighed, and turned to look at her with a neutral expression. I thought so. Why have you suddenly come to me for advice? Who does Kai Ying like? Zhuyanqi? I can't say. Chen Luzhou tilted his head back against the couch, supporting his neck, then lazily closed his eyes again. All right, are you interested in pursuing him, or what? Xu Zhi elaborated. It's not so much about pursuing. I just want to remain friends with him. I'm afraid that if I say something, we won't be able to stay friends. I think he is rather fickle. One moment he is incredibly kind, the next he goes days without contact, being hot and cold. He seems to have female friend around him too. Chen Luzhou remarked. Isn't that classic Sea King behavior? Xu Zhi agreed. Exactly. I find him quite untrustworthy. Chen Luzhou nodded, casually picking up the remote control and unconsciously suggested, tell Kai Ying to just have fun with it. Don't take it too seriously. Xu Zhi let out a sound, inquiring if his mood had improved. Chen Luzhou replied, why? What can you do if it hasn't? Xu Zhi pondered for a moment, glanced at the sky, and extended a sincere invitation. How about I take you for a motorcycle ride? It's exhilarating. No. Why do you drive without a license every day? Chen Luzhou politely declined, wrapping himself tightly in a black blanket. Unable to endure any longer, he added, if you don't want to leave, just watch a movie for a while. It has some decent twists. I'm feeling a bit feverish and want to accompany you. I'll lie down for a bit. If you decide to leave, just come and call me. I'll take you back. He mentioned that there was alcohol in the fridge and advised her to help herself if she desired a drink. After saying this, he broke a cold medicine off the table and was about to swallow it when he suddenly remembered he had been drinking earlier. He immediately spit it out without thinking and rushed to grab a nearby cup of water to rinse his mouth. Once he finished, he realized that the water on the table was Xu Zhi's. He hadn't poured any for himself. He had just poured a cup, and the rim bore Xu Zhi's lipstick mark. Xu Zhi did not forget to remind him, that's mine. Chen Luzhou, with water still in his mouth, maintained a calm demeanor and mumbled incoherently, Guh, Guh, Guh. Yes, I know. He spat out the water and clearly repeated himself. Xu Zhi raised an eyebrow. The blanket fell directly to the floor, and Chen Luzhou, too lazy to pick it up, felt his brain turning to mush. After a reluctant swallow, he explained, "What I meant was, I only realized after drinking that I'm the one at a disadvantage now. So you needn't wear that expression. Am I supposed to be happy?" He added, finally retrieving the blanket from the floor and regaining his composure. "By the way, does our 5,000 still count? I've technically kissed you, albeit indirectly. So let us make it 2005. Just send it to me on WeChat." Xu Zhi quickly grabbed the cup and took a sip, thinking anyone can make a scene. "Is that enough? Should I pour myself another cup? And you can return me 2005? As rain poured heavily outside, intermittently tapping against the window, Chen Luzhou awakened at 4 in the morning. The rain had ceased. Xu Zhi and T called him and had already left. The living room was dark, but she had left a small lamp on for him, perhaps fearing he might stumble in the dark. The hallway was illuminated by a small night light, and she had tightly closed the windows, leaving a note on the table. "I made porridge in the kitchen. Remember to have some when you wake up. I added sugar. When I had a cold, my mother would always make this for me. P.S. Here is a quote for you. There is no true despair in the world, only prisoners trapped by their thoughts." Xu Zhi. Chen Luzhou held the note and suddenly recalled their first evening together at a late-night food stall, where he reserved a seat for someone and amused a child. Xu Zhi had taken out her phone, stating she would record the incident, ready to report any unreasonable parents to the police. She hadn't even asked him why he acted that way. She simply chose to trust him. Zhu had once asked him why Xu Zhi. He had since reflected on countless enchanting nights, yet none were as strikingly straightforward as that first one. The essence of sentimentality lies in the notion that after years of solitary struggle, Xu Zhi is the first person to unconditionally choose to stand by his side. It is often said that she knows nothing yet understands everything. Chen Luzhou picked up the bottle of nail polish remover, glancing down at it. Indeed, she proved to be more reliable than anyone else around him. Being her friend felt remarkably fortuitous, as he inexplicably sensed he possessed an unspoken source of strength, rather than perpetually being the one to clean up after others. There exists no genuine despair in this world, only prisoners confined by their thoughts. This phrase strikes a familiar chord, doesn't it? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Luzhou concluded, "Wait, isn't this what I once penned in an essay? At Yizhong, there exists a compilation of exemplary essays, showcasing the best works over the years, which essentially serves as Chen Luzhou's personal anthology, given that he is indeed Chen the poet. It is not surprising, as people frequently misquote his poignant phrases, inadvertently seeking him out. He merely had not anticipated that his essays would wield such profound influence, even reaching the halls of Rui Jun High School. Initially, he thought it was merely a phenomenon confined to the eccentricities of Yizhong. Alas, it seems the dream of being Chen the poet must not be relinquished. While savoring the sweet porridge Xu Zhi had prepared, he pondered this, feeling a bit more cheerful. Thus, in the late hours, he captured a photograph and shared it on social media. The following afternoon, Xu Zhi stumbled upon his post, where he had consumed an entire pot of porridge, even appending it to capture the remnants. The caption was succinct, consisting solely of 2 words: "Thanks." Xu Zhi anticipated numerous likes on this post, but due to their limited mutual acquaintances, she could only see a few scattered responses. A lengthy thread of replies ensued between him and Zhu Yangqi. Zhu Yangqi mused, "Is this the disparity of life? Last night, I dined at a high-end hot pot restaurant with a per capita cost of 1,000, while you, unfortunate soul, are relegated to drinking porridge at home." Chen Luzhou retorted, "Only country dogs eat at such places." Zhu Yangqi replied, "Indeed, your romanticism knows no bounds. Even your excretions must be accompanied by swings." Chen Luzhou responded. Kai Ying also commented. Zhu Yangqi replied with ellipses, to which Xu Zhi followed suit with her own ellipses. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Luzhou, having likely seen her response, sent her a private message. "What are you up to?" Xu Zhi, idly leaning against the door, observed the maintenance worker fixing the electric meter in the dim corridor. With a small flashlight clenched between her teeth to illuminate the work, she texted back an exasperated meme. The reply came swiftly. Xu Zhi explained, "Aren't the scores being released tonight? My father, fearing a surge of users would slow the internet, purchased a new router to fix the network. However, now the entire circuit has tripped, so we must wait for the repairman to restore the electricity. Chen Luzhou inquired. Will there be enough time? Xu Zhi responded, it should be fine. What about you? What are you doing? He replied, I just returned home and plan to visit a bookstore soon to help Chen Xingqi find some books. Later, a few friends are coming over, either to play basketball or indulge in some gaming. Xu Zhi remarked, your life is quite orderly. CR, is your life not quite pleasant? Xu Zhi, not that. You know my cousin, right? CR, yes. Has the camera been dealt with? Xu Zhi, your friend is quite remarkable. As soon as he received it, he remarked that the shutter seemed nearly worn out. He then disassembled the device, discovered a barcode, took a photo of it, and, after a brief conversation on WeChat, the other party agreed to a refund. However, they mentioned that my brother had used a credit card, which involved some handling fees, making it rather troublesome. It took a long time to retrieve the funds. CR, his father was among the first to act as a camera agent for Qingyi, and now he is the largest dealer nationwide with branches everywhere. If only you hadn't been so awkward and had contacted me directly, this wouldn't have been so complicated. Xu Zhi, it wasn't awkward. Mainly, it was my brother's issue, and I didn't want to bother you. Who would have thought that the person introduced by Kai Yingying's cousin would turn out to be unreliable? CR, there is no one reliable around you. CR, except for yourself. Xu Zhi, with a flashlight clamped between her teeth, became increasingly engrossed in the conversation, lowering her head further. The repairman noticed her illuminating her phone with the flashlight, probably chatting with her boyfriend on WeChat, and playfully teased her. What's wrong, young lady? Is your phone not bright enough? Do you need a flashlight to use it? Oh, Xu Zhi finally realized, raising the flashlight to aim at the repairman. Her eyelids stubbornly drooping as she hastily peered at the screen through the narrow slits of her eyelids. Her hands were small, and with the largest model of a branded phone, using a 26-key layout, she couldn't reply with one hand. She particularly admired Chen Luzhou's fingers for their length. She had seen him reply to messages swiftly with just one hand, even though he also used the same keyboard layout. Unbeknownst to Chen Luzhou, Xu Zhi was in such a compromising position, almost secretly chatting with him while occasionally keeping an eye out for old Su checking in. After just a minute of no reply, another message came through. CR, are you upset? Xu Zhi hurriedly replied, no, I was just busy. CRO, I thought you were saying someone around you is unhappy. Xu Zhi, not at all. Why would I be upset? First, let me tell you about my cousin. He is a middle school student with a rather irregular routine, staying up late playing video games, completely reversing day and night, and even secretly smoking. During holidays, he barely sleeps at all, and yesterday he went to a bar, only to be caught red-handed by my uncle. CR, I'm quite curious now. What could possibly make you upset? Not at all concerned about her cousin, Xu Zhi could only respond. You could try to annoy me. CR, you truly have too much time on your hands. Xu Zhi was helping the repairman by stepping on the power strip, her hands and feet busy, leaving her no time to spare. The flashlight still clamped in her mouth, she unconsciously replied, if I weren't occupied, who would I be chatting with? Chen Luzhou probably began to get busy too, as he hadn't replied in quite a while. By the time he responded, the electricity in Xu Zhi's home had been fixed, but the internet was still down. Su Guangji was anxiously calling the telecom company, but due to the evening rush, no one could come for a while. Waiting made Su Guangji's anxiety flare up as he incessantly wiped his glasses with a cloth, going back and forth. Dad, the grades 1T run away. Checking them earlier or later makes no difference, she reassured him. As Su Guangji glanced at the time, it was already past 7. The examination results would be available at 8. Although the sky outside was still bright, there was no response from the telecommunications service. Why not call them again to inquire about their closing time? He suggested, Dad, we can check the results through mobile data or by phone. If all else fails, I can ask someone else to help. Please stop pacing, Xu Zhi interjected. Just then, Chen Luzhou's message arrived on WeChat. Am I merely a tool to pass your time? Xu Zhi replied, I certainly won't cook porridge for a mere tool. Is that so? Then what was your intention last night? Perhaps you could compose a 3,000-word essay to dissect your innermost thoughts? I'm rather curious. Really, Xu Zhi, what were you thinking? Cooking porridge in a man's home at such a late hour? Su Tian Lu. He pressed on. Xu Zhi sighed at his persistence. Are men truly this sensitive? At that moment, Su Guangji's phone rang. It was the telecommunications service. He quickly answered, speaking with deference. Hello? Hello, please hurry over. My daughter is checking her college entrance exam results tonight. Yes, the fifth floor, we're the only household. I applied for a 100 megabit fiber optic service. Is that right? Thank you so much. Xu Zhi lowered her head, responding, Do you know how much a 100 megabit service costs? About 1,000 a year, I think. He replied vaguely. Indeed, old Su loves me the most. He applied for a 100 megabit service just so I could check my scores. In the past, he refused to upgrade the 10 megabit service even when grandma's online games lagged. Therefore, Chun, as a mere tool, I cannot write a 3,000-word essay on cooking porridge. But if one day I spend money on you, I shall certainly compose an 8,000-word dissertation to express my grievances. There's no need to rush. I hope so, he replied. The technician from the telecom service had arrived and was busy tinkering away. He asked Su Guangji if he remembered the original password for the broadband. Su Guangji couldn't recall. No matter how hard he tried, he could not remember any original or administrator password. Seeing him in such a flustered state, Xu Zhi sent a quick message to Chen Luzhou before stepping in to assist. No time to chat. I need to help my dad set up the broadband. All right, came a reply. Xu Zhi set her phone down. Perhaps it was the anticipation of unveiling the most awaited examination results of the summer. But the darkness of the evening lingered unusually late. At 7:30, the sky outside remained brightly lit. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the results, emotions coiling at their peak. As if perched atop a high pyramid, each person yearning for a favorable conclusion to their decade of diligent study. Chen Luzhou sat in a quiet reading CAF for a while, arranging for a delivery service to return the books he had purchased to Chen Xingqi. The CAF was rather tranquil today, with few patrons. Besides a few children, there were no adults in sight. Only Chen Luzhou, with a notebook and several sheets of stationery sprawled across the table, accompanied by a half-finished iced latte. The CAF offered a service for storing letters, allowing patrons to write down their thoughts on stationery, akin to a temporary memo to capture their current emotions, whether it be a long-hidden confession or an awkward apology. One could write in advance and share the password when the time was right to reveal their sentiments. The envelopes are placed within the time capsule, with the password changing with each use, akin to a temporary storage suitcase. Often, people tend to indulge in fanciful thoughts. When alone, their imaginations soar. Yet in moments of significance, their words fail them. It is reminiscent of the feeling that follows an argument, where one reflects on their inadequate expression. Thus, this literary haven advocates for contemporary youth to put pen to paper, allowing their immediate emotions to flow forth, as these sentiments are the most profound and powerful, and can be entrusted to them. Chen Luzhou, intrigued by the server's introduction, decided to rent a capsule. On the day of his departure abroad, the notifications for everyone to come and view were quite amusing. Dressed entirely in black, Chen Luzhou, tall and handsome, wore a black cap that obscured half of his face, giving him a sharp and defined appearance, exuding a cold demeanor. From a distance, the server observed him, perceiving him as a brooding, taciturn assassin, reminiscent of a character from a film, penning his last words before embarking on a perilous mission. Chen Luzhou sat there for quite some time, uncertain of what to write, surprised to find that even a poet like him could experience a moment of writer's block. After a prolonged pause, he sighed and took up his pen to compose his first letter, addressed to Zhu Yangqi, his childhood companion. Zhu Yangqi, I hope this letter finds you well. I write to you to convey that life is filled with contrasts. Look, we are both boys. You are an ordinary fellow while I am deemed handsome. Yet, it matters not, for I have swiftly come to understand the disparities of life. You, an ordinary fellow, have experienced love, whereas I, the handsome one, have yet to embark on such a journey. As young men in China, we ought to embody a certain spirit, an indomitable essence that cannot be extinguished by wind or rain. Even when our resources are depleted, as long as a flicker of hope remains within our hearts, we can always find a way to kindle our aspirations. For instance, as long as there is food in this world, even if you were to lie in a critical care unit for 3 days, you could rise at the mere thought of a warm meal. This tenacity must be preserved. Just as Chen Luzhou sealed the envelope, his phone rang. It was Xu Zhi. He slipped the letter into the time capsule and pulled out a slip of paper with the password as he answered the call. Have the results been released? Xu Zhi sighed. The internet is still down, and my father can't even remember our broadband account. His mindset is likely crumbling, and I dare not rush him. I can't access the mobile web, nor can I make calls. Where are you? Have you checked for yourself? By chance. Chen Luzhou noticed an internet CAF across from the bookstore. Without hesitation, he grabbed his coffee, pushed the door open, and walked out with swift yet measured steps. No. Send me your exam number. I will check for you. Is that all right? Of course it's all right, Xu Zhi replied, her tone suggesting she was quite adept at being resourceful, even feeling a twinge of guilt for the extent to which she would go to assist. Chen Luzhou smiled, feeling buoyed by the interaction. All right, I'll come over soon. Those who don't come are just little pups. As he navigated through the bustling street, he overheard two girls around the corner, their excitement palpable as they shrieked with anticipation. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. What is there to be nervous about? The results are for me. I feel a sense of anxiousness for our seniors at school. In our engineering department, the number of girls has always been limited, and now a wave of handsome young men is about to arrive. Go away. Xu Zhi also overheard this, and feeling somewhat diminished while seeking assistance, continued to flatter him, saying, Chen Luzhou, to speak earnestly, if you were studying domestically, any school you attended would likely send the girls into a frenzy. It's such a pity that you're going abroad. The girls overseas may not even appreciate your charm. He walked briskly, having already paid with his ID to start a machine, lazily leaning back in his chair, holding the phone, and chuckling nonchalantly. You worry too much. It's a universal appeal. Well, that remark was rather cheeky. He did manage to save a bit of face for himself. Have you arrived at the internet CAF? Xu Zhi's voice suddenly bore a hint of tension. Yes, he replied, leaning against the chair, holding the phone while inputting the net card password with one hand, sensing her nervousness and couldn't help but tease her. I never would have guessed you could be anxious too. Xu Zhi decided to abandon the phone call altogether, her throat tightening. To be honest, I was bolder as a child. I remember when our school held cultural performances, I was the one conducting the choir. A temporary teacher taught me a few things, and I went up to direct. I'm tone deaf and didn't care about looking foolish. I just waved my arms around, yet they all sang in harmony. Later, I learned that no one was actually watching me. They were all focused on the teacher behind me. Chen Luzhou sensed her genuine nervousness, as her chatter exceeded her usual demeanor. Did they really allow you to conduct? Xu Zhi replied, because I'm pretty, the teachers all enjoyed watching me. I can't claim much, but I excel at being a vase. She certainly didn't hold back from self-deprecation. All right then, we're evenly matched, Chen Luzhou remarked, typing in a web page to assist Xu Zhi in checking her examination admission number. Recite it to me. Xu Zhi recited it effortlessly. If it's below 680, don't tell me. I'll consider it a failure. Does that count as self-selection? He asked loosely. It does. I performed better in the self-selection exam than in the third mock. I scored 609 in the third mock. You can't use that score as a benchmark. To boost your confidence, the exam was deliberately made easier. Chen Luzhou entered the admission number and waited for the web page to load. Leaning back in his chair, he initially intended to offer some comforting words, advising her not to set her expectations too high. However, when the page finally appeared, he was genuinely taken aback. He knew Xu Zhi had performed well, but he hadn't anticipated such a high score, especially from Rui Jun High School. It would likely be posted in the city center as a point of pride. Impossible, Xu Zhi. The sound of cicadas was at its loudest and most spirited during those few minutes when the results were released, as if the entire city's cicadas had gathered to sing this rousing overture. For everyone understood that the college entrance examination is a gamble for one's future, a contest of timing, location, and harmony among people. Skill and luck intertwine, yet there remains a hope that someone can triumph in this game with absolute prowess. If one were to claim her score was merely luck, that would be a stretch. Xu Zhi, yes, waiting for a university's call. Chen Luzhou exited her interface and entered his examination number. For the first time, he was utterly sincere, setting aside his playful demeanor. Indeed, it was impressive, especially with his self-selected score of 738. A preemptive congratulation was in order for Xu, the architect. Xu Zhi responded in a melodious tone, "Thank you, Chen the poet." Every year, a university enrolls at least 60 to 70 students from S province. The scores, however, do not reveal much, particularly with the recent reforms in S province, which introduced an additional self-selected subject graded at 60, altering the total score structure to 810. Consequently, a university cutoff score remains elusive. Prior to 2009, achieving a score of 700 in S province would nearly guarantee an influx of calls from universities such as a B, C, and D, given the inherent difficulty of the provincial exam. However, post-2009, with the introduction of the 60-point self-selected module, nearly 1,000 students each year score above 700 in S province. Hence, merely considering the scores is futile. Provincial rankings must be examined. Xu Zhi ranked 38th in the province, comfortably within a university's admission range. Yet, in a sudden twist, Chen Luzhou's examination results appeared on the screen. Chen Luzhou, science stream, total score 713, self-selected subject, 0, provincial ranking, 362. Well, that placed him outside the top 300. Even with his 20-point competition bonus, he might just miss a university's admission threshold. He initially believed gaining admission to a university was a certainty, but after seeing Xu Zhi's ranking, he realized the fierce competition this year. He had perhaps overestimated himself. Well, this was acceptable. No regrets. "Are you checking your results?" Xu Zhi hesitantly inquired from the other end of the line. "Yeah," Chen Luzhou replied, lifting the phone as he exited the score-checking website, intending to help Xu Zhi explore the historical admission scores for university's architecture program. "Want to know? Do you want to say it?" Xu Zhi was intrigued yet hesitant, fearful of sharing disappointing news. But it didn't matter. After all, he was leaving for abroad. 713. He stated directly, omitting the fact that this was without any added scores. The college entrance examination was merely a phase in his journey. Whether he emerged as a king or a commoner in this stage would not define the person he would become. Thus, he believed that many things should be revisited in the future. Over-explaining would only evoke unnecessary pity, devoid of significance. So, you think you did well, considering you didn't include the self-selected score? Xu Zhi assumed, as Chen Luzhou casually browsed the university's admissions brochure. He playfully remarked down the phone, "It's decent. But for me, anything below 750 feels like a failure." Xu Zhi was taken aback. Was he even more audacious than herself? "Are all of you from the top school this brazen? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by Jiang Changwei?" Jiang Changwei was notorious in their city for being a formidable teacher at the prestigious First High School, feared by students due to his association with the examination paper preparation. Chen Luzhou chuckled, leisurely scrolling down the screen. "Do you all at Rui Jun even dare to utter Jiang's name? He never taught us anyway." It was primarily the thought of facing his examination papers during the municipal joint assessment that filled us with dread. Xu Zhi lamented, certain that the difficulty would soar to 8. 5, rendering the scores impossible to bear. "By the way, did he ever teach you?" "Indeed. He taught both my first and second years in high school. He also led the mathematics competitions." "So, he is indeed one of the people responsible for drafting the college entrance examination papers?" Chen Luzhou pondered for a moment, satisfying her curiosity. That's the rumor circulating in the school. For the past 2 years, every May, classes have been taken over by other teachers. The school claims he has been sent away for research and study, but everyone speculates he is actually preparing the entrance exam papers. Is he unaware that he is drafting the papers? Even if he did know, he wouldn't divulge it to us. However, it is said that he is unaware. Typically, they notify you that you are going away for educational purposes, and only upon arrival do you learn that you are to draft the papers. All communication devices are confiscated, and you won't regain access until after the examination concludes. Thus, for over a month, no one can reach him. It's presumed he is engaged in that task. Regardless, if you ask him directly, he insists it is not his doing. Perhaps he fears repercussions, Xu Zhi chuckled, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds before calling out to him. Chen Luzhou. Chen Luzhou acknowledged her with a sound, initially intending to assist her in exploring the architecture programs at other schools. Hearing her tone, he sensed she had a request, causing his movements to slow unconsciously. What is it? After a brief silence, she asked, could you help me look up another person's score? Chen Luzhou's hand momentarily halted on the mouse. He had a strong suspicion of whom she referred to. Do you remember his ID number and examination registration number? I do. I once helped him purchase a train ticket, so I have it saved on my phone. I'm not entirely sure about the registration number, but I can give it a try, Xu Zhi supplemented. He has genuinely assisted me greatly with my scores. I just wish to understand what went awry. There's no need for an explanation, he interjected, his tone slightly cooler than before as he expressionlessly closed the admissions brochure for university and reopened the score-checking portal for her. Please provide me with a number. Xu Zhi fell silent instead. Xu Zhi, Chen Luzhou, growing impatient, continued, forget it. It feels somewhat unethical to check someone else's scores without permission. Xu Zhi had a low threshold for such matters, yet she did not want to burden Chen Luzhou with this. I'll just ask him myself later. Suit yourself. Chen Luzhou shut down the computer and prepared to leave. All right, I'll hang up for now. I need to inform my father about the scores, Xu Zhi stated. The internet CAF was bustling. Next to Chen Luzhou, a fellow patron checked his scores, 698. He closed the page with an expression of indifference, donned his headphones, and resumed playing games with friends, seemingly unfazed. When someone inquired why he had stood still, he casually replied, checking scores. The world of high achievers is so varied. One can only imagine the disparity for those who struggle academically. This year, I had hoped to make a push for the Central Academy of Fine Arts. But after checking the scores, I realized all hope was lost. What a pity! I ranked 81st in the province for my major. After the scores were released, Zhu Yang and his friends settled into Chen Luzhou's rented room for their final year of high school. The living room was in disarray, littered with leftover barbecue skewers and empty beer cans strewn about haphazardly. Zhu raised his head, his obsessive cleanliness taking hold. He bent over like an elderly maid, tidying up while muttering, Chen Luzhou, you ought to send me some money. Hiring a part-time worker now costs 50 or 60 an hour. Chen Luzhou, feeling justified in his poverty, sat on the carpet with a game controller in hand, lazily leaning against the coffee table as he played Super Mario with Feng Jin. With a carefree demeanor, he revealed that his bank account held a mere 500. If worst came to worst, he could rely on his good looks to get by. Zhu remarked, oh, didn't you once say you'd never sell your beauty, even if it meant death? Thus, you shall never receive a dime from me. At this rate, you'll eventually save enough to buy a grand villa. Jiang Cheng lounged in an armchair, his girlfriend perched on his lap, the atmosphere thick with their affection, as if the air itself had been thickened like glutinous rice cake. Though he found it hard to bear, there was little he could do. After all, they were a couple. Once Zhu finished tidying up, the living room appeared significantly more spacious, and the windows gleamed with clarity. Perhaps finding Jiang Cheng's display too glaring, she propped a pillow between them, elegantly leaning on Chen Luzhou's shoulder as she watched him best Feng Jin. She chattered incessantly. Show some mercy, will you? It seems you're not too familiar with Feng Jin. When you tormented me, you left me with not a single coin. Get lost, Feng Jin retorted defiantly. You're simply not skilled enough. Zhu ignored him, continuing to tease Chen Luzhou. Kai Ying just told me Xu Zhi ranked first in their school. Do you know by how many points? Not a clue. Chen Luzhou replied, steadfastly focused on the television, his attention unwavering as he manipulated the game controller. Zhu, undeterred by his lack of engagement, pressed on. Rui Jun is merely an average high school. I've heard that their top student barely matches the middle tier of our school. To get into your Zongshan, they might barely scrape by. Suddenly, on the screen, the character on the left froze, allowing Feng Jin to snatch all the nearby coins. Seizing the opportunity, he effortlessly bypassed the character controlled by Chen Luzhou, who had been blocking his path. Zhu turned her head and, indeed, Chen Luzhou had ceased playing. Instead, he had set down the controller and sat on the floor with one leg bent at the knee, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he rested his elbow on his knee, watching her intently. Slowly, he uttered two words. Care to wager? Zhu was taken aback. Why had he ever been so serious? Wager on what? On the fact that even if she were to enter our Zongshan, she wouldn't be at the bottom. Even within Zongshan, someone like her is a rarity. Zhu teased him. I see you have a beauty-blinded view. Feng Jin overheard this and shot him a surprised glance. Ah, Chen Luzhou, so you fancy Xu Zhi? Chen Luzhou instinctively glanced back at Jiang Cheng, relieved to find him preoccupied with flirting and oblivious to the conversation. Jiang Cheng had a close relationship with Tan Su, and Chen Luzhou wished to keep his feelings hidden. He felt dwarfed by their history, knowing their bond was undoubtedly deeper than his own. He also feared that if Tan Su initially took her for granted, he might return to pursue Xu Zhi upon discovering others held affection for her. Thus, he shot Zhu a glare and picked up the game controller once more, nonchalantly telling Feng Jin, "No, it's not like that. I simply think she is a tad more beautiful than the average girl." Feng Jin let out 2 exclamations. Truly beautiful. I did not expect her grades to be so impressive. I cannot concur with Zhu Yanqi's assertion. After all, she is a top student. Regardless of the circumstances, a chicken head is still a chicken, right? After uttering this, he felt the metaphor was somewhat off and quickly amended himself. A phoenix tail is still a phoenix. No, that doesn't quite fit either. He chose to abandon the analogy altogether. Never mind, I cannot articulate it. Nevertheless, the moment I laid eyes on her, I thought, this woman is exceptionally stunning. I presumed it was merely a consequence of my limited exposure to beauty over the years. But since you agree, I feel reassured that my aesthetic judgment is intact. Chen Luzhou and Zhu Yanqi exchanged glances, and Chen Luzhou cleared his throat. You don't also harbor feelings for her, do you? Feng Jin chuckled. I appreciate her beauty in a manner akin to yours, purely superficial. Wait, why do you say also? Who likes her? At this point, Jiang Cheng, while peeling grapes for his girlfriend, perked up with keen interest. Who? Who likes whom? Chen Luzhou cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Yanqi, urging him to resolve the matter himself. Zhu Yanqi reluctantly took the blame. I like Kai Yingying. Feng Jin was momentarily taken aback, disbelief written across his face. Zhu Yanqi, you actually like Kai Yingying? Jiang Cheng was entirely oblivious to who Kai Yingying was. Thus he refrained from further inquiries and continued feeding grapes to his girlfriend, asking if she wanted oranges as well. Chen Luzhou, too, was filled with astonishment, laughing. Zhu Yanqi, are you serious? This is all because of you. Zhu Yanqi, no longer concealing his feelings, whispered in Chen Luzhou's ear. His face flushed. It's all because I helped you get close to Kai Yingying that night. With that statement, did she force herself on you? It sounds like you were quite the passive participant. Chen Luzhou laughed heartily. Not quite. Zhu Yanqi reluctantly clarified. We had just finished dining at Shangfang Hot Pot, and she claimed to be too full and wanted to take a walk. I accompanied her, and halfway through, we bumped into Zhai Xiao and Chai Jingjing. You remember, right? Feng Jin found their gossip to be rather intriguing and leaned in closer, attentively listening. Chen Luzhou lazily reclined on the coffee table, nodded, and with a knowing look at Zhu Yanqi, he effortlessly pieced the story together. Then Kai Yingying took your hand and asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend, and you, in a rather unseemly manner, were smitten. Zhu Yanqi, on the verge of tears, lamented, Chen Dog, your experience is unparalleled. You immediately conjured up this melodramatic plot, and it just so happens to be accurate. Am I unwell? Just a slightly attractive girl brushes against me, and I'm already pondering names for our future children. Chen Luzhou, familiar with Zhu Yanqi's tendencies, recalled a time in elementary school when a girl had forgotten to distribute sugar properly and inadvertently gave him an extra piece. Zhu Yanqi had nursed a crush on that girl for an entire year. Later, as graduation approached, another girl mistakenly placed a note meant for her crush in Zhu Yanqi's yearbook. Zhu Yanqi resolved to study diligently to gain admission to a prestigious junior high school for her sake. It was then that Feng Jin remarked, Zhu Yanqi, you might be in trouble. It seems Kai Yingying has someone she likes. Zhu raised his head and inquired, I know, but how do you know? Did she talk to you privately? Feng Jin immediately clarified, do not misunderstand. Weren't we exploring shops together in Lin City? On the way back that day, it was just the two of us, rather boring, so we exchanged a few words. At this moment, the two had switched to a different football game. Upon hearing this, Chen Luzhou's number 8 had become motionless on the lush green field. He cast a suspicious glance at Feng Jin and asked, so it was just you and Kai Yingying when you returned from Lin City? What about Xu Zhi? Feng Jin nodded. Xu Zhi was waiting for you. We returned first. What is the matter? Did you not come back together? As he spoke, Chen Luzhou had yet to ponder deeply. Was Xu Zhi waiting for me? When the doorbell rang, Just as he was about to tell Xu to open the door, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to firmly push Xu back down to her seat. Without uttering a word, he tossed the game controller in her lap and went to answer the door. "Hello, here is your takeaway." Although he was aware she wouldn't come and recognized that her remark about rushing over to cook porridge for him was a jest. The sound of the doorbell still caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Xu remarked that he was not familiar with Feng Jin and had been distracted throughout the evening. The hallway lights were out, and potted plants blocked a good portion of the moonlight, casting the entire corridor into a dim gloom where he could scarcely see his own hand before him. Even the delivery person's silhouette was barely discernible, though he could discern a low female voice. "Thank you." As Chen Luzhou took the takeaway bag, the other party did not release it. He instinctively looked up to see her face, and due to the darkness, Xu Zhi, fearing that he might not recognize her, foolishly illuminated her face with her phone's flashlight. Her skin was exceptionally fair, and her refined features were not alarming to Chen Luzhou. "It's me, Chen Luzhou," he nearly exclaimed in surprise, having just been thinking about her, and now he found himself momentarily at a loss for thought. "If Xu had opened the door, you would have been in quite a predicament," Chen Luzhou remarked. "If he had opened it, I would have walked away," Xu Zhi replied. "Then why are you here now?" "Su." He took the takeaway from Xu Zhi's hands, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing down at her with a teasing smile. "Came at this late hour to help me assess the feng shui of my house." Xu Zhi looked at him with clear and bright eyes, unabashedly replying, "Oh, didn't you say that if I didn't come, I would be a little dog?" He elongated the last syllable with a playful tone before stepping out, casually closing the door behind him and leaning against it, still holding the takeaway, with one hand tucked into his pocket and the corridor shrouded in darkness. Xu Zhi had already turned off the flashlight, so when Chen Luzhou closed the door, the last remnants of light were extinguished. He lowered his gaze, brazenly observing her in the dark. Tonight, he had not touched a drop of alcohol, yet his heart burned with fervor, the rhythm of his heartbeat echoing in his chest. Chen Luzhou looked down at her, his voice dropping. "Just to make a bowl of porridge? Have you recovered from your cold?" Xu Zhi then spoke earnestly. "I wanted to ask you about your college applications. What about them?" He tilted his head to glance at the light above, his expression unusually attentive as he listened to her speak. "I have decided against Qingda, but Beijing is too far. I wish to go to Shanghai. The architecture department at T University in Shanghai is second only to a university." The two leaned against the corridor side by side. The senior year review building was remarkably quiet. Since the day of his self-examination, everyone had already moved away, except for a few who planned to retake the year, and Chen Luzhou, who still resided on this floor. The broken light bulb remained unfixed. Xu Zhi leaned against the mottled wall, stained with seepage, seemingly indecisive, and asked him, "What do you think of T University's architecture program?" Chen Luzhou had just helped her check it at an internet CAF and found it too low. T University's historical admission score was around 710. What a coincidence! Wasn't that nearly the same as his score? Leaning against the door with takeout in hand, he casually slipped his other hand into his pocket, gazing at her, his Adam's apple rolling with barely contained frustration. "What do you mean? Are you trying to bait me?" Xu Zhi looked puzzled. "No, I calculated it. The high-speed train to Beijing costs $680. While to Shanghai only cost $180. The corridor was too dark. Fearing she could not see his expression, Chen Luzhou intended to check his phone, but remembered he had not brought it. Instead, he took Xu Zhi's phone, turned on the flashlight, mimicking her to illuminate his face, leaning towards her, attempting to let her discern his expression, wishing he could shine the light on her forehead too. "Friend, I would not advise you to choose a school based on ticket prices." Xu Zhi chuckled, keeping the phone aimed at Chen Luzhou's face, not reclaiming it. In the pitch-black corridor, being so close magnified his features dramatically, revealing a refined elegance with sharp contours, the light reflecting in his eyes, brighter than stars, truly captivating. She gazed at him and sincerely remarked, "Your eyelashes are so long." One leaned against the wall while the other leaned against the door, facing each other. Although he had withdrawn his hand and crossed his arms, Xu Zhi's flashlight still illuminated the side of his face, and he nonchalantly allowed her to shine the light on him, lowering his head to scrutinize her. "What are we discussing eyelashes for?" Xu Zhi sighed. Can you understand the heart of a student who struggles academically? You struggle academically? Chen Luzhou raised an eyebrow. Such excessive modesty is hypocritical, my friend. We met too late. Xu Zhi said, you can ask Kai Yingying. I was only in the 20s of my class during freshman year. Back then, let alone Qingda. My goal was merely to secure a place in the top 2. Aiming for 985 or 211 was never on my mind. My father would have considered it a miracle if I could get into an ordinary university. Therefore, when the scores were released, my father still could not believe it. I went to drink with Uncle Kai, and I slipped out to find you. Su Guangji even inquired if it was possible there was another with the same name. Xu Zhi had to verify her examination and identification numbers before he dazedly left to find Kai Binhan. Xu Zhi continued, moreover, I have also checked. A university might not be a problem, but I'm concerned about the risks associated with the university's architecture program. I do not wish to be subjected to a professional adjustment. A senior just explained to me about the volunteer filing. For instance, if a university's filing score is 720, then my application would be taken by a university. As I delve into the realm of specialized admissions, I ponder the scenario where the cutoff score for the architecture program stands at 740. Should I choose not to accept a change of major, I risk slipping through the cracks. Despite having 5 preferences, it was clarified that the college entrance examination adheres to a principle of singular admissions. If I am not accepted in the first round, it signifies the conclusion of the first batch of preferences. I would then have to await the second round of applications. But I fear that by then, the architecture program at T University may be fully enrolled. Hence, the senior advised me to take a more conservative approach with T University, while being more ambitious with the university. This, however, felt like a statement devoid of substance. The scores this year seemed somewhat elevated. Typically, Xu Zhi's score would place her among the top 10 in Zhongshan. After offering his congratulations and reviewing the provincial rankings, he felt a pang of uncertainty and took it upon himself to check a university's official website. Upon reflection, he noted that there exists a significant distinction between the architecture program and the broader field of architectural studies. For instance, at a university, aside from the architecture program, there are numerous other disciplines under the architectural umbrella, and collectively, they enroll over 30 students annually from our province. Do you truly wish to pursue the architecture program, or would you consider other architectural disciplines? Before I could complete my thought, a faint sound of a door closing resonated from above. Following that, deliberate footsteps descended from overhead, accompanied by voices discussing plans to visit the school tomorrow. What is that girl's name? Xu Zhi, right? I must inquire with the teacher about her score. Instantly, the 2 individuals below exchanged glances. Xu Zhi recognized the voices as likely belonging to Tan Su's parents. The footsteps grew closer, her heart pounding like a drum in her ears, while the rustling leaves outside whispered audibly. As someone descended, the motion-activated light on the second floor illuminated, revealing 2 middle-aged figures gradually making their way down the staircase. Just as their silhouettes loomed larger and were about to turn the corner, Xu Zhi's view abruptly halted, obstructed. Chen Luzhou pressed against the wall behind her, lowering his head to envelop her completely, and she sensed that familiar yet foreign scent of sage wafting into her nostrils. As if tiny beings danced upon her heart, each step pressing gently upon it. She tilted her head to meet his gaze, their eyes locking in a moment that felt suspended in time. The dim light cast by the motion sensor on the second floor enveloped them, blurring their outlines. Yet the air they breathed was distinctly clear, palpable, and warm. Chen Luzhou maintained a delicate balance. Although his head was lowered, his eyes remained on her, albeit from a respectful distance. From this angle, they appeared as a young couple in the throes of romance, sharing a kiss. As Tan Su's parents ambled by, they scoffed. What sort of people reside in this building? Su is being led astray by them. I always said she should not have transferred schools. Today's youth truly lack shame. I was against letting Su come here. You insisted that the education was superior. Blame me then, do you? Their voices faded gradually, footsteps receding. An emotion-activated light on the second floor extinguished once more, plunging the corridor into a serene darkness, punctuated only by the distant chirping of cicadas. You speak of shamelessness. Xu Zhi murmured against the wall. Chen Luzhou, perhaps well-intentioned, was treated as a fool, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was still leaning against the wall, gazing down at her with a bemused smile. Me? Shameless? Who is it that owes a debt of infatuation? How dare you accuse me of being shameless? Xu Zhi, at a loss for words, expressed her uncertainty, clarifying that it was not as he imagined. What do you think? He replied, his eyes laden with meaning. When he first arrived, the circumstances were dire. At that time, my father was suffering from severe depression, and I was consumed with worry over his potential suicide, which left me utterly frazzled. My grades plummeted from the 20s to the 40s in class. He sat beside me, and we conversed frequently. One day, as I stared despondently at my exam paper, he inquired if I aspired to attend a prestigious university. I answered affirmatively, for only a fool would not desire such a thing. Consequently, he offered to assist me. Later, our homeroom teacher, Mr. Chu, noticing my improvement, paired us into a study group. In a certain spiritual sense, he had been both my mentor and confidant, providing invaluable help. However, once he realized he could not surpass my academic performance, he began to change. Chen Luzhou gazed at her with profound intensity, just about to inquire what was amiss when the door creaked open. Zhu Yangqi poked his head out, exclaiming, "What the hell? Did you run off with the delivery guy?" As the door swung wide, light spilled through the gap, illuminating the youthful faces in the darkness. Chen Luzhou instinctively raised the arm holding the takeout bag to shield Xu Zhi's face, about to remark that she wouldn't perish from the experience. Zhu Yangqi, witnessing the scene, hastily shut the door, and a muffled voice could be heard, "My apologies, you too, for the interruption." Once the door was closed, Zhu Yangqi was still reeling, his heart racing, but his mind replayed the earlier tableau. How should one put it? Chen Luzhou was undeniably impressive, masterful at creating an ambience. If the atmosphere surrounding them could be bottled, Zhu Yangqi fancifully imagined it would be sweet. In the corridor, Xu Zhi activated her phone's flashlight, the air feeling a touch cooler. Chen Luzhou leaned back against the door, one hand lazily pressing against the door panel to prevent it from being recklessly opened, while the other held the takeout. He hesitated, contemplating whether to invite her inside, wary of Zhu Yangqi's potential antics. "Do you want to come in?" Xu Zhi inquired. "Who else is there?" Chen Luzhou pondered for a moment. "People you know, Feng Jin, Zhu Yangqi, and a couple. Just ignore them," he added. "That seems rather inconsiderate." Xu Zhi remarked. "Perhaps I should just return." He did not press the matter, smiling lightly, his demeanor casual. "It's up to you. I initially intended to help you look up your major on the computer. Then let's go inside," Xu Zhi decided. Chen Luzhou stood, unlocking the door with his fingerprint, maintaining his gaze upon her rather than the lock, leisurely asking, on the day of the exam, "Were you waiting for me?" Xu Zhi was taken aback by his sudden inquiry, yet she did not hesitate to respond honestly, "Yes, you tricked me into visiting the Guanyin Temple. I had to settle the score with you. Why didn't you wait for me? The front desk informed me that you had been taken away by the police station, so I went to find you there. Upon arrival, I noticed you in the company of a stunning woman clad in traditional attire. Assuming you had other filming commitments, I chose to leave." With a soft thud, the door swung open. Without uttering a word, Chen Luzhou promptly closed it again, resting his hands against the doorframe, inhaling deeply, seemingly rendered speechless. He pressed his lips together, shot her a fleeting glance, then broke into a chuckle, surrendering to the moment. Never mind. A moment later, he opened the door once more, his tone transformed, lacking warmth, his chin coldly gesturing inward, indicating for me to enter. Xu Zhi responded with a soft acknowledgement. Inside, the atmosphere was lively as they engaged in a game of cards. The couple Chen Luzhou had mentioned appeared inseparable, as if conjoined twins, with the girl either perched on the boy's lap or resting her head on his shoulder, feeding him grapes and bananas, and exchanging kisses intermittently. Jiang Cheng was oblivious to the presence of an additional woman in the room. Upon entering, Chen Luzhou instructed Xu Zhi to wait for him in the bedroom. The living room and foyer were separated by partition, allowing Xu Zhi to pass unnoticed. Zhu Yangqi, however, sensed her presence, but upon recognizing Xu Zhi, instinctively assisted Chen Luzhou in concealing his romantic interest. After all, Jiang Cheng had been getting too close to Tansu lately, and Zhu Yangqi had an inkling that if this continued, Jiang Cheng might eventually turn against him, leading to a rift between Chen Luzhou and himself. "How have you and Tan Su been lately?" Zhu Yangqi tentatively inquired. Jiang Cheng was engrossed in his cards, inserting one with focus. "Tan Su? I don't know. His parents have come recently, and they can't even persuade him to play ball." Zhu Yangqi wished to caution him, but the next moment, a bottle cap unexpectedly struck his head. Looking up, he saw Chen Luzhou leaning against the edge of the dining table, hands in his pockets, awaiting the kettle to boil, his gaze coldly urging him to remain silent. The bottle cap had hit with precision and force, silently bouncing onto the sofa and disappearing into the cushions, unnoticed by the others. Zhu Yangqi conceded that indeed, Tan Su had not been causing trouble lately, and his abrupt remarks could be construed as instigative, potentially tarnishing Xu Zhi's reputation. He felt he had overstepped, deciding to refrain from meddling. "Fine, I won't involve myself." Jiang Cheng eyed him suspiciously. "What are you being cautious about?" "Be wary of Feng Jin. He has 4 twos, Zhu Yangqi replied. Feng Jin, exasperated, exclaimed, "Dude, Zhu Yangqi, your ability to spy on others' cards has improved." Zhu Yangqi sneered dismissively. "Do I need to spy on you? Your card-playing skills resemble my grandmother's flower arranging, haphazardly stacked and poked. Look at how neatly those 4 are arranged. What else could it be but a bomb?" With acute perception, Zhu Yangqi's remarks provoked Feng Jin to mix up all his cards in frustration. For once, Zhu Yangqi relished his moment of triumph. Unaware that all this insight had been imparted by Chen Luzhou, he had never been that observant. He had known Feng Jin for ages without realizing he played cards and ate with his left hand. Chen Luzhou had quickly discerned his habits after just 1 game, even remarking that Feng Jin was left-handed. Such a clever and attentive individual, indeed. As Chen Luzhou entered with the water, Xu Zhi inquired, "Are you in the throes of a passionate romance?" Jiang Cheng handed her the water while Chen Luzhou went to turn on the computer. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, "Has it been a year already? I saw him bring you here last summer during basketball." Yet, their relationship still seemed so affectionate. Chen Luzhou dragged a chair over and placed it beside her, casting a sidelong glance. "What do you mean? Is a year supposed to end in a breakup?" "I don't know. I've never been in a relationship. However, based on the experiences shared by some senior sisters around me, they say that if a relationship lasts over a year, the feeling of excitement tends to fade. Is that so?" Chen Luzhou regarded her with skepticism. She confidently continued, "Well, some break up decisively, while others linger without addressing the issue, waiting for the other party to initiate the breakup. This way, they feel less guilty and can comfortably move on to the next person." Chen Luzhou responded with a simple "oh," as he had never experienced a relationship and was uncertain whether feelings could be so fleeting. He picked up the mouse and opened a web page, only to discover that the search bar auto-filled with previously searched terms. Having been injured while playing basketball, his morning erections were no longer as firm. Xu Zhi, seated beside him, instinctively glanced down. Chen Luzhou pulled a blanket from a bed, draping it over himself, his demeanor possessive and cold as he shot her a glance. "What are you looking at?" In the past, Xu Zhi would have immediately apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." Now, perhaps due to their familiarity, she simply looked at Chen Luzhou with a teasing expression, calling him stingy. "Can this really be described as stinginess?" he retorted, clearing his throat and steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. He pushed the computer towards her, indicating there are many specialties under architecture. "I believe if you aren't intent on entering the architecture department, other related fields may not be as challenging. I really don't understand why you always approach things this way." He did not know why his tone suddenly shifted. Suzy Litzden, puzzled by his abrupt change of topic. "Do you remember our first meeting?" he continued, leaning casually against the table with one elbow and leg spread, his other hand resting on his thigh, casting a cold glance at her, as if holding her accountable for something. "What were you staring at back then?" Xu Zhi recalled their first encounter in the narrow corridor, where his mother had been reprimanding him sternly while he lazily leaned against the door, indulging in pig trotter rice. "Is the pig trotter rice delicious?" Xu Zhi asked playfully in return. "You have sharp eyes," he remarked with a cold laugh, his words dripping with sarcasm. Realizing her mistake, Xu Zhi hurriedly clarified, "I truly wasn't staring at you down there, and besides, I had no idea you weren't wearing any underwear." Chen Luzhou raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The moonlight poured in, casting a silvery glow outside, where a garden of roses bloomed vibrantly, resembling flames that stirred emotions in the hearts of young onlookers. Inside, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chen Luzhou noticed her gaze about to wander again, and, with a firm poke to her forehead, pushed her back, warning, "Still curious, are you? I'm wearing something today." Xu Zhi, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed in exasperation, "I wasn't curious about what you were wearing. I simply want to point out that your blanket has brushed against my leg, and it is quite itchy. Could you please move it?" Chen Luzhou, weary and leaning back in his chair, chose not to engage in conversation. He handed her 2 copies of the score lines for various architectural programs at a university, urging her to peruse them herself. Meanwhile, he sank into his chair, appearing frail and unwell, silently engrossed in a movie on his phone. "Are you upset?" Xu Zhi propped her elbows on the table, cradling her head as she glanced at him. He, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, leaned back and pretended to cough, responding with a simple no. "Shall I tell you a joke?" She persisted. As the blanket slipped further down, Chen Luzhou, with a hint of sarcasm, smirked and subtly tugged the blanket back, retorting, "Is there anything else you can do to cheer someone up besides telling jokes? I don't flatter others." Though Chen Luzhou felt a rare moment of amusement, he was about to inquire if she still intended to check her scores, suggesting a late-night outing, when Xu Zhi interjected, "Others aren't as easily provoked as you are." In a moonlit yard, the roses appeared lackluster, and the cold light seeped into the closed bedroom where their low voices barely penetrated the thin walls. Just across the hall, a couple seemed to be embroiled in a heated argument in the bathroom. "Who is he?" "Show me," the boy demanded. "Just a junior. A few days ago, the school held a flea market, and we gave him some books," the girl replied. "Is it necessary to add him on WeChat to sell a book? Is he exceptionally attractive?" The boy's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Hey, Jiang Cheng, don't be unreasonable. I didn't ask you about that girl you added on WeChat," she retorted. "You girls are incredible. You always manage to drag me into your issues." "Fine, I suppose it's always my fault," he replied bitterly. "You're really insufferable, Jiang Cheng. If it's too much, let us break up," she stated calmly. "Say that again," he challenged. "Break up." Her voice remained steady. "Go ahead, if you have the courage. Don't ever reach out to me again," he shot back. In the dim bedroom, they exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Xu Zhi admitted she had never witnessed such a spectacle. It seemed that people from their school were rather remarkable. She tilted her head, looking at Chen Luzhou, and blinked awkwardly, asking, "Aren't you going to intervene?" Chen Luzhou was already accustomed to their antics. They had repeated this cycle countless times over the past year. No matter how fiercely they argued in front of others, they never truly parted ways. He deemed it unnecessary to intervene, as their relationship was akin to candy coated in excrement. Everyone could see through it except for Jiang Cheng, who remained in self-deception. Zhu Yanqi, not particularly close to Jiang Cheng, had witnessed this drama unfold twice and had gained insight into the situation. "I really think you shouldn't pursue her any longer. It's pointless. When you left her for your ex-girlfriend, and now she's with you merely out of revenge. You should endure this yourself and stop dragging it out. Her pain is your pain," he earnestly advised from outside the door. For half the day, Chen Luzhou was immersed in silence, devoid of the sounds of mouse clicks and scrolling. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Xu Zhi eavesdropping with considerable enthusiasm, seemingly oblivious to her academic pursuits. With a hint of impatience, Chen remarked, "Focus on your own matters. This does not concern you." Yet, Xu Zhi found the experience exhilarating, exclaiming, "I suddenly envy Zhu Yangqi's girlfriend." Chen Luzhou raised an eyebrow. "Why not envy my girlfriend?" Xu Zhi replied, "You don't seem as gossipy as they are. You strike me as someone who wouldn't indulge in such discussions with your girlfriend." Chen Luzhou chuckled lightly and pointedly gestured towards the computer screen. "Let's not delve into others' romantic entanglements. Instead, focus on your own grades." Xu Zhi acknowledged with a casual "oh," gradually redirecting her attention. But her eyes wandered from the grades to Chen Luzhou's hairline. He was bent over, engrossed in his phone, and absent-mindedly tugging at his hairline with one hand. His bangs had been unintentionally pushed up, and she mused that if he shaved his head, his skull would resemble a peach, thanks to his perfectly defined widow's peak. In her peripheral vision, she spotted a violin hanging on the wall. Chen Luzhou, do you play the violin? He looked up, momentarily distracted, and replied nonchalantly, I learned when I was young. Did you take any exams? She inquired. I did, he answered. Xu Zhi, having anticipated a more elaborate response, chose not to pry further, understanding that he often deviated from a norm. My grandfather also has a violin, but he cannot play, Xu Zhi remarked, gazing at the instrument on the wall. However, during the years my grandmother was ill, he would sit in the yard every day and play the violin for her, much to the annoyance of the neighbors. I couldn't understand back then why my grandfather played so poorly, yet my grandmother insisted he continue. Why was that? Chen Luzhou asked, his curiosity piqued. I won't tell you. Xu Zhi pondered before adding, perhaps when I turn 80, if we are both still alive, you can play a piece for me, and then I will reveal the answer. Such a beautiful thought. Who plays the violin at 80? Chen Luzhou leaned back in his chair, returning his gaze to his phone. Where the film's protagonists were nearing a kiss. Disinterested in such scenes, he swiped the progress bar on his phone and boldly declared, at 80, I envision myself in the park playing the eru. Who knows if I will be single or have a partner? If I have a partner, I will play for them. If not, I shall play for someone else's partner. All right then, that's a way to live, Xu Zhi mused. She cherished the youthful spirit embodied by Chen Luzhou, reminiscent of a lush forest thriving in the spring, vibrant in its verdant glory, exuding an unapologetic vitality. Finished watching? Chen Luzhou inquired. Xu Zhi affirmed, almost. He switched off his phone and tossed it onto the table. What are your thoughts? Xu Zhi contemplated before responding. What do you think of landscape and garden design? In truth, the very first fields I aspire to study were these two. Landscape design is equally fascinating. Since my childhood, I envisioned one day purchasing a grand villa, complete with a garden that I would personally design. What do I plan in that garden? I initially intended to inquire, but I thought it best to let you decide for yourself. And what about you? Xu Zhi asked him. Me? Chen Luzhou glanced at her with a hint of self-mockery, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he lowered his gaze to retrieve his phone. I plan to study abroad, he replied. Xu Zhi Vima? The segment report hasn't been released yet, but I estimate your provincial ranking is around 300, right? You could certainly gain admission to a 985 institution domestically. Besides, is there no other school in Beijing that piques your interest apart from a university? Chen Luzhou continued to focus on his phone. The movie interface had already exited, and he aimlessly opened WeChat to browse his friends' moments, responding with a low hum, my family has other arrangements. Xu Zhi responded with an "oh," expressing her disappointment. I had hoped we could study in the same city. That would have been delightful. On weekends, I could visit your school. Chen Luzhou leaned back in his chair, a brief smile crossing his face, filled with skepticism. Once you arrive in Beijing and make new friends, you might forget about me altogether. It's not necessarily Beijing. He added, if a university doesn't accept me, there's a high probability I will head to Shanghai. F University or T University could be options, or perhaps back to Qing University. Xu Zhi stated, when that time comes, I want to inform you of my whereabouts, nor will you disclose where you are going abroad. It's only 3 or 4 places. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find out. How naive. Chen Luzhou observed her for a while before nodding in agreement. The air conditioning in the room was set rather high, and Xu Zhi was still sweating profusely. Noticing her parched lips, Chen Luzhou asked, would you like some Haagen-Dazs? There's some in the fridge. He had bought it yesterday, but Jiang Cheng's girlfriend had eaten one. Just as he was reaching for it, he had stopped himself, thinking Xu Zhi would surely come today or tomorrow. As expected, he had indeed saved some for her. Xu Zhi, already feeling parched, nodded eagerly, yes, let us eat. As Chen Luzhou retrieved the items from the fridge, he also washed the cherries he had bought earlier to take inside for her. However, Zhu Yangqi approached maliciously from behind, blocking him in the kitchen. Ah, Master Chen, you certainly excel at keeping a hidden beauty. It seems you've had your fair share of fun in the past. Did you often bring girls to gatherings? Indeed, I'm just playing with you, Chen Luzhou replied, uninterested in engaging further. Zhu Yangqi ceased his antics. Are you two still inside? What are you up to? Bring her out to have some fun, helping her choose a major. Chen Luzhou turned off the faucet and drained the cherries. After some contemplation, he decided against it, wishing to avoid any unnecessary gossip from Jiang Cheng and Tan Su. He had just encountered Tan Su's parents at the entrance, and they would likely create trouble for her. Previously, Kai Yingying had also mentioned this matter, and it was indeed true. Tan Su's parents must be quite upset with Xu Zhi, given that their son, aided by his friends, achieved the top rank in the school while their son struggled. In this case, my father knows the principal of Rui Jun. Should I help you plead with my father? Rest assured, I would kneel to persuade him, and he would certainly acquiesce. Just give me a bite of that cherry. Chen Luzhou looked at him in utter bewilderment. Why would you want to plead with your father? Zhu Yangqi remarked. Let us hope the principal doesn't create trouble for Xu Zhi. If Tan Su's parents were to cause her distress, they might still shield her to some extent. Chen Luzhou believed that Zhu Yangqi's thoughts were likely overwhelmed by cherries. He countered, think logically, the top student is Xu Zhi. Would the principal truly complicate matters for her? Tan Su's parents may wish to stir up issues. But with graduation upon us, what could the principal possibly do? Right as self-reflection? Go ahead, you're the most experienced in that regard. Indeed, Zhu Yangqi conceded. It seems I was overly concerned. Chen Luzhou casually inquired. Which school do you plan to apply to? Beijing Opera, specializing in stage design, Zhu Yangqi replied. I shall become the next Zhu Emo. Xu Zhi intended to apply to a university for landscape architecture, and Chen Luzhou commented, I'll likely be in Beijing too. Do keep an eye out for me. What should I watch for? To prevent her from dating? Zhu Yangqi mused, that's beyond my control. Once a girl starts dating, there's no stopping her. He sighed deeply. Chen Luzhou instinctively glanced back at the slightly ajar bedroom door, where a dim light seeped through the crack, as if a moon were concealed within the room, a secret known only to him. Let her have a boyfriend if she wishes. Just ensure she is not bullied. He remarked, Is that true? Could she really date whomever she pleases? Zhu Yangqi said playfully, Then I shall send you photos of them holding hands on the beach and kissing. Chen Luzhou, having initially saved half a bag of cherries for him, took them all. If you wish to court danger, feel free to send them. Xu Zhi filled out her first-choice applications for 3 majors at a university: architecture, landscape and garden design, and urban planning. In the days following her application, Xu Zhi had a quarrel with her father, old Su, who insisted on buying her a new phone. Xu Zhi deemed it unnecessary, reasoning that the money would be better spent saving for next month's mortgage. Old Su, feeling that he was not living up to his role as a father, abruptly set aside the dishes he was washing and lectured her. I know what you're thinking. You believe this reward is superficial, don't you? But to be honest, I had planned to buy it for you as soon as you finish your exams. Your cousin mentioned that new models are coming out soon, and I thought it prudent to wait. Besides, my daughter ranked in the top 30 citywide. What's wrong with rewarding her with a new phone? It's not just the phone, I'll also get you a laptop. If you refuse, I'll give it to your cousin instead. Stop being so dramatic. Xu Zhi was not being dramatic. Her phone was still functional, and there was no need for a replacement. However, she did want a laptop, so she replied, Please buy me the laptop. My phone is fine for this year, and I can wait to change it next year. Su Guangji, considering her request, dried the dishes and placed them back in the cupboard. Recalling a call from her homeroom teacher that morning, who had mentioned, Your scores, as per old Chu, would place you among the top scorers in other cities across our province. As Su Guangji turned his gaze back, he was notably taken aback by her presence. It was only today that I discovered the remarkable prowess of students from our city. Qingyi, astonishingly, 81 out of the top 100 in the province hail from our city. In the parents group, one parent mentioned that in a particular class of 35, 34 students had applied to University A and University B. Indeed, the top students from our city predominantly belonged to those 2 experimental classes at the first secondary school. Xu Zhi leaned against the kitchen doorframe, her head bowed as she replied to Kai Yingying's WeChat message. Her score was unexpectedly impressive. She had never surpassed the 400 mark before, yet her college entrance examination score reached over 400. It was precisely at the cutoff line for the second-tier scores. Kai was elated. As long as she secured a spot in a bachelor's program, there would still be opportunities for civil service examinations in the future. However, Kai Yingying had a different perspective. She believed that attending a lower-tier 3-year college was less desirable than enrolling in a reputable vocational college. She aspired to attend Shanghai Maritime Vocational and Technical College, But Kai firmly opposed this notion. Kai Ying lamented, "I truly envy Xu Yangqi. With the same score of 400, he can enter the National Academy of Chinese Theater. Can you believe it? He managed to get into a first-tier school. While I found out that at the National Academy of Chinese Theater, we need at least 600 to be considered." Xu Zhi responded, "The struggles of an art student are beyond our comprehension. I heard from Chen Luzhou that Xu Yangqi requires a pack of cigarettes just to create a single painting." Kai Ying remarked, "No wonder he has such a strong smoking habit. Even during hot pot, he takes frequent breaks to smoke." Xu Zhi inquired, "You two went out for hot pot together?" Before Kai Ying could reply, Su Guangji finished washing the dishes and passed by her, wiping his hands on his apron. He casually asked about that boy, Chen Luzhou, whom you mentioned earlier. He's from the first secondary school, right? Which class is he in? How did he perform? Xu Zhi genuinely did not know which class he belonged to. Initially, she was not curious, and after learning that he did not perform well, she felt hesitant to inquire further. When Tan Su first transferred, he exuded an air of superiority typical of first secondary school students. Yet Chen Luzhou did not exhibit such traits. Occasionally, Xu Yangqi displayed a semblance of that superiority, which led Xu Zhi to initially think Chen Luzhou was an art student with presumably lower grades than Xu Yangqi. However, when Chen Luzhou clarified that he was not an art student, she did not dwell on it further. Upon hearing about his score, she assumed he was likely one of the top students in the parallel classes, though not among the elite of the two experimental classes. He scored 713. Xu Zhi, having learned from her previous experience when purchasing a camera, opened Chen Luzhou's WeChat to inquire if he had any recommendations for a cost-effective computer. Under normal circumstances, upon hearing such a score, Su Guangji would have regarded him with newfound respect. However, after learning about his daughter's score, he deemed 713 somewhat lacking. In his view, particularly since the relationship between this individual and Xu Zhi was somewhat ambiguous, he naturally wished for Chen Luzhou's score to surpass that of his daughter. Thus, Su Guangji instinctively remarked, "Is that score really so low?" Xu Zhi immediately lifted her gaze from her phone, cautioning him, "Dad, please refrain from saying that publicly. If you do, others might think I've topped the provincial rankings." Su Guangji closed the refrigerator door, feeling somewhat elated. He glanced at her with pride, saying, "As our old teacher, Chu, mentioned, the provincial top scorer only achieved a little over 750. Our scoring structure differs from other provinces. However, even with a total score of 810, few can attain 750. Your performance is commendable, and I am proud of you." Xu Zhi smiled faintly, about to respond with a courteous acknowledgement. Su Guangji seized the moment to offer further advice, thus, "I suggest that some friendships are not urgent to establish right now. In university, you may encounter even more remarkable individuals." Xu Zhi, uncertain if she comprehended his words, idly scrolled through Chen Luzhou's recent WeChat moments while nodding absent-mindedly, affirming, of course. Chen Luzhou had accepted a filming job and left for Shanghai the day after she completed her college applications. Xu Zhi, concerned about disrupting his work, had refrained from contacting him too frequently in recent days. Chen Luzhou had posted on social media yesterday, but had since remained silent. The photograph, presumably taken in a park, depicted an elegant elderly gentleman playing the violin in the expansive Dove Square, while an elderly lady sat on a stone bench beside the fountain, holding a bouquet of fresh roses, clapping her hands and gazing affectionately at the man, who was lost in the music. Whether it was Chen Luzhou's keen ability to capture moments or the existence of such enduring love, it was remarkable that even in the eyes of an 80-year-old woman, one could discern the shyness of an 18-year-old girl. There were already 2 replies beneath the post, from Xu Yangqi and Kai Ying. Kai Ying shared her sentiment, exclaiming, "Oh my, I too see a sense of shyness in the elderly lady's eyes. I probably only smiled with such shyness when I was just born." Xu Yangqi directly responded to Kai Ying, "No way. You were quite shy when we went for hot pot the other day. You had to wrap the beef in lettuce leaves. And when that didn't suffice, you resorted to cabbage leaves. What's the deal? Can't eat it without dressing it up?" Kai Ying replied solemnly, "That's called deceiving my stomach. Wrapping it in greens makes my digestive system mistakenly believe I've only consumed a piece of vegetable, preventing the unwanted attention of body fat and ensuring it remains aware of what not to grow. You wouldn't understand. Xu Zhi taught me this. Zhu Yanqi quipped back. Why not just eat feces then? That way, you could skip the entire metabolic process. Remarkably, Chen Luzhou responded as well. You believe her words? Xu Zhi glanced at the timestamp of the replies, which was a minute prior. She replied to Chen Luzhou, Have I ever deceived you? Come, provide an example. Let me see if I can argue my way out of this. Chen Luzhou, likely preoccupied, did not respond immediately. Xu Zhi remained unperturbed, while Zhu Yangqi, relishing the chaos, encouraged, Hurry you two engage in a debate. Unfortunately, Chen Luzhou declined to partake in this discussion, offering no reply at all. Seeing Xu Zhi nod, Su Guangji felt satisfied and took out the half watermelon left from yesterday's meal, ushering her out of the kitchen. I shall prepare you a glass of watermelon juice. Would you like some papaya mixed in? No, Xu Zhi replied, glancing occasionally at her social media feed, still awaiting a response. With a crisp sound, Su Guangji sliced open the watermelon and suddenly recalled that old Chu had called him that morning, mentioning that a television station would be interviewing him in a few days. Would you like to accompany Kai Kai for a stroll this afternoon and purchase a couple new outfits? Xu Zhi was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze from her phone, bewildered by the mention of an interview. Su Guangji then remembered he had forgotten to inform her. He hastily retrieved his wallet from his pocket, handing her 500 yuan. Yes, the interview. I completely forgot to tell you. The television station is producing a program this year and wishes to interview the top 30 students in the city for a special feature on the college entrance examination. Take this money and go shopping at the mall this afternoon. Although Xu Zhi had 5,000 yuan in her account untouched, she hesitated to refuse the money, concerned that old Su would discover she had won 5,000 from a street race. She accepted the money, stowed it in her pocket, and murmured, I indeed need to visit the mall. While Xu Zhi and Kai Yingying were selecting camera lenses at the mall, Xu Zhi received a phone call confirming her interview appointment with the radio station, scheduled for Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock at the broadcasting office. Once she hung up, she found Kai Yingying deep in conversation with a sales assistant, utterly astonished. So, you mean to say that just this one lens costs 30 to 40,000? The young man nodded politely, expressing his own regret over the exorbitant price. Indeed, many Hasselblad lenses exceeded the cost to the cameras themselves. Kai Yingying calculated, so Chen Luzhou's camera along with the lens would cost over 100,000? His family must be incredibly wealthy. While Kai Yingying had always suspected Chen Luzhou to be from a privileged background, she hadn't anticipated such affluence. Isn't there anything a bit more affordable? Kai Yingying persisted, questioning the young man. He responded with a sense of helplessness and regret. No, the cheapest would still be 20,000. The two inquired about other brands. Yet none offered lenses compatible with Hasselblad. Xu Zhi felt a wave of despair wash over her as she realized how distant the world of the affluent truly was. Exhausted, Kai Yingying leaned against Xu Zhi's shoulder as they descended the escalator, weakly stating, Why don't you just offer yourself to him? I can't bear to shop any longer. I'm utterly worn out. Chen Luzhou was indeed remarkable, the first boy she had encountered who was so exceptional. Xu Zhi pondered what exactly made him so remarkable, as he had yet to respond to her messages, leaving her in the dark about his current endeavors. Kai Yingying found a small stool in front of a milk tea shop, seated herself, and began to rub her legs while playfully saying, Zhi, I want some milk tea. Xu Zhi replied, I'll buy you some. I'll also get Chen Luzhou a power bank. You just stay here and wait for me. As Xu Zhi took a few steps out, she unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance and recalled that the mall was near Yifeng Lane, where there was a trendy library upstairs. Tan Su had been particularly fond of reading there for a while. Moreover, this library offered a unique service known as the time capsule, which had once gone viral on social media, with countless individuals sharing letters they had stored in this temporal hive. After a period of quarrels and misunderstandings with Kai Yingying, they had not spoken for a long time, but they eventually found themselves walking into this very establishment. At the entrance, they exchanged wide-eyed stares for quite some time before they could no longer contain their laughter, effectively breaking the ice. Tansu seemed to have just descended from the upper floors, a stack of exam papers clutched in his bony hands. His appearance was gaunt, and his eyes lacked any luster. The white shirt he wore wrinkled and unkempt, entirely devoid of the spirited demeanor he once exhibited when transferring from the first high school. Now, he blended into the crowd, inconspicuous and gray. Therefore, when Tan Su refrained from calling out to Xu Zhi, she did not recognize him and merely walked past him. Tan Su had not intended to call out to her, yet her dismissive attitude stirred a sense of discomfort within him. With a cold expression, he remarked, "Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Only then did Xu Zhi notice him. After a moment of focused scrutiny, she sighed and replied, "No, I didn't recognize you without my glasses." It was a weekend, and the mall was bustling with family activities, teeming with children who frolicked about. Some bold youngsters occasionally tugged at Xu Zhi's leg, inviting her to join in their play. Laughter and joy filled the air, and Xu Zhi found it quite remarkable. She had never been particularly popular with children. Even previously, when studying with Tan Su, no child would approach them. No matter how lively the atmosphere, they always sat alone in the corner. It seemed that a person's aura could change or be easily influenced. She recalled her last visit to the mall with Chen Luzhou, where he effortlessly attracted children. He had a knack for engaging them. Even when they were upset and crying, they still yearned to play with him. Initially, Xu Zhi thought this was due to his childlike spirit, but she soon discovered it was not so simple. His sharpness was tempered by refinement, cold yet imbued with a hint of warmth. No matter how acerbic his teasing might be, he always concluded with a smile, saying here, "It's all yours." Thus, what she sensed from him was always sweetness. Kai Yingying had just acquired her milk tea, and, noticing Xu Zhi and Tan Su seated nearby, sent a WeChat message to Zhu Yangqi. "Zhu Yangqi, where are you shopping? Chen Luzhou won't be back until the day after tomorrow. How about inviting Xu Zhi tonight? My treat for you all. Kai Yingying, we're over by Yifeng Building. Why don't you come now and join us for some gossip?" Zhu Yangqi, "Sure, but what gossip are we discussing?" Kai Yingying discreetly snapped a photo, capturing Xu Zhi as she lowered her head to sip her milk tea, her slender neck pale and delicate. Tan Su's face was prominently featured in the frame. He seemed to have noticed Kai Yingying taking a picture, his gaze inadvertently directed towards her. Kai Yingying pretended to take a selfie, flashing a peace sign beside her cheek before sending the photo to Zhu Yangqi, who replied immediately upon receiving it. "Zhu Yangqi, wait for me." The mall was bustling with activity as Tan Su withdrew his gaze from Kai Yingying, his face pale and weary. Although his facial contours were smooth, it was evident that he had endured many sleepless nights, his muscles somewhat slackened, giving him an air of lethargy. He turned to Xu Zhi and said, "My parents visited the school yesterday and inquired about your scores from Teacher Chu. They're indeed very high. If I hadn't performed poorly, I wouldn't have achieved such results. Even with my elective subjects, I could barely score over 700. Rest assured, my parents will not cause you any trouble. I have clarified everything with them. It was my own initiative to assist you, and my poor performance is solely my responsibility. Throughout this year, I have indeed struggled with my mindset." Xu Zhi believes that Tan Su is often quite a gentle person. After all, during the first year of his transfer, they did not share many common topics. Had it not been for his imbalanced mentality, his future would undoubtedly be more promising. "What do you intend to do? Repeat the year?" Tan Su did not respond. Instead, he continued, "Teacher Chu showed me your score curve from this year, and I realized that your mindset is indeed commendable. You have consistently improved by 20 to 30 points. The third mock exam was relatively easy, yet you managed to add an additional 40 points for the college entrance examination. Regardless, congratulations on achieving first place. With your results, you could enter the experimental class at the first high school in the city. You must go to a university, right?" "Yes, I applied for architecture." "I apologize." Tan Su suddenly interjected, his gaze unwavering as he looked directly at her. "I should not have discarded your mother's necklace, nor should I have lost my temper with you. I always believed you were someone I nurtured, and you should have accompanied me." Xu Zhi could not help but interrupt. "Tan Su, let me finish." The milk tea in front of Tan Su remained untouched, his eyes fixated on Xu Zhi. "Are we not even friends anymore? In senior year, just call me. No matter how late it is, I will get out of bed to explain problems to you. I mean no harm. I merely wish to ask, are we still friends?" Zhu raised his head as he reached the door, hurriedly taking a seat opposite Kai Yingying, his gaze intently fixed on Xu Zhi. making Kai Ying suspicious and cautious as she inquired, "You don't have feelings for RG, do you?" Xu thought to himself, "You fool," but only asked aloud, "What's going on? Tell me." Kai Ying, absent-mindedly poking at the succulent bits in her cup, replied, "I don't know. They're probably discussing their college choices." Xu's mind raced with alarm. What? Does Tan Su want to apply to the same school as her? That can't be. Didn't Chen Luzhou mention Xu Zhi applied to a university? Tan Su didn't perform well, did he? The next moment, he hid his phone beneath the table, sending a picture and swiftly typing a message. "You should ask Jiang Cheng how many points Tan Su actually scored. Don't let him apply to Xu Zhi's school." A quick response came back. "Do you think a university is a marketplace where anyone can enter?" Xu replied, "What if he knows Xu Zhi is going to Beijing and applies to a school there? That would be quite the dilemma for you." After a long wait with no reply, Xu assumed the other party had grown busy, and after a while, he impatiently sent a question mark. The response indicated that his message had been rejected. What a worthless fellow, lacking even this bit of emotional resilience. Xu Zhi could not deny it. After all, the memories of their past struggles side by side were vivid. More than anyone, she hoped Tan Su would excel in the college entrance examination and gain admission to a prestigious university. Even though it is widely acknowledged that the majority of Tan Su's mistakes stem from his own mindset, in 10 or 20 years, as memories fade, conversations among classmates may not remain so straightforward. The lighthearted banter during casual gatherings may transform into tales of a male classmate who, in an attempt to assist a female peer in improving her grades, ultimately failed to gain admission to a prestigious university. Isn't this the archetype of a beautiful disaster? Such occurrences are not unheard of. She did not wish to bear the burden of this blame, nor to hear that anyone's future was entwined with hers. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Xu Zhi inquired, "What was your original goal? Was it a university?" Tan Su offered a faint smile, his lips betraying a sense of helplessness. "What? Are you going to help me in return? You shouldn't need my assistance, right? Tan Su, your capabilities would allow you to succeed anywhere. The issues of this year are known only to you," Xu Zhi remarked, maintaining her gaze downward as she sipped her milk tea, lost in thought. At last, she met his eyes earnestly, her own reflecting clarity and determination. "If your original aspiration was indeed a university, I sincerely hope you achieve that next year." Tan Su was taken aback, watching her in silence. Someone once told me that if the walls within him crumble, he would construct an even sturdier fortress. If the sun ceased to rise, he would endeavor to illuminate every lamp. Though it may sound juvenile, I believe one must possess an indomitable spirit. Regardless of parental opinions, the decisions ultimately rest with oneself. If you wish to repeat a year, then do so. They conversed from afternoon until evening, as a gentle rain began to fall outside the shopping center, the streetlights casting a warm glow on the raindrops, while neon lights flickered against the silhouettes of the buildings. After Tan Su departed, Xu Zhi sought out Kai Ying, only to discover Zhu Yangqi was also present. "When did you arrive? And where is he?" Zhu Yangqi hummed, casting her a sideways glance. "What have you been discussing for so long?" Encouraging him to repeat a year. "You?" Zhu Yangqi, as a repeat student, advising someone else to do so? "Be careful, or you might find yourself in a pig's position for life." Xu Zhi sighed, finishing the last sips of her milk tea. It's not so much encouragement. He wishes to repeat, but his parents are concerned about the expenses. They mentioned that renting the senior building for another year would cost 30 to 40,000, not to mention other miscellaneous factors, so they suggested he settle for an ordinary university. "Are you two still going to hang out? If not, I'll head home." Kai Ying instinctively glanced at Zhu Yangqi, uncertain about their interaction alone. She spoke up, "No, why are you going home so early?" Xu Zhi, feeling somewhat helpless, shook her phone and said, "I just received the interview draft." With that, she departed, leaving Kai Ying and Zhu Yangqi exchanging glances, the former looking disdainful while the latter awkwardly adjusted his bangs, pretending to sip his milk tea. Kai Ying grew even more irritated, snatching it back, "Mine?" The interview was scheduled for Thursday. Xu Zhi returned to her hometown with her grandmother on Monday, spending several days in the village. During that time, she sat by the riverbank, where the water danced in ripples. the gentle sound of flowing water resonating in her ears as she watched the sun rise slowly from the west, only to eventually descend serenely between the peaks. Time passes swiftly in a single day, the mountains serene, and the mountain breeze rushes towards the earth, invigorating the spirit. She had memorized the works of Marxist philosophy and read Lu Xun's A Madman's Diary, yet the shadow lingered stubbornly in her mind. With a deep sigh, she gazed at the majestic ridges illuminated by the crimson sun, recalling the image of Chen Luzhou squatting before her, tying his shoelaces, his broad shoulders visible beneath a tousled head of hair. Perhaps he was reveling in Shanghai these past few days, making numerous new acquaintances. Otherwise, how could he have left her in silence? Thus, she posted on her social media, Xu Zhi, quotations from CAD, whether the moon is full or not. It matters not. I shall always be by your side. Initially, Xu Zhi had not given it much thought when 2 WeChat messages arrived. Instinctively, she glanced at the latter, but he quickly retracted it, leaving Xu Zhi to pretend she had not seen it. When she tentatively inquired later, Chen Luzhou dismissed it as trivial, declaring it unrelated to her. Approximately half an hour after her social media post, a phone call came as anticipated. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a few youths frolicked in the cornfields, wild dogs barking in the distance. Xu Zhi walked along the undulating mountain path, the golden rays of the setting sun painting the wheat ears, the scene vibrant and full-bodied, reminiscent of a grand oil painting by a master artist. On the line was that familiar, indifferent voice, questioning who the cad was. Xu Zhi ambled along the wheat waves, phone in hand, on speaker, eager for the chickens, ducks, and geese leisurely wandering nearby to hear this cad's voice. Fishing? Who can't do that? Yet, what unsettled Xu Zhi was the distinct feeling she had, which differed from her interactions with Xu. No matter how Xu treated her, she remained indifferent, unperturbed, devoid of any desire to compete. It was purely gratitude. A fair exchange, his assistance in her studies, her tolerance of his outbursts. But Chen Luzhou was different. She wished to reclaim her stance, to gain the upper hand. Thus, she faced the swiftly passing mountain wind, gazing at the azure sky, her mind leisurely processing the moment before she responded slowly. What? Chen Luzhou had just finished work. This particular assignment had a semi-public nature, an endeavor to film a documentary on cancer for a program run by Mrs. Lian Hui. They had sought several families nationwide to document their battles against the disease, and coincidentally, the photographer for the Shanghai family had taken a sudden leave, prompting Lian Hui to inquire if he was interested. Chen Luzhou agreed. At this moment, he was seated on the returning high-speed train, his spirits dampened. For the entire filming process had been oppressive, the specter of death looming like a Damoclean sword over each family member. The patient, roughly his age, was named Zhang Fengxin, affectionately called Little Jean by his family. A sophomore, he reportedly excelled academically, having secured a first prize in a national mathematics competition. He had not yet had the chance to take the college entrance examination, embodying a rather sunny disposition. His smile revealed 2 small canine teeth at the corners of his mouth. He expressed aspirations of joining the architecture department at a university. At that moment, Chen Luzhou, feeling somewhat helpless, tugged at the corners of his mouth, contemplating the prospect of introducing Xu Zhi to a boy who might share common interests with her. Xiao Jin is a person who dislikes being a burden to others. Each time Chen Luzhou stands at the door with his equipment to conduct various checks, Xiao Jin, feeling particularly embarrassed, scratches his ear and apologizes, saying, "I'm sorry, brother, for keeping you waiting." Chen Luzhou has never encountered someone so apologetic, apart from Xu Zhi. He is the second. Not wishing to utter overly sentimental words that might evoke sadness, Chen Luzhou averts his gaze and replies, "It's nothing. I receive payment. It's only natural." Xiao Jin also shares a fondness for basketball, and the two often spend entire days discussing matches. Chen Luzhou mentions that once he recovers from his illness, they can play basketball together. Xiao Jin smiles broadly and readily agrees, although everyone knows he has no future ahead. After a brief silence, Chen Luzhou senses that his words may have been inappropriate. Coincidentally, the following day, Xiao Jin's parents firmly prohibit Chen Luzhou from filming him any longer, asserting that if he does not leave, they will cease all filming. Chen Luzhou expresses his understanding and promptly calls Ms. Lian Hui to wrap up early. As he departs, he goes to see Xu Zhi, who lies in bed, struggling to eat his meal one bite at a time, still unaware of his impending departure. When asked about the afternoon filming schedule, Xu Zhi mentions wanting to wash his hair, having not done so for several days. Chen Luzhou merely states that he has a high-speed train back to S province that afternoon due to some urgent family matters. Xu Zhi expresses his regret, saying, I wanted to watch the game with you tonight. It's all right. You should attend to your matters. By the way, aren't you all set to fill out your college application soon? Chen Luzhou simply hums in response, offering no further explanation. Xu Zhi then asks, Brother Luzhou, could you leave me a phone number? I hope to visit you in S province someday. After providing his number, Chen Luzhou shares a list of films and books he had compiled overnight, mostly in the science fiction genre. Xu Zhi had previously mentioned feeling bored in the hospital and wanting to find some good films to watch. But it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He struggled to find anything worthwhile, and even the highly rated ones failed to impress him. Chen Luzhou casually inquires about Xu Zhi's movie preferences, to which he replies that he enjoys science fiction, particularly films like interstellar or disaster and apocalyptic themes. Although Chen Luzhou does not read much science fiction, he has seen nearly every relevant film, so his list is nearly exhaustive. Xu Zhi is astonished, exclaiming, "You've seen all of these?" Chen Luzhou affirms, adding that he lacks serious hobbies aside from playing basketball and watching movies. Having never seen Xu Zhi so delighted, Chen Luzhou departs, only to be followed by Xu Zhi's parents, who emerge from the ward, saying, "Xu Chen, we don't mean any offense. You are quite remarkable. It's just that you and Xu Zhi are too close in age, and we fear he might be saddened. If you could visit him in the future, we would welcome you. Xu Zhi really likes you. We have never seen him open up to anyone like this." Chen Luzhou agrees to this. And during his return journey on the high-speed train, he suddenly realizes the answer. This world is both a playground for the brave and a marketplace for genuine hearts. Chen Luzhou purchased a first-class ticket, as his decision to return was sudden. He could only secure a first-class seat, and even made a call to Lian Hui, who informed him that the official employees of the television station were not reimbursed for first-class travel expenses, let alone someone like him, an unofficial temporary worker without recognition. Even the son of a producer would find it difficult to sway the situation. After hanging up, he immediately checked something online, realizing that Scorpio was in retrograde and that it was ill-advised to venture out. At this moment, the high-speed train had just departed from Shanghai Hongqiao Station. Chen Luzhou leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window at the power poles and signal towers lazily reminding him, "What are you pretending for? I saw your moments on social media." Xu Zhi, genuinely perplexed, replied, "I honestly thought you couldn't see them, didn't I?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Chen Luzhou, wearing Bluetooth headphones, relaxedly reclined in his seat while scrolling through his chat history with Zhu Yangqi from the previous day. Hearing her tone made him chuckle softly, unable to suppress a laugh as he thought, "Is this deliberate? Just because I didn't respond to your social media post?" While on the train, his voice was low, intentionally hushed, giving it a somewhat hoarse quality that Xu Zhi found particularly tender. As soon as Xu Zhi stepped into her home, two small yellow dogs in the yard began barking at her like clockwork, creating quite a ruckus. "Let me see if someone's eyesight is as poor as their judgment," she mused. "I see you're not blind. You remembered every word perfectly," Chen Luzhou remarked upon hearing the heart-wrenching barking. After dragging Zhu Yangqi from his blacklist, he chuckled lightly, teasing her, "Did you go into the doghouse to steal a bone?" Xu Zhi sighed, holding an unlit cigarette brought back by her grandmother from a wedding that morning. Not wanting to waste it, she intended to smoke it, so she was rummaging through the cabinets for a lighter. Following his lead, she replied, "I can't help it. I was starving." Chen Luzhou chose to ignore her lack of decorum, smiling as he said, "So you did see it that day, but pretended otherwise?" "You said it had nothing to do with me," she retorted, shutting the drawer. He hummed in response. Hearing her rummaging through the drawer, "What are you looking for?" "A lighter," Xu Zhi replied. "Smoking?" "Yes." Chen Luzhou furrowed his brow, locking his phone as he gazed out the window, asking, "Are you addicted?" "No," Xu Zhi replied, pulling out a box of moldy matches, attempting to light one. "I've only smoked a few times. This was brought back from my grandmother's wedding. It would be a waste not to use it." Take it with you and give it to Zhu Yangqi, Chen Luzhou sighed. 1 or 2 times won't make you addicted, but I worry you might get hooked this time. Just don't smoke. Fair enough. He responded with a sound of agreement. After all, they were on a high-speed train, and speaking was somewhat inconvenient. After a brief silence, he finally asked, "Well then, shall we hang up?" Xu Zhi replied affirmatively, placing the cigarette on the table, already anticipating what he would do for the next hour and a half. "Are you planning to watch a movie? Otherwise, just sitting idly?" He smiled, and it reminded me of something. Last time, I took the high-speed train to the seaside with Zhu Yangqi. I dozed off for a bit, and he captured 300 photographs of me, using them to extort money, threatening to show them to my girlfriend otherwise. I am now haunted by a psychological shadow. Xu Zhi became intrigued, curious about just how unattractive my sleeping posture must have been. Is it true? Does Zhu Yangqi still have those photos? Can they be obtained at a discount since she's not my girlfriend? Chen Luzhou lazily tilted his head against the seat, his prominent Adam's apple subtly rolling as he gazed out at the golden wheat fields through the train window, exclaiming with a click of his tongue, "Is this debt even calculable? Do I still need to buy a girlfriend? When do I ever see myself sleeping?" He mused, if one sleeps so unattractively, it should be a rare sight. Otherwise, Zhu Yangqi wouldn't have conceived such a scheme. He's devastatingly handsome, Chen Luzhou retorted, genuinely annoyed. You simply lack the opportunity to appreciate it. Goodbye. Chen Luzhou's photos had once trended online, and Xu Zhi likely hadn't searched for him. The nickname Fairy Grass was bestowed upon him during that time, and several prominent agents had inquired if he was interested in becoming an artist. Back then, he had money, and now he somewhat regretted not keeping a contact number. After all, who doesn't face difficulties at times? Sigh. On Thursday, after returning from her grandmother's house, Xu Zhi spent 2 days memorizing her script for an interview. Yet, when facing old Sue's camera, her words stumbled. She suddenly realized that the older one grows, the more one cares about appearances. How could she, as a child, boldly declare in front of so many people that her beauty was undeniable and obvious to all? Su Guangji sat on the sofa, turned off the camera, and earnestly said to her, "Darling, once a person has something to cherish, they become conscious of their image. Your childhood invincibility stemmed from a lack of such attachments." Xu Zhi, standing before the television, disagreed slightly. "That's not true. I cared deeply for you and Mom, as well as my little goldfish." Xu Zhi had indeed owned a small goldfish in her childhood, but it turned belly up after a few days because she loved it too much. It was her first experience with fish keeping, and she didn't know that goldfish shouldn't be fed daily, especially not 3 meals a day. Su Guangji explained, "That's because you know that no matter what you do, your mother and I will always love and care for you." The little goldfish was the same. But some relationships differ. If you don't do well, the other party might not like you anymore. "Dad, are you speaking in riddles? If you are innocent, why would you think there's a hidden meaning in my words?" Xu Zhi replied, "What a tongue twister." Su Guangji, succinctly wrapping up the conversation, rubbed his legs and stood to prepare dinner, saying, "Well, my daughter is beautiful and excels academically. I believe you need not do anything. Just stand there, and the camera will naturally focus on you, as long as you don't pick your nose." Xu Zhi was utterly speechless. When did I ever have photos? Su Guangji adjusted his glasses on his forehead, rose, and entered the kitchen. He turned on the exhaust fan and remarked, "When you find a boyfriend in the future, I must first show him these photos to see if he can accept you as you are. If he can only embrace the polished version of you, then he is not worth our time." Relationships inevitably settle into the mundane and the everyday, so this is a crucial aspect. Of course, if you're willing to spend lavishly to destroy the photos, I might consider it. Xu Zhi did not anticipate such swift retribution. On Thursday afternoon, she arrived early at the entrance of the broadcasting station. Upon reaching the venue, she discovered that out of the 30 interviewees, 28 hailed from the same class at the prestigious Zongshan experimental class, one of the first high school. Only she and another boy were from different schools, one from Rui Jun Middle School and the other from the affiliated school, which is a provincial key institution. The fact that he achieved such results was indeed surprising. Hence, upon arrival, the students naturally clustered together. The boy from the affiliated school was named Yang Yijing. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and appeared quite shy. After Xu Zhi had finished her makeup, She followed the staff's instructions and took her seat in a designated spot right beside Yang Yijing. She recognized him as the other fortunate candidate, who looked bewildered, admiring the group of high achievers engaged in animated conversation. He did not dare to interject, as the distinguished students seemed disinclined to include them. Thus, they sat together in solitude, feeling somewhat awkward. Yang Yijing nervously shook his leg, and since their chairs were connected, Xu Zhi felt the tremor as well. She found the habit of boys shaking their legs quite bothersome, but understanding the anxiety of the situation, she thought, "Friend, please stop shaking. You might knock my hairpin off." Yang Yijing, oblivious to his own nervousness, hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm just a bit anxious." He stuttered. "It's all right." The atmosphere in the makeup room felt divided. The two of them sat awkwardly in a small corner, while the group of illustrious students from Zhongshan occupied another corner, chatting animatedly as if at a class reunion, their camaraderie palpable. Yang Yijing's gaze remained fixed upon them. He seemed quite familiar with their backgrounds and introduced them to Xu Zhi, saying, "They're all classmates, you know? The one with the rimless glasses wearing a white shirt is said to be this year's provincial champion with a score of 746. I heard he even has 10 points from competitions, making his total exceed 750. The one in the school uniform is the gold medalist from last year's math competition. If they hadn't canceled the direct admissions, I reckon many of them would have been directly accepted. There's even one more impressive, whose competition awards could paper a wall. I heard he scored 713 without any adjustments. Isn't that similar to Chen Luzhou?" She mused, but she did not dwell on it. With so many students having the same score, it was clear that there were numerous ties at the first high school. Still, she was curious and asked, "Unadjusted score?" Yang Yijing nodded solemnly, expressing utmost respect as he remarked, "He didn't take the elective, yet scored an astounding 700. However, it seems he isn't here. I just checked the list, and his name is absent, which is rather disappointing. I was eager to see what sort of genius could achieve such a score. Our teacher even calculated that if he had taken the elective, he would have surpassed 770, certainly exceeding 750. Indeed impressive." Xu Zhi, somewhat distracted, nodded in agreement while surveying the surroundings. She recalled that Chen Luzhou's mother was reportedly a producer at the broadcasting station. The makeup room was spacious, and the two groups were not closely positioned. Xu Zhi had vaguely heard the name Chen Luzhou several times. She felt that perhaps she had been somewhat obsessed lately, not considering other possibilities. Casually, she examined the television station's environment while engaging in light conversation with Yang Yijing. Suddenly, Yang Yijing recalled, after the recording, they're planning to go out for a meal. "Are you joining them?" Xu Zhi, taken aback, asked with them. "I don't really want to." She replied, "We're not that familiar, and I doubt there will be much to talk about. Besides, it seems they haven't intended to include us. It might just be a gathering for classmates." A girl came over to inform me. She mentioned it was funded by the station, and, after the recording, everyone is invited to a meal. The staff won't be joining us, fearing we might feel uncomfortable, so they included us as well. Yang Yijing gestured towards a girl by the makeup station, reciting her script while walking back and forth, her high ponytail swaying gracefully. She was quite beautiful and possessed a unique charm. It was said that she was the class monitor, ranked 12th in the province, and had applied to the architecture program at University A. However, the score gap this time was likely minimal. Xu Zhi had just seen her total score was 742, suggesting many students had similar scores. "How much funding did they provide?" Xu Zhi inquired. 10,000, Yang Yijing replied, making a gesture that implied, "Eating without joining is foolish." With a chuckle, Yang Yijing added, "I agree. Since we're here, we might as well enjoy it. If they ignore us, at least we can keep each other company. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward if you didn't go. By the way, let us add each other on WeChat." Xu Zhi responded affirmatively. "What major are you applying for?" "University A," he said, pulling out his phone to display a QR code for her to scan. "I applied for the finance program, but my score is also precarious. I'm uncertain if I might be reassigned to another major. I've heard that this year's scores are tightly contested. For instance, your 738 might place you just behind someone who scored 740, and there are several with 740 as well." As soon as he finished speaking, A staff member hurried over, clapping for attention. All right, everyone, let us pause the chatter. The recording is about to commence. Please gather your belongings and follow me. And kindly switch your phones to silent or airplane mode and hand them over to the staff. Instantly, the makeup room filled with a flurry of movement as everyone began to rise and make their way toward the door. Xu Zhi and Yang Yijing found themselves amidst a throng of scholars, flowing with the crowd toward the studio, and certain conversations began to resonate more clearly in her ears, reverberating against her eardrums, causing her blood to rush to her head, leaving her with a tingling sensation at her scalp. Oh, have you called Chen Luzhou and the others? Let us invite him to join us for dinner later. Our class is missing just a few of them. I've already messaged in the group. Su Sun and the others said they would come, but Chen Luzhou hasn't responded. I asked the class monitor to call him. I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. Is he filming outside these days? I heard from Zhu Yanqi that he's at the television station shooting a documentary. You can still get in touch with Zhu Yanqi. Impressive. It seems you have a special connection with our elusive Wang. Nonsense. Last time during the poetry recitation, Zhu Yanqi added me himself. The recording process for the entire program went exceptionally smoothly. Clearly, this group of academic elites must have had their fair share of interviews, as they interacted with the host with remarkable ease, delivering their lines with an admirable finesse. However, they seemed somewhat different from the scholarly elites Xu Zhi had imagined. She inexplicably discerned some resemblance to Chen Luzhou in them, even in their manner of speaking, which bore an uncanny similarity. Particularly, there was one student wearing frameless glasses and a white shirt, the provincial champion. With a bright smile, the host inquired, achieving such excellent results. Do you have any advice for your future juniors? Li Ku? Li Ku appeared refined and courteous. Initially, one might expect him to respond with formal rhetoric, but unexpectedly, he half-jokingly replied to the host. First, you need to have a godlike competitor. With such a rival, you are already halfway to success. For this extraordinary competitor will consistently refresh the records in every examination, continually motivating you to advance. Ultimately, if due to some unforeseen circumstances this remarkable individual falters, then you shall be the champion. Earlier, while chatting backstage, several students lamented the absence of this godlike competitor, remarking that his absence indeed diminished the flavor of the occasion. Yang Yijing exchanged glances with Xu Zhi, and Yang Yijing mouthed, "That's the one I mentioned, the raw score genius." The host remarked, "It seems you have a good relationship with this extraordinary rival?" Li Ku smiled, of course. "We're good friends. To be honest, having such a formidable adversary in class fosters mutual respect. It's hard not to maintain a good relationship. After all, we both feel quite solitary. And he is genuinely an interesting person, a big-hearted boy. His mindset is more resilient than mine. During our senior year, I've only surpassed him a few times. Once, I even complained to him about where I lost points. Had it been anyone else, they would have been upset, but he never perceives it as boasting. Perhaps that's the benefit of befriending someone with a strong inner self. He is both a rival and a wise mentor. I've learned so much from him. Nearby, a classmate couldn't help but divulge that they often got into mischief. Once, the night before a major exam, they sneaked out to watch a movie, only to coincidentally run into our director and his wife celebrating their 10th wedding anniversary, resulting in them being caught red-handed. Due to the director's surname being May and his explosive temperament, he was nicknamed Gas Can. The atmosphere was so relaxed that the classmate momentarily forgot they were on a recorded show and directly uttered the director's nickname. However, this is set to be broadcasted. The students from Class 1 burst into laughter instantly, and one student quickly realized the situation, nervously asking, "Director, can we cut that part?" The assistant director offstage smiled and made an okay gesture, encouraging him to continue speaking. Teacher May is exceptionally kind-hearted, handsome in appearance, and possesses an utterly tranquil temperament. It is hard to fathom how two students, incensed by such a gentle and nurturing teacher, stormed into our class and performed an impromptu demonstration of cracking walnuts with their bare hands. One can only imagine how infuriating they must be. This elicited another round of hearty laughter from the audience. The atmosphere gradually escalated to a fervent intensity, with classmates sharing endless anecdotes and humorous tales. Xu Zhi and Yang Yijing frequently exchanged glances, as the host seldom called upon them, and the academic elite dominated the conversation, leaving them unable to interject. Yang Yijing felt a sense of disappointment, perceiving himself as merely a backdrop for the radio show. The assistant director outside also noticed Xu Zhi and Yang Yijing being sidelined. He reminded the host numerous times not to forget the two of them. Yet, the atmosphere resembled that of a stand-up comedy show, and the host, feeling equally helpless, glanced at the director outside, silently questioning, "What can I do? I can barely get a word in." Our teacher May, a former soldier, is not only capable of cracking walnuts with his bare hands, but can also punch a hole through a large iron gate. It is said that each door in the arts class was replaced with a new one at his expense, for every time he inspected that area. He found it as chaotic as a bustling market, which infuriated him to no end. With just one punch, the door would cave in. There was a particularly amusing incident when representatives from the Education Bureau came to inspect the school. The principal was fervently assuring them that our faculty was of the highest caliber when, from a distance, they heard teacher May punching through the arts class door. That year, our school seemingly failed to receive any accolades. You cannot fathom how unscrupulously Ku, that formidable rival, can be. Once, when he visited the arts class, he noticed teacher May reprimanding students. The moment he raised his hand, Li Ku quickly intervened with a friendly suggestion. "Teacher May, think of the expenses. Your salary is being spent on door replacements. Are you still able to celebrate your 20th wedding anniversary? Or will you just take guests to the cinema instead? I suggest you bring along a pair of boxing gloves next time. At least the doors won't get damaged, and you could even punch someone if need be." Teacher May found his reasoning quite sensible, took it to heart, and indeed purchased 2 pairs of boxing gloves. The students in the arts class were so frightened that they instinctively avoided eye contact, and from then on, they remembered his infamous name. We often heard people cursing him as we walked by. Such dialogues are merely the tip of the iceberg. Most of the time, they are reciting their meticulously prepared scripts and engaging in formal banter, such as maintaining a calm demeanor and the notion that as long as one does not treat oneself with disdain, one will not be treated with disdain in return. However, when Li Ku mentioned this formidable rival, the atmosphere became